Okay. Okay. Definitely have to do the stuff today. Bro, look at the boat. Stop teasing me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 21. Okay. I guess that is reasonable. I'm glad it's realistic that it is actually 21 that I need. Which means that actually should be the final step. So, once I get a boat, I'm gonna go to that abandoned mine. I don't really know what's there, but there's gonna be ore there, and it's gonna be underground. And so I'm gonna try to prospect. I'm not really good at prospecting. I've actually literally never done it before. So I don't know if I'm actually bad at it. I'll just hope I have beginner luck. Oh yeah, I forgot there is a bear. Oh, you're just right there. Can you? God damn it. Okay. Where'd that bear go? Oh shit. I was one away. Actually, it's this way that I need to go. Oh. August. Awesome. Time is flying by. And I still need a bunch of stuff. Oh. Copper should be somewhere. 'Cause I need to make a turns into this. Not these ones. Not clutter. Oh, there you go. So I need a lot of copper. Oh, Ugh, it's like I always need inventory space. Okay. You. Is there something I need to do? I need copper. Wasn't there like a bunch of copper near here? Yeah. Yes, I knew it. Okay, well, some is better than none. Cuppa, 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 cuppa. Cuppa, cuppa, cuppa. Or copper. Copper, 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 copper. Okie dokie. Mm-hmm. 2, 6, 7. So I need 1,400? Question mark. Yeah, that should be good. Okay. I'm gonna listen to some Distractable.
Good evening, gentle listener, and welcome to Distractable. This week, love is in the air. Wade gets hammered playing with himself in a mine, but meets Molly because of it. Bald Bob admits he wooed his wife, sexting during boring business meetings. Magnificent, marvelous, majestic Mark admits swapping spit is the key to happiness. and that absence makes the heart grow fonder. From projected eyes to distractible sex doll merch. Yes, it's time for It's Mark's birthday. Happy birthday, Marks. Now sit back and prepare to be distracted and enjoy the show.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Distractable. I'll be your host for today. My name is Bob, and I am joined, as usual, by my co-hosts and competitors for this episode, Mark and Wade.
Hi.
Thank you so much for joining us for another exciting episode of Distractable. If you've never seen the show before, I can't keep that. I don't know where that voice came from. It's sort of happening, but I'm not going to keep doing that because I hate it.
Oh.
If you've never seen the show before, we all take turns hosting. I'm hosting this one because I won the last episode, but someone else is going to win this episode. Maybe. And they'll have to host the next one. So I'll keep track of points, or maybe not. Maybe arbitrary judging. Who knows? Anything goes. The host makes the rules, and I'm the host, and I'm insane. So you never know what to expect from episodes that I host. But yeah, the tradition that we have here on the show is before we get into the part where you earn points. Actually, you can earn points in this small talk part.
Can I have some?
No,
Earn.
not today.
Oh.
You have to earn them today. You have to earn them. But before we get into the actual topic of the episode that I have prepared and thoroughly researched, we usually make small talk. How's it going? How you guys? How's life?
The world is changing and being rocked to its foundational core.
Oh,
Yes.
that sounds exciting.
Our lives will never be as they are in this moment, and everyone needs to shake and quiver inside of their homes.
Let him cook. Let him cook. I think I might know what you're talking about.
Oh, I'm about to. Well, maybe
Uh-huh.
I have no idea.
Let him Tim cook.
Yes. Let's be
Yes.
Tim Cook, because I today will show you the greatest invention to ever exist in the history of forever, which is known, if people are watching on Spotify, as an oven.
Oh,
The Vision Pro!
air horns and whatnot.
I know
Fanfare
that
plays.
when this episode comes out, this is old news. Everyone's
This will be
already
really
talked
old,
about it.
actually. Yeah.
But I gotta say, if people are not watching on Spotify, they just gotta go, because all of this aside about oh, is it tech? Oh, it's just another VR headset. Oh, is it gonna be any better? And I'm sure that it's product-wise, it'll be great and whatever. But this is what the only takeaway I have from the website. Okay, if everyone, I'm giving you a chance to go to Spotify right now so you can see the video. So I'm showing it visually. Burn! It's this jump scare when the vision comes in here. Burn! It's the scariest thing I've ever seen, because it's just shunk. It's so jarringly sudden, and I know what it is. It's because this right up here is not this model's face. All right, this is not their face. It is not see-through glass. It is an AI recreation of their face that is projected on the front to give the aesthetic that you can still make eye contact with this person. And it's so off-putting.
Can you scuba dive with this?
Yeah, that's all I can see. Apple's making scuba goggles.
That's the only thing I can see from this is they just need a little blowy.
I have no problem with any of that. I have no problem with the design, because I like VR, and I know VR is clunky and there's really no way to make it elegant. But this terrifies me. This picture scares me in much the same way, and I feel like Apple is going down this rabbit hole of unintentionally terrifying designs to a very small subset of people. But it's not the first time that this has happened, because
Oh, I'm sorry. For non-watchers, Mark just got trypophobia really bad because he opened the new Mac Pro website on the Apple Store, which is layers of cheese graters all pooping over each other and weird.
It's horrifying to look at, awful to look at, and I feel like no one talks about it. I can't look at this. I could never have this sitting on my desk.
I like it.
I would love to have this sitting on your desk, Mark.
It's horrifying.
Let me order you one. Can I get your address?
Listen, if I had $30,000 to spend on a normal computer that does the same thing that my normal desktop does, I would absolutely buy a Mac Pro. But
Oh, yeah, sure.
Oh, imagine the goggles with that design.
So it's just like, it just feels like someone at Apple is just not afraid of these things in the same way that I am. This is terrifying to me. It's the eyes are wrong. It's just the expression doesn't match.
there is some. You're absolutely right. There's something. It's the 3D-ness of the eyes, right? You could, because on a normal, if the goggles weren't there, you could see how like as you get to the side of the head, it starts to go back, and the way that this looks on the goggles, it looks like her eyes are just protruding out really far, and that they don't go back towards her ears. She just has like a big eye chunk that's like.
See, I was thinking that they just like made the image slightly opaque around the eyes. I think it looks normal to me.
No,
but it's not.
I can
It's
see
not.
what Mark's saying. It looks pretty like uncanny in a way that's hard
Yeah.
to quite exactly describe.
It's so ever so slightly wrong. And
Yeah.
I knew this. I knew it was wrong. It felt off before I learned that this on the front is not see-through. It's just another LCD display on the top that projects an image of artificially generated eyes.
Wait. So I thought that was just marketing. Are you
I did
saying
too.
that that's a feature of the headset? Is that because I know that it's not see-through because it has screens and that's sort of part of the thing. It's partially see-through maybe, but like it's not really like this see-through. But the headset does that in real life on purpose.
Yes.
What?
Yes. 100%.
Oh, I thought that was just for the image too. That's a real feature, projecting eyes.
No, that is the feature of projecting a screen with eyes that are not the eyes inside, but it is a recreation of the eyes. That's as far as I understand it. But yeah, this is not see-through to this person's actual eyes.
I get that, but I thought it was just like a marketing thing. Like some guy in Photoshop was like, let's make it so you can see the eyes. Let's personalize this. But like,
the opening of the eyes as you zoom
the
out.
blink wasn't right. The blink was wrong somehow too. How is that blink wrong? I'm confused about that.
It's just, all of it is very confusing.
I absolutely hate that. If in real life when you use the goggles, if it tries to project your eyes onto the front, that's awful. I hate that very much.
We should do a whole episode where we wear these. Mark, you buy them for us and we'll wear them.
Yeah, as soon as we...
That's good. Good
as
talk.
soon as
All right,
we
perfect.
get, wait, I'm wondering if this is, it's like displays. Whoa, what is...
Even the inside, that looks creepy, man.
Well, this is just a VR inside. Like, that's...
Nah, it
that's-
looks awful, Mark. It looks it's
See,
crazy.
that's what creeps me out. The inside.
You've never done VR before? Hmm.
Did,
Oh, yeah.
did they
I have a whole headset.
Right here.
in a box in plastic wrap? Oh, okay, it's out of the box. Look at you, buddy.
Wow.
Did they announce the price for this? I think I saw some people talking about a price, but I don't know if that was a speculation or an actual thing. Did they? Is this $3,500 for this headset?
$3,500. Starting at $3,500.
Starting at 35. Starting at what? What do you upgrade to go up from there? It's a headset.
$3,500.
Starting at.
I follow Casey. This is no shade. I follow Casey Neistat because I really like his daily vlogs. I watched for a long time. I like his videos. He makes cool stuff. Oh, I hate that. I hate the eyes projecting onto the front of it so much.
This is it. This is what I was looking for. Yeah.
That's horrendous. I hate
Let
it.
those nearby know when you're using apps or fully immersed in an experience. When someone approaches Vision Pro simultaneously lets you see the person and reveals your eyes to them.
I hate. Why? You know what? If you want to make eye contact with someone, I have a solution to offer my own self. Maybe it's too low tech. Just take the headset off and maybe look at them
No.
with your
For making
human
content,
eyes.
For making content, you can look at your viewers and they can see you.
Oh,
Yeah. But anyway, what I was saying, so I saw Casey Neistat talking about $3,500 price tag, and like, I'm not even saying he's wrong, but Casey had a tweet or something that was like, no, you know what, $3,500, I get it. This is new. This is new technology, right? This is letting people who want it can spend that and get in on the ground floor, but it's going to get cheaper as it scales. It'll get cheaper in future iterations, right? This is just the price you have to pay for innovation. Which one, sure, what a very wealthy technologist take. But yeah, okay, sure. This headset is not marketed for everyone. This is not like the Quest headset that's like $300 or whatever. This is a fancy new thing. But also, none of this is new. Like, am I missing something? None of the things. Apple announced this and they were like, the bleeding edge of VR, AR technology. No, it's not. This is just all shit that all the other headsets do. It just is designed by Apple now, which is a meaningful thing because Apple doesn't do things until like they're sure they're going to take, right? Apple is a slow adopter. When Apple finally gets something, when Apple finally put NFC in the iPhone, because it was already everywhere, and they were like, all right, NFC is going to be a thing. So this is like, it's meaningful, but is this doing something I'm not understanding in terms of the tech or something, or it's not a new technology? It's the same shit that all the headsets have, right?
Let's not focus on the VR part that you experience. Let's talk about the eyes that other people experience when they look at you.
That is new. I will give them that. The eye thing, that's new feature.
The feature that you'll never experience that everyone else will. That's what you're paying for.
But yeah, I mean, I'm not at all naysaying, and I think it's a very sleekly designed thing, and I kind of want one. It's kind of expensive, but like, I kind of want one. It seems cool. But am I missing something? Is this new? It's not new, right? This is the same shit that already exists.
It's just everything that exists, but up to Apple's level of polish, which, I mean, for what everyone wants to say about Apple, I know it has its critics, and there's plenty to criticize, I'm sure, but they do try to make it a robust ecosystem that is in their little walled garden and is the best example possible of the technology that it can combine with design. And I get that. However, that doesn't mean, to Casey Neistat's point against it, is when has Apple ever really lowered their prices?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know about that argument of like, we're going to get the ground floor. And like, I remember the Oculus One, like 10 years ago now. That was the ground floor. It's not gotten cheaper.
And I'm paraphrasing Casey's tweet, and I'm not even, like, there's no shade at him whatsoever. But, yeah, I don't know who thinks Apple's going to charge less. Like, $3,500 for a VR headset, where the market is, like...
Starting at.
It ranges from $300, $500 up to... You could spend a lot if you wanted to. You could spend into the thousands on other brands' headsets. But, like... I don't know. The other thing that I will say is, not to get too tech nerdy about it, this Apple headset, as far as they've marketed it, seems to ship with no controller of any kind, which is cool. That's what they're going for. Apple, they're very focused on, you control it with your eyes and your voice and your hands. It's got advanced hand tracking, whatever. Sure. And maybe Apple did something that no one else has figured out yet. But if I had to use my Oculus Quest that I have used as my main VR headset without the controllers and just rely on the hand tracking and
It is really
gestures and
janky.
whatnot, I would lose my fucking mind. It does not work that well. There's no version of that technology that exists yet where I was like, I don't need the controller. I don't need the physical buttons. I don't need the joystick. I feel confident in the hand tracking and no. So unless Apple really changed the game on that, and maybe they did, because I have no hands-on or anything. I haven't even seen this thing actually work, right? I've only seen the promotional stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe they did. But I am betting at least some people will pop in and be like, God, I wish there was a controller of some sort or something. I wish there was a button I could push instead of doing little hand gestures.
I'm picturing all of like the horrible things, like a rich family that buys one for all members of the family, and they go to get like their family portrait they hang on their like double staircase entryway, but they're all wearing the masks in the portrait, so their eyes are all kind of like out front and disjointed. Or you walk into a room that's dimly lit and the TV's just like got static on it, and you go to look at the family and they're all sitting on the couch smiling, but they've all got the headsets on and it's just their eyes like smiling at you and like looking around.
That's what gets me about the thing in general. It's like, I am not going to buy this because I like the basically the
He did
Quest
buy
2
it,
does
yeah.
everything I want it to do. The newer, even the newer one like the Quest Pro, with their eye tracking is like, man, that was good, but it was like 1,500. 3,500 for a product that I'm not going to use every day. I think I debate buying a new phone every year, which is a privileged thing to even say, and that's $1,500 a year, and that's a big debate. And I've recently started like not upgrading with every iteration. I've waited like 2 years at a time, 3 years for one of those like upgrades at a certain point there, just because it wasn't worth it.
I usually do every 2 or 3 years.
You had your 12 for quite a long time, didn't you?
I did, yeah. I went from the 12 to like the 14 plus because it wasn't any different. It just wasn't different.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, it's hard to ignore the fact that Apple does tend to do things in a very Apple way, and maybe this headset is going to be an absolute game changer in terms of how VR works and blow all of our expectations away. But also, if it's kind of just like a really fancy, highly designed, sleeked up version of what already exists, $3,500 is a lot of money for the experience that it will give you.
If it allowed you to see through it, like you could toggle between seeing your experience versus just like, oh, I need to see what's going on around me without having to take it off. Like that'd be kind of cool.
Oh, it does.
Connect inward and outward. Oh, you can do that.
But
yeah.
it does that with the cameras, right? Which is
Yeah.
pass through as a Quest feature
That's
as
cool.
well.
Okay.
And the Quest
Okay,
Pro.
now we're getting better.
It's pretty good.
That's moving up on
Yeah, I know.
on my list.
This is our problem with like talking to technology to Wade is like we always start with the criticism, so none of the glowing like reasons that it's actually okay.
Always start at the top and work your way down.
No,
You gotta really start at the top and work your way down.
What?
Sorry, I really am into the Michelin Man. There was a lot of curvature there.
you're throwing me for a few loops here, but all right, I'm trying to keep up. Oh.
Yeah, no, this is a thing that bothers me too, and like I wasn't trying to get too negative because no one's touched it yet. I don't know if they're gonna have hands-on at the developers conference,
They did, yeah, they did.
and so like we'll start to see videos and stuff coming out, but until like I actually use it, it's pretty presumptuous. What's that word?
Presumptuous?
It's pretty bold of me to make conclusions about this thing because I don't know. I just know what it looks like and I'm making assumptions, but that's a lot of money.
For the cost of like a really good gaming computer, an entire computer, just the headset, yeah.
It looks like it could just be like an Apple rebadge of an existing headset. It does not look on the face of it like it did anything to change the game too dramatically, but
Yeah.
hard to say.
Marquez has a video that has already been out for a while now, giving his first impressions. I'll watch that later.
Maybe they'll sponsor us and we can do a full Distractable episode where the people just look at our projected eyes.
How do I literally am subscribed to his channel with the notifications on. How do I not see these things? I'm gonna watch that later.
It was at 8:19 today when we recorded this.
Oh, well,
Oh wait, no, he uploaded 10 hours ago. So we uploaded at midnight. Damn.
Who?
What
Mark
a
Zuckerberg?
tryhard.
this
You talking
guy.
about-
Gotta get the content out. No, I haven't.
He's talking about Marquez Brownlee, MKBHD. He's like one of the premier tech YouTubers.
Oh,
Gets his little mitts on all the cool stuff early. Big Apple fan.
Yeah. Which, you know, I've come around to Apple a lot. You know, my laptop of choice now is pretty much a MacBook. Like, just for on the road editing sake, I can't really game much on it, but like it works. It does work.
those sweet USB-Cs.
All right, we're not here. There's no points to be earned fanboying for Tim Cook's little products.
Wade, you're behind the times because in the reason I got the latest one is because they changed up the port system to not just be USB-C, and now they have multiple ports. But also Apple is Thunderbolt, and like that's the only saving grace. The only reason I could actually
Thunderbolt, I've heard of that.
Anyway, whatever.
Yeah, I remember some kind of very angry story relating to Thunderbolt or something like that.
I don't know.
The details are so fuzzy. I don't know.
I
Anyway,
get points.
do you have any small talk? That was all Mark's small talk. That counts as Mark's. So, you know what? Points to Mark for bringing up the thing that I was hoping we would cover. I was also quite interested in that. What about you, Wade? What exciting news do you have? And or technology updates? And or Soldier Boy updates? What do you got? Surprise me, delight me.
Oh man, it's hot, I'm moving, and all of my free time goes to backing in Diablo 4.
How does Diablo 4 help you move?
Mental decompression after a stressful day.
I'll allow it.
We all need a little R&R.
That's a healthy mental attitude. Points for you, sir.
Thank you.
Less points than Mark, though, because I like the stuff Mark was talking about.
And other stuff Mark would say that you can imagine. I can push it.
No, we're not playing that game. We're not playing
Damn it.
that game. You have to earn them today. You have to earn them today.
Well, I'm fucked. I guess, Mark, they're starting with hosting ideas.
All right. Hey, just wait. You'll see. We'll see. You'll see. Everyone will see all together. I want to start today's topic with a story. The year is 2010. It's November. It's getting into the middle of the school year, the fall quarter or semester, whatever, the fall school session, and I am sitting in an evening class in the McMicken building on UC's campus, and I honestly could not even. I tried to remember. I can't remember what the class was. It was so painfully boring. It was some business communication class where they taught us how to send professional sounding emails or something just awful like that. And while I'm sitting there trying to distract myself in a world before the social media was quite as big as it is today, I get a text message from a girl. And the text message basically says, "Hey, yeah, I've been thinking about you." And I text back, like, "Yeah, you know what? I've been thinking about you too." And we texted. I'm not paying any attention to this class whatsoever. And we text, and we land at, once this class is out, I'm going to go hang out. I'm going to come over. And we do that. I go, and we hang out, and we start watching videos on this website called YouTube. It was not brand new in 2010, but was newish to us. And we started watching all kinds of stuff. Music videos, funny videos. If I remember, I think we watched a fair amount of R. Kelly's Trapped in the Closet mini music video series, which, ignoring the sense of the artist, it is a funny series of videos. We had a good time laughing at them. We watched so many videos, had such a good time, that the roommates in the room next door literally came over and were like, "Hey, stop laughing. We're jealous. You guys are clearly having fun, and we're miserable humans, so shut up." And I mean, that was the start of the best thing that has ever happened to me. I'm pretty sure.
Beating up roommates?
No. Angering roommates because we're having such a good time. Fast forward from that room it was in Stratford Heights for you UC grads. That room near UC campus to New Year's Eve of 2012. And I'm hanging out with that girl.
Butt in real quick, Mark. That does not include you because you're not a graduate. Go ahead, Bob.
Wow. Okay.
What have I ever done to you?
Let me change that qualification. That's for all of you people who lived in Clifton.
Oh, okay. Mark, you're back in. Come here.
All right, yeah.
Well, did you live in Clifton, Wade?
I did. I had an apartment down there in 2008 to 2009, and then I had a house with my ex down there. Oh man, until we broke up in 2011. I was down there from sophomore year through a year after my senior year.
If I think of a way to categorize this in a way that can exclude you more, I will. But for now, we'll just say residents of Clifton. Fast forward to New Year's Eve 2012. I'm hanging out with that same girl at that same girl's parents' house because they live in the Cincinnati area. And I make up a terrible excuse that I need to go. It's New Year's Eve and we have dinner plans. And I forgot my something back at our apartment. And it was just awful and super awkward. But in my head, I was like, she has no idea. I've snuck out. I'm free to go to the apartment and light a bunch of candles and put a cheesy fireplace YouTube video on the TV in the living room and spread a bunch of rose petals around so that later, when her parents bring her to pick me up for the dinner plans we have, she'll have to come up to the apartment to get me and be surprised. She was not surprised. Not even slightly. But that is that night on New Year's Eve in 2012. That is the night that I very slyly and cleverly posed to this girl. You might have guessed who she is at this point. Yes, it's Mandy. And
Oh, damn, I was way off.
Yeah, no, I mean, it could be anybody, but turns out it's Mandy. Yeah. And I proposed. She said yes. And she continued to say yes for a year and a half until the summer of 2014, when on Mark's birthday, we enshrined our love forever by having a wedding ceremony surrounded by friends and family. And we completely ignored the fact that it was Mark's birthday because our wedding was way more important, and Mark can suck it.
It's okay. I bought myself a cupcake that night.
It's
Right,
okay,
so
Bob.
to
He
sleep.
didn't even graduate. I don't know why.
Man?
I don't know
What's going on, man? You guys fighting before this or something?
No, I'm just.
Points to Mark because I'm sad now.
What's going on, guys?
Points to Wade for being an absolute savage.
Thank you.
Anyway, yeah, no, that's a very abridged and poorly told version of my love story with Mandy. But honestly, I think it's a pretty cute story. If it was told in a better way, and if it was more details, which Mandy remembers better than I do, I'm sure. I think it's changed my entire life, so maybe I think too highly of it. But I think it's a nice, very classic love story. And I think because this episode happens to be coming out 2 days before the most important day of the year, Mark's birthday,
Thank you.
but also 2 days before our 9th wedding anniversary on June 28th, I guess I'm in the mood to talk about love.
Talk about love.
Not Valentine's Day or anything, but I want to do a classic episode where I tell a story and then I ask you to tell me stories, maybe even give me titles of stories about love. And it doesn't have to be romantic people love. It can be love between a person and an object, or a metaphorical love between humanity and humanity. I don't know if we collectively really love anything very consistently. I don't know. Whatever you want. It could be all kinds of love. Maybe two AIs fell in love. I don't know. Is that a thing?
Maybe.
I want you guys to regale me with stories of love.
Stories of love.
I will say it could also be personal stories, like if you've ever been to a wedding, maybe in a wedding on your birthday, just as a throwaway. Anything like that.
I've got one, but like you know it. I just don't know if our general distractible audience knows it.
That's allowed.
Because you guys obviously know the story. Because pretty much I'm going to tell it, and you guys were there for almost all of it.
That is true. We were.
What story is what
How my wife and I got together.
Oh, okay, all right then. Well, I've told my story about what I did for love. I told that.
Yeah,
There's a whole animation about that. If you want.
it's true. It's true. That was very funny. I believe in you, Mark.
Shit, I forgot about that.
Mm-hmm.
That's great.
Wait, go.
All right, great. So,
What's your story called?
Wade got hitched.
No points for that. That sounds boring.
Shit. Love and Minecraft. But you have to sing it like that when you say it.
If you have to sing it, I guess that earns points in my mind. What a peculiar way to do it. Good job, buddy.
Thank you. I don't know why that came to mind, but it did, and I'm proud of it. Thank you, Al and Peggy. Are those the characters from Love and Marriage?
Oh,
Anyway. Yeah. That was a weird callback in my brain. Yeah, you guys know the story, because you were there for pretty much all of it. But back in 2012, we were doing Drunk Minecraft. And I believe whenever we recorded Drunk Minecraft, everyone thinks that we drank like 3 times a week and just got hammered for each episode. But we were smarter than that, and we recorded 3 or 4 episodes at a time. We would get together, drink, do a bunch of episodes or whatever, and then Mark would have like a week or two's worth of content. I don't remember how often he posted. It was like 2 a week, 3 a week, something like that. And we had recently started the series. I had been to some of Mark's streams. Bob nor I had YouTube channels. We were doing this just to hang out and be friends, and Mark was making content. I don't even know if you had 1,000 subs when we were doing Drunk Minecraft, did you? I mean, it was a very small channel at the time.
I had a couple thousand. Hey, come on now.
In like July?
I had
like July.
I had like 2 or 3.
You were a baby channel.
No, the first Drunk Minecraft was my birthday, so it would have been. Oh, it all comes back to my.
Full of love. Or
Points to Mark for being the center point on the circle of love. Yes, circles can have centers. Welcome to my geometry class.
and circles can be shaped like hearts, but still be circles. Just trust me on that.
It's true. It's true. Wade's not wrong.
My circle like that forever. It's
all
true.
heart
It's true.
in it.
Because I believed so hard just because there was the vouch. Nothing in my mind could doubt after that.
If someone vouches for you, it obviously has to be true.
It's a fact. Believe it.
So we recorded probably 2 bunches of Drunk Minecraft, maybe 3, because I think it was episode 9 called The Proposal, where I asked Molly out. So it had been before that we were recording. It was the one where you two got married in Minecraft, and like Zombie Mold had given you two like a cheetah to ride around on the church.
Oh
after you got
yeah,
married.
we had a bobcat or whatever that
right.
was. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that
So
was.
you
that
two
was
got
worth it.
married, and you guys were like, "Woo, we're married! Life's so great!" And I typed in the chat, and I was like, "Well, who's gonna marry me?" Jokingly, and doing the self-pity bit that I do, my shtick.
Never gets old.
Username Foxtrot44 on Minecraft said, "Who wouldn't want to marry you?" And instantly, my ego was just like, "Right? Talk to me, pretty lady." And thankfully, my mouth didn't say the things that my ego was saying, because stupid ego, shut the fuck up. But we chatted like, I don't know, for like, I forget what I responded to her at that. That's like the bit I remember. I might have said like something in chat, and that was kind of the end of it. And randomly, like that same week, I was scrolling on Tumblr. I don't know if you remember, Mark, but way back in the day, you probably still have them there, but there was a Markiplier Tumblr fan page, and I was talking to one of the people who ran it, and I guess there were like 3 or 4 people involved. And one of the people happened to be Foxtrot44 again, aka my wife Molly, my wife now. And she was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna hop on Vox sometime. If you ever want to play, let me know." And there was a night where I think I poked you guys like, "I'm just gonna hop on Vox for fun." Vox Populi was the name of this Minecraft server that we played Minecraft on for Drunk Minecraft. I just wanted to hop on for fun because I was starting to like get into Minecraft and enjoy it a lot. I think you two were busy, and I was like, "Well, fuck, I don't want to hop on just like by myself." And I was like, one person said they would hop on. Let's hop on. And I hopped on with Molly, and the first thing we did was we went to see her house. The server had like towns and things like different people owned. You could like claim land, build lots and stuff. And I was like, "Oh, cool, yeah, I'll see your house." And I showed up, and there was just paved ground, bed, chest, no roof, no walls, nothing. And it was raining, and she was just standing in front of like this one little half chest and bed, like, "Yep, this is my house." And I was like, "This is the most pathetic, awful thing I've ever seen."
What a line! Oh my god, I can see why she fell in love with you instantly.
I was like, "This is sad. Let's build you an actual house. Do you have tools?" And she like pulled out a wooden axe, and I was like, "Okay, we're gonna go mining. We're gonna get you some iron. We're gonna chop down some trees, build you a house." We went over, we started like digging for iron, and immediately Latin Goddess found us and was like, "Wade and girl doing thing," and teleported us to a chapel and force wed us. And I was like,
I didn't remember that detail.
we immediately, before we even started getting stuff, we were like forced married in Minecraft, and I was like, "Well, this is on the nose a bit. I don't know anything about this person, but I guess we're married in Minecraft. Let's go build a castle! Because I'm Lord Minion! I'm Lord in my name! I get a castle! Woo! Let's go! And we got into a wooden boat, sailed for some random ass amount of distance, found land, and I was like, "Castle time!" Skipping ahead a bit, we got to know each other, we started dating. In the episode The Proposal, which we recorded, it was the last episode that we recorded in a bunch. We got together and we recorded like 2 or 3 episodes, and in the last one, I think it was The Proposal, I was like, "Hey Molly, you want to go out?" I was like, "Oh, this will be great. It's going to come out in an episode. It's going to be so cool." And what I didn't realize was I asked her out, that I had to wait a fucking week before the episode came out to find out an answer. So for 1 week, I'm just like, "Remember that time I asked her out, but it's in the future, so I haven't yet, but I just have to hang out with her and chat like that didn't happen? That's cool." So for the entire week, I was like, "Hey, what are you doing this Friday?" I think Mark told me the episode's coming out this Friday. I mean, no big reason for you to watch it, but when you do, let me know what you think. And it was like,
subtle.
Yeah.
"Yeah,
Subtle.
okay. Sure." Very subtle. Yeah, I'm the king of subtlety. So it ended up coming out. She said yes, laughed at me, and was like, "Yeah, I knew something was up because you were acting weird as shit." I was like, "What do you mean? I was playing it so cool. Like, cool is cool." But we started dating September 14th of 2012. However long like that was after the proposal episode. I mean, it was the same day we started dating, but like how I don't remember what day we recorded. It was probably like let's say a week before. Fast forward to another proposal. The only surprise I've ever pulled off in our relationship was we went to PAX West, and I think it was 2017, and I left the room to go greet Mark downstairs. I don't know if you were there yet, Bob. Mark had just arrived. I was like, I'm going to go say hi to him and see what's going on, what the plan is for the evening. And I got down there, I was like, Mark, I want to propose to Molly on stage tomorrow on the panel. And you're like, yeah, dude, it's cool. Let's do it. I don't know how you were like very chill.
Mark was a huge stoner in this alternate universe.
Dude,
Wade opens the door, a huge cloud of smoke billows out, and Mark is like, hey, man.
He's like, yeah, I think you had to buy like a shirt or something. You had to buy something. So we went to a store.
No, I need to buy a shirt, man, before you propose. I need like a shirt and like a watermelon.
You're like, walk with me, dude. Let's talk deets. And I was like, all right, cool. So I'm walking with you, and we're talking about the plan for the proposal. And meanwhile, Molly's texting me like, hey, it's been like half an hour. Is Mark okay? You coming back? We gonna do anything? Because I'm just sitting in the room. And I was like, if only you knew what I was trying to set up. You silence up there. How dare you, Ethan? I'm trying to propose to you.
Who are you talking to, man? What's up?
Look, this will chill you out, bro.
Whoa. Hey, is that a cell phone? Whoa, keep that away. Whoa, that cell phone, the radio waves mess up my vibes, man.
So next, that same evening, later on, we go to a panel of something, I forget what, and waiting outside, there's a fan. And the fan came up and was like, Wade, Molly, I love your guys' stuff. Well, Wade, can I talk to you for a second? I was like, yeah, sure. And he's like, hey, Mark's panel tomorrow. I want to propose. Molly's right next to me, and I'm like, oh yeah, that sounds like a cool idea. Why would you think of that? Go on. And he's like, yeah, but it's cool. I mean, I know that like, you guys have like a thing where like one person is proposed at a lot of these panels. I'd love to be the one that proposes. And I was like, no good reason to say no out loud right now. So yeah, man, I can probably make that happen. Sure. And I came to you and I was like, someone wants to propose on stage, and you guys were like, no, it's your thing. You should do it. I was like, I already did. Yeah, someone could. No.
You said that, and stoned Mark was like, I know, man, I remember. I was there. We talked about that last night. Yeah.
Oh, fast forward to the panel. We're behind stage. We're getting like mic'd up and everything to walk out. And it's the first time I think I've ever seen Mark or Sean seem nervous about anything. Like Mark was pacing, which is very unusual. Normally he's just very calm, but he was like pacing.
Around out, man, around out. I'm coming down. I'm coming down. Oh, God.
Bob was just kind of like, I've done this one already. This isn't my problem. I'm here. Like, whatever, you got this probably. And Mark's just like, never been nervous before a panel before. I've never been nervous before a panel before.
Oh, okay, I'm starting to remember my name. Oh, shit.
Sean's all like, I'm happy for you. You got this. Oh, but he's like shaking, trembling, like nervous. And we apparently walked out. And when we walked out, I thought we were like, okay, we're playing this off pretty cool. Molly was like, yeah, you guys walked out. It seemed like something had gone like really wrong backstage. Like you guys seemed really nervous or upset about something, or like, I don't know. It just wasn't your normal like energetic walkout. But she still wasn't suspicious of the proposal. But I proposed on stage. She said yes. And then we had like a year and a half to 2 years before the wedding planning. And let me tell you, for what amounted to a 5:30 ceremony, so get there, like people started arriving at like 5 o'clock, and everyone had to be out by like 10 o'clock. So for what amounted to like 5 hours of our lives, a year and a half still barely felt like enough time for wedding planning. That shit sucks.
Look, I don't get to take any credit for our wedding because Mandy basically did it all herself. But I remember you complaining so much about it and just thinking like, it doesn't seem that bad.
We had a wedding planner too.
We didn't even have a wedding planner. I don't know if Mandy is just like a party planning savant or what, but she didn't make me do shit. And the stuff she did put me in charge of, I messed up so bad. You have no idea.
We had to figure out the cake place, what kind of cake, how much cake, how many guests, do all the guest invites. We had to do music, and the way we did music, we were like, I don't want to think of songs. So on every invite, we like, what was a song you would like to have played at our wedding? And we had people fill that out, and that's how we did our playlist. We had to pick out colors, tablecloth colors, venue. Like, there's so much that goes into it.
A lot of those things are related because you know the wedding
Depending on
colors
what
are
venue
kind
you
of
go with, sometimes if you
similar across.
Yeah.
You want the bridesmaid dresses to be a consistent color
Yeah.
that goes with the tablecloths, and they're related. You know, once you land on like, well, we're going with kind of a blue theme. Everything just needs to be kind of blue. How hard can it be?
But we still had to go find it, and it was time consuming. Even with the wedding planner, it was time consuming because we still had to go make the decisions. And it's a lot more time and money investment than like what you would expect for a 5-hour endeavor. But it was a beautiful wedding. Very happy. There's a video of it on my YouTube channel somewhere. I think Mark's channel, you have the proposal. Literally, like, me asking Molly out and proposing to Molly is on Mark's channel somewhere, and our wedding videos on my channel. Our stuff is all so public, which is why I did the proposal publicly, because I was like, oh, our life's so public. And the wedding video, it's like, well, our life's so public, might as well. But that's how we ended up meeting, getting engaged, getting married, and here we are. Sorry, it took a long time to tell that story, but
I like how I'm casually throwing that out. That man is probably gonna strangle me to death in my sleep.
the wedding, man, it was easy.
It was so wedding,
bro.
No, I do have a.
Stokie's enormous. You're gonna.
You didn't even invent a pretext. You just picked it up and started sucking on it. It's like,
I know. I don't have
like that's
weed,
just
but I
part of
got
who you are.
stogie. Apparently, is a stogie a word for this? I thought stogie was a sandwich, but apparently it's not.
No, Stogie is a cigar. Yeah, okay.
Whatever, man.
So, in all that time, I've really thought deep about the concept of love on a deep human scale, bro. I found some research about why humans kiss.
Oh, that's interesting. Actually, I don't know.
Lay it on. What? Wait, give us a title.
Okay, sucking face saves lives.
Lovely. Good title. Point for you, sir.
Good. The first known written mention came 3,500 years ago in India. Hindu Vedic Sanskrit texts that describe, quote, drinking moisture of the lips and, quote, licking, an act where one inhales the soul of another.
What? Whoa, wait. What am I doing to popsicles? Wait a minute. I thought I was just licking popsicles. I didn't realize I was consuming their soul.
Every popsicle is made with the soul of the fallen.
This is like the Bible of kissing, which states that when you drink moisture of the lips, you inhale the soul of another.
On the first day, God invented kissing, and he said, your soul shall be mine. Now get to first base.
Yes, exactly. If there's one thing God loves is people fucking. I think the Catholic Church has made that very clear. And so we fired. What, they want people to have lots of babies?
No, yeah, that's
tell
like,
them, Mark, get 'em.
That's like a
a directive, right? You're supposed to procreate. That's a
yeah.
Oh,
The
take
church
that.
wants you to do babies, to have a lot of babies.
Dude, the shot's firing right now.
I don't think that's. I think that's honestly. I think
Am I
that's
doing this
just
wrong?
Kinda, yeah. I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, hit it with the facts.
You're trying to be a hype man, but you're not hyping me. You're hyping your own narrative.
Oh, that's right, I am. Kidding me.
Okay. Well, I hate that.
Can I have points?
You know what? You lose points.
Well, you win some, you lose some.
You lose 2 points. I'll put a number on this one.
I don't like that. Everything else has been so vague.
Well, maybe 2 points isn't very many. Maybe you had lots of points. Maybe not. I guess we'll find out.
Anyway,
Mark, more about the soul.
Research into physical connection and the soul and reactions to kissing has found that nursing and kissing both use the mouth's orbicularis oris muscle and both release oxytocin, leading some to hypothesize that our kissing is wired from birth. Both acts feel good, too. I don't know why it says both. Not sure what 2 acts they're referring to. But anyway, humans
Nursing and kissing.
nursing and kissing.
We'll do both at the same time. Just have a mouth and a boob side by side, combine the two, and you've got ecstasy. That's how it's made.
Human lips are jam-packed with nerve endings that are at least 100 to 200 times more sensitive than fingertips. Kissing, especially with tongue, can help support our weak sense of smell to determine the most, quote, evolutionarily advantageous partner. A conversation between immune systems that includes a literal swapping of spit, therefore bacteria, which can also increase our aptitude for withstanding bad pathogens. According to researchers, being aroused lessens feelings of disgust, which is unnecessary for an act that puts us at risk of contracting disease from another person.
It would be weird to be aroused and disgusted at the exact same moment. Like, oh,
Yep, those are the sounds. That's the make. What are the other sounds of arousal disgust? Continue.
Yeah,
more. Come on.
Understand discows.
I love it. That's arousing.
Yeah. You lost me at the last few, but I think you hit it. Anyway, that was my really boring research into why humans kiss.
That's an interesting point, though. Kissing is like instinctive. It's something that you're taught from birth, right? Your parents kiss you, maybe mine did, and everyone kisses. That's like a way. But is that a social construct, or is that you're saying that it's not just a social construct? There are reasons that that's a good thing for humans to do.
Yeah.
Like, what an arbitrary way to demonstrate that we love each other. I don't know.
The article goes into more depth, and there's more research that I pulled up, but it's
That
very
sounds
boring. But it all basically boils down to when you kiss, it's an exchanging of pheromones, and people often underestimate just how much relationships are purely chemical driven. So without having any of these base chemicals, and additionally without having any of the exchange of other chemicals, you do not become accustomed. In fact, there's some research that I found that the more saliva you intake from your partner and more bodily fluids in general, that does make its way to your digestive system, and therefore it changes the makeup of your microbiome to more closely relate to your partner's microbiome. And that can, fluctuations in that can lead to, different levels of, matching.
The more fluids you take from your partner.
There was also research that I said that had no fundamental basis, that was like, if you are too similar, then you unconsciously start to detect your partner as a sibling and therefore are repulsed. And therefore that's why the heart grows fonder the longer you're not on her.
The heart grows fonder the further you are from her.
I was gonna give you the no nipple, get lip, but I like yours too.
No.
So kissing is good.
Yep. That's the only contribution I have to this apparent theme of this episode here.
Look, man, I was wide open. You could talk about any kind of love.
You had my entire story to go get married real quick and then come tell the story. Damn, man.
You love Chica. Chica shows love. You love. There's lots of stuff you love in the world. And people, probably places.
We've never exchanged saliva. We should.
Oh, that's an episode.
That sounds like me and Ethan talking about Unus Annus ideas. It's like the most random bullshit you can possibly. That's an episode.
That's an episode.
That's a video.
No, listen.
No.
They have those remote kissing things, right?
Right.
We each get one of those remote kissing stands.
Yeah.
We each ship each other vials
What the hell are
of
you talking about?
saliva.
This is a hearkening from the old days of Three Peens that we used to give the most up-to-date information about the world of sex toys, and I'm going to bring that back. That's going to be my contribution to this episode, because love is not
Bro,
lost.
these carrots
Imagine if this
devastated the
technology
crop.
existed back in the days of those Minecraft years, when you
Hungry,
first
hungry
met,
carrots.
you could have had a physical connection long before you ever met in person.
We found the one site years ago on 3Pns that they made sex dolls, and they've had like porn star sex dolls. So maybe we could have had one made of each of us, and we could have had a sex doll Wade and a sex doll Molly while we lived apart. So we could exchange, we could mail each other the saliva, so we could exchange the juices while still seeing each other and feeling each other.
You juice up the mouth. You get it lubricated, and then you do the. No, sure, yeah, that's an episode.
Anyway, that's horrifying to think about. But I'm sure that in the time between now and then, there have been numerous advances in the world.
Wait, was it an artificial one, or was it just a regular human one?
Well, I was looking up a sex doll site, and it was like, there's got to be like new developments in the world. And I was going like, okay, these look, because I was on one of the websites we were on before. I'm like, this is the same, and then it's just disembodied penis. It's the text. It's just, hello, Max. That's what. I was like, that would have scared me if it said hello, Mark, and I'm like, oh man, you almost got me on that one. Anyway, so yeah, this looks largely the same though from the last time that we were here. There's really not much else.
Say there hasn't been any AI implemented into the sex toy industry.
That's what I'm wondering, because we all know that the porn industry drives basically all technological, not innovation, but adoption. Like, we knew this about Blu-ray. We talked about that before extensively. So how is AI... I'm going to Google that. How is AI going to revolutionize the...
Whoa! What the shit was that?
What happened?
I don't want to talk about it. How is AI going to revolutionize
We will never know what the fuck just happened.
the sex industry? Hold on. Get back in the cage!
Alright. Okay.
Don't mind that. Will trim around that. I won't look weird at all.
It's fine.
All right. AI in a sex tech. The future of sex.
Go on.
I have to read the article.
Oh, go on.
We need to know if this article is going to actually have anything of substance, or if this itself was... I should ask ChatGPT won't answer that question.
Oh, does it not talk about sex?
This is an infographic that says Gen Z is lonely. It's just like,
Oh.
Jesus Christ. But millennials are not that far behind. So apparently Gen Z is 79% lonely. Don't know what that means.
No one was ever lonely before Gen Z.
Millennials are 71% lonely. Boomers, 50-50.
Well, they're either married or they're dead.
Men, 46% lonely. Wait, this doesn't make any sense. Wait, Gen Z is 79% lonely, millennials 71% lonely, boomers 50, men 46% lonely, women 45% lonely. That don't add up. These numbers, they don't add up very good.
What is 100% loneliness? What if it said men are 100% lonely? Does that mean that it's the saturation of loneliness in men in general? Is it 100% of men are lonely?
Well, we have very spongy hearts, so yeah, we absorb loneliness.
Yes, exactly. It's really throwing off the statistics, you know. Men are just like, women are not lonely at all, but men, they're just throwing everything off. That's how it goes.
Well, you just need to wring it out a little bit. Have they invented a device to wring the loneliness out of men's hearts?
Squeeze us, Mark.
Harvest the lonely.
What would taste good?
I want ice cream made with the juice that comes out of men's hearts.
Yeah, I want like a nice lone burger. Take some lonely meat and make a nice meal out of it with a lone shake.
There's a sex toy that can be activated using Alexa.
Alexa, do me! Oh, sorry to everyone listening who might have had an Alexa.
I just love the idea of like you're sitting in a room with your roommates. You're all like watching TV, and one roommate is just like, "Alexa, initiate snack protocol."
Initiate protocol 69.
And then after a second, that person is just like, and everyone.
It's Alexa, execute order 69.
I thought it was as simple as just like, Alexa, activate sex protocol 7! 7!
Well, my thing is it's a code word though, right? It's like you're hanging out with friends, and one person is just like, Alexa, hippopotamus. that I don't, yeah. It's a quiet room, and out of nowhere you just hear. that person is just like. Ah. Look, I don't know what it feels like for a vibrator to turn on in your pants.
I think that's
done
it.
that. I'm pretty sure that's the noise I would make if a vibrator
Wait,
turned on.
make the noise. You're a resident soundboard.
Where's the vibrator?
Oh.
No, what? That's not okay. You know what? Good, you made the vibrator noise. That's
Thank you.
good job.
You know, you put me on the
All
spot.
right.
What do you-
You were acting like the vibrator was hurting you. You were. That's what I was
Oh, no,
concerned
it's just a
about.
surprise.
You were, is that your sex?
Fun of my likey face.
Is that your sex sounds?
Oh.
When Wade gets really turned on, he starts going, oh, oh.
I don't know, man. I've never had vibrators.
It sounds like Link getting hurt. Just
No. Okay. I saw this TikTok. It's probably just for the bit, but I totally believe it. I saw a video of a guy who was like, my landlord sent me this email. And basically the email can be summed up as, my neighbor who lives next door to me is complaining that they're hearing the sound of pornography coming from my apartment. Like, I'm playing loud porn, and they're hearing it through the wall. And the guy was like, I'm not saying I don't watch porn, but I use headphones. Like, I'm not uncivilized, right? Like, I don't do that. I don't play porn loudly on my TV. So I was really confused. And I realized, since Tears of the Kingdom has come out, I've started playing that game quite a lot, and one of the things I focused on doing really early was finding the Great Fairies. And every time you interact with a Great Fairy, and then he cuts to the sound of what they sound like, the Great Fairies in the Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom sound a little bit like they're climaxing every time. You come up and you knock on the flower, and they're all, "Ah! Ah!" And he was like, yeah, so I think my neighbor thinks that Zelda is sex sounds.
I gotta look this up because I know that's a thing in Zelda games. Like the fairies in all of the games, like Ocarina of Time and on. I haven't seen them all, but it's just like they are a little horny. Wait, give us a representation of what they sound like.
Okay.
Great Fairy, is that you?
Oh, no, I get it now. I'm with you.
I've never
You
played this
finished-
fucking
you
game. I
brought it
don't know what the
home.
fuck they sound like.
You've never played a Zelda game?
So I got Breath of the Wild. I played like an hour of it and I got bored and stopped. The only Zelda game I've played to completion was like one of the old pre-Game Boy Color Game Boy Zelda games.
Oh, and what? So you mean like A Link to the Past or something?
Yeah.
The NES one?
I think so, yeah.
That's fine. Zelda's not for everybody. I can't find any videos compiling the sounds, but I'm sure that Will do a great deal of research and play it right now. Thanks, Will.
Meanwhile, Will's like editing
Great.
while playing. He's like, oh, I got one right here.
Well, Will gets to this point in the edit. He's like, oh, this episode's got to come out. I got to get this. And Mark says that. And he's like, I'm just gonna find some porn and play porn noises.
There's gonna be just a video clip of just words like, man, the guys cut out here for a second, but now they're back.
That's my favorite bit that my editors did for the Hoonie Pop series. I told them like replace the sex sounds with other sounds, and they just put like Goofy in there. He's like, Gorge.
Whoa, Waxley.
All right.
Why aren't sex dolls keeping up?
Look, they're not innovators. They're late adopters. Okay, they're waiting until it's all sorted out.
They're more like innovators, am I right?
Yay! He's right. Don't question it.
Yeah, thanks guys for the high five.
Mark, you know what? I knew you'd bring it home. I was hoping for some wacky Mark research. I knew you were all down on yourself. I knew you could do it, buddy.
Thanks, man. Wacky Mark research of the sexual kind.
Yeah.
I was doing your little button thing.
Oh, Mark, is that one of your sound? Please play it again. Play the whole thing, Mark.
All
Keep
right,
it
I'll
going.
play it right now.
This has been Wacky Mark innovations of the sexual kind.
Wait, it's not over. It's not over.
Oh, I don't believe it's sex. Kissing? I thought that was a thing of the past.
I turned around, and there were her lips, so I ran. This has been Wacky Mark Adventures of the Sexual Kind. Viewer discretion is advised.
Oh!
Sorry, that's just such a long pause there. I don't know why.
Yeah, I worked hard on that one.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ah,
well done.
man, Mark, I love those. You get
Thank you.
you get like 50 points for that. That
Thank
was
you.
beautiful.
Thank you. I worked really hard.
Well, one of you, not us. I'm not one of you. I'm better than you. One of you told a very personal, heartfelt, touching story that was boring because I knew it already. And one of you is Mark. I did give you points. I actually did come up with numbers in my head, but I'm trying to remember what numbers I came up with. Man, if only there was a way to write things down. Could you imagine if I could write stuff down?
Well, if you get the new Vision, whatever the fuck it was called, headset, you can write
What?
around the edges.
We should all... This is not at all worth the amount of money it would cost, but we should all get one of those and do an episode with just the eyes on the goggles as our eyes.
That's what I
so
said
that
earlier.
everyone can... Just so... Did you say that?
Mhm.
I didn't hear it. Doesn't count.
Because I loved the visual of us talking and just our face, like...
We should do that. Idea that I had.
I said Mark's going to buy a set for all of us. I volunteered him.
Look, it's really close. It's actually not tied, but it's very close. One of you is currently winning by 3 points. I don't want to say who's winning and who's not winning, but I think we all know who it is. So, person who's not winning, I'll offer you 4 points if you can give us a little love snack, a little snippet. Anything you might want to say. If you think you're the person who's currently losing, just blurt it out. Anything. It could be a quote. It could be inspirational. It could remind everyone that even if they're feeling a little lovelorn and lonesome out there, we're talking about how Wade and I talk about how we got married and all this stuff. Don't worry, because you probably just haven't met the right person yet. There are a lot of people in the world. No matter how special and unique and different and weird or whatever you might think you are, there's a weirdo out there for you. There's a weirdo out there for me, that's for sure. And I am special kind of weird. You've seen it right here on this podcast. So if anyone thinks, wait, am I the loser because I'm the one who started talking?
I don't know.
Well, it's not me.
Not me.
Are you sure? Neither one of you wants to commit to jumping in to try and earn those,
No, wait. If you
those
want
4
to one
points
loss here,
that'll
you go
change
right
the
for
outcome of the episode? Or...
Mark, you sure you don't want to try to win?
What? I already won. It's in the bag. I mean, I'm giving you a chance here.
All right, well, I'm going to give the 4 points to myself, I guess, because I was the
Is that
only
enough
one
for you to
who
win?
took the opportunity. No, it was not. I only have 4
Good,
points.
good.
So
Well, I still got this.
I'm out of this episode. I will say there was a scoring correction, I believe, at the end of Mark's bit, where I gave Mark points for the audio stinger bump thing that he played on his Go XLR. The judges are saying that it looks like Wade actually did that one. And so I may have misappropriated those points, and they're saying that actually Wade earned those 50 points, which is unfortunate because Wade was already winning anyways. So that means that Wade wins today's episode by 53 points.
Mark, you sure you want to jump in and get 4 points?
It's not on the.
Yeah, Mark, I'll give you a chance to earn 4 points, but it's not enough anymore.
I love you, Bob.
7.
I love you so much.
14.
I love you.
20.
Oh, you know. What?
Oh, 30 for Stoner Mark.
You can't spell love without. Oh. Oh my God, I love you.
28 for British Mark.
Oh, shit. Love it.
Oh, it's getting worse. 27, 26, 25. You really need to...
Oh, I'm in love with you.
37 for Scottish Mark. There we go.
Did I do it?
Unfortunately, 37 is not enough points. You did close the gap to a much more respectable loss.
You were one prospector, Mark, short of winning.
I can't do that. I don't do that anymore.
Me love me some.
That's not prospect there, Mark. Yeah, we're gonna get it.
Congratulations, Wade. Even though I knew, and I think Mark knew that story pretty much completely, because we were literally there for almost all of it. It is a really sweet story, the way you and Molly got together, and it was pretty unfair, because I was thinking about my anniversary, so thinking about you and Molly really got me there. As much as I love Mark's AI sex toy discussion, it was really just unfair. Do you have a loser speech, Mark?
I feel like this whole episode was set up against me because all these guys with all their stories that I literally can't have. Whatever. I think this was rigged. And I believe that the subreddit will be on my side.
I'm sorry, is your name Wade? Because I believe the subreddit is only on one person's side, and I'm pretty sure their name is Wade.
Yeah, Mark, I'm looking at the fair coin, and it says that it was fair. I asked it.
Mark, what do we do? Mark, how do we keep it fair?
Triangle of unfair.
Whoa!
Oh, God.
Oh shit! Wait, can I just say I didn't check if this is true, but people were saying on the subreddit online, apparently this is either it is or is very similar to like the American Sign Language sign for vagina, which I don't.
Oh,
I don't know how
this
true.
is vagina. No, down.
Oh, is it?
So
Oh, okay.
I declare vagina.
Damn it, Bob, you declared
I
vagina. What do
declare
we do?
I don't know what that means.
I
declare
declare
it.
Vagina.
Okay, well, it has been declare. Mark has declare.
I declare it.
Well, then this is just the triangle of fairness, which I think I like how it's also like a hairline check. That makes me
You
really,
made a declaration, Bob. What can we do?
really insecure. Let's not do that. Yeah, no, Mark has
Declaration.
declined. Declared. You know what? Shit, Mark, thanks for your loser speech. Let's not talk about that anymore. Wait, give a winner speech.
Thank you, Bob, for this wonderful win that was well earned. I don't know why it never occurred to me that our anniversaries and Mark's birthday are like a month apart. Because it's on my mind too, because we just celebrated our anniversary like shortly before we recorded this episode a couple weeks ago. But yeah, love's great. Apparently, exchange as much saliva and snot and blood and stuff as you can, because I guess it's good for you or something.
I don't know if we endorse that.
Is that the lesson we learned today?
Just stick to saliva. Just do that. That seems like it's safe.
All right, just that. That's it.
Thanks, Wade.
You're welcome.
That's the end of the episode. Wade and I definitely didn't shake hands quietly before we sat down to record this because Mark was gone for a long time having technical issues. It was not rigged in Wade's favor at all. Mark, you have nothing to be suspicious of. Don't worry. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you even more if you watched. Don't forget you can watch these episodes on Spotify, only on Spotify, full video episodes, with no pictures of what Mark was Googling, so don't worry about that. You can get merch. I don't know why we keep including that plug in the end of these. I shouldn't have been.
Because there is merch now, maybe will be.
There is maybe not. There is suddenly store.strapablepodcast.com. Explore that at your own risk. Check out Wade, Lord Minion777, Minion777 on Twitch. Mark is Markiplier in all those places where he does Markiplier things. I am MySkerm. That's the end of the episode. Thank you, everyone.
Can I emphasize that?
What?
For the people that still don't know who Bob is versus who Wade is, Wade, me, bald. Bob, hair, glasses. That's us.
We're
Well,
both
apparently,
tall, but that's
people
about
get
the only
voices
thing that I feel like
confused,
we
and people
really
think
share.
Wade should sound like
I don't think
Bob,
we
or vice
sound. I don't think we
versa.
sound similar. Do we sound similar?
But like,
Wade,
they
big
don't
beard.
at all.
Wait, me, no beard. Yeah, wait, I don't think we sound
They
similar.
don't
either.
I don't
sound
either.
similar. Which is why it's
You know what?
confusing when
If
people
you don't watch
say-
on Spotify, I guess you'll never know the difference. That's your punishment for not watching the video. That's the end of this episode. Thank you, everyone.
That's Mark. He lost.
Oh yeah, Mark.
I'm above you in mine.
You're on the bottom for me. I have no idea. what this
I'm
is.
on.
You guys are to the left and right of the bottom.
That's the end. Podcast out.
Good evening, gentle listener, and welcome to Distractable. This week, Immortal Wade asks the Jets to pull back the four screens on time and space to gaze into the undiscovered country. Sticky Bob prophetically predicts dystopian digital slavery and USB beams 1.0. Mellifluent Mark bemoans the complexity of computing and Lord's Second Life over Jujitsu Zuck's Madverse. From Thunderbation to Frankenstein steaks. Yes, it's time for What I Want. Now sit back and prepare to be distracted and enjoy the show.
Hey everyone, welcome back to another episode of Distractable. I'm today's host, Wade, and I'm keeping the host today. And as always, I'm joined by my friends Mark and Bob. Hello, guys.
Hello.
I'm waving. That's for the viewers, not for the listeners.
I'm waving too.
That's the people we care about the most, the ones that look at our faces. They're more important.
They are.
If you're new here, we have video. You can watch us on Spotify. You're probably watching us on Spotify. There's also the show where we, I don't know, one of us hosts talks about whatever we want, assigns points, whoever has the most points wins, or at least, I don't know. It doesn't ever really matter, and it never makes sense, but it's always incredibly fair.
Definitely always fair. Got that right.
Yes.
Very fair.
How are you guys doing? Yeah, you're so great. What's on the left there, Mark? You seem like you're very interested.
What? What are you talking about?
Oh, nothing, just, is it a really good wall?
No, I bet our faces are over there, right? He's got the window open where we can see each other
Oh, you just can't stop looking into our eyes.
I'm looking right at you.
by your eyes and my forehead.
That's good, just making sure.
I'm doing great. I'm doing
Yeah.
excellent. Yeah. I got almost 3. I'm going to say 3 nights of good sleep in a row.
Wow.
It's a new record.
Yeah, that's awesome.
The little man, the baby, is doing good. He's a little fussy, but he's sleeping more, which makes me want to cry a little bit with joy. It just couldn't be better.
Is this your first proud parenting moment?
I'm not proud, I'm just relieved. And somehow I'm still tired. Even though I got like 8 hours of sleep, I woke up and I'm still just like, what happened? I feel like a man screamed at me all night, even though he didn't.
Muscle memory, your body just feels like it's being screamed at and woken up.
Dude, that's the crazy thing about having a baby, okay? I hear his screaming, like wherever I am. Like right now I'm in a room in our backyard, right? It's like a detached office. I faintly in the back of my hearing and consciousness, I swear to God, I hear him screaming from the other room, right? Because anytime we're all hanging out as a family and I'm like, I'm going to go to the bathroom, and I leave the room, he takes that opportunity to be like, it's just me and mom. Time to go fucking crazy, and starts crying and whatever. And I come back and Mandy is like, So every time I'm not in the room with them or wherever he is, in the back of my mind, I'm just like, is that him? Is he crying? Is that crying? And it happens in my dreams and everything. Like, just everywhere I go now, I'm just like, is that James crying? At the mall? Is James at the mall crying somewhere?
It sounds like you're like slipping into just madness. Like your last bit of strings of holding on to reality are slowly being cut.
I mean, from what I've heard, that's a pretty apt description of parenthood, so.
It feels good, guys. You should do it.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, we'll get right on that.
Water's fine. Jump on in. Just a little bit. And it's just in my imagination, really. Or it's not, but you never tell. You have to check. So that's where I'm at. I'm doing great. Everything's great, guys.
Good, good.
How about you, Mark?
I have a new company to rant at.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy. Hold on, let me check sponsor lists. Yeah, go for it.
Okay, yesterday I was angrier than I've been in a very long time because I'm currently in the process of the organization phase of editing the movie. And so to do that, there's a lot of data. There's a lot of data, like 90 terabytes worth of data that needs to be handled. And that's a ton of stuff. So I need a very special drive. Well, not a very special drive, but I need a drive that can have a lot of hard drives that can be in a RAID array and stuff like that. And it's just like, it's complex, but there's plenty of solutions out there. So this was one company called OWC, and the drives that they make are great. They work. I will say that straight up.
They work.
There's nothing wrong with them inherently in terms of how they function, the form, and stuff like that. However, and maybe this is my ignorance, but I got them, and I was able to use my MacBook to be able to transfer files over. It was like the hub for that because I was preparing things to go towards my main computer, which is a PC, a Windows computer, with a lot more editing horsepower than my MacBook, right? So I got what was called the Thunderbay 8, and I thought originally the problem was that it was the hard drive that I was given was formatted for Mac, right? There's a different file system. And I was like, because when I first plugged those hard drives into my computer, it didn't read, and I'm like, oh, it must be a different file format. I need to get a new one and then put it into exFAT and then copy everything over, right?
Sure.
So I got this thing called the Thunderbay 8, and on the page, I had to double check this after I got off the call with customer service yesterday because I was like, am I crazy? Am I just stupid in my execution of this? Because I go to the Thunderbay 8 and it says 8-bay Thunderbolt parentheses USB-C storage solution, right?
Okay.
But Thunderbolt is a proprietary Apple connector.
It's a proprietary Intel connector.
Oh, it's an Intel connector.
It's an Intel product.
You must not be a Thunderbaiter.
MacBooks have had Thunderbolt ports previously, right? Macs have had Thunderbolt
Yeah,
before.
they've had Thunderbolt ports for a while. They tried to
But
make
now
it for
they don't
Mac.
have Intel processors. Oh.
No. They still have Thunderbolt ports. It still
Okay,
works.
okay.
And to copy 90 terabytes of data takes about a day and a half. Even at RAID speeds in hard drive disks, the array still takes a long time. So I spent the better part of 2 days copying things over, waiting to be able to plug this into my computer to be able to go there. And then lo and behold, the copy is done, and I go and hook it up to my PC, and it doesn't connect still. And I'm losing my mind. For about 5-6 hours yesterday morning, I was just trying on that computer.
That's a lot of wasted Thunderbation.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. And so I plug it into this one, and this is a Threadripper processor. And then I look up, oh, Thunderbolt's Intel. So I was like, oh God, is it only going to work on an Intel processor? So I grab another computer that I have, and I plug it in there, and I'm like, oh, this doesn't work. And then I'm like, oh no, this one's a Ryzen. Oh no. And then I realized, oh, I have a Intel computer because Starforge Systems, Critical's company, sent me a computer a while back, which I didn't shout out. That was like half a year ago, and I said I needed to just give some support.
Hey, shout out to you.
Good job, Starforge Systems. or whatever
Yeah.
it was.
So I go there and I plug it in that one. I'm like, okay, this is gonna work, and it doesn't connect. And I'm just like, oh my God, no, it doesn't connect. So I call up finally customer service, and the first thing that he says is, all right, first thing off the bat, let's make sure it's not plugged into a USB-C port because it's just not going to work. And I go, oh no, what? But and he's like, it should be really obvious that this thing is not it's Thunderbolt only. And I'm like, what? And I'm like, oh, I must be stupid. I must just be an idiot. But no, if you go to their website, like I read, it says 8-bolt Thunderbolt USB-C storage solution. You scroll down their list, it does say Thunderbolt, but it also says stabilized Thunderbolt and USB-C cables with the added on anti-cable strain device.
Oh yeah, they give you the cables, you just can't use them.
Yes, it's just like there is nothing on this website that says Thunderbolt only. The host port requirements in the technical detail says Thunderbolt parentheses USB-C port. That's what it says. It says Thunderbolt USB-C port. That's what it says. And then this guy,
It's just telling you, Mark, that it's the same shape. Because you know a Thunderbolt port and a USB-C, they look the same. And they're just like, it's that one, but it's got the little lightning symbol next to it for
Yes.
Thunderbolt.
It sure do. And this is where I discovered that I was like, okay, maybe I can get a computer, like a PCI Express adapter to be able to get a Thunderport. But if your motherboard isn't built with Thunderport headers in it, you literally cannot put a Thunderbolt connector to your computer in any way, shape, or form. And I blame myself partially for the ignorance of the, difference. Like, I knew there was a difference between Thunderbolt and USB-C, but if you look online, there's many things that say, like, yeah, usually Thunderbolt and USB-C things can interconnect. It's just USB-C will be slightly slower.
Yeah, you don't get the same bandwidth. or whatever.
But it's still 20 gigabits a second. It's still high bandwidth. It's just
That's pretty good.
this specific hard drive from this specific company will not work if it's not Thunderbolt, period. And I bought 3 of these.
Oh, so they were cheap. That's what you're saying. This is some kind of cheap, duct taped together knockoff brand of product, and they're not at all outrageously expensive or something like that. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, they were only $5,279 a piece. So
That's a car.
Well, you better get some computers with Thunderbolt ports on them. Shit.
yeah, I better. So I'm heartbroken, and I get it. This is not entirely OWC's fault. I think they should remove some of the USB-C language, but I didn't even know in the first place. But it's just like, I'm mad and I need to lash out.
Thanks for that, Thunderbaiters.
And you talked to them, and after you figured out all of this stuff, you were like, well, obviously I need to return these. And the guy was like, ooh, but you accept delivery. They're yours forever. Sorry.
I picture this guy sitting in a dark room. It's like one light in there. He's holding a cigar. The phone rings like 3 times. He picks it up and he's like, "Before we get started, actually I've got a prop here. Before we get started, USB-C won't work. But I click."
That's basically how the call went.
That's his whole job.
I know that must be a common call because he said that before anything. He literally,
Not even hello, what's your name? It's before we get started.
no, he was like, "What's your problem?" And I told him like it wasn't connecting. He was like, "Oh, all right, first things first, USB-C won't fly." Just like, what?
You make like the saddest noise, like, "Bah!" And he just hangs up the phone, takes another
Sorry,
puff,
everybody.
picks up his bourbon, another one down.
You heard it here first. Mark is editing an entire movie on a MacBook Pro, everybody. That's what's happening.
Honestly, I was debating it, just being like, let's just do it here. But
I mean, you could get like a dock and a Magic Keyboard and one of those 4K Apple
Let
displays. Those
me
are pretty
check
good.
those are only
a
$6,000.
windmill thing.
3 times as much as they should cost, and or more than that. But they're good, so
Yeah.
worth it or whatever because it's got Apple on it.
The only saving grace is that like the enclosure has the hard drives in them, and the hard drives can be moved over to something else. So I got another 8-bay dock. So I'm just gonna take the hard drives out and hope that the RAID array stays in place if I insert them in the same place.
You just end up with 90 terabytes of de-addressed data across the hard drives. You plug them in, and they're all just like, oh, what is this? Film footage? Movie camera stuff? Oh boy. We're going to lose some of these pixels, tell you what.
From what I've heard, you can take a RAID array from something else because the RAID array is built into the hard drives itself and also what it's plugged into. But it's just like it was extremely heartbreaking. And I have to deal with some returns, and these were not. I was going to have these flown to like my editors. Oh, God.
Well, you could still do that. Just buy 3 more.
Yep.
In my brain, I don't know what I thought film was like recorded. I guess I pictured the big, giant, fancy like movie cameras having a long cable that somehow connect to another building next door that has just like stacks of storage, and the editors have to cram into there to make the movie right next door. That's how it always worked in my brain, I guess.
That's just how Hollywood does it. Union rules,
Yeah, union rules. You gotta build a separate bunker just for the data.
And upstairs, there's a guy with like a glass of bourbon and one light in a dark room holding a cigar, like, "That's right, keep editing and no USB-C."
Why does everyone have a cigar?
Man,
Oh.
I should get a prop that I keep near my desk that I just continuously make excuses to
I gotta
move out.
make it worth the business expense. I spent like $3 on this.
This is a $2 choke cigar. I gotta put it to work.
I've not had a reason to use it for a while, and if I don't put it in my mouth long enough, the saliva really gets gross.
All right. That's
Mm.
horrifying.
Thank you.
It's like a child's toy that never gets washed.
It's real fancy though. I've got my own personal cigar prop napkin that it sits on, and I change it out every once in a while.
You're like Chica because if we ever wash her toys, she has to re-saliva them back up. She's like,
Yeah, Lexi's the same way. We wash her bed sometimes, and every time we wash anything that she lays on, she has to like just to, like, wipe her butthole on it and stuff and get it all stacked up again.
Of course, as you do.
I do the same thing when Molly cleans sheets. I'm like, oh,
Whenever we change the sheets on the bed, I climb up on there, no boxers, and I just scratch around a little bit so I can get all, get my musk on there.
rub all around.
How am I going to get pink eye if I don't do that?
It's true. You did once give our entire recording, our tour group, pink eye.
Listen, I gave one person pink eye. And it's because I had pink eye, not because I wiped my butthole on anything.
Well, so you claim.
I don't know how I got it, and we're not going to get into that. But I gave it to other people through the eye area, not through any other areas.
I know how you didn't give it to him. You were BC.
Thanks.
Is that funny?
Thanks. Dark room, trench coat, cigar guy.
That does bring me to, we've had a good discussion here. It brings me to today's topic, Mark, and your struggles. So thank you for that beautiful setup.
Uh-huh.
Today we're going to talk about our wish list for the future. Things that we want to see, and I've got it broken down kind of by topic. I'll group this in with, like, we'll just talk about game technology, but to start off with. But that can include, like, filming and stuff. That's kind of like what we do. Just talking about realistic life. Right? We're not just going to name things that are, like, impossible, but realistically, things that, like, we could see happening or that we want to be developed. I think we have a good idea of things that we'd like to see. So, starting with film and game technology, what are some things you'd like to see changed or improved upon? Would you like a OWC to work with USB-C?
Wait, so hold on.
Is that a gaming technology?
Well, I'm grouping the two together for the sake of the conversation.
So is it game technology or games themselves? Or
Honestly, either one. It's
technically?
relatively vague. Mainly, I just want to talk about things that we want to see changed in the future. I just kind of got a list of topics in case we, like, hit a bump in things to talk about, but we can really talk about whatever we want with it.
You said realistic, but how far into the future can I reach, and how much can I extrapolate?
Let's say within, like, the next 100 years.
Okay.
That's pretty open, I think.
Is that how long we're gonna live? Is that your estimation?
Well, I'm going to live forever.
Oh.
I'm a main character, so I'm okay. Until they decide to retire me like Ash Ketchum and I just get put on the shelf.
But you don't die, you're stored away.
Yeah.
That kind of disqualifies what my answer is then. But I had one immediately come to mind for
It's
this.
a loose topic. So go for
And
it.
I want the technology without the dystopia, but that's not how it works, so I'll take both. I want the Ready Player One game-averse, the metaverse, if you will, from Ready Player One to be more real.
So I've never seen Ready Player One.
Okay, so it's a futuristic thing where basically the world takes place in a digital metaverse type thing where you pop on, but it's not just like you have a controller or a mouse and keyboard or something.
Like The Matrix.
It's like a VR headset type thing, but you also have a full haptic suit. So you're like running, you're feeling, stuff hits you. There's like impacts. It's full haptic feedback, haptic input, full suit, and this is the world in which people work, right? The dystopian part is there's a company called IOI, and they are the Facebook or Meta of the world because they like kind of own the universe, and they basically turn people into indentured servants by crushing them with debt and then putting them in like a debtor's prison until they work off their debt, and it's like impossible to successfully work off your debt. That's the dystopian part. But we're kind of already there. But at least in that world, you're doing it in a digital world. You're playing you're working inside the game, and then you get out of that, and then you're just. Now that I'm saying it out loud, it does sound pretty bad. But the world is essentially like a fully immersive real world where you can have a job, you can earn money, you have an avatar, there are references to pop culture. I want a game world that's kind of like that, and I feel like we're heading in that direction, but from what I've seen from the metaverse, I got low hopes for that one, the real world metaverse in our world. We'll see where that goes, but that seems cool. Like, it seems fun to just have, it's like what Second Life was in the early 2000s, except way, way more of a realistic and fun and immersive experience.
So funny that you mentioned that because Amy and I, we just watched like this video essay that was talking about Decentraland. Have you heard of Decentraland?
I have heard of it, and I honestly can't remember a single piece of information about it, but like I've heard that name or whatever. Yeah.
So Decentraland was created at the very beginning hype of the cryptocurrency, decentralization, like all the key buzzwords that you would hear out of the crypto world. to be like, you can own your virtual land, be the first to have your own virtual land that's integrated into the blockchain. It's when you go into this, the experience is so
5250.
garbage. It's so much worse than Roblox, like any of these other like online games. And what you do, and it's funny you mentioned Second Life. Second Life is a surprisingly robust and well integrated online community that has so much more actual real world value than Decentraland ever could. And it's so funny because those online games like World of Warcraft and any MMO, they actually do have a translatable real world value for their currency. Even World of Warcraft has integrated into their game a way for you to pay for gold because gold farmers were such a problem.
Yeah.
With crypto on the
not with
blockchain, bro.
crypto. No, unfortunately, it's not on the blockchain.
If it's not on the blockchain, then I don't know.
It's just such a comically bad experience. It is so shittily programmed. It's so terribly integrated, and they actually scrapped their VR plans because the game developers couldn't do it. They just weren't good enough. And so you have this world where that's where the metaverse people who are at least incorporated into the crypto world want to take the metaverse. But even Facebook's own metaverse is still a inferior version of Second Life. It's hilarious to see where things kind of go backwards when people don't actually care about the world that they're building, or the people in the world don't care about improving the world that they're building. You know, it's just such a fascinating thing. So I don't know if that'll ever happen, especially in the way that like Facebook or Meta, I guess, now wants to take it with their stuff. I love the Oculus. Well, I guess it's called the Meta Quest now.
The Meta Quest 2?
I actually really like that as a VR headset, but not for the purposes of getting in the metaverse. I like it for its gaming ability, because I get motion sickness pretty badly, but the newest one actually helps it because it tracks your eyes, like where your eyes are looking, so it's helped a lot.
It yet. I didn't know that it was better because I used to get motion sick with the old one, but I've had one for like 2 years just sitting here in a box.
In a box wrapped in plastic, sitting on the floor of your office, covered in banana peels.
Interesting.
I can't believe it.
It's out of the box. It's just in this box.
You put it in its case and then never opened it again?
No, that's the Quest 2. I'm talking about the Quest Pro.
No, yeah, I read
newer?
mid talk. You were talking about the Pro. Yes, the Pro is better and newer. And
Oh, so this thing's out of date. Good, I'll get rid of it.
that's
Get a new one.
garbage. You might as well just throw that in the toilet and flush it down.
Outdated.
And then, what was it? HTC, they released their,
I do
like,
want
oh,
the
yeah,
editor. I heard that was
Yeah, they're really lightweight headset thing that looks like a big pair of glasses. Sort of. I don't remember what it's called, but yeah, no. Well, see, that's the thing. Technologically, I feel like we are, like you're saying, we are heading in a direction where VR and AR headsets are already at a place where the HTC one, I saw a demo of a person using it in AR as like a work productivity thing, where it's like you're at a desk, but the desk is empty, but you can have as many monitors as you want, right? You can have custom sized monitors and scaled and positioned and all this stuff, and you have like an AR workspace where it's just a desk, but you can have the exact right customization of your workspace, what's available, what things like. That looks super cool, and the lightweight nature of the tech is getting to the point where, yeah, I could see a future where we have the sort of technology that Ready Player One has, but if I have to be realistic, you're also dead accurate that I have no faith that a company with the resources to create a universe like the one I'm dreaming about would do it in a way that would be good, and I have even less faith that any users who would get on there, would use it in good faith. Like, the people would just want to break it, they'd want to game the system, they'd want to hack it or gamify it and try and make, like, video games are just made to be abused, right? So no one would approach it in a way where it's like, let's enjoy this world and build it, and what people would just be like, let's fuck this up, let's hack it, let's extract money from this, whatever, and it's like, yeah, well, people are going to ruin it, and it's going to be ruined before it even happens because it's made by a company, so no, I don't think that's ever going to exist. But it could, in my dreams. Mm-hmm. Maybe.
It could.
It could.
Yeah.
All right, so crippling debt and being forced into a virtual world.
Mm-hmm. Debtor's prisons and drones with facial recognition that hunt you down to put you in debtor's prison. That's my
Did you see? Did you see that the original developer of the Oculus Rift made a modded version of the headset with like 3 shotgun shells like arranged right here up on your cranium, so that when you die in the game, it'll fire the shotgun shells and kill you. No,
Oh my god.
it's obviously not for sale. But I think it was made as like a art piece statement thing. But it's just like that's.
Jigsaw's VR headset.
Yeah, I mean, it's his view of VR and, that world being twisted in the way that it has. I think he's kind of jaded a little bit, but it's very funny.
Too real. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Mark, do you have any dreams?
What's your dream, Mark?
Dream?
Your technological wish list?
Technological wish list. Man, I don't know. Coming off of the AI conversation is like
8-bay hard drives that can use Thunderbolt and USB-C at the same time.
Yeah, no, I want a unified connection system, which is what USB was supposed to be, right? USB is called Universal Serial Bus. It was originally meant to be something that could unify all of these connections, and yet you still have these companies that are like, no, we gotta make a proprietary connector. And then the freaking USB Commission couldn't decide what the hell the USB Implementers Forum is what it's called. And the nightmare that was USB 3, because there was USB 3, and then there was USB 3.0 Gen 1 or Gen 2, and then there was USB 3.1 Gen 1, which was actually USB 3.0 Gen 2, and then there was USB 3.1 Gen 2, and then USB 3.2 Gen 1, which was 5 gigabits per second, which was no faster than USB 3.0, and then there was USB 3.2 Gen 2, which was 10 gigabits per second, which was actually USB 3.1 Gen 2. It's just like the names just kept getting worse.
You lost me like a third of the way into that.
I understand that technology is complicated, and I also understand that the thing that that USB whatever committee that you said faces is that they have versions of protocols and versions of connectors, right?
Yes.
But whoever comes up with the names over there should have been fired so long ago. Like, Jesus
Yeah.
Christ. It's a USB-A female Gen 2. No. USB-A 3 Gen. No, 3.1 Gen. Oh, wait, it's a B connector. This is a USB-B. A USB-B. Oh, my God. Like, who.
Before we get started, let me say, is this about our naming system? Because if so, nothing to say.
Also, mini USB and micro USB. What the fuck happened? All right, this is not a conversation that I think a large portion of our listeners really care about. But
Everyone relates.
if you want to go down a rabbit hole of someone who sounds a lot like Mark going on a rant about some dumb bullshit, look up a video of like a tech YouTuber, like Linus Tech Tips or somebody, talking about the USB naming conventions and how absolutely confusing and fucked it all is.
Well, at least it's all universal.
Yeah,
I
it
have
is
the full
universal.
list.
That's true. That's
I have
true.
the full list of names if you guys want it. There's
Sure.
USB 2.0, and then there's USB 3.2 Gen 1 X1.
What happened to USB 1.0? What are we just skipping things now?
Yeah, USB 1.0 is whatever. It's back in the day.
Doesn't get to be on the list. It sucks.
Is this about USB 1.0? Because,
We shot that in the backyard 20 years ago.
All right. Sorry. USB 2.0, the beginning, obviously.
Yeah, USB 3.2 Gen 1 X1. That is the next step because the old
X1.
names, the old names for USB 3.2 Gen 1 X1 was USB 3.0, and its old name was also USB 3.1 Gen 1. Then there's USB 3.2 Gen 1 X2, which
Okay.
is it's the double of USB 3.2. Then there's USB 3.2 Gen 2 X1, whose old name was USB 3.1 Gen 2, and then there's USB 3.2
Oh.
Gen 2 X2, and then I thought USB 4 was going to be better. No, it's not. USB 4 Gen 2 X1, USB 4 Gen 2 X2, USB 4 Gen 3 X1, USB 4 Gen 3 X2, USB 4 Gen 4 X1, USB 4 Gen 4 X2, and then USB 4 Gen 4 asymmetric.
Whoa, hey.
That's where they fired the guy who was doing all the Gen 2 X's. And the new guy was like, let's go in a different direction, guys.
Yeah.
I've got some thoughts.
Which ones of these work with Thunderbase?
None of them.
None of those are the
Just
ones.
make sure.
It's like not only that, but like naming conventions should be. You have to force everyone to adhere to it, or it's punishable by death. Because when AT&T, when 5G was just starting, and then AT&T came up with this brilliant idea of 5G experience. Do you guys know about this?
5GE.
5GE, right?
No.
5GE. There was originally LTE yada yadas, and that was a whole nightmare of itself. But 5G, AT&T did not have 5G towers up yet. They did not. Their phones were not 5G capable. There was not anything about that was possible. They came up with this marketing scheme that as soon as people started hearing about 5G, and 5G phones were still a year away, they came up with this brilliant idea that they would relabel their latest version of LTE to call it the 5G experience, so that people could get a glimpse of what 5G is going to be like. And it just threw a fucking wrench in the entire concept of 5G in general, which the commission for 5G was like, yeah, it's 5G. There's only one convention for it. But then these marketing assholes were just like 5G experience, and it's nothing different from LTE. It was no different, and they got away with it.
Are you having issues with our 5G experience? Because
That,
that's a problem then, sorry.
yeah, Cigar's really getting its mileage today.
yeah.
We all appreciate it. That's like Taco Bell saying that they serve grade A-E beef. It's actually grade E beef or whatever. It's Taco Bell buys cheaper stuff.
EAB.
But it's the grade A experience level of beef. Once Taco Bell puts their juice in it or whatever, spices.
I love that for us.
I can't believe that's not illegal.
I know,
That
right?
seems just like straight up fraud. Like I get if you want to say like in the marketing, if you want to say like it's as fast as 5G kind of or what, but calling it 5GE, like the phones said on them in the little firmware in the thing, it would say you have 5GE service in the little corner. I've seen that. That's just like a scam because it seems like it's a 5G convention. It's a misnomer of that would be like if you called something USB-C, but it was actually a regular USB Type A plug or something. Like, it doesn't make sense. It's not the same thing at all.
Well, it's a USB LC because it's like C.
USB-CE. It's the experience.
Yeah, USB. Yeah, so in the future, companies must adhere to one naming convention they have to pick. They all have to agree on one, and it's just the one.
And if you disagree, you get sent to the guy with a cigar for beatings.
Create an independent city-state like the Vatican. And the people that live there, all they do is live and breathe naming conventions, and they have ultimate authority to enforce it. They have their own gulag and torture chambers, a whole 9 yards. I'm with you, Mark.
Yep.
You go to naming convention church where they'll like bless your name. Like, I want to call this USBD. And they're like, I'm sorry, my son. No. Slap. And you leave.
It wouldn't be church though, would it? Be NameCon Con. You gotta go to NameCon Con if you want to get a
NameCon.
You want to get a naming con because they're nerds.
All right. Well, Bob wants eternal prison in VR. Mark wants just good names.
Very reasonable things to wish for. We have high goals.
I think within the next 100 years that's doable. Well, I don't think it'll happen, but could it? Yes.
It could happen today.
Naming things properly could very easily happen, but we have to lie for profit. Yay.
Hooray!
This might be a bit happier. What about technological advancements with food?
I want it to continue to remain to be edible.
That's good. I like meat a lot. I can't live without meat. But I've admitted I'm a hypocrite. I could never kill something to eat it. So to have, like, tofu doesn't quite do it for me. But if we could have something that fully simulated the feeling and taste of meat without me having to, like, eat an animal, I would love that. If I could have a steak without having to have a dead cow, that would make me happy.
Yeah, there's some pretty good technological advancements in terms of lab-grown meat. And I know that as a name, like, doesn't speak a lot towards it. So let's get the meat experience, you know?
Weird side tangent on that.
There's a huge, like, I don't know, there's like a big snobby thing about like lab created diamonds versus like naturally found diamonds. I imagine it'll be the same thing with food where it's like, oh, this is one of the best steaks I've ever had. Yes, it's lab created. Lab created. Now it doesn't taste as good.
Just like with diamonds, food is only good if someone or something suffered or died so you could eat it.
I'm glad this was a happier topic.
Real diamonds are chemically or whatever, physically not really different or distinguishable from lab-made diamonds. In fact, lab-made diamonds may be even more pure because it's a controlled thing. But no one had to work in those mines. There's no blood washed off those diamonds as they come through customs.
If you're calling about the lab created, I'm gonna have to let you go.
No, that one doesn't play. That's too far.
Yeah,
that one doesn't
damn
work.
it.
Wait for a real opportunity. Don't shoehorn it in.
I have to. It's too funny to me if it's not funny.
But I mean, there is something about that. Is like, yeah, people in most experiences, like there have to be like something that can tie it to a story. It's like almost if you could just conjure diamonds in your hand, it would probably be the same thing as lab grown thing because pretty much that's what they do. They're gonna here's a diamond. It's not that hard. For some reason, people would be like, ugh. But with lab grown meat, I think that there's a lot of people like you and myself included that would be like, yeah, if it's just as nutritionally dense, probably more so if it has a better amino acid profile than like actual meat and it still tastes good. Like, why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't? Because in the long run, much like lab grown diamonds, it'd probably be cheaper and it would be more sustainable. And it would have less side effects on various different environmental factors, you know, like animal care factors and stuff like that. It would have a lot of pluses to it, but there would still be people that would be like, yeah, but it's nothing like taking a chainsaw to old Bessie out on the
And we call it something like 100% real meat. NR. Where NR stands for not really. It's real.
I think in the future the preferred term will be non-conscious flesh.
Non-conscious flesh. Can I get the non-conscious flesh mignon?
Then you get a gross and hard to stomach thing attached to it. You're like, oh, this is non-conscious flesh. Ooh. I couldn't harvest my own non-conscious flesh, but man, is it delicious. I'll sure eat it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's the thing. It's gross, right? That's why it's cool.
That's why it's cool, I think. Yeah.
No, I'm with you. I agree with everything both of you said. I think that would be a cool development. I do think, see, that's the thing too, right? Like I've learned enough about like the treatment of animals in factory farms and like I've learned enough to the point where it's like, man, I wish I could just go vegan, but the interconnectivity of food and memory and like my life to me is rough because there are certain things you can't recreate with just like tofu or tempeh or vegan or vegetarian alternatives where it's like that is a nostalgic thing that I cannot just let go of or get over. It's part of my childhood. It's part of my family connection. And it doesn't make me feel less guilty about it, but it is like if you could get that experience and also it's cruelty free, I would be 100% happy and on board with that. It's just a weird thing. I don't know. Even just saying this, I feel like a hypocrite. I'm sure people out there are like, you just don't have self-control. I'm like, yeah, do you see me? I'm not fat because I have a lot of self-control. Probably the opposite. It's tough. That would be a good technological advance. You kind of took mine. I got to be honest.
You're welcome.
Yeah, wait. You posed a question, then you answered it.
Wade also stole it right out of my mouth because
If you have complaints for the host, let me start with I can't help you.
I had opened my mouth to go like, yeah.
All right, Mark. You go next, buddy. I'm sure you have other food technologies.
I mean, I'm hoping that down the road, you know how in Star Trek they have their little box where you ask for anything and it makes it? I hope that in the future there is like this system, and this is way down the road, not quite let it materializes it in there, but it has like, you know, where you put ink into a printer, but you got like protein, carbs, fats, and it'll go, and it'll print
Your protein cartridge.
Yeah, why not? Like, if it could, it's kind of fun. Like,
You walk up to the synthesizer and you're like, 1 pepperoni pizza, please, and it prints out a cheese pizza, and then on the little screen it's like, low on protein. Like, fuck!
So you have to like take your USB 523C version 9.15 meat cartridge to plug in there.
Well, that'll be Bluetooth 8.6 at that point, so.
Wireless meat cartridge.
Wireless meat? That's the future. Wireless meat. I can't wait.
I'll just transfer you some meat via Wi-Fi.
Yeah, no, food synthesizers, that's a good one too. The thing about that is it needs to get to a point where it's not gross. I'm sure that that sort of technology could exist relatively soon, but it would just print out like, you know, like horrifying meme versions of food where you'd look at it and just be like, oh, I'll eat something else.
Yeah, I don't imagine it's gonna look very good. And you just get like a printer error, like on a 3D printer, and it just starts spaghettifying and just go. Oh no, my food got cancer. Ah, damn it.
Ooh, that's a fun genre. It's like a combination of right now how you could find live streams of 3D printers, and you could also find like cooking show type content. It's a 3D printer cooking show live stream where you're watching it. Half the time, it starts off printing something fancy, it's printing a steak, but then it just turns into spaghetti. But if that happens, the machine just changes it over to actually spaghetti, and it's just half a steak covered in spaghetti, and the machine's like, aha!
It's like a fillet base with like spaghetti tendrils coming off that are start off with beef and turn into spaghetti.
Oh god, it's like an alien-infested steak with spaghetti things.
I mean, honestly, like, yeah, if that is something that could happen in the future, there would be printer errors, and it's just like, weird random food combinations.
You'd probably discover combinations you'd never think to try that'd be actually really delicious. Like, I never thought about having spaghetti wrapped fillet.
I think they call that a carbonara.
Well,
I don't know why, but I thought you were going to add another step to the carbonara thing, but you just...
Isn't that what a carbonara is? Am I crazy?
No, that's not what a carbonara is.
Steak carbonara. Can't you have a steak carbonara? A meat carbonara?
Look, carbonara is a simple dish where you start with bacon and or pancetta, some kind of smoked pork product, then you cut it into little bits, crisp that up in a pan, and then you add like an egg yolk and a whole shit ton of Parmesan cheese. And that's it. And it's pasta with like a creamy cheese sauce on it.
No, it's got meat.
It has little bacon bits in it.
Look, if it's got spaghetti and meat, it's a carbonara.
we are unifying our naming system.
Skyline's three-way carbonara. No, you're what? You're right, Mark. I'm coming around. It's got spaghetti, it's got meat, carbonara.
If there's one country that has really strict food rules, it's Italy. And you know, you got your cannolis, you got your carbonara. You got one thing's cannoli, one thing's a carbonara. That's it.
Dude, my stream chat since that episode's come out has just been, is this insert random bullshit a cannoli? Like every fucking person that comes in, so many new people come in and just ask me if bullshit's it's the new bald. Instead of just people coming saying bald, it's now, is fucking my sister a cannoli? It's like, god damn it.
Wait, is that one a cannoli?
Shut up.
No, what? You're telling me you didn't talk that through?
No, I did not talk that through, and I made that one up, I think.
Well, now I'm just curious. Mark, you're the cannoli expert. Is fucking my sister a cannoli? Discuss.
Well, if you think about it, as per our definitions of cannoli, it's something that is wrapped that is not.
It has to bend unnaturally.
Yeah, it has to be wrapped unnaturally, and if there's nothing more unnatural than fucking your sister. Therefore, cannoli.
Cannoli.
I'm glad we've solved this.
Oh wait, I will say, have you guys seen oh now I can't remember the 4D rule of food or whatever the hell, the cube rule of food? Did you guys see that?
Cube rule of food.
If there's one thing flat, it's like a toast. If you Google it, it's like a picture.
Ah, I see.
Okay.
People
I
continue.
see
What the fuck just happened?
Hang on, my computer's still on. That's good. This had a lot of liquid in it a minute ago.
Oh God! Oh no!
I think I spilled it around the PlayStation, and it just barely spilled next to, but not onto the computer. I think we're fine.
Before we get started, did you spill liquid on it? Because if you did...
Everyone laughs every time you do it, Wade. Never stop.
They are.
The subreddit's going to tell me they are.
So, yeah, the cube rule of food. Yeah, cube rule of food. I've got it right here. They have a lot of the elements that we talked about, right? So we have toast, and that's a very specific thing. We have a sandwich, which is also defined. 3 is a taco. Yeah, that's fair. But 4 being sushi, as we all know, Japanese stole the concept of sushi from the Italians and their cannolis. Therefore, inherently, all sushi is a cannoli. But what real sushi is not wrapped at all. It's rice, like fish on rice. The rolls are just how it evolved from cannoliism.
Yeah, no.
So
Isn't the thing that is called nigiri sushi? Isn't that just like rice and fish? And isn't that, I don't know if that's more traditional or what, but maki rolls are the things that are rolled in seaweed or whatever. But sushi is like,
So hold on, is butter toast or is butter a calzone? Butter would be a calzone, right?
butter? What are you talking about?
Just a nice cube of butter would be a calzone.
How about you get your reading comprehension out of yours and look for identifying dishes based on starch locations?
Oh, starch.
Is butter a starch? Didn't think so.
I don't know, man. I just eat it.
So they got like the bread bowl and the calzone. Like I think we got all of it except they're wrong about sushi here. This is clearly a cannoli. Number 4 is a misnomer.
yeah, they mislabeled cannoli as sushi. I don't understand what happened.
Wait, if you have a soft shell taco that kind of wraps a little bit, does it become a cannoli?
Depends on how much you wrap it. You let that top end flop over. If it touches inadvertently, it's suddenly a cannoli, and then you ruined your taco experience.
Oh,
He's not wrong. He's 100% right.
okay.
I'm 100%.
I think anyone that eats a taco is ruining their experience. Man, I've got more, but I don't know. I feel like I should stop this before we get... Alright, what future tech... One more. What future tech do you want to see to help us build our unidentifiable clown army?
Unidentifiable clown army, isn't that a bit of a... I feel like if it's a clown army, it's going to be very identifiable as clowns.
No, you won't know. See, remember the callback. This is a callback to like one of our earlier episodes. The
One of
clowns
the
we parachuting
earliest
down.
episodes,
But
actually.
because they're dressed like clowns, nobody knows whose clowns they are. But as technology goes along, we need to keep advancing our clown army. So this is more of a me thing, but I need you guys to help build it for me.
I don't even think that now, in today's era of clownage, that they wear like jerseys showing their clown team. I don't think that clowns have sponsors labeled on their outfits that show who owns them.
If the next clown I see at a birthday party doesn't have a sponsored covered race suit like a NASCAR driver, I'm going to be disappointed, and I'm going to teach them how to make some real money at that job.
They go to squeeze their nose like, squeak, squeak.
Sponsored by OWC.
Anyway, Wade, I don't want to help you build your clown army, but I would say that the answer lies in one word: smaller.
Smaller.
Smaller the clowns, the more you can drop at once, the more mischievous activities they can get up to. Perfection. That's all you need.
So we need a box on the plane that not even on the plane, but before they board the planes and helicopters, there's a box they go into that compresses them down into smaller clowns.
Isn't that what their cars are for?
No, this is so simplified by clown breeding. You know, I know we don't believe, we believe that all clowns should breed in the wild, but we should maybe selectively breed clowns to get like a toy clown.
We should get Monsanto on that. They're really good at selective breeding.
They'll just make bigger clowns, and I don't know if that's what we
Make clowns that won't die if they get bitten by beetles.
I want genetically modified clowns.
What modifications would you want?
All organic clowns. Naturally sourced. Free range clowns. That's how I want my clowns.
Clouds are all like weird shapes and the color's really inconsistent, but they're organic. So, did we answer your question, Wade?
I mean, honestly, better than I thought you guys would. So I'll take it.
No one had a concern after the first 2 seconds of the liquid spill on my desk. I'm glad it all worked out for us.
Oh, you said it didn't hit your PC, and it was like, well, then it's not our problem.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah. I mean, I care. I guess I'm supposed to. As your friend, I care. How are you?
I'm sticky. I'm unhappy. Sticky.
You're a parent. Aren't you always sticky now?
I wash my hands pretty frequently, but this area is free game. I get spit ups and all kinds of stuff, and things get on my phone now. But my hands, I wash, because the baby sucks on them a lot. It's not what it sounds like. It's just a baby sucking on my fingers.
You need to talk about it?
It's not what you think. It's just a baby who likes to put my finger in his mouth. It's his baby. He thinks that's funny.
I mean, it is kind of funny.
It's not. It's sticky.
All right, well.
Thanks for your concern, I guess, is my summary. I appreciate know what I had? But sure. Or if you have a oh, that's I should or stop it. No, no, fair's fair. Can we? Oh, gee. It's spinning. Oh, myself out. Yes. Yeah. See it. I think. That's Joseph resistance army. Take this seriously. How are we check it out? Shut. I worked at a deli. Why are we doing comedy in our training video? Just show me how to flip the panties. What are we doing?
We need to do those. Is this gonna be on the consequence?
Oh, what? Oh, what?
Wait, you. But who wants that? Who is that swing? This looks so depressing. Moist, I don't want to do this job. Oh,
Sorry, yeah.
this is an important lesson about hustle. What? Wait, you can just do that? I don't want to do that.
May I take your order, sir?
I want a Big Mac and a Coke, and make it snappy, baby. Make it snappy, baby.
It was just a plain Jane.
Mika, what is this?
I don't want to watch this anymore. Can we start the McDonald's training?
You're not ready yet, Sly.
It's weird. This isn't getting me ready for anything.
Let's jump into the quiz. Moist, give us the quiz. We're ready.
Well, we've got a handbook we've got to look over.
We have to look over a handbook?
Yeah.
What?
There's an employee training handbook. It's all outlined in the McDonald's employee training guide.
What the
Open up the handbook.
I can't open the file.
Moist, where's the handbook? We would not last, what, 30 seconds in McDonald's.
I can't open the file.
You have failed. Moist, please, we need this job.
You have 5 minutes. You have
Give us
5
a
minutes
break.
to revise a manual.
I can't download the file.
Who is the manual?
Chicken Jackie.
This is why I'm voting Cody.
I can't download the fucking file.
Just imagine sliding his first day at work. He's like,
I just can't download. Can't delete it.
Why can't you download the file?
I'm gonna win Burger King.
Do you want a job or not?
Shut up,
Times
woke.
are tough.
Shut up, woke.
Shut up, Loki.
Listen, times are tough in this
I know I don't hear DEI talking right now.
We either evolve as a team or sleep deprived ends, dude, okay?
Maybe it's just time sleep deprived ends.
This is how we save sleep deprived.
I can't download the
This is
file.
Time's up. You guys failed.
Can't download file.
Sly, can you open the quiz?
Yeah, I got the quiz right here. My quiz. Yeah, my quiz.
Okay, so let's just do it as a team.
No,
It's not gonna be the same quiz.
it's not the same quiz.
It's not? We all have a different
Everyone has their own 10-question quiz.
Okay, where is my 10-question quiz?
I don't know. I can't download it. Voice is banging his head against the table right now. What happens if employees fail to clock in properly? Well, they probably don't get paid. Or they may not be able to work. I'm going to say B.
Nothing ever happens. Nothing ever happens.
What's the best approach to a new manager? Assess them for weaknesses. Welcome them and be supportive, or introduce yourself with a smile. I'm going to introduce myself with a smile.
I think you have to find their weak points on their body.
No.
Like the back of their knees.
You want
and
me to
their shins.
explore my new manager's body?
Wasn't that what you did at your deli job?
My boss did. He explored my body. What action should be taken if a customer insists on using a coupon that's expired? Make fun of them for being broke.
I
That's
love
crazy.
it when they
I would never do
stand.
that. You have to politely explain when it's not
come
valid.
on.
If you see a fellow employee slacking off, what should you do? Join them. This can't be real. Wait, none of these are a good answer. Hey, buddy, the burgers don't flip themselves. Really? What kind of leave is specifically mentioned in the holiday and other leave section? Sabbatical leave, casual leave, maternity leave, study leave.
I think Schlatt should leave on maternity leave, yeah.
Yeah. What happens if a customer leaves money behind? Okay, you take it. Notify the manager like a good little employee. Boys, did you make this quiz?
I did not.
What do you mean you did not?
I did.
8, if you spill some on the floor, what do? Pretend to slip and sue the franchise. See an unauthorized person behind the counter, let them take over your shit. You have to post.
What should employees clock in or when? Oh, I'd like to do it like 10 minutes early, so you get like an extra little bit of money. You like scam the company. When I worked software, I would clock in 15 minutes early for like an extra $5.
You gotta clock in for a software job?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Who trains the new staff? I pick A. How often should you check the inventory?
It replenishes itself.
What should you do if you find someone stealing? Ooh, record it for cloud. That could be a really good YouTube video. We could put that on Sleep Deprived, right, Moist?
That's correct.
Number 10. How do you deal with
You're
complaints?
not going with D, Astro? You're not going with D?
Oh shit! You're right. D. How do you deal with complaints about food temperature?
Blowing on it! Blowing on it!
Hey, blowjob. Your turn, Panda.
Whoa, what was that background?
Respond.
Minimize that. What was that background?
Yeah, wait, what? Hold on.
What was your desktop background? Your
I
wallpaper?
saw-
Stop,
No,
hit minimize on
We all
that.
saw that.
I saw that. What the?
What?
We all saw that.
You guys are weird, okay? I'm trying to work at McDonald's. I'm homeless right now. I need money. Stop your shenanigans.
Can we get a slow motion replay of that?
I'm gonna flash you, Mika.
Oh my god.
How should employees respond to customers that are rude? Show them your toenail collection? A. What does McDonald's offer every 10 years for the special perk?
Blowjob under the counter.
Waffle party.
Blowjob.
It's a golden McDonald's macaroni watch. What's the recommended action if you notice a workplace violence? World Star! According to the handbook, an employee job is not affected by retweeting hens. I feel like these are way more catered to mine than everybody else's. But I'm gonna have to say C. If a customer orders something that's not on the menu, how should you respond? I'm gonna have to say recommend another restaurant. I like when people do that.
Yeah, that's good customer service.
How should you treat customers with special needs? Begin reading the menu in a dramatic voice. Use sign language.
That is something you would do, Panda. Use sign language even though you don't know it.
No, that's what I would do with the Naruto hand signs. When do new hires start earning vacation hours? I'm just gonna skip this one. What should you practice personal hygiene? Never. How did I do, Moist?
How do we all do?
You did pretty well. You got 5.
Wow. 50%.
That's a pass. Mika did even better with 6 points.
Wow. Good job.
Yes, thank you.
Astra and Panda are tied.
What did we get?
You got 0.
What?
Hey, we are the one.
Right?
Put 1 in front of 0. That's a 10. 10 out of 10.
Maybe we're applying for the wrong role. Can Panda and I be regional manager?
No.
Damn it.
You gotta work your way up.
You gotta suck up the manager.
You gotta suck a lot of cock before you get the regional manager.
I'm good at that.
Really?
Watch that.
Really?
Alright, Moist, what now?
Now it's time to put your skills to the test with our patented training simulation game.
Yes.
Schlatt, your task will be to make a Big Mac.
Okay.
Astra, your task is to pass the quiz. Because
Oh,
you
no.
failed the first time.
Oh no.
Mika, your task is to serve a customer. And Panda, you can do the French fries or something. The fries in the bag.
Do I do some exercise?
Your task was to make a Big Mac, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, well, the whole game's in Japanese, bro.
Is that a diaper?
Sure looks like a diaper. No, that's actually the fry apparatus.
I thought it was a diaper.
Bigu Maku. Hamburger. Hamburger.
Second bottom. Yeah, that's.
Jeez. What? I'm gonna move the box 2 inches to the right. Pickle. Cheese. The patty.
It's meatless.
You get some more cheese on it. Some more cheese on it.
Shut up! Oh, I did it! fuck. Okay. I got a 50. I need to try again.
Okay, do the Big Mac. That could work. With fingers here. Ooh, star shape.
Slip the table over. Oh.
Maybe it's like smoothing. Me down.
Of course! I did everything you wanted me to! What the fuck did I do wrong? I did that in way less time. And I'd only get 2 more points. Moist? Huh? Huh? Ikimeku.
That's right.
Kakura.
It's good enough.
No, it's not. I'm making this fucking Big Macu.
Enough money to training for 4 hours. I mean, that was swift.
The diagram.
It's, I literally have done them in the same exact order every time. Fuck you.
Fuck off. She called you an idiot, I think.
Fuck her. Oh, that has to be a pass. That can't not be a pass.
That might have been any percent roll.
What the fuck?
Okay. Well,
No. Shut up.
Moist, I would like to file.
Shut up. No. That's gotta be a pass. That's gotta be a pass.
Put a little extra salt on it. It's too. Have you been cooking that one? Like,
I've said it like 3 times.
that was quick. I got an attitude shot. You're getting better. Last one. Clearly non-verbal. Like the sauce. Some characters that aren't just katakana.
I can't read katakana. I can't read it. I can't read Japanese. But I do speak it quite well.
Hi. Okay. Got it. All right. Sounds good. Sounds good. Let's. Okay. Got it. All right. Wash my hands. God, let's get her done.
All right, make it. Lock in, dude. Hit start.
Right. Oh. Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. Deliver the goods.
Deliver the money.
Why can't I play? Oh, what's he want?
Ooh, ice cream might be broke. Be careful.
Ice cream.
If this is the Big Mac mage slat, it's slat mage. It's actually done.
Ice cream.
This guy's gonna become so fat after this.
It's one meal, man.
He's gonna have a giant belly.
Oh, hold on, I'm blocking it.
Ooh, new customer.
Shit.
I've heard she's tough. She has a weird order.
Well, I don't give a fuck. Come on.
She got Diet Coke? You sure? I don't know.
If you order ginger ale.
I don't know.
I don't know if that's. I don't know if you should have gave her a DC.
Burger. Val, we're done. We're done. Hello? Yes.
Let's see you score, dude. Let's see it. I need it. I'm actually really pissed at this.
Oh, God damn it.
I'm taking a fucking walk.
No, this is good for us, because if Mika goes and works at McDonald's, then it's just us three. Maybe we can save the business by splitting 3 ways.
I'll be back, but I need to go cool off.
He's definitely taking a shit.
He's on maternity leave.
So I think I want to challenge the McDonald's. Okay, I'm ready for advanced.
You got this.
It was like Mario Kart. You have to hold it down at 2. Oh my god. Okay, so 0 degrees Celsius. Okay, so then this means moon. The bottom one means like rice paddy at night, maybe. I'll go this one. Oh, I got it right.
Ooh.
Okay, this is really difficult, Moist. Tanashi, that means... What does that mean again? I forget. It's third one. Oh, I'm cracked. Rade-ta. Moist, I want to work at Taco Bell.
No.
Okay. Damn it.
Oh.
Mika, I need a conversion. Quick, use Canada math. How much is 15 degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit?
Like 70, maybe? I don't know.
That seems like a good temperature for a food. Damn. Who would want to eat food cold? I can't read. This is like super kanji mode.
Super kanji mode.
You can still bring it back.
Cold, Alright, so I get off at 5. Damn it. Kame. Damn it.
Ooh.
Is that a pass?
No, you have to retry.
This one. Oh my god. Moist, I might get the job. What the fuck? JASPL, People's Liberation. Kinda wish I pick. Help me.
Bottom.
You fucker. You want this job more than me. You're sabotaging me. 50, that's a pass, right?
No.
Mika, you don't know. You said that Mika passed at 50.
How the fuck did
50 is
Mika
not-
pass in his first try? That's bullshit. I was way more coordinated in my Big Mac.
You were definitely speedier, and you had that shit down. I think the thing was, it was just the order of things.
No, it wasn't. I was hitting the buttons in the right order. Screw you.
I want to flip a burger. This is bullshit. I'm done with quizzes, Moist. I'm breaking the rules.
Gonna do a teriyaki burger?
I'm doing the teriyaki. Oh my god. Okay, click the yellow butt plug.
Oh, I see what
Whoa.
But
Yeah, come on. Yeah. Click the arrows on the right.
Okay, hello? What the fuck? Holy shit, look at this. That's some good coding right there. This is like a trough for a fucking pig. I gotta flip every single burger?
this looks tough.
I quit.
Flip them. Come on.
No.
Come on. Flip the burger.
Come.
What do I do with this?
Welcome to my world.
What the fuck is happening? Ways to help.
You gotta clean it.
Clean what? Like
You gotta
this?
wash it, yeah.
I'm wiping it. There we go.
Or maybe not. I don't know, to be honest.
I'm wiping it. I'm wiping it. I'm wiping it. I'm wiping it. I'm wiping it as fast as I fucking can, boys.
Keep wiping it.
I'm wiping it.
Keep wiping.
Ew! Alright, put this in the fryer. Right here. Oh, see, now Schlatt will have burgers ready for when he makes the Big Macs. Perfect time. Okay. Did pretty good, right?
Ooh. You're gonna have to do that again.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
No,
you're gonna have to do that again.
No, I'm not.
Moist, I'd like to file an HR complaint.
What's the complaint?
I just feel like in our team, there's someone being very, like, a lot to deal with. Kind of.
And why is that?
I'm just, I like, can't help but notice, like,
Hey, Mika.
just, I don't know how to put it into words, Moist. It's just, okay, Panda, do your thing.
What the fuck?
No. Hey, you didn't do the.
No, oh my
Jesus.
You guys hear this?
Yeah.
Bottom left, go back. Oh my. Push 91.
Whoa, it worked! Alright!
What do I do?
You gotta put the fries in the bag.
I can barely hear you guys. I'm just gonna click some shit.
Oh my god.
No.
No. No. Panda, no.
What? I'm learning. All right, let's cook.
Nika's lesson, you fucking idiot.
This is easy.
This is the wrong task.
I think Panda's gonna do it first try.
He's not doing the right one. Oh, wait, that is the fries.
Hey, fries in the bag.
All right. This might be my true calling.
Can you imagine he gets 100?
Well, now I gotta do it again.
Wait, no.
That Panda, this is the wrong.
Schlatt, I'm throwing the rope to you. You got it? You got it? I'm pulling. Is Schlatt even here?
Yeah. What?
You have the pulling thing on, which is kind of
You're
dangerous.
not my like
but
old
also
man. I'm not taking care of you, bro. You wipe yourself.
I haven't wiped in months. My bidet does it all. I don't even need to check anymore.
My anal fissures have gotten worse, so it feels actually pretty good when I wipe. I'm not joking, by the way. I know it might sound like something I say it's a joke, but seriously, I've been doing that.
And I'm not wiping for you for sure.
It's okay, I can wipe myself. Which one's the fries?
Look, Panda, I'll help you out. It's the first one.
Wait, look at chicken. Whoa, race car! I'm doing that one. Look at that, that's a fucking race car.
That's Ronald's ride, bro.
Once again, this is the wrong task.
Oh my god, I'm putting it in the bag. I'm putting it in the bag.
He's doing it. He's doing it.
I put the fries in the bag.
He's doing it, Moist. You can't complain. He's doing it.
You really
Oh,
can't.
yes, I got.
Might I just say, a great job, too.
Is he picking the right option every time?
Oh goodness, oh goodness, oh goodness, oh goodness, oh goodness.
Oh!
Alright. Oh!
Sorry, Panda. Moist, how did we do? And tell us who gets the job. Is it me?
It was not you. You
Is it me?
failed the quiz both times.
It was rigged against me.
Schlatt was only 80% good at making a Big Mac.
I made that shit so fast, dude.
The numbers don't lie.
Fuck you, man.
And you failed to follow any instruction.
That's not being a free thinker. I don't fit in your boxes and categories.
So, unfortunately, gonna have to give it to Mika.
Wow. See, Mika, you deserve it. You know, you deserve this job at McDonald's. And this means, from now on, Sleep Deprived will be us three. And Mika will be taking the job at McDonald's.
Great.
So
You can be flipping my burgers, Mika.
This is what we gotta do for sleep deprived to survive. It's what it is. If I gotta bring home the bacon by working at McDonald's for us and support our nice little family,
do we all get a fourth of your wage?
yeah, that's what I thought was gonna happen.
Okay, I like that.
Thank you, Moist, for all the effort you put.
Yeah, thanks, Moist.
Thanks,
Can we
Moist.
can we get a big thank you, Moist, in the comments? Baba booey.
Baba boo.
Probably.
Baba booey.
Baba Booey.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Good evening, gentle listener and watchers, and welcome to Distractable. This episode, maze-like Mark leads a terrible trio into catastrophic conundrums. Bragging Bob builds for his boy, plays in pizza, greets Gary, gets zapped and squashed, but escapes via estuary. Birthday boy White-Whiskered Wade fucks his Formid family, survives sex, and is victorious over Venus. From calamitous cams to malevolent meteors. Yes. It's time for I Win Part 3. Now sit back and prepare to be distracted and enjoy the show.
Are you alright there, bud?
Oh, did I click record too soon? Uh-oh.
No, it's fine.
I don't know why this one is so hard for me to contextualize in my head.
Is it math?
Is it 2 sentences long?
No, it's not math. Hey, shut up.
This is the best creative process I've ever gotten to witness live.
Okay, I got it. Were you making fun of me?
No, I thought we were doing a bit to start the episode. I was trying to participate.
No.
I was yes ending.
Oh, I see. All right. Well, I have it. Hi. Welcome to Distractable. I have an idea for this episode, and I was thinking very hard about it. And it only came to me right after the last episode that we recorded, and then I was like, ooh, that's good. And then I was like, oh, I got it. And then I was like, oh, there's something wrong with it. And then I had to go think about it. And now I'm completely unsure if this idea is going to work at all. But hey, that's a problem for future me. In about 15 minutes, I'm either going to have something or not have something. But in that interim might be the only valuable part of this episode. So we're going to make it a good one. What episode? This is the name of the episode. Man, I am brimming with confidence. And you know who else is brimming with confidence? These two gentlemen right here. Bob and Wade!
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, what's up? How's it going? I'm already having a good time. I love this. This is a great episode, Mark.
Thank you.
I'm just so sorry that the viewers, the listeners, have had to miss out on watching Mark's creative process.
And this will be the first time we do a cold open for a Distractable episode.
Yeah, maybe.
4 minutes of thinking.
This, if you didn't know, this is how I come up with all the plot points to like Heist in Space. It is just me going.
Work it through. Well, you start off by beating yourself repeatedly on the head, and then came the.
It's all going very good over here at Distractable HQ. But how good is it? These gentlemen are going to tell me. How good is your lives going today?
Guys, my woodworking journey. That's a bad whistle, but it's going well. Better than that whistle implies. I have legs of I'm building a table for James. Did you guys ever covet when you were kids, like those train activity tables where you built the little wood Brio wood train on it? I'm building one for James. And I have almost all of my wood milled down and cut down to size, and I got pocket holes. I'm doing pocket holes, guys. I got a pocket hole jig, so I drilled a bunch of pocket holes. All I need now is plywood, but I don't have a car that you can fit sheets of plywood in, because I don't have a cool truck like Mark does. So I have to go somewhere and trust the people who work at the store to cut my plywood down to size for me, which is not a thing I really trust them to do, but I'm sure it'll be fine. But then once I have that table, I also have some little cut-offs of hardwood. I'm going to make, get this, a napkin.
I like napkins. I use them.
When I make the napkin holder, I can bring it here and show it on camera.
It's like the restaurant ones where you have napkins on both sides, or is it fancy so you only pull napkins from one side? Or
it's not a dispenser. It's like a holder. You just set napkins.
That makes more sense.
It's not like an industrial restaurant thing. It's like a home thing.
So I was picturing that. I was like, how do you make that out of wood? But a holder makes more sense because that.
Yeah, it's like a
thing. Yeah.
Why, Mike? I just barely touched it. Apparently, that's a little loose on my mic holder. It just
straight up died.
Put a gunshot sound in it. It's just like, ah! Anyway.
I forgot to mention this last episode, but by the time these 2 episodes come out, my birthday will have passed.
Happy birthday! Yeah, happy birthday!
I don't want to date the episode too much, but it's not quite my birthday. Just close. Technically, we'll be together at least one more time before then, but like by the time this episode comes out, it's still pretty fresh. So yeah, getting older. We should do it. Was that our episode? Getting older?
Probably. That's why Mark was so stressed about it.
I don't know. Okay, do you guys have this thing where like, I don't know if you care about your birthdays.
Not at all.
I don't really care about my birthday, but everyone makes such a big deal about birthdays. My family's all like, well, you gotta do something. What do you want? What do you want for your birthday? It's like, nothing. We could do a meal or something, I guess. Like, no, you have to open a present on your birthday. You have to have dinner on your birthday. You should do this on your birthday. It's like, I kind of just want it to be a day that exists, goes by, and not really focus on the fact that I'm no longer a young buck in my prime.
So that's not just like you don't care about your birthday. You don't like your birthday, huh?
I don't hate it. I just don't care to make a big thing about it anymore because I feel like it's not that big of a deal.
And how old will you be?
56.
We're the same age, dude.
I don't know. You might be younger.
I'm like a month and a half older than you.
You might be younger. I'm saying you might be younger.
I'll be 36. I keep forgetting it's 2025. I was like, oh, I'll be 35. 2024.
Well, happy birthday.
Thank you. I like how I'm like, it's not really that big of a deal. But I made my small talk about my birthday, therefore contradicting myself.
You just make sure that everyone knows that that's coming, just so that nobody forgets.
Yeah, don't forget it, but like, don't make a big thing about it. But like, I don't want you to not think of me.
I'll send you flowers. It'll be low key.
As long as it's not Thor flowers.
What flowers?
Because you're sending them low key. Marvel jokes, are those still relevant?
Yeah. Not to me.
Okay. All right. Well, I didn't give a point for it, but I thought it was at least a little bit relevant.
Not that relevant.
Yeah, not that relevant. Anything else?
Lexi's doing okay, but she has an infection.
Are those scarier right now than usual, or is it like probably fine?
It's not. She doesn't have any immunocompromised issues or anything. It's just her incision has an infection, which is tough on dogs because we've had like the donut on so she can't lick it and stuff. But she's doing okay. But it's fucking annoying because I can't get them to give me her goddamn medicine. They prescribed her antibiotics, but they sent it to CVS, which I don't know why it never occurred to me. But the vet was like, "Do you want us to send it to a pharmacy near you guys?" And I was like, "I don't know if we have any veterinary pharmacies." And they're like, just a CVS or whatever. Like it's the. I was like, "You can do that? Oh my god!" But it turns out CVS doesn't give a fuck about dogs. So it's been 2 straight days of me trying to get her medicine and failing so far. But I should have it tomorrow.
You show up for the medicine, they're like, "You don't look like Lexi. Are you sure you're Lexi?"
Yeah, well, that was a whole part of the thing is they sent the info and the pharmacy was like, "We don't know this person," because they sent it for Lexi Meiskins. And I was like, "It's a dog. That's my dog." And they were like, "A dog? No, we have a prescription for a child named Lexi Meiskins. Is that?" I'm like, "No, it's a dog. It's my dog. This is why I thought I wouldn't come here, because it's confusing for you people." Anyway, American healthcare sucks even when it's for dogs, so.
I laugh, but inside I cry.
I don't even want to talk about it, but I'm still in the throes of I talked about I needed prior authorization for my diabetes treatments. Still not settled. I have about 2 weeks supply right now of what I need, and I'm not sure where my next ones are coming from because I have a prior authorization, but somehow that's not enough.
You need a poster authorization as well.
Prior auth, a during auth, and a post auth. You actually need to get the post authorization from a coroner. But you have to know which coroner is going to intake your dead body when you die. So you have to go from your future coroner, and you're committed to that coroner once you get a post auth.
Do you think people that make coffins have extra wood scraps you could use to make things?
Not the salespeople, but the factories maybe. But a lot of factories, their offcuts are all bundled up and sent specific places. So
I guess I'm thinking of very specific old, like, board caskets, whereas they're not really like that at funeral homes.
You mean like old pine boxes, like it's the wild, wild west out here? No, I don't think that's how they do it anymore.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone buried in a coffin like that anymore.
I know an expression about a coffin of having a
something about pine, something.
Yeah, something like that. I remember it so vividly. Like it was yesterday.
I'm gonna fit him with a new pair of pine shoes.
Oh, you're referencing the old phrases. I see.
He's sleeping with the squirrels. Pine shoes? I don't know.
Pine overcoat. Pine overcoat is the coffin.
Pine overcoat, that was it. This episode is brought to you by Walmart. I'm a busy guy. I don't have time to grocery shop.
I'm always busy, but more importantly, I'm very lazy. I like to have things delivered because it's convenient. Meat, what else people buy?
You can choose the date and the time. You never feel more powerful.
Walmart subscriptions, groceries and essentials delivered on repeat. Welcome to your Walmart. Shipping, delivery, and minimum order fees may apply. Eligible items only. Terms apply. Alright, it's time for the idea.
I'm excited.
I hope you are.
I just want to know what it is at this point. There's been a lot of build-up.
A lot of build-up for something that I've been trying to imagine how it's going to go. And I think I just got to trust in you guys for this. Okay. Everyone listening and or watching, remember when I said that idea wouldn't work? It didn't. But I've got an even better one for you. It's Nine Win Part 3!
And the title just changed, so you didn't know that up until this moment.
Yeah, so we're actually going to change the title 20 minutes into the release of the episode, make everyone feel crazy, right? But you're not crazy, except you are. And for everyone at home, the way this works is these guys are brimming with confidence. They can surmount every unsurmountable obstacle in their path. If there's a wall, they're going right through it. In fact, man versus wall would probably be one of those. I have a similar one here, but it's not going to be first. But damn it, they'd win. No matter the matchup, no matter what kind of logic or science or physics gets in the way of them claiming victory or surviving whatever is coming their way, they'd win. And they're going to tell me exactly how that's going to happen, and I'm going to remember to actually get up a D20. So they're going to present an option. I'm going to paint the scenario of what's happening, what the objective is, what the enemy they're up against, and they are going to tell me an action, a single action that they will do to try to overcome that obstacle. Each action that I deem advantageous, actually advantageous, gets them a bonus point on their roll. They have to get 20 to overcome this obstacle, but every bonus action that stacks the odds in their favor will give them a bonus towards their roll. So whatever they roll, they get one more if they get one good action, 2, 3, it goes up from there. I have and will not give points if the action very clearly isn't going to help them, but I encourage them to try whatever they want to try. Now, in an invisible coin toss that was extremely fair and no one saw, Wade won a coin toss. Yes! So Wade's going to go first. All right, Wade, you are an ant. Okay. A weird particle of dust landed on your head from the Ophiocordyceps unilaterus mushroom. If you don't know what that is, it's the mushroom that is going to take over your brain and turn you into a zombie and force you to rise up high so that your head can explode and have other spores blast out and infect other ants around you.
In fact, cordyceps is the main catalyst in The Last of Us.
That's not nerdy, that's just a thing that's true.
So to be clear, our goal here is to defeat cordyceps.
If you get infected, you wouldn't die. No. You'd win. How?
Alright. There I am, hive mentality, going and gathering food for the ant colony. When cordyceps lands on my head, the first thing I do,
scream! Alright. I guess the shaking might help.
Oh, and I got the little legs trying to bat at it? Yeah.
Can ants scream?
Oh, we can.
Bob, you think this is good action?
I don't want to set that bar too high. I know what I do in these kind of games.
Scream! Damn it, didn't make it. You got an 11. You get infected, you rise up high and your head explodes. Bob, remember, you have to recite everything he just said.
Sure, great.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that part.
I'm an ant. I'm out gathering food for the colony, and cordyceps lands on my head. And I scream! And that doesn't do anything. And I remember that fungus goes on pizza. That's the stupidest thing I've ever thought in my life. Hang on.
No.
So I go to the old piece of pizza that's laying next to the anthill, and I just roll around in the pizza, try to get the fungus off of me.
That might work.
It's greasy and cheesy, and there's tomato sauce, and I don't know.
I'll give you that one. Yeah, okay. All right, so that's another point. So there's +2 now. I could actually remember this, so. And, so close. You got a 17, +2 is a 19.
No!
You were right there. Oh, almost got it with the pizza, but it was dry, old, crusty pizza. Dust didn't come off. Your head explodes.
Why did I think of pizza? God damn it.
I love the pizza idea.
All right, yeah, it's a good idea. You're right.
Wade.
There I am in ants, gathering food for the colony, got hive mentality. Cordyceps dust lands on my head. Still there. What do I think? Fungus goes on pizza. I find a piece of pizza. I'm rolling around hoping the cheese will yank the fungus off, but it doesn't. Luckily for me, the cheese sticks to my head, so I go into the colony hoping the other ants will eat it off.
Your head, or?
The cordyceps covered in cheese.
Wouldn't that just infect the whole colony?
If it doesn't work...
Hey, if you can't beat them, infect everyone else. That's what I always say.
I don't know if I can give that one a bonus point. In fact, I kind of want to subtract a survival point here. I feel like you disguising the spore with your cheese hat and trying to like go back into the colony.
Hey, this is about my survival, not the colony.
You didn't say which side we were on.
I don't think I'm going to give a bonus point for that unless Bob thinks otherwise.
This is about saving us the ant, Bob.
I think you're probably right, Mark. I don't know.
All right, it's still a.
I mean, even if somehow that saves you, if you destroy your entire colony, now you survive that as an ant.
If they eat it off and kill it, I'm fine.
How would they kill it by eating it? That's how they would get infected.
Digestion.
Did we lose a point for that, or?
I won't deduct a point, but I'm not giving you one. Fuck, nat 20. Holy shit.
Oh!
Good Lord. Destiny herself has spoken on my behalf. Not even joking. It's a nat 20. I can share my screen.
Doubt you would lie about that.
It is just straight up nat 20. Somehow going into the colony and having them eat the cheese, it saved you for sure. I don't think the rest of the colony survives, though.
I call that not my problem.
All right, well, that was a great matchup. Short, but not bad. All right, Bob, you're gonna go first.
All right.
You find yourself in some tight enclosed space as your consciousness awakens. You're cramped. You're trapped. You need to be free, so you poke with your tiny little sort of beak out, and then you put your flippers all kind of. There's a bright light behind you, and then there's kind of a moon-shaped thing over where you kind of hear a little bit of water. Also, birds are around, and everything is terrible. And there's cars rushing by on the road that just so happens to be nearby. You are a baby sea turtle that just hatched, and you gotta get to the ocean. Everything's killing you. The light, the road, the cars, the predators, everything is out to get you. How'd you win?
Am I fully out of the egg, or am I just erupting from the egg?
Let's say you're half out. Your upper half is out.
Because obviously the first step is get myself fully out of the egg, get all the egg goop off of me, and aim towards the water sound.
Okay, all right, you try that. That's a +1 for sure. Nope. You get 13. +1 is 14. You get swooped up by a seagull, instantly dead. All right, wait.
I open my eyes, I see the light. I get myself the rest of the way out of the egg. I hear the water. I start to go that way, and I realize I need to stealth. I dip my head back in the egg, get a little bit of goop to put some stealth paint on my face, and then I make my way in.
Sure. +1. I'll take it. Did that work? Nope. 12 + 2, 14. The time you took to put it on your face, another seagull just swooped up right behind you.
Man, if only we were old enough to have established brains.
Nope. Bob.
I erupt out of the egg. I take my time. I get myself all out of the egg. I hear the ocean sounds, and I look that way, and I start walking, and I realize I need to be disguised. So I go back to my egg, and I camouflage my face with egg goop for some reason, and I realize going towards the water is what they want me to do. So I go the opposite direction from where I hear the ocean noises as fast as I can.
I don't know if that's been in my science class. I've learned that might be bad, but I like where you're going with it.
I'm a maverick.
All the other sea turtles are sprinting towards the ocean, and they're still dying. Clearly, I'll give you a +1 on that. I'll give it to you. Did it work? Ooh, +3.
That's not great.
It's a 5. It turns out going the wrong way. Not great. Dead, crushed by a car instantly. Smooshed. Wait.
I hatch out of the egg. I am alive, and I hear the water, so I start making my way toward it before I realize I should probably have a disguise. Dunk my face back in the egg to stealth up. And I think to myself, all the other idiots are going that way. What if I think outside the shell? I turn around. I start going the other way, and I find this weird, stinky, white, kind of gray pile, and I flip over and roll in it, thinking if I cover myself in bird shit, no one will want to eat me.
Mm-hmm.
My face is covered in goop, my shell's covered in shit. I will survive.
All right, I'll give it to you. +4. Ooh, 14 + 4 is 18. Close, but not quite. A lot of delaying does not seem to be helping you.
Delaying what? I'm already going the wrong way, man.
All right, fair enough. Bob.
I am born. Out of the egg, I get all the shell off of me. I start towards the water sound. I realize I need to disguise. I go back to the egg. I dip my face in the egg. I get the disguise. I decide I'm going to be a maverick. Everyone else is going towards the water. I go away from the water. I come across a mysterious pile of white stuff. I suddenly realize it's bird shit. Obviously, I need to roll around in that. So I do. My shell is now very, very slippery. I look to my right, and there is a steep hill down into a small stream of rushing water. It's an estuary connecting the inland oceanic waters to the beach, rushing out towards the ocean, and I try and like slide down the hill into the water to escape.
All right, yeah, +1. I'll give that to you. Did it work? Oh, 18 plus 5, 23, the estuary. What is that?
I don't think estuary is the right word.
No, you're absolutely right. A partially enclosed body of water where rivers meet the ocean, mixing fresh water with salt water. Oh. All right, Bob is a maverick turtle. Congratulations, Bob. You made it into the ocean. There's more threats in the ocean, but you made it to the ocean.
No, I'm fine. Once you're in the ocean, safe.
Nah, I'd win. Nah, I'd live. All right, Wade, you feeling a little something? A little something, something. A little something, something, something. You look across the leaf you're on, and you see the most beautiful lady praying mantis you've ever seen in your life. You, my friend, are getting lucky tonight. Nothing bad ever happens to a praying mantis when that happens, except it bites your head off. For those that don't know, when male praying mantises mate with the female, they then get their head eaten by the female. But not you! Wait, how would you win in this scenario?
I show up to my date with this female praying mantis, and I am ready to go. I broke my neck, so I'm wearing a nice little wooden neck brace. So that way, when we get done, the only thing I have on is exactly the protection I need.
God, I hope that's a nat 20.
This is prep time. I really like it. It's great. All right. Did it work? Fucking hell! Holy shit! What the fuck?
No!
What the fuck? Great scenario, Mark. Holy shit! All right, Wade got a nat 20 if people didn't guess from that. Holy shit.
Hey, praying mantises out there, all you gotta do is fake a neck injury. You'll stick around longer.
Wow, the wooden condom really did you right.
Hey, protection is always the answer, everyone.
Bob, you didn't even get a chance to get laid.
That means I survived. I don't know.
That's true. Man, I'm burning through my scenarios. All right, so here we go.
It's okay. Well, I need to catch one good one for it to take the entire rest of the episode.
All right, Bob, it's night. It's dark. Can't see a thing. You're just minding your own business. What? What is that? There's some kind of weird, bright blue light over there. It's so captivating. It's got this weird buzz to it, but that just makes it more appealing. You being a moth. It's only until you get close enough that you realize you're on a collision course with a bug zapper. Now, in this scenario, not only you can't just fly away. You gotta stop this bug zapper so that none of your people, ever, because as you get closer, you witness one after another of your friends, family, brothers, sisters, even some people that you work out of the same moth office with that you don't really like, they get burnt to a crisp right before your eyes. You need to stop this. It's up to you and you alone.
Okay. Flap, 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 flap. I'm a moth. I see the bug zapper. I'm drawn to it. I'm on a collision course with it in a last-ditch effort to break the trance it has over me and save myself so I can continue to fight this fight. I wrap my wings around myself and hug my ass goodbye. But in doing so, I cover my own eyes and break the trance the blue light has over me.
All right, that's good. That's good. I'll give you a point for that. All right, did it work? 24.
Oh, come on.
You aerodynamically fold your wings in so that you actually increase your speed and you kind of like meteor straight into like right between the wires, straight into the actual light itself, the most electrified area. At least it's quick. No luck there. Wade?
The light, it's so beautiful. I can't look away. I fly toward the bug zapper, and at the last possible moment, I realize I need to cover my eyes. I fold my wings in over myself and begin to plummet. I plummet and plummet and plummet, and then, oh no, I'm gonna splat. Oh, I'm fine. And I'm so light. I didn't do anything useful there. I just fell. All right, no points for that, but yeah, you're right. Was that helpful? No. I just really wanted to land, you know? Yeah. Come on, 20! Yeah.
You land, the bug zapper explodes for no apparent reason. Scenario over.
All right, sure. I'm gonna share my screen preemptively so that we just know if this does happen. I don't know. So close there. It's an 11.
Damn it.
Plus 1, because you didn't get a bonus point, but you had 12.
I can't believe hitting the ground wasn't a bonus point.
Turns out the bug zapper, it detached at that moment, crashed down right on top of you.
The odds!
Bob, it falling is not in your reality. This is for his
Okay,
reality.
no, I got it. I am flapping, and oh, the blue light is so beautiful, and I start flying towards it. At the last moment, I realize I need to close my eyes, I need to break the line of sight, and I wrap my wings around myself, and I just barely miss the bottom edge of the bug zapper, and I plummet, and then I realize, oh fuck, I'm falling, look, and I and land delicately, and I've landed delicately on the fly rink of Gary, the night watchman who sits beneath the bug zapper. It's there to protect him from bugs. Dude, I get to keep going. This is a kind of a long step. I have a couple more things I was hoping to accomplish. I don't want to overdo it.
I don't know. I wanted to accomplish more than falling too, man.
I have gotten his attention.
All right, cool.
He knows I'm there.
That's fair. All right, I think this could work in your favor. I'm going to give you one because I think I know where this is going, so there's 2 points right now. Oh! 17! Oh, so close.
If only I'd earned a point for you.
Yeah, imagine if you'd done anything at all. Aside from describing what I did in slightly more detail.
I think it's a strategy. He's really playing the smart game. The third episode, we know how to really play it. But no, that did not work. But you did grab his attention. He ended up just...
Yeah, I was afraid of that.
Did you fly to his head or did you land on his head?
That's the thing we landed on after plummeting.
Okay.
All right, wait.
The light is so beautiful. I fly toward it. I can't help myself until the last possible second. I close my wings around my face, blocking the light, and I fall, I plummet, until I land on the fly rink of one Gary. Gary, feeling something on his head, immediately goes to reach up and swat at it, but I'm right below the bug zapper. What if he hits it? What if he knocks it off?
What if?
What if? What are you doing about it?
Watching Gary swing.
Not actually technically doing anything.
Fuck!
Man, Wade really likes not doing anything this round.
I'm rubbing his head to add extra itchiness.
Wade's entire action can be described as
very moth-like. Very good. Man, I really went downhill from that 20.
Let's see if it works.
if that fucking works.
Nah, we're 14 plus 2, 16. Again, he notices his hand as you watch it. You're like, oh, wow, he might hit it. Wow, that's getting closer. Huh, that's really...
Bob, I'll do better. I got this, man. I'm going to lock it.
It's not a bit or a strategy you're doing on purpose. It's very impressive.
Thank you. I'm locking it. I'm locking it.
All right, he's locked in. All right, Bob.
All right, I'm mothing around. Oh, the light is so beautiful. I fly straight towards it until the last possible moment when I cover my eyes with my wings and I start to dive. And I just missed the bug zapper and I dive straight down, landing on the fly rink of one Gary. Gary notices me land on his fly rink and I do something. tell you what in a second. I just want to make it clear. I'm doing a thing. I'm not just standing there waiting to see. Gary starts to swat at me, and I do that thing that moths do, where I start flying, but I start flying right into his forehead in the same spot repeatedly, even though I could clearly fly in any other direction. But my goal is to get him to start swatting wildly and hope that he knocks off the bug zapper and destroys it. And I did something that time.
All right, this is great. You're dodging, you're weaving, multiple slaps. Let's see if that goes well for you. You get a bonus point. It's +3 now. 18.
Wait.
No, that's good. Yeah, +3. Yeah, you did it.
Yes.
Congratulations, Bob. You actually did something.
Doing something works.
Something. He flailed twice, 3 times, and on the 4th, his hand connects with the bug zapper. He gets electrocuted right as you just so happen to leap off of his forehead, so you don't also get. You see his skeleton light up. My family, my kids, no. But then, boom! Him and the whole thing just explode. Your moth brethren saved forever.
I fly away like the guy from CSI Miami, and I don't even look back at the cool explosion.
That's incredible.
And then they play that Who song. What? Yeah, that one.
I see.
Don't copyright strike that. I know it's really good.
I really want to say I want to thank Bob for
doing anything,
carrying a little bit that round. My contributions, I think, aided in your creativity. You're welcome.
Sure.
But my actions, I think, speak for themselves.
We'll see how this next round goes for you. I'm curious and excited.
Nat 20.
Okay, wait. Once again, we're visiting Bugland. Channel your inner bug.
I was a great mantis. Great mantis.
We have done a fly matchup before. You are actually the same fly that killed that frog.
The fly who lived. Got a little lightning bolt?
Oh yeah, that's true. You got a lightning bolt. Remember that detail. It's very important.
Alright.
You're actually distant cousins with the moth who lived also. So legends, a lineage of legends here. And on your victory lap, you notice, oh, there's such a sweet, delectable scent in the air.
Aroma.
It's down there from that plant. It's so open and ready for me. And it smells so succulent and sweet. You deserve a tasty, delicious treat while you are doing your victory lap. You land on it. So you're already on it when you realize you're in a Venus flytrap.
Quite the scenario I'm in. I am the fly who lived. I have the scar on my forehead to show it. My cousin moth has tried to one-up me, but I know that the legend of me will be larger than any moth. So I knew what I was flying toward. I knew it was in this area, the Venus flytrap. I flew down. I landed on it.
I have to say all this.
Oh, there's an accent coming. This is why I set up the scenario so you didn't have to say it again. But it's part of it, all right.
I was just sitting here like, keep that one. He's gonna do something, right? The fly who lived. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut off on your very extensive speech. Go on.
I land on the Venus flytrap, but I've got my fly boots on, so I can get up.
What?
I have my fly boots on. I slip them off and get ready.
Like you land and your boots stick and you slip your feet out of your boots.
Oh,
and the boots
okay.
are behind.
Because this wasn't a trap for me. This was a trap for it.
What, do the boots have explosives in them? How was that a trap?
I don't know, it's up to you, man. I took the boots off.
Oh, okay.
All right, here we go. Well, I'll give you one, sure.
There's no way.
No.
Swear to fucking God, wait.
No!
What in the fuck is wrong? I mean, Bob, you're saved from having to recite all that bullshit. How in the world? How in the fuck? How in the fuck
I want to tell you, I play D&D every Wednesday on Lost Initiative. I have never had more than 2 20s in a session, I don't think. 3 out of like 5 scenarios? My character's going to die next session because of this luck today.
I don't know, man. It was such the setup.
I like these scenarios, man. I don't want to win like this. I want Bob to do my monologue.
Well, he was the fly who lived, so I guess, All right, sure.
He died to my boots?
Choked on your boots and died, I guess.
Your objective wasn't to kill the plant, it was just to survive.
No, I wanted to kill the plant.
I was with you, Wade. I was also working on a way to kill the plant.
That would have been fine. I would have accepted. Would have loved to see that one. All right, fine. Whatever.
I didn't roll the dice, man. Maybe roll worse on my behalf, asshole.
I have one more. I have
a strategy, Wade. I think it's going to keep us in this one for a while.
I'm going to do stuff.
Good.
And monologue less.
Okay.
All right, okay. Bob, you're Bob.
Okay.
Just Bob. Bob is out on the top of a hill in the middle of a park. Lovely, beautiful day. Sun is shining. Birds are mysteriously silent. There's a strange air rushing kind of down. That's odd. It's getting brighter, too. That's even stranger. You look up, and you see what looks to be like a second sun that's getting really big, really fast. Oh, shit! It's a meteor, and it's heading directly towards you. You're on top of a hill, in the middle of a park, meteor's coming down on you. How do you do this?
All right, I have a strategy. Everyone just needs to come along with me. I'm trying to make this scenario play out for as long as possible.
Oh, Mark, the roll worse, man.
I look up, realize what's happening.
It's Weekly Weird News. And I think we could all use a nice break from all the usual horrors. So this week's episode will, for the most part, function as a safe space where you will not have to hear about Donald Trump or Elon Musk for approximately 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay.
And thankfully, we have plenty of material to fill that huge swastika-shaped hole. And what better way to kick things off than leave the world of humans completely and check in on the animal kingdom?
Yeah.
Well, okay, not completely, because this first story is about a guy who, for a very long time, has been voluntarily, intentionally, subjecting himself to one of man's greatest fears. A fear that is quite justified. Snake bites.
Yeah. Why'd it have to be snakes?
It had to be snakes. Snakes are one of the most common human fears, and, well, a lot of people maybe freak out a bit too much from simply being in the presence of any old snake. The idea of getting bitten by a venomous snake is something pretty much everyone avoids as much as they can.
Yeah.
Whether it's a king cobra, a rattlesnake, a black mamba, or just anything from Australia, you don't want to get bitten because it can literally kill you.
Yeah, it's a bad time even if you're not going to die. So avoid it. But for one man, that's not the case at all. And for over 2 decades, he's been intentionally letting all sorts of venomous snakes bite him. And now his depraved hobby may end up saving a whole lot of lives. Well, who's laughing now? Well. Gonna have a big chip on whatever's left of that shoulder.
They said I was crazy for constantly letting snakes bite me.
And they were right. But, here's the New York Times. The video is just under 2.5 minutes long. A slim man with close cropped hair walks into a room, pulls a long black mamba, whose venom can kill within an hour, from a crate and allows it to bite his left arm. Immediately after, he lets a taipan from Papua New Guinea bite his right arm. Thanks for watching, he calmly tells the camera, his left arm bleeding, and then exits.
I'm assuming he died immediately after that, right?
Anyways, that's it for me. You'll never see another video again. Over nearly 18 years, the man, Tim Freed, 57, injected himself with more than 650 carefully calibrated, escalating doses of venom to build his immunity to 16
He did the thing
deadly
from the
snake
Princess
species.
Bride.
He also allowed the snakes, mostly one at a time, but sometimes two, as in the video, to sink their sharp fangs into him about 200 times. Look, even if it wasn't, the end result wasn't always planned to save lives, because I feel like the end result, based on his own words, seems to be creating his own version of a superpower, where he could, either battle or fall in love with snakes and be totally fine with the end result. That might have been the original goal, but now he's saving lives. He is a test case.
I mean, I gotta say, it would feel pretty cool to know that if a cobra bit you, you could just laugh in its face and say, what else you got, bitch?
It's, at the very least, a cool party trick.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hey, where'd that cobra go?
Then you can make that joke afterwards. Everyone freaks out. It's a good time.
I think there might be a BDSM angle to this.
Oh, could be. Yeah.
Unless maybe, hey, I don't know. I've never been bitten by a snake. Maybe it feels really cool.
Who's to say?
Mr. Freed's first snake encounter, a harmless bite by a garter snake at age 5, started a lifelong fascination. If I only knew back then what was going to happen, he recalled, laughing uproariously. But he didn't begin dabbling with snakes in earnest until he was married with children and working in construction.
All right.
My life isn't dangerous enough.
He hit one of those. It's like I don't know what age he hit it, but it's definitely like I have no more worlds left to conquer. What made me happy when I was a kid? Getting bitten by a snake. You know what? I'm gonna do that now that I've got the kids and the work stuff done.
Yeah, it's like the quarter life, midlife crisis.
Yeah, I bought a mountain bike.
No more mountains left to climb. What else is there? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He began experimenting with scorpions around the year 2000, but quickly switched to snakes. At one point, his basement lab housed 60 venomous snakes. His experiments nearly ended soon after they began. On September 12, 2001, crazed by the terrorist attack of the previous day and by the death of a friend a few days earlier, he let himself be bitten by 2 cobras. They were his first bites by live snakes, and he had not built up enough immunity. He was fine after the first bite, but after the second, he felt cold. His eyes started to droop, and he couldn't talk. He blacked out and woke up from a coma in a hospital 4 days later. His wife was furious, but he was angrier with himself.
Doubt. I would say the wife's probably more upset in this scenario.
What the fuck?
You asked me not to ask you what was going on down there. All of a sudden, I hear a tumble.
How many snakes? 60 snakes?
Yeah, and I had to find the one that bit you because that's the only way they're going to come up with the antivenom down there.
He vowed to become more methodical in his work, carefully measuring out doses of venom and timing his bites.
Guarantee the wife's still mad.
I love it. He's like, please promise you'll never do that again. I'll never do that again. By which I mean I'll never do exactly that again. I will continue to let snakes bite me, but I'll be a little more careful about it.
Babe, I apologize for being so careless. Going forward, this is going to become even more intense and methodical. I hope you're along for the ride. Now that you've found my snake lab, I guess the secret's out.
I guess it's out. I'd work all day, come home, play with the kids and the family, and go downstairs and do my stuff all night long. Wake up and do it again.
Woo! Daddy needs the snakes. If it weren't for those goddamn snakes.
The snakes are the only thing keeping me sane.
Yeah.
There were other mishaps, accidental bites, anaphylactic shocks, hives, blackouts. Mr. Freed describes himself as a non-degree scientist.
Yeah.
But, quote, there's no college in the world that could teach you how to do it, he said. I was doing it on my own as best as I could.
Wow. Like I said, I got a mountain bike. I started running. This guy's down in the lab.
Yeah.
Experimenting with different venoms.
Running, mountain biking, this is not quite the thrill I'm looking for.
It's also like,
I want to hold death in my hands and literally look it directly in the eyes and say, try me.
It's something like to get the satisfaction of being like putting yourself on death's door every day, quite literally, and abusing yourself like that. The parents and the kids, I would just be like, what's wrong? Is everything okay?
Yeah, there's more going on.
But again, he's saving lives, Elliot. We can't critique him too hard.
We can't.
This guy's absurd, irresponsible, dangerous hobby appears to have led to one of the biggest medical breakthroughs for treating snake bites. And it could end up saving countless lives. We don't know. This guy could be like Jesus in 2,000 years.
Yeah, he's like Marie Curie.
He abused himself for the good of other people. He took his lashings from these lovely snakes. Every year, venomous snakes kill tens of thousands worldwide and permanently disable several 100,000 more. And it very disproportionately happens in poorer parts of the world where resources for treating snake bites are hard to come by. Antivenoms exist, and they help save lives, but since the venom from different snakes can be so different, you need the right kind of antivenom for the job or it's not going to help. So in addition to just enjoying getting bit by snakes, Tim Freed has been hoping that his 2 decades of voluntarily poisoning himself might lead to some sort of medical breakthrough. Now, the article continues. 2 teams of scientists sampled Mr. Freed's blood over the years, but neither project led anywhere. By the time he met Dr. Jacob Glanville, CEO of biotech company Centevax, in 2017, he was nearly ready to give up. Dr. Glanville had been pursuing what scientists call broadly acting antibodies as the basis for universal vaccines against viruses. He grew up in a Maya village in the Guatemala highlands and became intrigued by the possibility of using the same approach for universal antivenom. At first, he said he had a humble goal of finding someone like a clumsy snake researcher who'd been bitten a couple of times. But then he came across news articles about Mr. Freed. I've been waiting for this call for a long time, Dr. Glanville recalls Mr. Freed saying. Finally! Hey, wife, get in here. You said it would never happen.
Hey, this guy on the phone, he's a doctor. You know what he's trying to do? Can you guess? Do you think it might be the thing that I've been talking about this whole time?
You said you're gonna kill yourself one of these days.
What's that? I'm sorry. You were right, Timmy. I love my husband. That's right.
And I've been waiting for this call for a long time. The snakes are going back down into the lab tonight, honey. The bed is yours.
And yeah, Tim Freed's fucked up blood proved to be very useful.
Yeah.
They were able to isolate an antibody that protected mice against 5 different types of snakes. And then they decided to try to combine that in a cocktail with a molecule known to work against some venoms. And then they found a second antibody in Tim's blood to add to the cocktail. The results gave mice complete protection against 13 snake species and partial protection against 6 more. Now, Tim is, of course, thrilled about it, probably shoving this in the face of anyone who ever doubted him or called him crazy. Here's NPR. I couldn't believe it. I really couldn't believe it, he says. I know I'm doing something for humanity and giving back to science. Upon Glanville's recommendation, it has been several years since Freed last allowed himself to be bitten by a venomous snake. But he admits to missing it, mostly in terms of just knowing where you can take your mind. He says, to know you can beat that and keep your calm and keep your cool, it's a wonderful thing. And here's the Times again with, I think, a pretty crucial detail.
Yeah.
Mr. Freed himself is done now, however. His last bite was in November 2018 from a water cobra. He was divorced. His wife and children had moved out.
Yep.
Well, that's it. Enough is enough, he recalled thinking. He misses the snakes, he said, but not the painful bites. I'll probably get back into it in the future, he said. But for right now, I'm happy where things are at.
Yep. Yeah, I think we all saw that one coming.
I'm back on my bullshit. Here we go again.
It is unfortunate that he waited until everything collapsed in his life to be like, oh, maybe it was the snakes.
Yeah.
But on the other hand,
I can't live like this. But there's 60 venomous snakes in the basement.
I keep
We are kids, Tim.
I keep finding you bent over a chair and wondering how long you've been passed out for while you're on some head trip.
Do you think he like the way lifelong recovering drug addicts, they just see something like if it
just triggers it?
Yeah, he'll see just even a reference to a snake, and he'll be like, "Oh fuck, God, oh I want it."
I mean, for multiple reasons, it did become his whole life. He was, however you want to describe it, he was fucking good at it.
Yeah.
Whatever it was.
Say what you will.
And yeah, there's clearly he is addicted to the pain and the action of it, and apparently the psychoactive effects that it has on his brain, because when you put yourself in a situation like that, yeah, it does kind of fucking trip you out.
It's kind of wild that this guy, it's a credit to him that he never used.
Oh, I respect him. I need to put that out there. Sir, when you are looked at as a Jesus-like figure in a couple years, I want to say I was on your side.
And speaking of his heroism, and speaking of Jesus, I think it's admirable that he never used his snake immunity to preach.
I was just thinking about that. Yeah,
snakes
yeah. He could have got people killed.
See, the Lord protects those who believe. Now you try it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I guess he didn't believe.
Calm down, though. There's still time, but I hope not.
But speaking of snakes, let's move on to a story about something that kind of looks like snakes under a microscope, and that would be cum.
Yeah.
A few weeks back, we discussed what was being marketed as the world's first ever sperm race, in which 2 young, virile men representing rival LA universities, USC and UCLA, would jerk off into a cup and see whose jizz was the fastest.
Obviously, Elliot was in attendance. When I came back from the woods, the first thing I saw was Elliot head to toe in merchandise from this big event. Said, "I love fast semen."
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's just what you saw under normal light.
Yeah.
I didn't turn on the UV light.
That it comes pre-covered in UV reflective material.
And yeah, this wasn't just for science or school pride. You could also gamble on the event on Polymarket, because it doesn't.
What can't you gamble?
Yeah, that's America today. You can gamble on fucking anything. The event ended up being such a hot ticket that the original venue of the Hollywood Palladium had to be swapped out at the last minute for a larger venue. And the event was held this past weekend, with the guy from USC being declared the winner.
It was a fix because of the Trojan thing.
Yeah. Or as our local ABC outlet described it,
In the end, the Trojan won. The Bruin got creamed.
cool. Oh, and we somehow missed this the first time around, but the USC guy's name is Tristan Milker.
No, determinism.
I guess it's not a surprise that he took home the $10,000 cash prize. Milker. Born for this.
Yeah.
Anyway, it looks like it was a fun, raucous occasion for everyone involved. However, in the days since, questions have been raised about the legitimacy of the competition.
Uh-oh.
Here's Metro UK.
The contest, held at the Los Angeles Center Studios on Friday, was billed as a dash between two sperm along a microscopic racetrack ending at a finish line. But a renowned fertility doctor has since said that videos purporting to show this sperm racing could not be footage of real human swimmers. I look at sperm all day under the microscope, and these are not human sperm, said Dr. Stephen Palter, medical director of Gold Coast IVF in New York. This is CGI. This is computer generated, he added, citing differences in the proportions, their swimming technique, and the fact that they move determinedly in one direction. He showed real footage of sperm in his lab in which very different looking cells wiggled about in seemingly random directions. What's the real story, guys? Why are you doing this? Why are you putting out fake videos, Dr. Palter asked.
It's stolen semen valor.
That's right. We consulted an expert. We consulted an expert. He stares at cum all day.
Yeah, listen.
And he loves it.
Some guys get bit by snakes all day. Some guys stare at cum all day. We all have our cross to bear.
Do you think at one point he was like, should I say anything? Because at least it's getting people interested in fertility, you know, and
yeah.
But he had a duty as a medical doctor.
Yeah, it would be, honestly, it'd be a violation of his oath as a doctor to let this slide.
Now, does he understand that these athletes have been shooting into very, very tiny little training these sperm? The problem is this guy, he's seeing regular sperm. He's not seeing athlete sperm.
This doctor, he's only seeing beta male sperm that are just like, I'm a sperm.
Did he know about the guy's last name?
Yeah.
That would have changed things.
Yeah, this Milker guy, his sperm, it's like bullets. They go right towards the finish
Maybe
line.
Dr. Palter should make a cash call.
And yeah, in a TikTok video posted by Dr. Palter, it is pretty clear that what was presented as a sperm race featured sperm whose behavior and appearance were quite different from the real deal.
So was this fake? Well, short answer is yes. Yeah, long answer is maybe, okay? Dr. Palter has said that the organizers could have tracked the speed of real sperm and used CGI to transpose it onto a racetrack. A video journalist who attended the event for the Free Press has said he was told as much by PR representatives from organizers sperm racing. A document sent to Austin Jeffs reportedly stated, for added entertainment value, the live positions of the sperm are mapped onto a dynamic 3D model of the track, creating an engaging visual experience. However, questions have been raised as to whether the live positions were indeed used, given sperm tend to dart around randomly, or rather, simply their speed. Dr. Palter compared it to having blindfolded men trying to run on a track, followed by a group of professional athletes racing along another track, basing their movement on the speed of the blindfolded men. I would have no problem if they had just said this was an interpretation, he told the Free Press. But in reality, watching real sperm would be kind of boring. But they are encouraging people to bet on it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like this. I feel like if people have money on the line, you should be disclosing what they're actually looking at.
Yeah, at the very least, I think
I smell a lawsuit.
What would be equally entertaining, what they should add on to this, is the carnival game where you have to aim the gun at the little metal piece and it blows up the balloon, or the horses go across the track. Do that, but with a piss stream.
Yeah.
Because that is like kind of a manly thing. Like you gotta have a strong flow. So you gotta find the strongest flow, and then you would assume, extrapolate from there. That they would also have a healthy dose.
But you're describing piss racing, and this is sperm racing.
They go through almost the same tube towards the end.
I mean, it's like boxing and MMA. There are similarities.
That's why I'm saying as a side contest, Elliot. I want to see people blow up balloons with their piss streams.
Wasn't that like a... Remember Power Thirst?
What, is that from that movie?
No, it was like a...
Idiocracy.
It was like a flat. It was like a pre-YouTube Flash animation like comedy video. It was like Power Thirst.
Oh, did they piss in it? But yeah, in my brain.
I think there was like a pissing contest described in that.
Well,
It's a classic video.
Let's bring it into reality, folks. If we're doing sperm
It's
racing,
called challenge pissing. I don't know why I remember this. This was like 20-something years ago.
Sort of related. Another great Instagram account is Scenic Pisses.
Yeah, I love scenic pisses.
Who doesn't love
people but people are getting like a little too daring with some of these pisses.
Oh, someone's gonna die.
Yeah,
that's the problem with all of these.
I've seen some very dangerous pisses lately. They're supposed to be scenic, not dangerous.
Yeah, that's the problem with anything going viral. Well, it lasted.
It's like how planking. I mean, planking was only around for about a week before someone died doing that. It's kind of crazy that scenic pissing's been around for a couple years now and no one's gotten themselves.
Hopefully, it's not related, but 2 people did just fall off of Bryce Canyon and die because they stepped over the. They literally stepped over the fucking cautionary fence and immediately slipped and fell down.
Well, that's just for normies.
But they could have been pissing.
Could have been pissing.
Moving on, though. According to the reporter who was there, he did actually see them backstage uploading pre-recorded race footage, and when confronted about it, one of the sperm racing co-founders said that the actual race had already happened an hour earlier, and what was shown live was a CGI representation created using tracking data captured during the actual race. And this seems potentially believable, especially if they tried to do it for real and ultimately realized that the footage is boring as hell. But the article also points out a second, much more verifiable bit of dishonesty from sperm racing's creators. Doubt has also been cast as to whether the race can indeed be called a world first. A BBC Two program, Lab Rats, hosted a similar contest in a pub in 2004, showing real zoomed-in microscoping footage in which sperm cells darted around erratically. Another was produced as part of the BBC's The Truth About Food in 2007. Mr. Zhu reportedly acknowledged hearing about them days before the event, but did not change his marketing.
Dishonest. That's false advertising.
Not committed.
Fraudulent.
Yeah, but those are British people. They get money to do all kinds of weird shit. Here in America, we have to have a gambling element tied to it to even get the community involved and interested.
So there's multiple levels of dishonesty and fraud here. One of the event creators, I believe, was like a crypto guy or an NFT.
That's the problem.
Yeah, if you lost that bet, I hope there's a class action lawsuit being filed as we speak, because this stinks. It stinks to high heaven.
I did see a report lately that like just some guy took some cash and just bet against all of the improbable things, world events on Polymarket, just like dumb, outrageous things that had bets available, and he just took the realistic bet every time and made a pretty hefty sum. So good for that person.
Yeah, I mean, it's still gambling.
It definitely is still gambling.
It's still a really foolish thing to do with your money.
Absolutely.
But moving on now to some international news that's also about young men doing stupid shit, though honestly, you're way better off just having sperm races against your friends than doing what this next guy did. Over in Japan, they got this big old mountain called Mount Fuji. It's really just a gigantic volcano, so it's quite iconic. It stands alone. There's no other mountains around it.
Very
it's just a big old single mountain. Now, getting a good look at Mount Fuji is on every tourist bucket list, but some tourists get a good look and decide, hey, I want to go to there. So they head on up one of the mountain's several hiking trails so they can say that they went to the top of Mount Fuji. But the thing is, due to the distance, altitude, and cold temperatures, climbing Mount Fuji is pretty strenuous, even on the supposedly easier trails. And some people underestimate that. Here's The Guardian with one such tale. A university student has been rescued from the slopes of Mount Fuji twice in the space of a week. The second time during an attempt to retrieve his mobile phone.
God.
The hapless climber, a 27-year-old Chinese national who has not been named, was airlifted from Japan's highest mountain last week, only to be the subject of a second search 4 days later. It emerged that he had returned to the scene of his first rescue to retrieve his phone, Japanese media reported.
I got so many good Pokemons on there, they don't transfer. The student, who lives in Japan, was found on Saturday by another off-season climber on a trail more than 3,000 meters, 9,800 feet, above sea level. He was suspected of having altitude sickness and was taken to hospital, a police spokesperson said on Monday. Officers later realized the same man had been lifted from the mountain by helicopter 4 days earlier, the broadcaster TBS said. Media reports said the climber had returned to the 3,776-meter peak on Friday because he had left his phone and other items at the scene of his first rescue. It was unclear if he had managed to find the device. Well, we're going round 3.
Yeah.
The incident was a reminder of the dangers Fuji poses to inexperienced climbers who underestimate the challenge of traversing its steep slopes. People are urged not to hike during the off-season as conditions can quickly become treacherous. I mean, I hope he got his phone the second time, because if not, I mean, it really seems like he might just head right back up the mountain as soon as he's out of the hospital.
Is it true that you can't transfer your Pokemon?
I have no idea, but it would be a very funny thing if it was like something that was maybe like a crypto thing where you could unlock it.
Yeah, you could have some crypto on there. I mean, losing your phone does suck, especially because of the two-factor authentication stuff. That's not fun at all.
For most, I would say, normal people, it is pretty much a once you get another phone. Obviously, once you get a place, which sucks.
But that can be a couple of days, and during those days, you're locked out of your accounts. And
that's why it's good to have a secondary authentication app that doesn't tie to your text messages.
Well,
there you go.
But back to the United States now, with some news from a category that has served us well over the years: public poopers. And public poopers can, of course, be divided into two distinct categories: people trying to be sly about pooping in public who get caught, and people who want everyone to see exactly what they're doing. This next story is from the second category, and it comes to us from Delaware County, Pennsylvania, which locals call Delco. Cool. Here's the Delco Times. The mysterious Delco pooper was identified and charged Thursday with indecent exposure and related offenses. She's accused of defecating on a car hood during a dispute with another driver this week in Prospect Park. Christina Marie Solometto, 44, of the 700 block of East Chester Pike in Ridley Park, is also charged with disorderly conduct, criminal mischief, harassment, and depositing waste on the highway for the Tuesday incident at the corner of 4th and Madison Avenues. Video of the incident, shot by a bystander, took the internet by storm Wednesday, even appearing on TMZ. The video shows a woman exit a vehicle, apparently pantsless, move to the front of another person's car stopped behind her, sit for a second on the victim's vehicle hood, and then return to the sedan, flashing a smile as the other driver shouts at her. Left behind on the hood is a brownish glop.
Who amongst us hasn't wanted to take a shit on the hood of some asshole driver's car? Some of us are just more sneaky about it.
They call it the Pennsylvania sunroof.
Yeah, that's it. Yep. The real upper decker. And here's the pooper's mugshot. I mean, she does seem proud of herself.
Yeah, she got a real kick out of it.
And here's her version of events. Solometto said she was heading north on Lincoln Avenue and was the fifth car in line to turn left at the traffic light onto 4th Avenue. 3 cars went through on the green arrow, she said, but the fourth, the silver sedan, did not move. Solometto began honking, and the driver of the other vehicle began mocking her in the rearview mirror. She said she was frustrated with the other driver and having stomach issues, so she pulled around the silver sedan and turned left. Solometto said she continued toward Madison on 4th when she noticed the other vehicle appeared to be following her. She said she stopped her vehicle and exited, then had an exchange with the other driver. Solometto said as she was walking back to her car, the driver of the silver sedan called her an insulting name, which made her angry, according to the affidavit. Solometto said, "I wanted to punch her in the face, but I pooped on her car instead and went home."
I could have punched her.
Yeah. On Thursday, O'Neill and Prospect Park Police Chief Dave Madonna went to her Chester Park address later to discuss the matter further, and she confirmed the details from the earlier conversation. It was a clean poop, she added at the time. Didn't even have to wipe. Madonna said Solometto was taken into custody at the time. In video of her arrest posted online Thursday night, she tells one person, "I have a sickness."
Yeah, I'd say so. And the video of her getting arrested too. She's having a big old laugh about it.
At that point, you kind of gotta just laugh. I would feel bad if this person was obviously suffering from a mental break, but it seems like otherwise, maybe they just might be an angry driver. Also, yeah, it's just a mess, but I am proud of the clean break because that really sends a message. It means this was intentional. It wasn't just, I'm going to go all over here. I'm going to plop one right on the hood, and it's going to be perfect.
Yeah, well, the thing is, we're not going to show it, but believe me when I tell you, it was not, in fact, a clean poop by anyone's definition.
All right.
The article described it as a brownish glop, and I'd say that's pretty accurate. It was
on a scale of normal to Blippy pooping on his friend.
What is it? The Bristol chart? It was, I don't know, either at the top or the bottom. I can't remember which side is the most liquefied, but it was there.
Woo!
Yeah. We'll leave it at that.
Yeah, we will. Yeah. Let's move on to an update on our old pal Mike Lindell.
Oh, good.
Boy, Mr. Mike Gillo. It's been more than 4 years since the 2020 election, and so much has changed. But one thing that remains the same is all the legal trouble Mike Lindell is in due to repeatedly defaming a bunch of voting machine companies. His quest to somehow prove the 2020 election was stolen continues to cost him dearly. And it would appear that his dire financial straits have forced him to hire some legal representation that isn't exactly top-notch. Here's Mashable with the latest embarrassment for this very embarrassing man. Lawyers for MyPillow CEO and presidential election conspiracy theorist Mike Lindell are facing potential disciplinary action after using generative AI to write a legal brief, resulting in a document rife with fundamental errors. The lawyers did admit to using AI, but claim that this particular mistake was primarily human. Did it also have a watermark of a giant dragon in a business suit?
They didn't say so, but I'm sure they considered it.
Mike Lindell has a couple of new lawyers, and you're going to be very scared of them. They breathe fire.
Legal dragon.
Yeah.
On Wednesday, an order by Colorado District Court Judge Nina Wang noted that the court had identified almost 30 defective citations in a brief filed by Lindell's lawyers on February 25th, signed by attorneys Christopher Kocharoff and Jennifer DeMaster of law firm McSweeney, Sinkar, and Kocharoff. The filing was part of former Dominion Voting Systems employee Eric Coomer's defamation lawsuit against Lindell. These defects include, but are not limited to, misquotes of cited cases, misrepresentations of principles of law associated with cited cases, including discussions of legal principles that simply do not appear within such decisions, misstatements regarding whether case law originated from a binding authority such as the United States Court of Appeals for the 10th Circuit, misattributions of case law to this district, and, most egregiously, citation of cases that do not exist. Read Wang's court order. The court further noted that while the lawyers had been given the opportunity to explain this laundry list of errors, they were unable to adequately do so. Kocharoff confirmed that he'd used generative AI to prepare the brief once directly asked about it by the court, and upon further questioning admitted that he had not checked the resultant citations. Yeah, it is wild. It's been like over a year since like the first few times some lawyers, like I feel like those lawyers a year and a half ago, you could at least forgive them for their naivete.
I will take on a high-profile case, sure.
But like doing this in 2025, when clearly as a lawyer, like if you're paying the slightest bit of attention, you know, hey, ChatGPT is not reliable. It's for filing legal documents. In fact, judges hate it. Judges get very fucking pissed when you do it.
It's the constant, I'm gonna butcher it, but the constant scale of like, you know, quick, quality, and price. And it's like, look, Mr. Moon, he has negative money. So we're going to do a negative job of representing.
Yeah. We'll take this case on pro bono. Yeah. Let me just work on it. Okay, here's your files.
Also, side note, I feel like Eric Coomer would do great in the sperm racing competition.
Yeah. He was defamed for the 2020 election, but he was also defamed as a masturbator.
Yeah.
Mike Lindell, he's jerking off all the time, this Coomer. I know what a Coomer is.
He comes from a long line of Coomers.
Anyways, sucks to be him, but let's move on. It's time to move on now to the headlines half of the show. But since this episode isn't sponsored, we might as well let you know that, hey, if you like the show, want to support it, maybe consider becoming a channel member.
It's so easy. You click the join button. It's a very fun experience for everyone.
You want to make things harder for yourself? We've also got a Patreon. We got a Ko-Fi. I don't know how to say it.
Coffee.
If that's more your speed. Or just like the video. Please like the video. That helps too a lot.
And since we're in the middle of the episode, some house cleaning stuff. We're not going to take the entire week off next week.
Just one episode and
like Thursday or something. You'll see an episode. So just rest easy. But we are going out of town again. I know it's a lot in the past 2 weeks, but we appreciate you understanding.
Yeah.
Anyways, now for the weirdest, wildest news headlines from around the world, starting with
Kanye banned from streaming platform 7 minutes after joining. Streaming platform was Twitch. Can you guess what Kanye did within those 7 minutes to get himself banned from Twitch?
I'm going to guess anything anti-Semitic or a swastika.
Can you be more specific?
No, I don't want to because I don't want to get our show banned.
Within the 7 minutes, he said Heil Hitler and did a Nazi salute. Yeah, said a bunch of other offensive shit.
Did Kick roll out the red carpet for him?
I don't know, actually.
Because that is, like, at this point, if you're the type of person Kanye is, or anyone in general, you can't join Kick right away. Yeah. You have to get banned from the other platforms first.
But, like, I feel like even Kick, like, despite being very permissive, I feel like even Kick doesn't allow like blatant.
Does Rumble have
Nazi
live
support.
streaming? It has to.
Yeah.
So he'll go there.
Rumble.
So there you go. Kanye on Rumble coming soon. Also, I believe his there was some news recently about, I don't know if she's his ex or not, the Bianca being like, yeah, that dentist definitely got him hooked on nitrous and it destroyed his brain.
Yeah, I didn't see that, but that seems. Yeah, they're getting divorced, but then they were like seen together again. I don't fucking know. I don't.
Either way, apparently, yeah, I don't really care all that much either, but it does make sense. I fully believed for the first time ever Milo Yiannopoulos when he said that they blew his brain out with nitrous.
And Kanye's got this like warehouse in Koreatown, LA, where he's got like 100 men he's like training as his dancers for the tour that's supposedly happening next, and they're putting like swastikas on the building, and the people in the neighborhood are like, "What the fuck, Kanye?"
Mm-hmm. Well, if he gets kicked out of the building, he's gonna get to say the line.
I've been canceled.
No, this is gonna ruin the tour. What tour? The world tour.
I don't think he's going on a world tour.
Yeah, he's not going on a world tour. Side note, the tickets not doing well. That Beyonce show at SoFi, very, very undersold.
Yeah.
Even though the tickets were going for like $600.
Let's see. You have two things happening. Years of concert tickets prices going to absurd heights, and the economy being in the most uncertain shape it's been in over a decade.
Also,
what could possibly happen?
Doing multiple nights at SoFi Stadium, of all places. Yeah, I looked the other night just for shits and giggles on StubHub, and it was $50 to get into that show, which has got to be annoying for people who are massive Beyonce fans.
I mean, honestly,
who paid hundreds of dollars when they went on sale.
I hope the bubble bursts.
I think it is. It has to be.
Because it's gotten so fucking out of hand, especially since Ticketmaster and Live Nation bought up like almost every venue, including like the small ones. There's like a tiny handful of independent music venues in Los Angeles.
Yeah, one of the biggest music towns. And yeah, what's going to happen is the festival market is just going to implode. It's impossible to have the same festival in every city in America and have those festivals sustain themselves.
I feel like it kind of has the amount of like, this is very local talk, but the Rose Bowl grounds, like I feel like 2 or 3 summers ago they had like 5 or 6 festivals.
There's 2 coming up right back.
Yeah, but there's no more than that.
True, but yeah, it is kind of wild when you see the same
and they're
lineups.
Ridiculously expensive.
Yeah, the same lineups. Like people used to travel to see these lineups, and now they don't have to because
Well, the worst part is all these companies put the bands under contract that they can't play.
Within like 200 miles.
Yeah, they can't play actual shows in LA. So like so many bands only play one show in LA, and it's like Coachella or some other festival, and they never play a show in an actual venue. So the only way to see that one band, if you want to, is to pay festival prices to go walk like 10 miles in the sun and watch them.
Or be super locked in and go to a secret show, because that's how they get around it. But let's move on to different weird headlines. Next one is Trump's first new media briefing hosts influencer who spent 7 days convinced the moon had disappeared.
Yeah, we haven't dug into this much on the show, but yeah, they got Tim Pool at the White House. They got a bunch
on. He's got the beanie.
Yeah, of course he is. You wouldn't recognize him without it. And it's Tim Pool and a bunch of just absolute brain broken freaks who all rely on like Elon Musk Twitter verification for income now. But one of them is some person who like a year ago during a new moon phase was like,
I thought that was supposed to be
like, why is no one talking about the fact that the moon has disappeared? Like as if this is like I can't even. I'm like, okay, let's start. Okay, you don't see the moon for a few days. What do you think that means? What does that mean?
I would love to see if they have any
other hiding the moon from us.
What other object permanence issues this person has?
But like, if the moon did in fact disappear, how would that work?
Well, it just shows like a basic misunderstanding of just everything. Because if the moon was gone, he wouldn't be alive to realize that the moon was gone.
Yeah, things would happen. Horrible apocalyptic things would happen if there was no moon.
You'd be underwater.
Anyway, these briefings, these.
I did see that Big Balls was in on one the other day.
Oh, he was?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's very similar to like these briefings that Putin has in Russia, where he just like only calls on his sycophants. Yeah. So you got like people being like, "Can I ask, like, you know, is the administration like considering maybe going after the Obamas illegally?" And they're like,
"Well, we're thinking about it.
Yeah, maybe we will.
Everything's on the table." By the way, that White House spokeslady, you know, the age gap relationship one.
Yeah.
She got pregnant outside of wedlock.
Wait, what?
What is going on?
The old man knocked her up
before they were married.
We should stone her.
I can't believe that cross isn't just burned right into their neck. How am I the one with some kind of weird, like, I don't give a fuck. She's not a Christian. If that's your whole fucking thing, like, come on.
Well, in her defense, she didn't have sex ed. She had abstinence-only
Wait,
education.
let me make sure.
When that didn't work, well,
vague memories of
that's where
not
maybe
being
come
able
from.
to do
Yeah.
this. Like
RFK
someone
Jr.
said,
rejects
I can't do
cornerstone of health science, germ theory.
Yeah, I assume that on principle in general. If you tell me anything about RFK and how he's running the Department of Health right now, I'm gonna believe it because he's a fucking nut.
Yeah, this isn't even like news. It's just someone finally looked into he's written so many books over the years.
Yeah.
And someone like looked into one of the books, and he wrote like a whole chapter on how germ theory is not real, and actually what's real is the previous theory that germ theory supplanted, which is miasma theory. And I assume he also believes that, like, in the four humors. And yeah, the man's a fucking quack. Yeah, it is a travesty. Out of all of the people that Trump appointed, it is a tight race, but this guy is clearly, like, it's not even just that he's unqualified, he's anti-qualified.
Yeah, but that's the thing with all of the people. Like, when you look at Linda McMahon running the Department of Education, I guess the only one that makes sense in the most evil way possible is Tom Homan running.
Yeah, he's doing his job. He's an evil man running an evil branch of government.
Yeah. And then you got little Marco, who's got all of his little hands full.
Yeah, I mean, Linda McMahon, at least they're honest that, like, her running the Department of Education, the whole point of it is to destroy the Department of Education. RFK, if he had come out and just straight up said, I'm going to run Health and Human Services in order to make America less healthy, then he'd at least be telling the truth. But he's saying he's making America healthy again.
I got into just one of many, but mostly fine conversations we made out about, like, because he loves the real sugar in the...
Yeah.
And it's like, why do you think that there's... I just, like, asked, like, why do you think that there's corn syrup in American? Like, it just led to a whole thing where it's just like, yes, if RFK came in and, like, there was some things that people can agree with, where he wants to get rid of certain food additives and stuff, and it's like, okay, that's an okay idea.
Yeah.
Getting rid of, like, medical advertisements on TV, okay.
Yeah, I'd be happy
But
about
he, like, says those things and then immediately is mishandling a measles outbreak, a bird flu outbreak, and is telling people things that are factually untrue about how to be healthy. It just is... He's really leaning into the worst ideas possible.
Yeah, he's making...
He's like, you know what?
It's all dumber.
Instead of worrying about, you know, the things that might have bipartisan support, I'm going to put a whole team on figuring out how vaccines are actually bad for you. And we're going to have this thing figured out by September.
Can't wait.
Yeah.
But speaking of politics, but not ours, Canada's conservative leader Pierre Poilievre loses his own seat in election collapse. We didn't get to the... We talked about Canada elections on Monday, I think, but...
Yeah, the results were still coming in.
They were still coming in, but by Tuesday it was clear that Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the Conservative Party, who was just like a month earlier assumed to be the next Prime Minister of Canada, no longer has any role in politics because he lost. Like, he could have remained in government as a member of Parliament. He can't. He lost his seat. He's done. He's done.
The vibe shift was unlike anything I've seen in quite a while up there in Canada.
He has no one to thank but Donald J. Trump.
It is, again...
He had this shit locked down.
I'm very proud of Canada for what, if nothing else, showing that when faced with a person like Trump down south, they actually are like, oh God, this could actually happen here. Because they were on track for a lot of conservative things to happen. And then they saw what that could lead to and said, oh no.
Yeah, I mean, I always say, like, their primary, and this is not derogatory, but their primary, like, cultural thing about them is that they are not American, and they are very proud of that.
Yeah.
And if they feel like they're becoming American, it's like, oh, red It's setting off red flags. The alarms are going off. We cannot become like those lunatics south of our border.
I believe Canada has a thing like in America you can't trust someone with two first names, because I saw a lot of talk about how they should not elect a person with an alliterative name.
Oh, pee-pee.
Yeah. So maybe that's a cultural difference, but something that maintains the order, you know? Yeah.
Hey.
Jail locks down after convicted killer goes missing for 12 hours. Then cops realize they forgot him at the courthouse.
Well,
oops.
Boys will be boys.
Well, I can assure you that
code red.
Lock it down. It probably, certainly, only sucked for the inmates. The cops were like, "Oh, fiddlesticks." And got
I mean, I think this was like so egregious that a few of the cops did get like demoted because, they just left this guy. Also, the guy who was left at the courthouse, killer though he might be, was like he was in a cell that's like not designed for overnights, so he had to like sleep on the cold floor, didn't eat. It's just bad all around. And feels like they could have figured this out in less than 12 hours.
Yeah. It seems like you would just kind of, the first thing, it would be like losing your keys.
Yeah.
Retrace your steps.
Yeah, you don't call 911 when you lose your keys.
Yeah.
You take a breath and you retrace your steps.
Yeah. Especially,
where were the keys the last time I saw them?
Yeah, especially like with two people on the case. Let's put our brains together and really.
This was a lot.
Okay, we did two things today. We went to the courthouse and the jail. And honestly, this is probably what happened. They probably stopped somewhere on the way between, and they were like, "Oh fuck, we probably lost him at the Whataburger, or wherever it is."
He was in the back of the van, right?
Right. We both saw him back there, right?
All right. Well, let's pretend that we took him to the prison, and he somehow got lost.
Whoa! We better lock the prison down, because we definitely had this guy. It is certainly not our incompetence. Definitely the incompetence of the people who work at the jail.
Yeah.
Anyways, good luck, everyone. We got more cases to solve.
Yeah, we're going back to Whataburger because we love it.
Yeah.
Turkish town of 25,000 gets involuntary high from 20-ton cannabis burn. This happens every couple years. It's the most amateur shit. The cops they'll put the weed in a big old pile and light it on fire to be like, this is what we think of crime, and they don't realize that like that shit's gonna be burning for days. The smoke being at ground level means it's going to be wafting fucking everywhere, and it's going to be getting everyone high as shit.
You've done the opposite of what you claim to be wanting to do, which is
like
people not getting high.
They have special furnaces for drug seizures, and it is a big fucking tower with like a shitload of charcoal built in to get that smoke up into the air as quickly as possible.
Like, just fucking do anything, like bury it. Like, who the fuck is going to dig up nasty weed and try to smoke it? And if they do, you know what? Go nuts. Like, you can ruin weed so easily by just doing nothing. Burning it is exactly what you're supposed to do.
I would compost it.
There you go.
Perfectly good organic material right there. You could get some great soil going with all that.
The worms, they lose a little bit of the motivation, but we don't hold it against them.
Yeah, the worms, they're a little bit slower.
They're
a little bit more chill.
They go from the racetrack sperm to the petri dish sperm. They're just going in circles. And Elliot gets out his vibrating rod, brings him to the surface.
Yeah.
$800,000 in dimes spills onto North Texas Highway, the new Dime Square.
It's a lot of dimes. I had to go and like do the formulas. I did the math. $1,000 in dimes is 100 pounds.
Wow.
So
that's a lot of dimes.
This is a heavy spill.
You roll by this. This is like money falls off a truck, and at this point, you just look at it and go,
not worth the effort. Yeah, it's not like when like cash falls out and people like just grabbing bills. Like picking up even $1's worth of dimes. It's like, what? Dude, you got to do that 20 times. So you got $1.
You don't get after you've done a little exercise.
Yeah,
really loosened up.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing, having my dad here now, I have fucking loose change everywhere. I've never had change in so long. If anything, it's like if I use cash, put a quarter like right there in the center console in case I need to pay a meter.
Yeah.
There's fucking change everywhere. It's everywhere.
What do you mean it's everywhere?
I'm finding it in places. Like I'll set it down on like a countertop or something like that. I'm finding it in different parts of like the kitchen. It's change. But hey, now I have nothing to worry about with parking meters for a long time.
Yeah, I keep a little coin purse in my car, just filled with quarters.
It's very cute.
Yeah.
The coin purse.
Yeah, it comes in handy like once a month.
I got a manly coin purse. It's leather. It's shaped like a It's got a cool shape to it.
Yeah.
It's got a vibe. It's got a stamp on it.
It's actually a coin wallet.
Yeah, if you want to be technical about it, it's pretty masculine. Pretty masculine.
Southwest Airlines passenger allegedly strips naked, poops on plane seat during flight.
They wouldn't get out of the way. I'm trying to make a left turn.
There's no details provided here. It's kind of shocking that not one person on this plane like caught it on video. Not that I really want to see it,
No.
but like, there's so little detail here. I'm like, I just want to hear how this went down from someone who was there.
This sounds like a probably a mental break.
Yeah,
because you're trapped in an airplane, and
I don't know what it is about
with that.
planes and airports that makes people lose their mind.
It's a miserable experience for anyone who's flying for not the first time in their life.
Yeah.
It's claustrophobic. It's stressful, especially with everything else that's going on right now. I mean, we're literally about to fly into Reagan.
Yeah, I hope someone poops on our plane.
I hope no one's flying a fucking helicopter in the way of it. Like, it's not a really unstressful time to fly. So, you know, shit happens.
Shit happens.
I guess.
Nobody's perfect.
That's right, Elliot. Woman raises $280,000 amid controversy over viral video of her calling a 5-year-old a slur. Cancel culture is alive and well, and it means getting $500,000 or $280,000.
Well, this is from like a day or so ago. I think it's even higher now.
Yeah.
But this woman, like a 5-year-old black child who I've seen conflicting reports, but might also be autistic. Apparently, like went up to like her diaper bag and started like looking around, and
It's a child.
Yeah, she used that opportunity to call the kid and the kid's father the N-word repeatedly.
And now she gets paid for it?
As soon as the video that the guy took of it went viral and people figured out who she was, she's like, I need money to relocate. The woke mob is after me. And all of the Nazis came out of the woodwork to give her that money. She is hitting the jackpot. All you got to do in this country is
Scream at a child. Racial
yell slurs at a child and then frame yourself as the victim. It's fucking gross. And people are like, oh, this isn't a racist country. I'm like,
Yeah, definitely some serious shit happening all the time if you look. If you're open your mind to seeing stuff like that, as racist because it is.
open up fucking the computer. Just go on the internet for 2 fucking seconds. The kerning on the Pope's tomb is a travesty. And they're not wrong.
It's all fucked up.
Well, so like kerning is the distance between letters.
Yeah.
They use like a classic like Times New Roman font, and the A. Basically, they did equal spacing between the letters, but so it's Franciscus R-A-N. The A.
Hold on, I have to figure out how to.
You
do
want the
something.
A to be closer to the other letters, otherwise it looks like just like it leaves a big fucking gap in there, and people are
Set to visual, not metric, or whatever the thing is on Photoshop.
they're just people are really baffled that. Like, I know he asked for like a cheap grave, but they really cheaped out.
Hey, look, it really sends the message.
Yeah.
We skimped on every aspect of this. And luckily, it's not just carved in there or something cheaply.
I mean, it is carved in there. They can't if they want to fix it, they have to replace the whole goddamn thing.
Okay. And then it was like an inlay.
It is.
Well, you know what? It fits his vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go. Eric Adams asked for photos of cops staring at their phones, and New Yorkers delivered. Oh yeah? Prove it.
I mean, this is he's a lame duck at this point, and
Does he believe that though?
I don't know. I mean, like, he seemed like he's like, yeah, I keep hearing from good cops that they're pissed off that their coworkers are like just playing Candy Crush on the job for 8 hours, not doing anything. So, like, I don't know. I haven't seen it personally, but if anyone from New York seen this, you be sure to send that to my office. And just like everyone, like literally, I've seen more cops in New York on their phones than not on their phones.
Yeah.
It's literally the first thing you see when you get into any subway station in New York is like a dozen cops all just doing this.
Yeah.
Making really good money. Well,
what do you expect them to do? Everyone throughout history stood around and stared at their phones, Elliot.
Yeah.
That's right.
Curious, what did they do before they had their phones?
Racially profiled people.
Yeah, like stopped and frisked. There is an argument to be made that the more time these people spend on their phones, the safer the community is.
The issue is that we're paying taxpayers.
The salaries some of these people are drawing are egregious.
Yeah, if you ever,
where are we going to find the money to keep the library open on weekends?
if you ever want to get very frustrated, I mean, look at your own city budget, but the LA city budget is just one of the most absurd visualizations that you could ever see.
Yeah.
It's like, here's a bunch of good stuff, like parks and keeping the city clean and, rehabilitation of buildings, anything. Police! Yeah, and then it's Pac-Man eating that because the Pac-Man is the fucking police and the lawsuits that the police cause.
There's the same with the U.S., the federal budget.
Yeah.
Like, military is most of it, and then there's Social Security, and then there's just a tiny little slice of the pie for everything else.
Great system we have.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's it for this episode. We will be back in a couple of days, and we will see you then. But in the meantime, please, if you can support the channel, click the join button or anywhere else. And, of course, the like button. Leave a comment. Talk about anything we spoke about today or whatever. Doesn't matter. Make sure you're subscribed, and we will see you soon. Bye-bye.
Good evening, gentle listener, and welcome to Distractable. This week, it's Boxes and Pain, as Mark stress threatens his very health. So let's show our love for our amazing friend. Wise Wade gets a chance to dig deeper than ever before, and Beaming Bob admits how Futurama helped his heart and soul to grow. From the meaning of inner space to the hell of immortality, yeah, it's time for You Ever Feel. Now sit back and prepare to be distracted and enjoy the
And welcome back to another episode of Distractable. I'm today's host.
This is Doubtfire.
Hello. That's going to throw you all off.
I'm not going to join in on this. This is nonsense. I come here for a serious podcasting experience and not to throw people off from the very beginning. You think they're going to go from the smooth, dulcet tones of Baltimore to... I did it, but I didn't.
Well, put that right at the start. Oh, it's Mark's idea.
Well, extend the O.
Yeah. Perfect. Seamless.
Fine. You got me.
Well, welcome back. How are you guys? I'll describe the podcast in a minute. We're already talking, so.
Good.
We're already talking? Oh, man, don't sound so disappointed about it.
I don't know why I'm doing this talking through my smile thing today, but that's where I'm at, apparently. I'm great.
I believe you.
I'm much better now. I was unhealthy last week.
Yeah, you okay?
Yeah, I am. I came down with a very mysterious illness that I didn't talk about at all. It's a very, very, very serious.
It can be.
It can be, if not caught early. So...
Same thing, but be more mysterious.
One night I woke up with a shooting, stabbing, burning pain arcing down my arm. Spiraled up and bounced from the tips of my fingers up to my shoulder and then down my side. I woke in agony, screaming at the top of my lungs, looking around the darkness of the room, trying to perceive what demon could possibly be causing this pain at this hour of the night.
I don't believe in illnesses. I can't explain what I saw.
Is that mysterious enough for you?
You're making me sick, man.
We're just missing a quote the Raven.
Nevermore.
And then I think we got it.
Yes. And then came a knocking on my chamber door. Shingles!
I'm sorry, what?
What? There came a knocking.
You opened the door, I just picture a roof just standing there.
No. I mean, doesn't that sound like something that's a funny illness?
Yeah, it does. It has a silly name.
That's just something that old people get. Oh, man, it's shit.
Those silly olds.
It's so hilarious.
Those goofy elderly, you know.
We here at Distractable are not sponsored by us.
It's something that I actually, when I was looking up what it was, because I didn't even really know what shingles was like its prevalence amongst people below 50 is actually going up, but It's a resurgence of chickenpox. So if you got chickenpox as a kid, Bob, you have frozen in a creepy smile.
I apparently it's my internet. You guys have been in and it's fine. It's fine.
So I got shingles, and it's a resurgence of the chickenpox virus. And at first I was like, oh, that's weird, because it starts as nerve pain. That's actually how I noticed it first. And I was just very in tune, and I got like, oh, he's doing it's all right. It's all right. I'm just goofing around. You were very still for me. I was like, man, that's really good.
Drax would think he's invisible.
Nerve pain. Continue your hilarious illness.
So I had like a nerve pain down my arm just because it's super weird. The way the chickenpox virus lays dormant in your system is it's only on one side of your body. So if you get shingles, it will only affect one side of your body in terms of the physical, like actually having a rash up here. But it's full body, like tiredness and sickness. It was so bad, like I couldn't sit at my computer and look at my computer screen. I had to like lay on the couch. Like every once in a while it would come in waves. So like an hour I'd be fine. And then an hour later I'd just be like, I lay down and I don't do anything besides laying down right now. So very strange. And it lasted for like a week. And it can last for up to a month. And it can cause extremely serious complications if you don't catch it early enough.
Mandy actually had shingles when we were in undergrad, and she had it on her back, was where like the rash was, and it was super painful because she couldn't like sit and lean against anything. Very, very painful, and it lasted I think for almost a month for her. And it can make you go blind because it does affect your nerves. If you get it in your face area, it can like make you lose motor function in sensitive parts of your face or make you go blind. It's crazy.
So funny thing about that, it actually spread to my eye. That's where it started to get serious. So one day, after I first got the antivirals, you take those, and then like the second day, I noticed this weird burning in my eye, and my right eye wasn't focusing correctly. And so my whole head felt warm, and I was like, am I having a stroke or something? This is weird. And then I went to the doctor and like, yeah, you caught this really early, man. Like, and I was like, thank you. Am I going to die? I'm totally fine now. Yeah, they got me hooked up with all kinds of meds, and then I took my entire round of antivirals. And so, yeah, that's just a thing. And it's apparently purely caused by stress, which is such a weird disease where it's like, just don't get too stressed or that can happen. And that's what shingles is. Because if you've had chickenpox, I don't know if you've had like the chickenpox vaccine. I don't know if it can come up from there.
I think if you've been infected with chickenpox, but I don't know if the vaccine works because you don't have the same dormant stuff in your body if you don't.
I had the family that was like, oh, one of you has chickenpox, let's introduce all of you to it so you get it out of the way. So we had that happen when I was like 4.
Neat.
That was very much what happened to me.
You've got shingles in you.
Yep.
Yay. So the damage, could that have been permanent, like to your eye, if you hadn't treated it early enough? Would that?
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely, yeah.
That's permanent blindness or, okay.
It can cause permanent nerve damage, and if it damages anything around your eye and whatever, it can be really serious. I think David Letterman had shingles pretty bad in his like face area. That was a long time ago, but it's like, it could be pretty dangerous.
I'm trying really hard to be relaxed about this right now.
Yeah, just don't stress.
Yeah, well, calm down, Wade. God.
You really don't want to get stressed, man.
That's like the worst thing to tell someone. It's like, don't stress about this or you might die. It's like, okay, I'm calm. I'm so calm. I'll never stress about anything.
The more afraid you are of it, the worse it's going to be, man. Calm down.
Calm down.
Yeah, well, great. Man, what happy times. I'm glad you're good. Don't stress.
Thanks. I'm not. I'm fine. Are you stressed?
I'm not stressed at all. I'm just...
Hope not.
You look a little stressed around your neck there on one side of your body.
It's like whenever you're like freaking out about someone, someone's like, "Oh, just calm down." It's like, I feel less calm. I'm being told to calm. Like I don't know, just
that works 100% of the time for me.
Oh.
That's all I need. If I ever start to freak out, just look at me and be like, "Hey, calm down," and I'm immediately just like, "Oh shit, okay, yeah."
When people grab me by the shoulders and shake me really violently, like,
and slap you across the face.
Yeah, slap me. Yeah, that really calms me right down.
I love sarcasm.
I'm not being sarcastic. That's
we gotta be clear for some people out there.
that actually just works for me. I'm just that kind of person.
Oh, not me. Don't do that. Anywho, Mark, good small talk. You earned 3.
That all my shingles suffering was worth.
It was worth 3, Mark. Isn't that worth it?
You earned 3. It's like part of building a roof with your shingles. Why is it called the same thing as roofing shingles? Because I always thought that maybe the rash looked like roofing shingle or something, but
It's because in English there are what are known as homophones.
More you know. Or something.
Yeah, that's pretty close. Yeah.
Every time you guys stand still, I think you're freezing again.
Well, see, I can't do it because my background also. I don't know why, but I put in a moving light, like a.
I have a moving
Oh,
light
my
literally
fucking-
right here on the edge of my. So when I do that, but if this is still glowy, it's the same.
Yeah. This is my boar spear. I wanted it to have like an ominous glow to the boar spear.
Why do your lights move?
It's a fire.
Yeah.
It's like a little fire guy. It's just a little warmth. It used to be in a much better spot over here, but
Your background's great too. I love the gray.
no, yeah, it's very cool.
Well, it comes off.
Please peel down a square right in the middle of your background and leave it. Perfect. Don't put it back.
Dude, these command strips have done wonders. They've been done for like 6 years.
Yeah, that's great, man.
Don't put it back. Don't.
Don't do it. Leave it.
Back the wrong way.
Oh, yes. I love that, actually. That's perfect.
And everyone that's not watching the podcast, you're missing the most thrilling video content.
This is your punishment for. Oh, he just ignored. He put it back.
It didn't stick because the command strips, I kind of forgot that those are a crucial element to holding it up. It's not really in there good, though. Like, you can see it's crooked. Now the one next to it's a little...
It's a little crooked. I don't know. It's not as funny as it could have been.
Bob, great small talk. Have 2.
My nothing was worth almost as much as your shingles, Mark.
Hey, I'll take it. That's the hustle. That's what the hustle's all about.
You know what, Mark? Have an extra one because you gave me a day off last week. Thanks for that.
But what about my grind set, Wade? I've got such a grind set. That must be worth.
I don't know what that means, but sure, have 2 more.
But
Alright.
wait a minute. I'm getting that bread though.
Oh, it's true. Have 1.
Oh, come on, gamer. Don't take that bag from me.
Oh, you know what? Have 6. Welcome to the podcast where one of us hosts and the other 2 compete for points. I probably should have mentioned that like an hour ago, but we're here, and today we've got a topic, and I will tell them what it is. By the way, all the points I've given you out so far are worth nothing, and they're eliminated as of now.
Oh. Wow, Mark, your shingles is worth nothing.
My shingles is worth...
Your suffering is just for our enjoyment, you fool.
I've spent the last however much time moving, and it's been awful.
Me too, except across a whole country instead of 15 minutes away, so shut up.
Have you been moving?
We currently are staging our house to sell it, yes. We have a move date scheduled. Over the next month and a half, I will continuously be moving. Did you not see the chair in my background? This is to sell the house. People will look at the chair and be like, oh, cool. A chair fits there.
I'm just gonna show empty house because I don't feel like putting in the effort to stage.
Wow, unbelievable.
Yeah. Doesn't it cost money to buy stuff to stage a house?
We're staging it with our own furniture. We're just like packing up and decluttering and then moving our own furniture around so that the rooms...
Oh, well, mine's already gone, so...
Okay, well... Yeah, so you're done moving already. You're complaining about it still. Wow.
We have 1 bed and a couch left, and so I could, like, just move those around to each room. The kitchen is just a bed.
I mean...
Oh, the dining room, a bed. The family room, a bed.
I do love that. I think that would be... I think you should do that for the photos. You should just have the same bed and couch in every room. And Michael Myers peering in from the back corner of the room.
I should have had Elmo. I should have had Elmo in every photo.
How many points do I get?
Oh, 5.
Alright.
Mark, you want any points?
Wait, are those valid points, or have the points started? Has it happened?
Yeah, I actually typed these out, so those counted. Mark, you want some?
I would love some. I suffered so greatly at the hands of shingles.
No, you already got points and lost it for that. You can't get more points. That's double jeopardy.
Oh, he's right. No, he's right. I don't deserve any.
Okay, 0. You got it. Now it's 5-0, officially. Good call. I guess I'm supposed to tell you guys the topic. I figured we would talk about something that we've talked about, but we haven't talked about specifically this aspect of it. We're all gamers here, and playing through some games recently and watching some playthroughs of different games and stuff, I remembered, like, the feelings that certain games and characters from games and shows and movies and stuff can kind of, like, have. And I want to talk about some of, like, the biggest moments that, like, shows or characters in shows, movies, games, how they've impacted us, like, how they've made you feel or changed you over the years. There was one, for example, for me, playing the game Summoner was like the first RPG I ever played. It was a PS2 launch title. It was the first real RPG I ever really spent much time on that was like long, drawn out story. And there's like a big spoilers. There's a big plot twist in the middle where you think like you're done with the game. If you're me, I was like, oh my god, I'm finished with the game. And then you find out that instead of collecting 4 rings, there's supposed to be 8. And then like the main character's hand like burns off and he loses his power and then he's like locked away. And your party's divided up and you take over just one character and this character has to go and like reunite people and stuff.
Bro, spoilers.
Spoilers, man. I said spoilers before, it's fine. If you say spoiler, you're allowed to spoil. But the cutscene that happened and then the ensuing quest stuff like blew my mind. I was like, this is one of the most mind-blowing things I've ever experienced in game. Like, it changed my perspective of what like gaming can be. And it was just such a cool, unique experience to have that. And then, like, you know, certain characters you meet throughout games. The Last of Us Part 2, those are games that have still stuck with me emotionally over the years. I just want to talk about things like that. They don't have to be, like, sad or whatever. Just things that have, like, impacted your perception on either gaming, shows, movies, or even life that have occurred in that kind of media.
Oh, man.
It takes a moment. If you guys need a moment to think about it, like, go.
No. With this dumb topic, I can think of some. It's so easy to come up with things. His silly topics that he picks that we never take seriously. How shall we ruin Wade's day today, Bob?
You know, if my topics are so bad, why did you both rip me off for weird?
Is this weird 5? Is it time for weird?
There's nothing weird about this one. It's not weird.
Strange, bizarre.
This is normal, part 1.
Let us really embody the name of Distractable and be distracted.
Very normal, part 1.
I have one.
That's great.
Go ahead, sir.
Oh, okay. All right. I guess I'll go. So this one, I don't know why this affected me so much. I might have alluded to this or mentioned it in the past, but when Mass Effect 3 came out, I was actually legitimately emotionally devastated, and not for good reasons. At this point, like, Mass Effect was probably one of my favorite games of all time at this point. I don't think I could look back and say it still is, but I was so invested in it. I played Mass Effect 1 a ton, and then when Mass Effect 2 came out, that was the first game that I did a completionist run. I did everything you could possibly do in that game. I played every style, I played every quest, I got every DLC, and then after I was done with Mass Effect 2, I went back and did the same for Mass Effect 1 because I had fallen so much in love with it. And I completionist Mass Effect 1 for all of its, like, flaws, which definitely in the greater galactic exploration part of it was definitely flawed and a lot of repeat stuff everywhere. So you can imagine Mass Effect 3, I was so excited. Mass Effect 3 was finally coming out. It was going to conclude the story. It was going to be so big. There was going to be so many things. And for the majority of me playing through it, it was that experience. It was everything. I was just like, oh! You know, there's this gif of, like, you know, one of the fucking meme faces just, like, at the couch, like, yeah.
Is there a more anticipated sequel than Mass Effect 3 after 2?
Very few, definitely. I was in it, and then I got to the ending, and it's never been such a calamitous shift in how I viewed a game than the ending of Mass Effect 3. And I remember when I got to it, and I had played it up, and I think I didn't do something right, and I didn't get the green ending unlocked. And when I got there, and I had all that happen, and it was because, I don't know why, it was an ending, and it's not so much that I was worried, spoilers, about Shepard sacrificing himself or dying or whatever. I expected that. It was just how bitter and unsatisfying it felt. I remember watching through the credits and just kind of crying. I think I actually cried because I'm like, this is not what it should be. This not, no. Like, no, after all this is what it is? Yeah, no, I was in tears.
To put context around it, they did a patch, like, however long later to, like, change it up a little bit. But the original thing was literally, like, the entire point of the Mass Effect trilogy, most of you probably know this, some of you that aren't gamers maybe not, is it's all about choice, and your choices impacting the story. The first game's choices impacting the second game, those choices impacting the third game, and it's all about all of these things that you do, the companions you make and lose along the way, getting to the end. And the end of Mass Effect 3 spat on all of that, it threw out all of your companion stuff out the window. None of that mattered. And then you were presented with like 3 non-choices. I think it was 3 or 4 non-choices, really. And it was like, do you do one of these things? Which one? Great. This is how he dies. This probably happens. The end. And it is. It's like, so that thing I did nothing made any difference. Like, I get that there couldn't be 10 million endings, but it was so. There's your companions. Here's a quick shot. They're over there by the ship. All right, credits roll. And it's like that was my love interest, and that was my buddy, and that.
I'm still a believer to this day in the indoctrination theory.
That was the best theory to come from it.
And that's what I'm like, if that's so clearly what they were going for, the visions for Shepard through it.
Wait, what is that?
You don't know about the indoctrinate? Oh, man.
I played Mass Effect, but I'm not like a huge fan or anything. So I remember being really disappointed in the ending, not to the extent you were, but I don't know what the indoctrination theory is.
The indoctrination theory, to give it in broad strokes, is the idea that Shepard up to this point had been so in contact with the Reapers. He was rebuilt in Mass Effect 2 with Reaper tech. That he had been exposed to it so much, and the entire series has showcased that any character in the game that gets too close to the Reapers for too long starts to be controlled by them. It literally rebuilds them from the inside out, just by being near them. And Shepard had been near them for so long, had been fighting them, and in Mass Effect 3, it showcased he was having visions, nightmares. He was getting paranoid. The whole world, like the stress. Yeah, I got shingles from stress. He probably got super Reaper shingles.
Space shingles.
Reaper shingles. And then, the theory was that throughout the game, he was actually being influenced by the Reapers, and that the ending was something where he was being subconsciously affected by it, and his judgment was being thrown off, and him communicating with the so-called Star Child, whatever that was called, was just another way for the Reapers to try to convince Shepard to get on their side, because that's what happens to all of these people that get indoctrinated. They eventually get convinced that helping the Reapers is the right move. They think they're destroying the Reapers, but they're really just playing into their hands. And so the only canon ending is the destroy ending, because that's the only one that actually has the original intended goal, which is to destroy the Reapers, because there is no goodness in this. Synthesis is not the correct thing, because that is just what the Reapers wanted. It wanted everyone to be synthesized into Reaper tech. That is what the Reapers want. The whole other one, whatever the blue one, I never did the blue one. That was dumb.
There was what? Control, blend, destroy.
But destroy was the only one that was correct, and the only one that had a cutscene where Shepard took a breath afterwards and survived. And so even with him and Anderson and somehow getting up to the Citadel with all of this, it didn't make any sense unless you think of it from the indoctrination angle. And so I am still, to this day, a big believer in the indoctrination theory.
Mass Effect 3 gets a bad rap because of the ending. It was a good game up until...
It really was. I loved a lot of the things they did for the gameplay. I liked a lot of it was very rich, very deep, even though I knew that they couldn't do everything, because obviously it would take so much to wrap up everything perfectly, and I knew there was always going to be concessions, but at the same time, it just felt so wrong, and it felt so cheap, considering there was this brilliant twist they could have had with the indoctrination angle if they had gone more in depth with this. Because it was always going to be like a hopeless struggle. No race had ever succeeded against the Reapers up until this point, and it's like, man, it could have been something really.
It's like the last hour of the game. It's like maybe not even an hour, it might have been shorter than that. But it was a whole lot of awesomeness, and then you get to Mass Effect 2 is still probably one of the best games of all time.
Yeah, I love that game, but I can't go back and play it. It's like with Game of Thrones. It's like the ending got tainted. The whole rest of it.
I got the Legendary Edition, and I started playing through it, and I was just like, my heart's not in it, because I know how this journey ends.
That being said, there is another Mass Effect in the works, and I am getting a little bit excited about it. I am cautiously excited about it. Andromeda I didn't get into because I was still left over, and I couldn't get into this new character.
It wasn't as bad as its reputation.
It was fine. The gameplay was fine, but it's like I couldn't get into the characters. It's like just because, yeah, that was it.
Mass Effect, that's a good one. That's one I should have thought of, but I didn't put on my list. Bob, have you got a moment, a character, a show, something?
I do. It is not a video game. It is from a show. One of my favorite TV series in existence, and it's a character, but it's also sort of just an episode. I am a huge Futurama fan. I have watched the entire Futurama series end to end, all of the mid-cancellation, like mega episode type things that they did, and I love it. I generally love all of Futurama, everything that it has to offer. I'm genuinely excited for the reboot that is coming from Hulu potentially. It's not like it's like the original cast, right? They locked out. There was some trouble. We talked about this. I think they were having trouble getting John DiMaggio, the voice of Bender.
Well, the voice for like everybody, isn't he?
I mean, he was one of the guys who he did a lot of voices on the show for like background.
We did talk about this because I thought they tried to recast him, right? And people were very upset about it.
Well, yeah, he asked. He had some asks, right? He asked for more money because he's Bender and is kind of a core component of the show, and they were trying not to pay him. And I think they ended up agreeing to something. But yeah, like I'm a huge Futurama fan. But there's one episode that literally, if I hear the first notes of the song that's sort of like the end song of the episode, or even if I see the beginning of the episode, which is unrelated to the part, it makes me sad to the point where I like start crying uncontrollably, to the point where right now, just to think about it, to remember it, to tell you guys about it, I'm like holding it in, because it is one of the most, for me, for whatever reason, personally impactful things I've ever seen. And it is the episode of Futurama where it starts with them going to a museum of like 21st century or 20th century artifacts or whatever. Fry's dog is petrified and is in the museum. His dog's name is Seymour, and the episode is sort of like a partial flashback. Fry is trying to get his dog back, and there's a whole thing, but it shows their relationship, and it shows what happens at the actual start of the TV show Futurama. Is in the year 2000, Fry is accidentally, maybe not accidentally, frozen and sent 1,000 years into the future, and that's where he is during the TV show is the year 3000 and forward.
Jurassic Bark might be the name of it.
I think that sounds right. But anyway, they show his dog, and when Fry gets frozen, there's a scene where Seymour just like lays outside the pizzeria where Fry works and waits for him. And there's a song that plays called "I Will Wait for You" by Connie Francis. It's gonna make me cry. I was gonna read the lyrics, but I can't. Look it up. It's a very sweet song. It's like an old song, so it's not the song itself, but it's the whole episode. It's
oh man, that is, and it's so sad because you heard that like the original idea was going to be his mom was actually like there, and honestly I think like Jurassic Park was sadder because of how it did, but then they did an episode with his mom later, and then they did an episode with his brother, and it's like there's so many moments in Futurama that had like just like, man, just so sad and heartfelt.
Yeah, no, the one with his mom too. That one gets me too. So Futurama, if you don't know it, you should absolutely check it out. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. It's
in the same vein of shows as like The Simpsons, Family Guy. It's an animated show. It's not at all the same kind of humor. Their humor is incredibly smart and like hilariously deep a lot of the time. There's a language they invented for the show, and they have like PhDs, people who have PhDs in like math and science check the math and science stuff that they do on the show. It's all nonsense, but it's all like kind of true or kind of accurate or whatever. Like, it's very funny, very smart. But the Seymour episode is the one that hits me the hardest. But the one with his mom, where they're exploring his dreams, is also just like, it is one of the Futurama is simultaneously the stupidest show, one of the stupidest shows in like a funny way that I appreciate I've ever watched, and one of the shows that has most effectively emotionally just destroys me on certain episodes. And I think that is crazy because I've never been like a snob where it's like, oh well, animated shows are just for kids. We've talked about that before. Like, I think animated shows are very legitimate, and I think they could do a lot of serious stuff and have very serious themes, but also be silly. But the way Futurama did that, and like I think it's the last episode with the time travel button, where Fry's waiting for Leela on the top of the Vampire State Building. There's a time travel loop where he's falling off the building to his death. Like, there are just so many moments in that show that are like emotionally so poignant and just absolutely stabbed me right in the heart. That was the beginning of like some of my emotional development as an adult, because I would watch that show and it would make me so sad and feel so strongly about things that I was like, oh, what is this? Nothing has made me feel quite this way, and this is a stupid animated show that airs Sunday nights on Fox right after The Simpsons. Like, it's just I think it's an interesting piece of like just absolutely brilliant storytelling wrapped in a really stupid, really dumbed, wrapper of lowbrow animated humor type stuff.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And actually, it's that final episode about the idea of, like, let's go around and do it again because it was worth doing it again. That was one of the inspirations for the way I designed In Space with Markiplier, to be a constant loop that you can experience again. And the only idea is like a meta-analysis of like watching content in general. The only idea to truly escape the loop is to say goodbye to the show in general, because that's what people do when they're done watching. But the idea with Space was like, you choose when you're done watching, and it's like, if it's good enough and you want to do it again, you can go through it again. And it's like, that's the idea behind it. It was also supposed to offer an antithesis and a cleanser, a palate cleanser to Unus Annus, which was like things also end when you don't want them to. So Space was, in a way, intended to be a thing where it's like, no, you can choose when you end it.
I could totally see that, and that's very interesting. Because, yeah, that at the end of that episode where Fry and Leela have lived their whole lives, and then the professor shows up or whatever, and I think Leela says it, right? She looks at him and she just goes, you want to go around again?
Yeah.
And then it's just like a hard reset on everything, which is fascinating because the show is coming back. They're making more episodes of it, right? And that's how the series ended. So I'm hoping they start back at the year 3000 and it's like a whole reboot where it's literally just continuing in that timeline where they go around again, but who knows? Yeah, I mean, that show and the writing and the storytelling in general, it's just like, it has taught me a lot about emotions and processing stuff and the complexities of life, even though it's an absolutely silly nonsense show.
I feel like those kinds of shows, though, whenever they do make an emotional impact, they're even bigger because you're not expecting it. It's not like a drama where it's always tugging at you and like, oh, what's going to happen now? It's like a silly show that starts to take itself seriously in those moments. It's like, it makes you take it that much more seriously, if that makes sense.
It's a really, really good one. And there's a lot of shows like that. And it's one of those shows that kind of, I love the idea that the show can be anything. The show is just a vehicle for a story, and a story can have anything. It can be incredibly stupid, and a lot of my things are incredibly stupid, but also like incredibly meaningful. So it's like, in a weird way, even I knew that it was inspired a little bit by Futurama, but I think like In Space Markiplier is also very much inspired by the way that Futurama tells stories, and that is extremely silly at times, and extremely ridiculous, and then extremely serious, and because that's what the story demands, and it's like the story above all else, and the vehicle for the story is something else.
I got a couple, I won't go too deep into them just for the sake of time, but there's an episode of Star Trek Next Generation, I think it's called The Inner Light, where they find like, I think it's like a box out in space or something, and Picard finds like a device, a flute or something. I forget exactly how it happens. But he ends up on a planet that's basically dying, and he lives out like an entire lifetime as a member of this planet. But it's like part of some kind of like fancy simulation thing they have. But it's like this emotional journey of him like growing up, having a family, and all this other stuff happening. And then like at the end of it, when the simulation ends, he comes back too, but he has like this lifetime of memories of living on the planet. That was one that stuck with me. This one I don't want to go too deep into because it's still relatively new. I don't want to spoil things. But The Last of Us show, they changed up things from the game to some extent. The third episode, I think it is, or one of the earlier episodes of The Last of Us show, like it was such a 180 departure from what I was expecting.
The Bill episode, right? The Bill and Kevin?
Long time, I think it's called, yeah. Yeah, the Bill episode was so different than any expectation I ever could have had, and it's probably one of the best episodes of any show I've ever seen in my lifetime. And I don't want to go too deep because it's still relatively new, like I said, not know if you both have watched it, but...
The whole series is worth watching, but I have to agree that episode is one where the theme of the episode is very dramatic. Like you said, some things are meant that way, and like the show is dramatic, right? It's post-apocalyptic sort of thing.
Yeah.
But that episode is very beautiful. The way the story is told and the way everything lays out. And the moment that happens later in the series that ties back to that episode too, where Joel and Ellie visit that location to try not to spoil too much, it's just like brings it all back very poignantly. I 100% agree. It's a fantastic episode.
That's one I don't watch a lot of reaction type content. That's one I went and I watched everyone who reacted to it just to see, like, I don't know. I had to. I was like, I must know. I must share the pain with someone else. Please, someone else watch this.
But wait, that's piracy.
No, it's transformative content.
You got him right it is. Yeah.
Why is this feel good?
It's excellent television. I highly recommend. I'd love to talk about it more, but again, it was.
But it's not your episode. We're the contestants here, and we decide what our emotional responses are, not you.
That's true.
There was I don't know why, and you guys know that I like Frostpunk. You guys know this, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Do you know how many hours I have put into that game?
I can't imagine, because even games that you only kind of like, you will sometimes put hundreds of hours in over the course of a couple weeks.
Yeah, so if you add up like the gameplay just to beat it once for Frostpunk, even with all the DLC, it's like maybe 10 hours because you gotta learn it and you gotta get better at it, and if you want to play a couple hard modes. I've put 423 hours into Frostpunk.
3 hours too many, but go on.
And I really, really fell in love with the despair. And I don't know why, but I got so incredibly
How is it
addicted
already
to the
spoiled, though?
feeling of desperation that it brings about. And so what caused me to spend so much time with it is that I had to play every scenario at the absolute hardest difficulty with no deaths. I made it through every single scenario of every single challenge at the hardest level, and no one died, because that's, for some reason, I set that as my goal. I would make it. And for some of them, it's really difficult. There are like planned deaths in certain scenarios, but there are workarounds for almost every single one of those. But you have to do it in really specific ways. And I got obscenely good at the game, like absurdly good at the micromanagement. And it's just because I love a game whose soundtrack, whose theming, whose like stylization, even in the user interface of it, was just, it oozes despair. It oozes one note of a feeling. And I am a very feeling-based like creator. I make my projects with the idea that there's a specific feeling that I want people to have and experience when they watch it. And this game is just like such a good example of what hits that one feeling. And I respect the hell out of one. Like, that's why Doom is such a good game, because it when the remake came out, and it really embodied one feeling of, you're not locked in hell. Hell is locked in with you. And that feeling of badassness, like, it really, really comes through in that game. But for this one, it's like, you are up against nature, and there is no more powerful enemy than nature. And it's trying to kill you at every turn. But it's that feeling, and it is the music. It's the music. It's the sound. It's the theming. It's the interface. It's everything. It's the way the ice, and you hear the crackling, the deep rumbling, the sound effect, and so much that so many people don't understand is it's not just like the writing has to be great. That's a good part of it, but in all honesty, like, the writing of Frostpunk isn't like it's super strong. See, it's great, and it's terrible, and everything happens, but it's the sound. It's the music. It's the emotions that come through in every note of it, in every little detail of it. It's the attention to detail, and that's, oh man, it's something you can't teach.
Oh, that's fair. I think a big reason why that Last of Us episode is part of the music and stuff that they use in that is just like so good.
Yeah, it's just right. When it's right, it's something you can't physically like write in words the description of exactly why it is. I couldn't even talk about it in the right way. It's something that when you feel it, you know it's right. And that's how I kind of guide myself in the content that I make. It's like, when I feel it, when I feel the feeling that I want to feel, and I watch it back and it's like, okay, that's giving that feeling. That's how I know it's right.
Bob, you got another?
I do. This one is old. I saw this for the first time when I was like maybe middle school, I want to say. And the song, so it's a song and it's an animation to a song, and it's a little cliche. So I was a white kid in suburbia growing up. So the song is "Creep" by Radiohead, which I think a lot of people who are like me probably relate to. And like, I like the song. I like Radiohead, especially when I was younger. But there specifically is this animation. It's a Flash animation. I think it's called Low Morale, and I don't remember who made it. It's I found it on a YouTube channel called Buscuse Me. But I don't know if this is a re-upload or what. I in my quick searching while you guys were talking about Mark's thing, I couldn't find for sure what is like the original one. But it's a Flash animation, and it's not a particularly complex visual. It's sort of a concept from beginning to end of the song. The first time I saw this animation to this song, which I already knew the song, and I like the song, it has such a visceral, emotional response.
Why is
And like
this
the animation
happening?
is
Why is this
basically mostly this guy standing, and like a scene develops around him very slowly, like an office. Things fill in, people fill in, and it goes. It eventually, like the outside wall of the building fills in, and he moves at some point, and then everything fades away as the song ends. I don't know. I can't even today put exactly what it is into words, but this was one of the first things I ever saw where it was.
God
I've always
damn.
been emotionally most attracted to like music. I've been a musician, and like music is one of the strongest things for me that can trigger responses, emotional responses. But this was the first time I saw a song I knew with a new visual that like changed how I felt about the song. And it's still, in a way I can't struggle to describe, it still like speaks to me very clearly. It has a very concise message, and it makes me feel like just real despair, like in a way that I haven't really experienced in my own life. It's not something where I'm drawing on like some event that I am sad about, but it makes me feel super, like just pure despair is the way I would describe it, in a very emotionally pure sort of way. And it's worth watching. It's 4 minutes 22 seconds. It's basically as long as the song is. And if you don't know the song "Creep" by Radiohead, it's kind of a sad, emotional song to begin with. But just this,
I first encountered it in like Rock Band or Guitar Hero, I think, and yeah, that was one of the ones that stuck out when I was playing it. I remember because the best music and stuff is the one that you emotionally attach to for whatever reason.
yeah. Well, and it's just this relatively like simple concept and simply done animation added so much to the song, and it doesn't connect to my life. I have no personal connection to the lyrics or the animation, but it's one of those things where it has stuck with me. I saw this probably in like 2001 or something the first time, and I think about it a lot. It comes up a lot whenever I think about Radiohead, whenever I think about Flash animation. This is one of the things that like defines a successful execution of something that's just very emotional and raw and engaging to me.
Yeah, I'd say that like it's so funny because I remember in the Newgrounds day, there were so many little Flash animations that you would watch, and it was just a pure showcase of individuals creating something. And I think like even before YouTube was there, that was like my first experience with people being able to make some things. And there were some really, really profound experiences that you would get out of those creations. I can't think of too many specifically off the top of my head, because most of what I was watching was like supposed to be funny or silly. But there were definitely moments when things just like hit me, really, really, really impacted me in terms of a beautiful art standpoint. And I wish that I could think of some like super specific example. The only one that comes up is actually a scary one, because it's that game that I can never remember what it was called, but I talk about, not a lot, but on occasion, where it was something based off of the idea that the rapture happened. It had like some religious theming to it, but it's like it was the end of the world, and now if you were stuck on Earth, you couldn't die ever. And it was like the concept at the beginning of the game was like, oh, it's just like a little point and click puzzle adventure. But towards the end of it, you realize just how horrible it was when you had like people around you that had died that you thought were dead. But then you come back and there's a pile of meat on the ground and it's just quivering, and it's like, and you're like, wait a minute. Oh, you can't. Oh God. So, and then there's like different things, and towards the end of it, you have like, I don't know, a friend or a boyfriend, I can't remember what it was. You play like a female character, and then you shoot them because they're suffering, and even after you shoot them in the head, they are still moving and twitching and still alive. And it was so horrific that it stuck with. I still remember it to this day, and I played it so long ago, and I can't remember what the name of it was, but I remember so many parts of that game. Like I can recall it specifically, certain frames, like the stupid RC mini game trying to navigate this minefield that was for some reason there to get some item that you needed for some other thing. I remember the ending frames. I remember the quivering piles of meat outside of some industrial comp. It's like it's stuck in my brain. It impacted so hard. And I can't remember the name.
Guess they should have worked the name in more. Should have had more characters saying the name.
Yeah. It was, for some reason, I think it was based on like Stephen King's like The Fog or something. Better than Mist or something.
I could see that. Stephen King was pretty creepy.
That guy, pretty creepy. Yeah.
He's a creepy guy.
Yeah, creepy guy.
Dude, Bill Skarsgård as It is so good. His lip control, I wish I had the muscle control in my face. Like Jim Carrey and Skarsgård, man, the way they can control facial muscles, I'm so jealous of that.
I want to like trace where this train of thought is going through Wade's head. I want to trace how
creepy to talented, because they can do creepy things because they're so talented, and it's just such a creepy thing. Like being able to manipulate yourself that way and be that creepy.
Go back. One more. Connect back.
Connect.
And that's why the Stephen King's the movies and books maybe inspired creepy things like the game you were talking about.
Connect.
10 points to me.
I just want to point out that none of the things that you tangented to 3 times, I didn't say any of them. It was like I just marveled at the fact that you bounced. You like a creepy to Stephen King, to It, to Bill Skarsgård, to It, and then to Jim Carrey.
You did the Stephen King. You said Stephen King's The Fog.
No, yeah, you said Stephen King.
Yeah, I did. That's true.
That's true. 5 more points to me.
And then you said Stephen King was creepy. Stephen King's not creepy. And then you went, other creepy people are Bill Skarsgård, It, Jim Carrey, facial expressions.
He's so good. Well, It is a Jim Carrey. It is a Stephen
Jim
King.
Carrey book, right?
No, you're weird. You're weird.
Got it, Mark. Good one.
All right, well, I'm going to wrap this up unless you guys have any final ones you want to mention before we
I guess it just strikes me that all my stuff I'm thinking of is all sad. It's all like painful, sad.
Those stick with you.
Maybe I have that thing where I'm a privileged kid who grew up with no serious strife, and so I'm attracted to stuff where it's like, oh yeah, I feel that's pain. I feel that. That's real pain. I don't know, but like I don't have happy stuff.
This is true pain.
This is not as big of a deal. There is a song that literally got me through law school where I would put it on my drive from school back to home and like sing. It has no words. It's an instrumental. The song is called VIP by Youngblood Brass Band. But I would literally like sing along every note of it and like cry it out on my way home from law school. And then by the time I got home, I was like, oh, okay, I can do this. But it's just like the happiest song ever. You need a joyful song, VIP, Blood Brass Band. But I do have happy ones.
Cliffs of Dover by Eric Johnson is one of those songs where I can just listen to it and it like uplifts me, and it's like by the end of it I'm like, okay, I'm feeling better.
Rock Band ruined that for me, but yes.
I love playing on Rock Band. What do you mean ruined it? That was one of my
I
favorites.
played it too many times on Rock Band. Whenever I hear... No, that's Jessica. Is that Jessica?
I don't know. I don't remember that particular. It's
They all blend together. Rock Band ruined so much stuff for me. It all blends together.
Cliffs of Dover was the one that was like,
Oh, yeah. No, yeah, too much Rock Band. Or Guitar Hero, whatever game that was in.
Yeah, I think sad stuff sticks with us a lot. I internalized a lot of emotions growing up, like losing my dad and such. Like a lot of that stuff was just, I internalized it. It's like my family was going through a hard time, and I felt like I would be strong enough to deal with it and help them get through it rather than worrying about myself. And I think whenever you encounter sad shows or songs or things, that's like a moment where it's like, I finally lived it out, which is probably why they stick with me some. Because a lot of the things that I think of are also like sad or usually sad or despair type moments too. Any more final examples before I wrap this puppy up?
No. That's all the good art in the world. I think we covered it.
We covered all of the best moments. Man, worst moments, toughest moments.
Those are the only good arts. Okay, we touched on all the important ones.
I'm sure. I can't wait to see what people say. I'm curious what examples they'll have that we didn't mention. I'm sure we'll think of more later.
I know. I post your stuff in the subreddit. I want to go through and watch everything that people post because I'm sure at least some of it I will appreciate. And
yeah, what has touched your soul? Give me the content. You go to a museum, it's like, I want your best content. Give me your content. What kind of content you got here?
Well, sir, we actually do have the Picasso exhibit on right now. Is that good content?
This is drama. What kind of horrible things have you done? I can't enjoy a content creator like Picasso unless I know their history.
A content creator. Dude, Da Vinci is my favorite content creator. God. Telling content creators knew what's up, man. Freaking dang, you know?
I'm adding up the points here, and it looks like Mark has one more point than Bob.
And it's golf score, so Bob wins.
Was it the shingles?
Coin flip?
No coin flips. We've banned coin flips. They are no longer valid.
Mark has to take his boar spear and throw it straight up in the air, and if he can survive, he wins.
Well, there's not much air to go up, and I also disagree.
Not my problem.
I don't want to.
Most emotionally impactful distractible, watching Markiplier swallow a spear.
I say no.
Alright, whatever.
Well, Mark wins. Mark, you have winner speech.
Why do you sound sad? What was...
God damn it, Mark won.
I'm sad anytime that I don't win, so I have to give it over to one of you.
Alright, well, all right, I guess. I love you, and I love me, and all of us make the Distractable 3, and we won't be beat ever in the street, because people love the size of our meat.
Eat your meat, everyone! Yay! Bob, you have a loser speech.
Do they have to rhyme, or...?
You get bonus points if it rhymes.
It feels so sad to be a loser, but you know what they say, beggars can't be choosers. Maybe someday I'll redeem myself, but for now I shall put my mind upon the shelf. I could never match Mark's wit and charm, and also his ability to commit bodily harm. I concede this victory. He earned it indeed. And now I retreat on my trusty steed.
Man, we're on fire today.
16 bonus points, but you still lose.
I win! I was only down by one! How many
rounds
bonus
over.
point
They're
worth?
bonus points that are worth basically nothing, but they're here for moral support.
Well, that's a moral victory for Bob.
Very valid. Very valid.
Thank you all for being here for the journey. If you haven't already, go follow Mark, Markiplier, Bob Meisker. I'm Wade, Lord Minion 777 or Minion 777. Store.distractablepodcast.com.
There's at least one thing in stock. Confirmed.
Huh?
Okay, well, there you go. And I guess stay tuned for the next one where Mark will host. Until then, podcast out.
Oh, it can age. So it's not spoiled, it's just aged. I was like, why is it spoiling? It should have lasted for literal years, bruv. I hear the sound of a portal, and I need to lose portal point. I need it to go up by 1 so I can get the recovery. Oh, is that just regular stuff? Hmm. 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 Really? No riffs at all? Okay.
Ships that were so insane, I have no idea how they succeeded. Starting with the Grand Sasso Rig. In 1940, ex-CEO is now confined in Sasso. His own country decided they were done with him and just with some Italian guard support. No one was out to get Mussolini. Wasn't really planning him to get away. Just there, probably sipping wine or something. At the same time, in Germany, Hitler was going nuts. Not because this was a good strategic move, or because Mussolini were effort, but because dictators had killed Nancy, Auschwitz. Hitler's Otto Skorzeny, guy whose whole life was about trying things that shouldn't work, but somehow it's not. Skorzeny sees what's happening and realizes his best plan is to fire a bunch of wooden gliders and mountain engines. See what happens. until the operation begins. The gliders, which just briefly with boxed wings, crash directly into the rough ground, just managing to stop before the edge of the cliff. The Italian guards hear the noise, turn around, and see Germans actually in the sky. This was not part of the job description. They might fight, sure, but what's the point? Mussolini was not really the reaching. They shrugged their shoulder, buttons down, and sighed. Mussolini is just starting to understand that something is going on. He's been stuck in this prison. Now some dude reaching for that shouldn't be on the mountain. The pilot glances at the rough runway, bumpy ground, and just suddenly stops, and instantly regrets not taking a day off. But there's no time to wait. The engine makes a loud sound, the plane moves ahead, and the ground begins to disappear. Finally, against all odds, the skies ahead, there's still the same. Maybe there are some miracles, and then more to. First responders got to the terrible car crash in Utah. It seemed like common sense was. On March 7, 2015, the car went off the road and fell into the Spanish River. The driver, 25-year-old Osbeck, died instantly. Lily, who was 18 years old, was in the car seat, upside down, she was there for 14 hours. That's not a typo. 14 whole hours. This is the part where things start to get strange. Helpers arrive, they heard someone ask for it. They say they heard it.
Well, guys, I think it's about time. I think it's time that one sniff intellectual steps in and serve. It's a debate that I have been seeing with the, that personally I just cannot understand how this is even a debate in the first place. Sorry to ruin all the fun, but you know, at some point somebody's got to do something. Now, unless you've been living wrong for like the last week or two, I feel like everybody has heard one gorilla who's going to win fight debate. And, you know, at first, it was kind of fun. It was a joke, it was silly, wasn't it? And the more I saw of this debate on the more I was like, okay, I don't believe they're fighting the gorilla. The internet, somebody to kind of hold their hand, walk them through this little debate here. So, people aren't seeing this realistically. I'm not going to waste any time here. I'm going to drop my thesis right off the bat. There is not a snowball's chance in hell that a gorilla is going to stand a chance against one. Okay, some people are treating this hypothetical as fucking Thanos or something, like he's a Tyrannosaurus Rex, but no, it's a gorilla. It's an average. Now, obviously, there's a bunch of different pictures that I've seen set on. I've been in my head recently, which is, this hypothetical average male silverback gorilla fighting 100 average human males. The setting is an empty high there are no weapons, all detonated, fast points, and the gym is completely empty except for the men and the gorilla. No weapons are allowed and completely free. And there are no rules. The gorilla's not going to play by rules, so it's not going to be like with the it's going to be completely first one at the same time. And right off the bat, I don't know if there's a creature on the planet that could fight off 100 humans. Maybe not 100 humans a little bit, but I mean, 100 people is a lot. And I believe that we have like a perfect.
Try and fight it. This is a giant passion fruit. Then inside. Oh my god. That's the best passion fruit I've ever had in my life. I'm going to, as the kids say, raw dogs. Go and get all off of them. Just seems like something I'm ridiculous. Love. Come on. You need to respect our home. What about trash beer? Come on, hey. Beer. I'll be. If we're doing drive-by shooting, we go back where the shell gets knocked out. Something you can recycle though. But it's not all the problem. All our problems. Okay, I'm addicted. Your truck looks awesome, but it is literally too good to be true. The automotive manufacturer is in the process of releasing an affordable, no-nonsense truck designed to be the polar opposite of the giant, flashy $75,000 pole rollers that exist 20 years. The blank slate, as they call it, is a fantastic idea on paper. No self-driving, no air-conditioned seats, just a humble pickup truck that gets you from A to point B, and there's not even a screen, speakers, or power windows in the base model. But it does have a rail system that lets you mount things like Bluetooth well enough to replace the need for an infotainment display. After the U.S. federal tax credit for buying units, that they're saying these things will cost under 20,000 claims, but provided this thing even ever comes out, I'm just not believing that. There are too many attempts at it before the truck have come and gone. Cybertruck, if like, yeah. The truck looks awesome, but it is literally too good to be true.
Hey, Jackson, how do I tell other guys?
Recently, my wife had started talking. Hey, Blaine. Hey, can I make a request?
Sure, man.
Oh, yeah. My word. Okay, what you looking for? Big? Me too. And that's it. Talking about that. Oh, good. Oh, God. You know, like a Wu-Tang Clan? Wu-Tang Clan? Oh. Okay, what, I don't know what you're looking for, man, with NWA? And W. And what about, yeah. And shit. Oh, oh. All right. Man, oh man, all right. We're gonna take it back, all right? It's not some Run DMC for you right now. Run DMC.
This is life in the European. I wake up at 6 time after a good night of organic charge. My day begins in time 1. Today, the equalizers take Caspian to intelligence. The equalizers make sure no one is better than anyone else, creating a utopian society. This is a pleasuroid. The equalizers make sure we use them exactly once a day. Any more and we get lazy. Any less and we get some people break the law by trading food for RSUs, recreational support unit. At fueling time 2, Caspian returns, de-intelligized. Smart people kept getting ahead even when all resources were distributed equally. But equalizing cognitive ability is true equality. Then they measure Jelf. They decide they're going to remove a vertebrae from all over 6'5". Serves Jelf right. Then at 2 time, I work. Today, something weird happens. I have an original thought. I think about how the equalizers want diversity, so they collect our DNA from the pleasuroids and mix up different races. Execute all one race. But if we're all the same, wouldn't that technically mean we're not diverse? Then the equalizers take me to get de-intelligized for thinking an original thought, and that's my day.
What happened? It was like that in my car. Did I play? See a real cop? Looks like an illegal fire. Or is it? I don't know what this is. It's not even a good fan. Can you remember that cop? Yes, there. Sloisels and Abracadabras. What is that? No, are you sure? How did you do that? Nice for you. You're still giving me a ticket. Isn't it a war? It's a 2-for-1 coupon for my show at the Magic House Thursday night.
Take the ticket.
What happened? You?
Hey, everybody. It's Dustin again. Ever see Stainless first?
Don't ask ChatGPT to draw you from memory. You're going to become someone completely different for whatever. A Pi threesome decided to chuck a picture of their friend into the AI, telling it to just replicate it and not change the whole thing. And it experienced some pretty severe model flaws. Whether it's a person, a refrigerator with wheels, a meme, or William Wonka himself, they all definitely all source. It seems like there's a heavy bias to adding a sepia filter to every image, and not iterations, it just completely misses the plot. I attempted to do the same thing, but it appears people also have the same idea, so I only got so far as creating a version of me that went outside during extreme life. But if you want to see yourself,
What is that object you hold?
oh, this is the pencil. We use these to record information.
And where do pencils come from?
Well, they are made from graphite and wood. Wood?
The flesh of bees? Oh, no, hold it up. Let me see. I knew that tree.
Thank you.
Oh, please. Want to see something cool? Every time I'm watching groovy movies and everything.
Hey man, can I ask you a question? Do you rent or do you own? Do you live? Do you rent or do you own it?
I rent. Why? What do you...
Well, maybe you should help me out because I'm all that's keeping your property value in check. But things are good now, right? But if I go, it's gonna get much better. It's either me or a Whole Foods. But you don't look like you're making artisanal bread money.
You know something? You're right. People like me, we need people like you. Here's $10. Go get yourself some spray cans.
Thanks, man. And with the rest of this money, man, I'll get drunk enough to take a shit on your stoop.
My man.
Yeah. Hey, man, can I ask you a question?
Sorry, I don't have any money.
Do you rent or do you own?
What?
Where you live, do you rent or do you own it?
I rent. Why? What do you...
Well, maybe you should help me out because I'm all that's keeping your property value in check. But things are good now, right? But if I go, it's gonna get much better. It's either me or a Whole Foods. But you don't look like you're making artisanal bread money.
You know something? You're right. People like me, we need people like you. Here's $10. Go get yourself some spray cans.
Thanks, man.
What I care about is that I 100% know she murdered Darnell Simmons.
Tonight with Charlie Sanders winning the game in literally the last second. Unbelievable, truly spectacular. Charlie Sanders, how does it feel? Hey, yo, I want to say something to everybody watching. Yo, you can do anything. Anything's possible. The world is yours. Charlie, did you think that that game was going to end that way tonight? Yo, there are no limits, huh? You can swim across the Atlantic. You can jump real high and touch the moon. Fantastic. Charlie Sanders, fresh off of his victory, it just feel like he's ready to touch the moon. I can fly. Anybody can fly. If you believe in yourself, the way I believe in myself tonight, you will fly. What's next for Charlie Sanders and the audience? You can actually fly. No, not literally. Yes, literally, kids, young kids. I want you to go up on your roofs right now. Fly into the night sky. People will see you fly, and then you can do anything. You can do. Just want to remind the kids, of course, you cannot actually fly. So screw that negativity, man. Boys and girls, 10 through 12. Yo, don't let nobody ever tell you what you can and cannot do. All the preteen children out there, listen to my voice. You are immortal. Okay, well, I'm going to say Steve Raleigh is super excited about it. You can turn yourself into a car and have a friend drive you off the freeway. Well, that's just a metaphor, kid. Nah, you still have the power of childish innocence. Get a friend on your back and make a V-line next round to the freeway. And don't do it. Freeway. Speaking figuratively, Bob. Once you get there, ain't nothing figurative about this. You will turn into a robot.
First and foremost, I just want to say 12 families who lost children. Sorry. My statements were irresponsible. I have subsequently looked up the terms, literally and metaphorically, and found that whereas I was not incorrect, they did not mean what I thought they meant.
Economy and drugs? So they decided. We're not in Kansas anymore. Today.
Good morning. We are beginning boarding from Airlines Flight 34 to Grand Rapids.
Excuse me, boarding group 1. I'm in boarding group 1, excuse me, I'm in boarding group 1.
And we would like to begin pre-boarding with our first class passengers. First class passengers, please. Next, our business class passengers may now board. Our Regal Alliance Elite members. Regal Alliance Elite members. Okay, now all passengers with children. Anyone with small children, you may board now.
Okay, we would like to continue boarding with uniformed military.
What? Why gets... Thank you for your service. Thank you so much for your service. God bless you.
Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service. All right, people in wheelchairs. Any priests, nuns, rabbis, imams?
What? Why do they get special treatment?
Assalamu alaikum.
I've never... That's typical.
Any old people in wheelchairs with babies? Any old religious people with military babies?
What's a military?
Thank you for your service. Jace Schwartz.
It's ridiculous, bro.
Anyone with a blue suitcase? You may now board. No, not you, sir.
Not me. This is a blue suitcase.
That's blue in your bag.
So you're not gonna let me on then?
Anyone who doesn't Frankie. Drunk people will now be boarding any drunk people. Drunk people.
No, it's my bag. Sir. It's a...
Hello? Oh, hey, Christian. Yeah. Totally. Well, you have your favorites and I have my favorites. Okay. Call you later. Ciao, ciao. Boarding.
Boarding group 1 over here! To the boarding group 1!
Like, that's it. You didn't talk too much. That's why I like you. You don't talk just this. And the captain has turned on the fasten seatbelt sign. Got a little turbulence coming up. Should be no problem. Just remain in your seat until the sign is turned off. Thank you for your cooperation.
Excuse me.
Hi. Excuse me.
Yeah?
Yeah. Take your seat. The fasten seatbelt sign is on.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go to the bathroom for a second. I'll be right back, okay?
I understand what you're going to do.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm going to need you to observe the fasten seatbelt sign. That'd be much appreciated.
Right, it's just I read on the internet that it's not against the law for me to go to the bathroom while the fasten seatbelt sign is on, so...
Seatbelt sign is on.
But is it against the law, though?
The light is on. Is it against the law? You see that there's a picture of a seatbelt on that sign.
No, but is it against the law?
The fasten seatbelt sign is on.
But is it against the law?
The seatbelt sign is
But
on.
is it against the law?
Seatbelt sign is on.
But is it against the law?
Seatbelt sign.
But is it against the law?
It's on. The
Law.
seatbelt sign is on. Seatbelt sign is on. The
Lawful.
seatbelt sign is on. So you're
Law.
being difficult. You're being
Law,
very difficult.
law, law, law.
Seatbelt.
Not
Seatbelt.
illegal, not illegal, not illegal.
Okay.
Illegal. Illegal.
Fasten your seat.
Oh, illegal.
Sir,
I have to piss and I have to in the toilet.
for your voice.
I have to piss and I have to. You're louder than me.
You're yelling
You
in my face.
Sir, you're the one that needs to tone it down. You are screaming at me.
That wasn't a word. You're not saying a word.
This is a word.
That's not a word. That's a tongue trick. Okay, sir. If you would like,
I would not like to. I would not like to sit down. What I'd like to do is go take a because it's not against the law. So I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Okay? Mark. With the K.
Where the fuck is the pig? Oh. Oh, it's taking pig. Yo! Oh, two big old bears.
and your captain has turned off the fasten seatbelt sign, feel free to move around the cabin. Thank you for your cooperation.
Oh, excuse me, sir. Are you sitting in 26G? Yes. Have I done something wrong? No. We just wanted to ask if you would mind switching seats so that a mother and a child can sit together. And back there. Right, yeah, but you'd actually be sitting here. Which is an Economy Plus. It's actually an upgrade. Upgrade, you said. Mhm. Economy Plus. Yes, sir. Oh. Go on with the view. Right. Carry on. Carry on yourself, Alex. Thank you. Economy Plus? Look at the soda. We're not in Kansas anymore. Okay.
Gentlemen, Mr. Captain speaking. We should be leaving Topeka in the next 10 minutes.
I stand corrected.
Looks like we're gonna have a smooth flight. Trust me, I know the captain. Good guy.
Oh, I got the thing.
Plus, he knows the captain.
He is the captain! Aha! Yeah, I can already tell.
Hurry, there's a new face in the biz. His name is Captain. Have to be in Economy Plus to get it, I guess. Hey. It's your footprint. 1 inch at least. Shot goes in. Gamande. Oh, dog ear flag and foods. Lord of the Rings cups. Lord of the Rings tables. Holy shiatsu massage. Economy Plus. It's a little bit. I like it. I thought I had an upgrade.
Yo. Hey, y'all. Oh, y'all.
Hi, y'all. Can I get a hi, y'all?
Excuse me? You know, man. I keep wondering if 9/11s were to happen up on this here plane, don't worry. We got it. Okay, I have no idea what you're talking about.
He said that if them Terrys is gonna try something up in here today like the bounce boogie and bump, that we got it.
Do you mean terrorists? Hell yeah, baby. He ain't talking about Terry God.
And I certainly ain't talking about no Terry Claus. I mean, if a Terry up on this plane, he been thinking about trying to do something, we gonna wax him up.
You're gonna what?
We gonna drax him scouts.
I think what my partner's gonna say is if any Terrys come up in here, we gonna get our Bergeron. Did something happen, or did I miss something? Is hypothetical? Or?
Oh, we gonna definitely drop some hypotheticals on that Terry's clavicle, because I'm talking about squeeze.
Don't you just wish though? Don't you just wish in your heart of hearts some Terry would come up in here trying some grab ass and the touchy feely? That's the opposite of what I want to have happen on a plane.
Okay, that's unfortunate. Conference.
It was unexpected.
It certainly was. I'm thrown right now as to who's gonna be our comrade.
I can still hear you.
He doesn't have the heart nor the gumption.
It's literally right next to me.
So 3, break 3.
You I got an idea. Feel free to say no. But can we switch seats? I will not take no for an answer.
Why? That's the combat seat, Jonathan Livingston Seagull. If you're gonna be in the combat seat, then you got to be willing to blast up on some Terrys. Because with great power comes great responsibility.
Okay, I just wanted some leg room. Okay, Mac leg room. You get yours. Meanwhile, I'm gonna go Hayden Panettiere on some Terrys, especially when they get froggy.
Oh shit!
Ribbit. You gonna have to be ready to kidnap a Terry. You gonna have to be ready to torture a Terry.
I don't think that's necessary.
Absolutely, you have to fireboard those mother jams.
I don't even understand what that means.
Do you trust me?
No.
I'll take that as a yes.
Trust.
These Terrys come up in here trying to act froggy, and we gonna give them the rainbow connection. Yeah, froggy. Box cutter. Oh, you best believe it, baby. You gonna be eating like Diane Keaton. 2.3 inches, baby. Shift fast.
Give me the fuck out of here. Give me the fuck out of here.
And if those don't work, you know I'm working up that plan B, brother. BD printer, baby. 100% polyurethane. They can't detect these memos. You out there? We take control of this place. Rax. Scout.
Hi, everybody. I'm Dave Sass, alongside Jeff Worthing, and welcome to the annual East-West Bowl, as we get ready to watch some of the best college players in the nation showcase their skills in a classic showdown between East and West. And there really are some characters on this year's squads, aren't there, Jeff?
That's right, Dave. It does seem like the most flamboyant personalities came to the forefront, and they are here. Let's meet the players from the East.
August Williams, University of Georgia.
T.J. Jackson, Wayne State University.
Devarius Smith-King, Merrimack College.
Kyle Royal, Smoochie Wallace, University of Miami.
Desquarius Green Jr., University of Notre Dame.
Ibrahim Moises, University of Tennessee at Chattanooga.
Jack Marius Taxaratrix, Michigan State University.
The Isaiah T. Billings Clyde, Coastal Carolina University.
The Jasper Probencrux III, South Carolina State University.
Lee Oz Maxwell Jr., East Carolina University.
Javaris and Lamar, University of Middle Tennessee.
Lavoine Showerhand, University of Southern Mississippi.
Hingle McCringleberry, Penn State University.
A Carpetron Duke Marriott, Florida Atlantic University.
Dinklage Morgan, University of South Florida.
Miss Jackson Flaxen Waxen, California, University of Pennsylvania.
We're going to be looking for big plays all game long from Tyrol Smoochie Wallace.
And let's not forget the tight ends, Ibrahim Moises and Hingle McCringleberry. They've both had amazing seasons.
That's right, Jeff. Now let's meet the players from the West.
Sagittarius Jefferson, Texas A&M. The Gloucester Duncanshire, University of Wisconsin. Swarthmore L. Gooding Splat, Saskatchewan University.
Quatchvo, San Jose State University.
Oshawa Taz, Buckshank, Stanford University.
He's a 12 Washington Beard, Jones College.
Iroquois TGIF Carter, University of Northern Arizona.
X-Wayne at Aliciousness, Missouri Western State University.
Sequester Grundleplit MD, Adams State.
Scoish Velociraptor Malois, South Dakota State University.
TJAJRJ, backslashes 4th to 5th, Albion College.
San Diego State University.
Donkey Teeth, Boise State University.
Torque. Lewis, Nevada State Penitentiary.
Blair, formerly known as Mouse Cop, University of Missouri, Columbia.
Dan Smith, BYU.
I'm Dave Sasson, alongside Jeff Worthing, and welcome to the 2013 East-West Bowl, where we're going to be watching some of the best college athletes in the nation try to put last year's spectacle to shame.
That's right, Dave. It won't be easy, but this year's seniors certainly will be trying to give last year's stars a run for their money. Let's check out the team, starting with the players from the East.
Nestor Smith, Rutgers University. Ellipses Court, University of Alabama. Now Quillen Stillwell, LSU.
Bismo Funyuns, Florida State University.
Tikethalak Mango, Georgia Tech University. Murgatroyd Skittle, University of Louisville. Chris Natai Fitness, University of Tennessee. Pez Poopshit, Ole Miss. Quackadilly Blip, Auburn University. Julius Boozler, the U. Miskatine Tristan, University of Michigan. Ball Trail Cluggins, University of Arkansas. Blarone, Washington, CSU. Cartoons Plural, Virginia Tech. Jimmy, the Ohio State University. Boom.
Some of the big stories this year, the meteoric rise of Tepez Poopsie. And let's not forget about Heisman winner, Jammy.
And remember, you can't talk about 2013 without bringing up Fudge. Everybody's talking about Fudge. At 350 pounds, this running back is almost unstoppable the whole year.
You're right, I can talk about Fudge all day. But first, let's meet the players from the West.
Equan Ducklings, Indiana
Okay.
University produced the Go Prescott. We're full of Buckleberry, gonna show you that we are the best. Shout. This is Washington. That's it.
There we go. God damn. The football bit went on way too fucking
those
long.
gauntlets from Dan Smith, and the West is getting rowdy like monsters.
Please. No. No.
What's the joke?
What?
I don't get it.
Man, you shot that damn fool.
Oh. Yeah, no, I still don't get it.
Hey, man, ain't nothing to get. This is funny, man. Dude can't snitch now. Man, don't fake laugh.
Huh?
That's not real. I can tell.
I think it's really funny.
No, you don't. Look at him. Sitting there all dead.
He was 20 and now he's dead. Ain't never gonna have a wife or kids now.
Man, what are you doing? Wife and kids? That ain't funny.
His mom and dad ain't never gonna see him again.
No. You're ruining it for me.
Okay, well, I guess I just don't get it then.
It's just that you shot him. That's all. That's the whole thing.
Oh, okay, so.
Oh. The hell is wrong with you? You don't shoot a dude that's already dead. That's not funny.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess I just don't get it.
It's Sunday, Esther. Happy Sunday, Georgina. How was your week?
Oh, the Lord is with me. But the devil, he got his hands on my grandniece, Grace.
Oh, no.
They're smoking the reefer, doing the hanky-panky with boys.
No, George.
Well, Esther, you know,
that I love all things that are good and holy. But if he doesn't let go of my grandniece Grace, I'm gonna cut the devil's off and shove it in his ass. With my prayers.
I know you will, Georgina. I know you will.
How was your week, girl?
Oh, you know me. I'm blessed and thankful for every day.
All right.
But you know, my grandson Jason got himself wrapped up in the leathery claws of Satan.
Not Jason.
He got himself arrested for the spray painting and the vandalism.
Oh, Lord.
And I tell you, I never raise my hand in anger, but if he don't let Jason go, I'm gonna punch that Satan in the nuts so hard it wipe the licking smirk off his horn ass face. With my prayers.
Amen. I know you will, Esther. I know you will, but Esther, I gotta tell you something else now.
Let it out.
You know, Esther, that I have found serenity in the glory of heaven.
Yes.
But my daughter's husband, Bernard, has got himself wedged between the cleft hooves of Lucifer himself. She opened up his laptop computer and found the pornography. It was not the pornography. Absolutely, the pornography women. It's not on the laptop computer. The laptop computer and the pornography women. I am a pacifist under God's request, but if he don't let go of Bernard, I'm gonna sneak up on that bitch ass Lucifer right in the midst of his sleep time. And then I'm gonna sit on that mother. I'm gonna spread my booty cheeks on that pig face. And I'm gonna just pucker up my stank hole. And just toops, 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 stoops, 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 until that got a brown dot on his nose that I can use for target practice. Shablow! Shoot, shablow! Shoot, shablow! Shoot,
With your prayers, of course, of course. Oh, Georgina.
Yep.
Oh, I got nothing but faith in God in heaven above. But I tell you, my son's wife, Crystal, she got herself wrapped up in the fiery wings of Mephistopheles herself.
Here we go.
You know, she got caught using profanity with her own children at the dinner table. Oh, Lord. I have nothing but love for every creature on this planet. But if he don't let my darling Crystal go, I'm gonna flirt with the devil.
Oh.
Show him a little bit of shoulder. How you doing? He gonna start looking away. I'm gonna start twerking. Start twerking. He gonna be like, ooh, he gonna be drawn in. Do something. Give him one of these. Patting my eyelashes at him. Then when he least expects it, and I got his trust, that's when I'm gonna ride. I'm gonna give him the night of his life. A night you ain't never gonna forget. I'm gonna give him this way. I'm gonna give him that way. And then, right when he about to climax, that's when I'm gonna punch him. On that motherfucker's red. Snap that off with a divine kegel. Well, you gotta snap that off.
With your prayers. Of course, with the prayers, yeah. But that's right, girl. You go. Satan. Him,
What's happening, Georgina?
Georgina is here. It is I, Satan. Oh, somebody help me. I've got to get out of this bitch.
Take the pin and get away from him.
Who is this crazy bitch now? What's going on? This feels good. Why would you do this to me?
Don't do anything you said. Don't do anything you said. Oh, shit.
Let go. Oh, yeah, let's go. Let's go. Gotta hold it. We're gonna go make evil on his ass.
No, I can't take it. I can't. Please, get these crazy bitches off of me. Jesus Christ, my personal Lord and Savior.
Excuse me, I think we're ready to order.
Well, I'm sorry. That's not how things work in this establishment. Someone will come to you.
Yes, we're sorry. No problem.
What was that?
What?
Well, where was Black Jeff?
Black Jeff?
Yeah, Black Jeff. I read somewhere that when you date a biracial guy, you're supposed to get the best of both worlds. So there are white Jeff situations and there are Black Jeff situations, and that was definitely a Black Jeff situation.
Oh, okay.
Folks, I'm so sorry for the wait. Can I get you bottled or tap water for the table this evening?
How about I bottle your ass and kick it down the stairs, man? We've been waiting half an hour for one of you mother...
Are you autistic, little boy? If you have peanut allergy, there is peanut. Tell me how you feel. It's Brock's He's definitely autistic. Oh my God. Thank you so much. First time.
Somebody to lunge at the fan.
Hey everyone, Corazar here with a really game tip for those of you out scrounging for food.
What
If
the
you've ever
fuck are
come
you
across
saying?
a patch of wild crops and wondered, hey, I wish I could get more out of this, well you can. Normally, you break a crop, you get 1 or 2 pieces from it. Next time you go out, bring along a stone hoe. With this hoe, if you aim at the ground right outside where these are, you can turn these into farmland. And then when you harvest them, instead of 2, you get the full value because
Oh, that's actually really neat.
Explain what he means by that. We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Moron! You racist piece of... Because Iraq and the Pan-Arabic nationalist
They
movement
left.
that arise out of Zionist
You are
violence
out of your
is
mind.
not about Palestinians. You
Okay,
cannot
so
make
what
this
did the
comparison.
Jews in Iraq have to do with Israel? You big... You are so out of your mind.
Iraqis.
Dude, you
cannot
screaming and
point to
grandstanding doesn't mean you're
Iraqi
right.
government's
better.
racism during the Pan-Arabic nationalist movements as a vindication for why, or a comparison as to why Israel had to do the Nakba. You racist piece of shit.
Folks, that's enough of the dog chat. It's time. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hassan Piker.
Hello, Hassan Piker.
What's going on?
Well, I'm doing a debate. What about you?
That's what I'm doing as well. All right. Wait, hold on. Oh, are you going to show me all the time as well on the Zoom call?
Here, I can fix that. 1 second. Let me just set it to Ethan's output here. There you go.
If you want, just show, like, not just Ethan, but yourself as well if you're going to talk. Like, that's fine.
Hey, Hassan, leave the production notes to my team. You can switch your show how you like.
Well, you know, they were my coworkers as well, Ethan.
Well, it's been a while, my friends, and guess what? They are not now.
No, I know.
So let's start. I mean, so you did this content cop, right? And I mean, did that go how you expected? It didn't seem to hit very hard.
Before we get started, can I lay some, like, ground rules so we can have, like, a productive conversation?
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Okay, so I wanted to come on to make this as issue specific as possible, but yes, you have grievances with me, and of course, I think they're valid to address.
Okay,
of course,
good.
We'll talk about that. Hopefully, I'll be able to address some counterpoints as well, if you will allow
Sure.
me in that
Of
process.
course. Absolutely.
But before we get started on anything, I would like to potentially talk about definitions, so we can have like an established definition on a lot of the things that we're going to be talking about. Is that okay with you?
I mean, it depends how many definitions you got. What do you want to define? I don't want to get bogged down in this, so
I'm
let's.
also experiencing audio issues on my end, so hold on
Sure.
1 second.
Go ahead. No worries. No worries.
Okay. All right, so you're fine with that?
I mean, up to a point, yeah.
Well, I mean,
I don't want to get bogged down in a conversation.
Gotcha.
Go ahead, start. No, I know you're not. I just want to get going.
So first and foremost, I think we should define what Zionism is and what you mean by Zionism and what I mean by Zionism, so you can understand where I'm coming from.
Is the belief that Jews should have their own homeland in the historic, Palestine area. That's it.
Okay. All right. So I believe
Yes.
that Zionism is a religious ethno-supremacist ideology that revolves around the exterminationist policies of removing the
my
indigenous
boat is gonna be
population that lived
fucking
in,
awesome.
as you said,
It's
historic
almost
Palestine.
basically done.
As long as they are
Although I want it to be made out of ebony.
ethno-religious supremacist ideology. I think that this is a disagreement that you and I have.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. If you want to add that, like the genesis of Zionism included, the displacement and the ravaging of the culture that existed there, then I would agree with you. I mean, I don't think that the establishment of Israel was like a good thing. I mean, it was tragic and a lot of bad things happened. But let me ask you, sir, how was filming that content cut? I just have to know what you felt, what you were thinking as they were doing the Fortnite L behind you.
We'll get that.
No. We're here. I don't want to talk about definitions. You got your Zionism. Let's do the.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it was fine. Did
you not?
I've participated in other YouTube videos as well in the past.
No, but that Fortnite L dancing.
Some of them feature sketches. Okay.
I noticed you weren't in the other shots. Why was that?
I think I was being interviewed by.
Oh, really? Who was interviewing you?
What was happening? I can't really remember.
Really?
Hate
that's convenient.
Ethan.
I think you were embarrassed, frankly. You were absent from every other shot.
Annoying.
I think you saw him doing that. I think you saw him doing that Fortnite dance, and you said, "I got to get out of this."
No.
And by the way, I'm giving you credit for that.
I mean, Ethan, you're a comedian. You participated in some sketches. It happens.
Not in that. I mean, shit.
Really? You're one of your most famous sketches. You in a fucking diaper. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, we've done funny things.
Okay, you know what? Let's not debate the merit of our comedy. You're right. I'm very hacky, and so are you.
Okay.
By the way, you believe that the likes were botted on that?
What?
You had said you thought the likes were botted on the content cop. Do you still believe that?
Ethan, shut the fuck up.
The dislikes were botted. The dislikes, sorry. Yeah, you said it was brigaded and was botted, and it was unnatural. The dislikes on the video.
I don't really care about this. I don't know. I mean, I don't.
Well, I'm asking. I don't care.
But I don't know why this is a major.
You
point.
did say it.
All right, so you asked that question.
No.
Get back to some other definitions.
Hold on. Let me finish, and then you can do your definition.
Okay.
Do you think it was?
I want to hear your definition.
That's fine. I'll answer it how you like.
I hope you know that, I don't know if you know this, but I didn't publish the content cop. iDubbbz did.
Yes, I know that, and I have addressed him thoroughly.
Just
do you know that? Do you believe you should have included the context of the CPS call?
What?
What? You don't know what I'm talking about?
Wait. I'm a little confused. You were asking
Ethan, shut the fuck up.
Yes.
My opinion is on
the video.
Content cop.
Correct. That's
about
correct.
The CPS. I don't know. Maybe. Sure. Okay. I mean,
yes.
I think it was more so about like your year-long conquest of deplatforming and also harassing.
Well, 90% of the episodes of the podcast.
No, I can't sit through 4 hours of this, bruh. Nah. Like, Hassan is hot and all, but Ethan is just too annoying. It not just cancels out, just the evilness and annoyingness of Ethan is just completely overwhelming. Can't. You know what? Ordinary Things posted something. I saw it once, but kind of forgot. Oh, Mussolini, yeah! Oh.
Sometime in January, I started having nightmares about the 20th century
about
Italian
20.
dictator Benito Mussolini. And this was the beginning of an unhealthy obsession. The bald head, the jutting chin, the clown-like character that seduced a nation became a fixture of my waking imagination, as well as my sleeping one. I started with an old biography, a new biography, his autobiography, and the books that influenced him most. And yeah, spoiler alert, the guy was a real butthole. But I felt like I was still only skimming the surface, and this reading didn't really cure me of my obsession. So seeing as winter in the UK is well shit, I decided to fly to Italy to cure my curiosity with some exposure therapy. Today, the city of Milan is best known as the Italian capital of finance and a world capital in high fashion and high society. Partly as a result, it has entirely escaped an accurate reputation as the birthplace of fascism. Immediately following the First World War, around 24 organisations had sprung up across Italy, made up mostly of disgruntled ex-soldiers. Calling themselves Fasci di Combattimento, the leaders of these groups were invited to this square on the 23rd of March 1919 to form a new political movement. Many who gathered, though, didn't really know why they were here or what this political movement was supposed to stand for. What they did know was that they were angry. They retired to a nearby hall overlooking the Piazza San Sepolcro, where this crowd of ex-soldiers, confused political agitators, and the newspaper man who had invited them founded fascism. The 31-year-old Benito Mussolini was editor of the
I want to get
well-read
some ovens
newspaper
done.
People of Italy. He had previously
I need my
served as the
grain
editor
to
of
be
the socialist
higher.
newspaper Avanti, back when he was a rising star in the Socialist Party. But he was dramatically ousted from this first editorial role in 1914 when he had publicly opposed the party's anti-war stance, calling for Italy to enter the First World War. When Italy did join the war on the side of France and Britain against the Central Powers, Mussolini joined up too. The country suffered heavy casualties and received little of the spoils that their allies did in post-war treaties. There was a widespread feeling that Italian troops had suffered and died in a war and gotten nothing out of it, strong-armed and humiliated by their more powerful allies. Mussolini found himself humiliated too, wounded by a mortar round during a training exercise. He spent the rest of the war on his back, enduring months of treatment, having 44 shell fragments removed from his body, although historians have theorized that the extent of his injuries were later exaggerated. He returned to his Milanese newspaper filled with rage and a feeling of betrayal that chimed with what a lot of other young men were feeling at the time. According to colleagues, he wrote without research or referring to archive. Whatever he wrote came straight from his deranged dome, and if anyone interrupted him, he'd threaten to shoot them. A threat that had some weight because he was always armed. The little town of Forlì was important to Mussolini. He was sent here as a teenager to attend boarding school after being expelled from his last school for stabbing another boy with a penknife. During his rule, Forlì was given the honour of being named the Leaders' City, and his impact on the town can still be seen today. The architecture in the tiny district of New Rome is littered with the dictator's aesthetic obsessions. A devotion to symmetry, repeated military symbols, white marble macho nudity, and callbacks to the glory days of the Roman Empire. In this war monument, the soldiers of the First World War are depicted like the holy martyrs of antiquity. Mussolini's own war experiences were presented in the same way. His extended hospital stay was spun into a modern version of the Saint Sebastian story, the Christian martyr, Roman soldier, and a human pincushion. The Italian veterans of the First World War were desperate to feel like they hadn't fought and died for nothing. Mussolini related to this and in many ways embodied this feeling. But more importantly, he understood that pain and humiliation could be translated into holy struggle and righteous violence. But Mussolini wasn't the only one who understood that there was beauty in blood. In 1914, Itala Films released the silent Roman epic Cabiria. It's a film that nearly no one today has heard of, but we are all living in the world it inspired. It was the first feature film to be shown at the White House, and its high-budget, large-scale set pieces were the inspiration for iconic silent films that followed. The epic also features the debut of cinema's first reoccurring character, Batista, an Italian version of Hercules, who would appear in dozens of films afterwards and inspire clones of his own. Shirtless, bald, and always folding his arms in macho poses, it's easy to see he inspired more than just other macho movie stars. But this is just a footnote compared to the film's most significant contribution to history. Cabiria features the first recorded use of the Roman salute. There is no evidence that this gesture was ever used by actual ancient Romans and was likely an invention of 19th century stage productions. The film's writer, Gabriele D'Annunzio, may have been responsible for its addition, and was definitely responsible for its leak into real life. Less than a year after the foundations of fascism were set, General Gabriele D'Annunzio led 2,000 men to invade and occupy Fiume. The liberal Italian government's failure to secure the city as Italian territory post-war was a terrible source of humiliation for veterans and patriots. D'Annunzio was sort of their most famous leader, so using his fame as a celebrated poet and daring aviator as well as general, he led an illegal invasion of the city on Italy's behalf and without its consent. They held the city for 15 months, renaming the territory the Regency of Carnero. The many Italian nationals living in Fiume called D'Annunzio their Duce, which is Italian for leader, and celebrated his arrival. What followed was a radical experiment in what a state could be in the 20th century. D'Annunzio treated the city like a personal playground. He delivered regular balcony speeches from the governor's palace, where he mixed the language of art, religion, politics, and military expansion. Inside the palace, he conducted decadent Roman feasts, where alcohol, food, and cocaine were consumed in absurd quantity. Out on the streets of the city, public life was dominated by military pomp and parades, uniting the faithful and intimidating any local opposition. And the Roman salute, ripped straight from his own historical fiction, became a real greeting in the makeshift kingdom. At the time, it might have just seemed like a madman run amok, but the Fiume affair became a blueprint, not just for Mussolini, but for every dictator that followed him. D'Annunzio's experiment ended in the bloody Christmas of 1920, when the Italian army expelled D'Annunzio and his few remaining troops. The faithful were cut down by an Italian military blockade, and those that fought till the bitter end were killed in brutal urban combat, while their Duce was nowhere to be seen, having fled the city in disgrace. When Mussolini came to power, he kept D'Annunzio around, allowing him to live in isolated luxury and visiting him in highly publicized newsreels, later saying that D'Annunzio was like a bad tooth. Either you pull it out or cover it with gold. Evidently, settled on the latter. By 1921, the fascist party had grown from a ragtag group of disgruntled soldiers to a legitimate political party with representatives in Italian parliament. Mussolini was among them, observing the dysfunctional dithering of a democracy in decay. The government's failure to prevent the Fiume occupation and their inability to resolve nationwide strikes had made them incredibly unpopular. It seemed like a new, faceless prime minister was elected every couple of years, and the government was run by a small cabal of city-dwelling elites who were old, ineffectual, and out of touch. And this is the environment where fascism thrives, when democracy fails to live up to its promises of representation. Mussolini's supporters, in contrast, were young and highly visible, conducting large-scale rallies in provincial town squares. They weren't locked away in some inner sanctum, dithering in useless and interminable debate. They were out on the streets, taking the fight literally to Italy's internal enemies. At least that's how people saw it. As an elected official, Mussolini achieved basically nothing, mostly because he was leading a paramilitary organization in a small-scale civil war. The black shirts marched through cities and rural towns, intimidating onlookers and attacking their political opponents. They assaulted and often publicly executed striking workers. This won them support from landowners and industrialists, but also the rural poor, who were tired of the endless strikes and labor disputes. Once again, this made the government that had failed to resolve these strikes look weak and ineffectual in comparison. Using his newspaper, Mussolini would advertise the dates and locations of his speeches. In 1921 alone, he gave hundreds of speeches across the country, especially in Po Valley, where fascist enthusiasm was already reaching hysteria. The black shirts attended in great number, rehearsed in the chants that made the speeches feel like a dialogue between leader and audience. He routinely had ununiformed plants in the crowd who would get people to join in with the chants and make them feel organic. Among Mussolini's new supporters was Achille Starace, who could be described as the perfect fascist, utterly enthralled by Mussolini and overly attached to the uniform and the power that came with it. He would work alongside Mussolini for the next 20 years. A fascist march to take the Italian capital by force was a feature of Mussolini's speeches long before it actually happened. He spoke about it in Parliament and out on the streets in front of his cheering, uniformed followers. Initially, he sort of referred to the march as something that might only be theoretical or a metaphor, making references to Julius Caesar crossing the Rubicon. By October 1922, though, it became pretty obvious that plans for a march on Rome were all too real. Thousands of blackshirts had gathered in the southern city of Naples and were slowly starting to make their way to Rome. They were mostly unarmed and undisciplined. This wasn't some grand military exercise. It was a mob set on storming the capital. The sitting Prime Minister, Luigi Facta, was ready to use the army to suppress the fascists and finally get rid of the man gunning for his job. But the King of Italy, Victor Emmanuel III, refused to sanction a military response. worried that authorizing one would turn this small-scale civil war into a full-blown one. Once it became clear, though, that the government was not going to suppress the march, it was transformed into a victory parade. The fascist mob marched closer to Rome in celebration. But Mussolini wasn't among them. He didn't lead the black shirts on horseback or storm the city gates. He was still hanging about in his newspaper headquarters in Milan. He arrived by train, only showing his face once his safety and his elevation to the office of Prime Minister were assured in writing by the king. Most of his supporters arrived the following day, reaching the capital on specially arranged trains by Mussolini. The march that actually occurred in Rome was a pre-arranged victory parade, little more than a pageant. In later propaganda, the March on Rome was celebrated as a grand revolution. The fascist dead were remembered with solemn parades, and Mussolini would appear in them, on horseback, in a conscious reenactment of a revolution that never really happened. As a tourist, the best thing about Rome is how the city's ancient ruins stand comfortably alongside the modern. What's less comfortable is that we have Benito Mussolini to thank for it. Everyone who visits Rome probably walks along this street, gawking at the pristinely preserved ruins of the ancient Roman forums on either side of it. But most will be unaware that Mussolini demanded its construction. Even less will know that the road was hastily built, necessitating the demolition of 40,000 square meters of densely populated city and the relocation of almost 5,000 residents. The road was completed in 1932, bridging the ruins of the Colosseum with Mussolini's headquarters and the balcony where he gave his speeches. He could now see the Colosseum from his window. He chose the opulent globe room of the Palazzo Venezia as his headquarters, placing an oversized and often cluttered desk right next to its gigantic fireplace, forcing visitors to walk the length of the massive room before they could reach him. Obviously, this was intentional. For Mussolini, everything was stagecraft. The regime kept the lights of his office on all through the night, adding weight to the well-publicized myth that he never slept. The museum that now occupies the building would prefer visitors to focus on its history as a residence for old popes, but the mosaics underfoot give the game away, with the fascist floor plan kept very much intact. The fasces is the symbol from which fascism gets its name. It's the ancient Roman name for a bundle of sticks bound together with leather straps, often including an axe. It was a symbol of power, used by various governments throughout the 19th century as an ancient Roman callback. The statue of Abraham Lincoln is resting his arms on a pair of them, without axes, at his memorial, unveiled the same year Mussolini came to power. But Il Duce's adoption of the symbol as fascism's main logo spoiled the fun for everyone else. Unlike Germany's most infamous doodle, you'll still find these things hidden in plain sight across Rome. One of the city's best preserved landmarks is held up with fascist brickwork, still sporting the logo to this day. Its connection to ancient history is probably what has allowed it to survive so long, which was all in line with Mussolini's intentions, connecting himself to history in order to strengthen his legitimacy and ensure his immortality. Self-help books were bestsellers in Italy around this time. They were written in response to people's uncertainty about their role in an increasingly mechanized and image-focused world. Imagine that. And it wasn't enough to tend the same field that your daddy had, or work in the same factory. Men were expected to become unique individuals to have worth in society. These books were filled with advice on how to become a more dynamic person, stand out from the crowd. And yet this was also the time where crowds and cults were empowered more than ever before. Mussolini walked into a time where these two sort of polar opposite cultural forces converged in a way that benefited him immensely. He was a unique character that people wanted to be like, but also an aberrant freak in both appearance and demeanour who provoked curiosity, fear, and devotion in equal measure. His first official biography, this one, became a bestseller in 1925. Written by Margareta Sapati, a Jewish journalist, art critic, and long-term mistress of Benito Mussolini. As propaganda goes, it's pretty well written, even as it fawns over her boyfriend as a heroic self-made man from page to page. It emphasizes his humble origins as a blacksmith's son, and then follows his Machiavellian rise to power, but, sees that as a positive thing, as a cool thing. It is the story of a badly behaved schoolboy transforming himself into a mythic hero. Written to be relatable and empowering, it mimics the self-help books that it was sold alongside. The success also kept Margarita in Mussolini's inner circle for another decade, later earning her the ironic and insulting title of the Jewish mother of fascism. During his first few years in office, Mussolini kept up the facade of democracy, but was always working to dismantle it. He defined parliamentary debate as decadent, calling it boring masturbation. He bypassed the Chamber of Deputies and the judiciary by passing legislation directly through decree, and he kind of made this all seem democratic, arguing that the state had become so unwieldy and unaccountable that it no longer served the people. His speeches were delivered directly to the gathered masses, serving as an alternative performance of democracy. When he spoke, he did so in sentences that often seemed completely disconnected from one another, delivered in varying tones and in staccato bursts, until they reached a crescendo of violent and infectious emotion that the crowds were just sort of swept up in. His speeches appeared improvised, even when they were rigorously rehearsed. He made crude jokes, insulted his opponents, and gave the crowd ample opportunity to respond. He told them that Italy was in a perpetual state of revolution. Despite being in charge, he painted himself as the underdog, fighting against the state's internal and larger foreign enemies, scapegoats for the crowds to rally against, aligning himself with the common man. A Mussolini speech was part sermon, part stand-up, and part mass hypnosis. Watching them with modern eyes, the preening poses and pantomime arm movements might seem cartoonish, but there is a subtle difference between caricature and icons. In the era of silent movies and crappy audio amplification, these exaggerated gestures didn't seem so absurd. In fact, they were the motions of a master conductor. He played the crowd like an orchestra, who through repeated attendance and exposure to his speeches in newsreels knew which chant corresponded to which movement. To many in Italy, this felt more democratic than the boring, private masturbation of parliamentary debate. Mussolini involving the crowd in the process. But really, they were just puppets in a performance.
And I see, recognize among you, sons of your land, as well as ours, my fellow citizens, who are working to make America great.
In 1924, Fascist Italy held its first and only multi-party election, a final staging of democracy before it was abandoned altogether. Black shirts attacked opposition candidates and threatened citizens at voting stations. One opposition MP was brave enough to resist. Giacomo Matteotti stood against Mussolini, openly denouncing the election as fraudulent in a powerful speech to Parliament. 2 months later, his hastily buried body was found in the woods outside Rome. This sparked a major political crisis. Many convinced themselves that this scandal would finally unseat Mussolini and prevent him from consolidating power. Opposition MPs stormed out of Parliament, confident that this show of force would provoke the king to finally remove their tyrannical prime minister. In reality, this performative walkout only empowered Mussolini further, giving him full control over all legislative decisions. Fascist newspapers blamed the opposition for causing instability and told readers that only Mussolini could restore order. By 1926, all non-fascist parties had been banned. Leaders, or those who had resisted, were imprisoned, exiled, or forced into hiding. He declared himself Il Duce. In official acts, this title had to be written in capital letters. The state was the party, and the party answered to him. If people were still uncertain about what fascism actually stood for, now they knew. It was absolute monarchy reborn. Historically, dictators were able to control a nation's national during his high position of National Party Inspector, Achille Starace obsessively pushed petty rituals and bizarre customs to become a part of public life. He started in the schools, instituting a Roman salute to the war dead at the beginning of lessons. These children were raised in Starace's world, where foreign words were frowned upon, where salutes replaced handshakes and uniforms were inspected with obsessive rigor. Later on, Starace even insisted that loyal fascists should adopt a specific kind of walk, a rigid stride that should be adopted in daily life, not just during parades. Discipline and respect for the regime were now at the center of this new Italian life, but it was secretly detested. Mussolini was widely popular. The enforcement of these rituals conflicted with the easygoing Italian lifestyle that most people led. But fascism attracted and empowered others like Starace, men who believed in nothing but the submission to hierarchical power. It was men like this who made up Italy's secret police, who monitored society from the shadows, spying on anyone suspected of anti-fascist activities and maintaining fascist rituals through fear and intimidation. Bologna is my favorite city in Italy. Known as the food capital of the country for good cause, it's also famous for its terracotta-tinted streets and vibrant medieval history. The city was a center of education, art, and political freedom, among the first on earth to abolish serfdom in 1256. Since then, Bologna has been ruled by kings, popes, lords, emperors, some nobles, a few presidents, and a duce. But Mussolini's rule nearly came to an early end on Bologna's streets, the last of several assassination attempts that he miraculously and unfortunately survived. Solidifying himself as dictator came with consequences, as those who opposed him now saw violence as the only solution. On November 4th, 1925, he survived an attempt in Rome, when a former Socialist Party member attempted to shoot him from a hotel window. Less than a year later, a wealthy and mentally unstable Irish woman successfully shot Mussolini in the face, but the bullet only grazed his nose, providing the regime with a perfect piece of propaganda. The sight of Mussolini's face, bandaged up and calmly smiling, cemented him as a man of providence. 5 months after the second attempt on his life, a bomb was thrown under his car but failed to detonate, cementing the notion that his survival was divinely ordained, given special significance with how public the spectacle was. And this was outdone by a fourth and final failed attempt. When visiting Bologna, Mussolini was fired on during a parade as he was making his way to the main square to give a well-attended speech. The mob believed they had found the culprit minutes after the shot was taken. The apparent assassin? A 15-year-old boy named Anteo Zamboni, who was overpowered and lynched on the spot. The evidence that Zamboni was indeed guilty was spare and contradictory. On the day, the crowd didn't care. They'd celebrated the killing as divine democratic justice, ordained by the man they had gathered to worship. The man who had taken power by force, who had abolished the free press and the right to vote. Modern democracy isn't as old or stable as we like to think. Universal suffrage in the UK isn't even 100 years old. Compared to Imperial Rome or the eunuch-run bureaucracies that kept Chinese dynasties standing, the political system most of us live under is basically a teenager. The Soviet Union couldn't clear a century. The so-called 1,000-year Reich ended up lasting 12. Meanwhile, the market streets of Bologna date back to before the 11th century and have been in continuous use ever since. Anyone alive today has already acquired crowd immunity to the power of images. Bombarded with ads, art, and propaganda, they are an unconscious part of our everyday life. And even now, they can have a terminal effect. So imagine what it was like for the average Italian in the 1920s when the mass production of images began. They were born during the golden age of postcards, which for the first time gave even the poorest citizen the ability to display mass-produced images in their home. The Fascist Party flooded this market with pictures of Mussolini in different poses, situations, and outfits, frequently depicted driving automobiles, piloting aircrafts, associating him with the most exciting technology of the day. Cinemas were opening for the first time across the country, and every showing was preceded by newsreels with Mussolini depicted as the country's leading man. Items that he had used or touched were sold like they were holy relics. His face was printed on everything from bars of soap to swimsuits. The way the regime repeated his image in posters didn't just inspire other dictators, but modern advertisement and avant-garde art that came decades later. He was the first person with the technological opportunity and shameless will to turn himself into a national meme. But most of these images weren't designed to last. The postcards rotted, the newsreels were out of date in a week, and the posters peeled off in the rain. So as he aged, Mussolini became obsessed with permanence and cementing his place in history. This giant marble erection is the Mussolini Obelisk, constructed in 1932 to mark the 10th anniversary of fascist rule. Obelisks were a feature of the ancient Roman cityscape, many of which were stolen from ancient Egypt. And despite their pagan origins, Rome's leading popes still kept them standing, repurposing them to commemorate their own fall. Despite its own unsavory origins, Mussolini's monument to his own manhood remains standing too, with the dictator's name and title preserved, greeting each visitor on their way to Rome's most popular sports stadium. It was, and I think still is, the largest block of unbroken marble ever extracted from the Alpuan Alps, and then perilously transported via ox and boat to the Italian capital. The journey itself was a propaganda parade. And the parade goes on in a kind of fossilized form today, as all visitors heading to the Stadio Olimpico will march from the obelisk over these Mussolini-themed mosaics. His name, title, and initial are capitalized and repeated under your feet, and some are even being restored after years of foot traffic. EUR district was meant to be Mussolini's masterpiece. Today, it hosts the headquarters of a few minor government departments and luxury fashion brands. It sits a few miles south of where most tourists ever venture, and on wet weekends is virtually deserted. It was originally built as the site of the 1942 World's Fair, doubling as a celebration of 20 years of fascist rule. But after the outbreak of World War II, the fair was scrapped, and Mussolini was deposed by his own Grand Council 1 year after it was supposed to occur. Today, the district feels like a ghost town, populated by the spirits of a Roman past that never was and a fascist future that never came to be. For me, though, it's a much more interesting place to visit compared to the overcrowded Colosseum or the spiritually vacant Vatican, sapped of all its supposed grandeur by the clatter of shuffling feet and telescopic selfie sticks. But I digress. The EUR district is more than just a window into Italy's fascist past, it is also an insight into its fascist present. Rows of posters have been plastered on walls, set up by a neo-fascist student association that operates out of high schools and universities. As I travelled around Italy, their logo followed me too, but it was losing the battle for wall space against far-left graffiti and whoever this guy is. Italy is covered in graffiti, Rome especially, and much of it is political, and nearly all of it sucks. It plagued cities in Mussolini's day too. Sentences from his speeches were reproduced on walls of the city he ruled. Political slogans and logos fought for space on any brickwork that wasn't ancient enough to demand historical reverence, and so it goes today. When resistance to the regime began in the early 1940s, the first visible defiance that many citizens saw was on the walls. At a time when the secret police would arrest anyone who dared to print anything that was critical of the government, graffiti was one of the safest ways to be heard. Suddenly, these flashy propaganda posters that had worked so well for decades looked forced and inauthentic compared to the scribbles of ordinary people who were risking their lives to leave them. The legacy of fascism, though, was harder to erase than spray paint. When Mussolini was deposed, there were tens of thousands of Romans who had worked for the regime who took no part in the resistance. They didn't want to completely tear down the history they were instrumental in building, and that's part of the reason why you'll still see things like this, hiding behind the scaffolding, a statue still sporting the Roman salute in plain sight. And just around the corner from that is one of the only remaining images of Benito Mussolini in modern Italy, sitting on his horse, surrounded by soldiers in a military victory that never happened. Modern Italy's relationship with its former leader is complex and is currently in a state of flux. When she was younger, the current Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni expressed admiration for Mussolini, distancing herself from these views when she entered mainstream politics, but there is no denying that her policies and style of speech betray a direct influence.
Giorgia, sono una donna, sono una madre, sono italiana, sono cristiana, non me lo toglierete!
Fully fledged neo-fascist organisations might be a small minority, but membership has been swelling in recent years. Still, they are mostly a mix of angry, nostalgic old men and rebellious students who are more interested in offending people than actually seeking political office. Maybe one reason for this resurgence is simply because of what remains standing. Statues stick around for a lot longer than the people who suffered during their construction. The March on Rome happened over 100 years ago. The rubble's been swept away. The bodies have been buried. But the best of the era's architecture remains standing in a city that proudly preserves its past. Ledapio is a small rural town in eastern Italy, home to just over 6,000 people, most of whom are old and unassuming. The place has a frankly menacing aura, mostly because its only claim to fame is being the hometown and final resting place of Benito Mussolini. Today, his childhood home is a minor tourist attraction. It was once an anonymous building on an anonymous hill, but in the 1930s, Mussolini commissioned the construction of this crown-like structure to serve as the new town square, positioning his birthplace as Predapio's sacred central jewel, burdening the quiet town with a legacy that it has never escaped. The imposing fascist party headquarters in the tiny town has been abandoned since the early 1940s. I tried to find a way in, but every possible entrance was locked or had rusted over decades ago. Its outer walls are covered in faded neo-fascist graffiti, left behind by Predapio's most enthusiastic tourists. Pilgrims mostly make their way here on Mussolini's birthday or for the March on Rome's anniversary. Enough of these guys make their way to Predapio throughout the year to maintain a market for Mussolini-themed mugs, wine, dress watches, socks, and, troublingly, truncheons. Displayed proudly in shop fronts are enough tacky pieces of Mussolini merch to boggle the mind. Basically, Predapio is a forgotten fascist theme park, and I was visiting in its off-season. During the peak of his power, Predapio was visited by legions of loyal fascists, who came to pay their respect at his home and to the elaborate tomb housing the bodies of his parents. This rally occurred in 1937, and you can see his followers turned his birthplace into Bethlehem. Mussolini had just made good on his promise of imperial expansion, a promise that he'd been exciting crowds with since before he was even leader. Italy's invasion of Ethiopia then was a long time coming. It was a country that Italy had failed to invade in 1895, which was a bitter source of national shame. So Mussolini spent the early 1930s building up Italy's military and modernizing it at great cost. The invasion itself was short and marred by war crimes. Ethiopia's emperor fled, and the country surrendered, with casualties in the hundreds of thousands. Also, Italy could finally compete with other European nations as a real imperial power. But Italy's army suffered too, with some expensive, embarrassing equipment losses to boot.
When the Italian crew open their manholes for air, the Ethiopians, hiding in ambush, shoot them down. In this country, the heat inside a tank is sometimes nearly 200 degrees Fahrenheit.
The invasion of Ethiopia was in many ways just another grand propaganda campaign, providing the newsreels with footage of charging Italian cavalries and Italian fighter planes overhead. But it emptied the government's purse and gutted its ability to wage war against a major power. For Mussolini, image was everything. Often the performance of power was more important than power itself. But keeping Ethiopia under Italian rule came at even greater cost. The occupation required an enormous garrison of troops to stay put in Africa. Keeping them fed and supplied over a long distance stretched Italian supply lines to breaking point. So when the Ethiopians resisted their occupation, it led to brutal, disorganized crackdowns, mass executions, and the establishment of concentration camps. Britain and France publicly condemned the invasion, citing the use of mustard gas on civilians as barbaric. In reaction, Mussolini ordered Achille Sarace to produce endless reels of anti-French propaganda. But alienating Italy from the rest of the world forced Mussolini to develop closer ties with Germany's new leader, a man who, on first impression, Mussolini thought was a total psychopath.
The German Chancellor Fritz Revolution was created by Signor Mussolini. This is the first occasion on which these two famous dictators have met. Each holds in his hand the destiny of a great nation, and the whole world looks with eager interest on this meeting. For any momentous decision made by either of these men must affect the whole of Europe, if not the world.
Adolf Hitler and Benito Mussolini first met in Venice in 1934, and Hitler was immediately in awe of the man he had respected so much from afar. Mussolini was less impressed. He had long resented Hitler's theft of the Roman salute and the other obvious ways that he sought to emulate him. Together, they were greeted by legions of loyal Mussolini followers and military displays which impressed the German leader greatly. But their private meeting only confirmed Mussolini's irritation. The palace where they met was plagued with mosquitoes that day, and Hitler spoke extremely quickly and without pause, jumping from topic to topic in a language that Mussolini only had a passing knowledge of. In private conversations later on, Mussolini told associates that the Führer had all the mannerisms of a sexual degenerate. A bit rich, coming from a guy that apparently had up to 4 sexual encounters a day with different women. Women who claimed to be among Mussolini's mistresses confirmed that these were time-constrained affairs. I mean, he had a country to run. So Mussolini would satisfy himself in less than a minute, remaining clothed, only taking his obelisk out. By the time Mussolini visited Munich in 1937, he had been completely eclipsed by his former fanboy. His journey to Munich was a meticulously orchestrated state visit, designed to impress the founder of fascism by his own standards. Hitler's audiences weren't just adoring, they were captivated and loyal to the point of madness. Hitler's use of charged symbolism had reached the levels of religious worship. His troops were more disciplined, the technology far more advanced. This was fascism, but on a true industrial scale. The trip humbled Mussolini. He was aging, his health was ailing, now alienated from Western Europe with an economy and military capacity weakened by his Ethiopian campaign. From a tactical perspective, he had no choice but to fall in line with this new, stronger leader. In public, he now completely abandoned any initial irritation he had with the Führer. Ultimately, the founder of fascism himself was susceptible to the same spell that he put his country under. Confronted with the discipline, fanaticism, and efficient war machine of Nazi Germany, Mussolini went from Il Duce to the Führer's lapdog. In 1938, just before the outbreak of World War II, Mussolini instituted anti-Jewish racial laws in Italy at Hitler's insistence, forcing his former mistress and biographer to flee the country she'd helped create, leaving her sister and brother-in-law behind, who were deported to Auschwitz and executed. Milan Central Station is, without argument, the greatest architectural masterpiece of the fascist era. But its greatest shame also occurred beneath its vaulted ceilings. Hidden away on the far side of platform 21, you'll find one of the only surviving images of Mussolini in Milan, depicted here in another scene that never happened. You'll notice, though, that his eyes have been removed, rumoured to have been shot away by partisans when they finally liberated the city from fascist rule. On hidden platforms beneath the surface of the train station, thousands of Italian citizens were loaded onto trains and transported to Nazi death camps outside the country, all under the watchful eyes of their leader.
impero e del regno d'Abaria. Pensate, la dichiarazione di Ferro è stata consegnata agli
Mussolini's declaration of war was as tactical and well judged as Italy's entire World War II campaign, which is to say, it was crap. In his usual theatrical style, he declared war on Britain and France, just as France was already collapsing under the German invasion. After commissioning years of anti-French propaganda, Mussolini couldn't pass up the opportunity of putting France to heel. Hitler, though, was furious and confused. He knew just how poorly prepared Italy was to enter the war. But also he didn't understand why Mussolini would publicly declare war before invading. He ended up paying the price for these theatrics. Italian troops encountered a prepared resistance in terrible weather conditions and lost thousands of men in just 5 days. Their lives were exchanged for the symbolic occupation of Menton, a French Riviera resort town of little to no strategic value. The only prize it offered was footage for the propaganda reels, with its abandoned casinos and the capture of its scenic coastline serving as proof of Italy's meagre but costly triumph. The Italian military didn't fare any better as the war went on, serving more as a liability to the Axis forces than a competent ally. The Italian invasion of Greece was a disaster. Mussolini launched the invasion without informing Hitler. Learning his lesson from the last time, he didn't announce it to anyone else either. He believed it would be an easy victory, independent of German assistance. On arrival, though, they encountered a well-trained and more than motivated resistance.
The Greeks advanced to harass the Italians in their precarious positions. At the eastern end of the line, the frozen skeletons of Italian aircraft litter the countryside. Tributes to the gallant Greek Air Force and our own brave flyers. As in Libya, so in Albania, stores and equipment in huge quantities are left behind in the Great Retreat.
The Greeks easily outmaneuvered Italy and pushed them back into occupied Albania.
In the wild and rugged country of southern Albania, the Greeks are still pushing steadily forward after the retreating Italians. Ancient stone bridges destroyed by the fleeing Wasps are replaced by wooden structures by Greek engineers,
forcing Hitler to delay his invasion of the Soviet Union and bail out the Italians instead. Many World War II historians point to this moment as maybe the turning point in the whole war. Had Germany invaded the Soviet Union sooner, they may have avoided the bitter Russian winter that halted the Nazi war machine in its tracks. The images all over Italy depicting Mussolini as a conquering hero now looked unintentionally ironic. The shameless proliferation of his own face was now actively working against him. Who was responsible for Italy's military failure? There was an answer on every street corner.
It spins around, disabled.
Italy's campaign in North Africa went just as poorly. Incompetent and increasingly unwilling Italian generals floundered against better equipped British forces. Italy advanced into Egypt without securing supply lines, allowing the faster, more mechanized British army to capture Italian troops with little effort. When the Germans arrived to bail Italy out again, it was even more humiliating. From this point forward, Italian troops were largely under German command, where they were seen for the liability that they were. When word got back from the Eastern Front, the Italian people learned that their troops were being treated like expendable inferiors by Hitler's forces. The war had brought them no pride or glory. All Mussolini had done was turn their sons into slaves and cannon fodder in the service of a foreign army. His days were numbered. Mussolini was also distracted by his own rapidly deteriorating health. The stomach pains that had plagued him since his time in the army increased in both frequency and severity. He attempted to hide this from his lackeys, But between meetings, he would writhe on his office floor in agony. As the war went on, he avoided public appearances, and when he did appear, his speeches were sapped of the vitality that once characterized them. How could he pretend to be Italy's supreme leader when he was so clearly under the Führer's thumb? How could he pretend to be a man of providence ordained by God when Italy's war efforts had all been calamitous failures? And how could he keep the strongman act up when his body was so clearly failing him? With Allied bombing raids reducing sacred parts of the Italian capital to rubble, the writing was on the wall. Italy no longer had any appetite for war, and high-ranking fascist officials agreed. Members of the Grand Council, led by his foreign minister and his own son-in-law, conspired to depose him, while military figures simultaneously held talks with the king to have him officially dismissed. These plots culminated in a long recrimination session in the Grand Council, where Mussolini was confronted by the plotters. He endured their speeches, mostly in silence, trying to hide obvious signs of stomach pain. Once his former lackeys had said their piece, he was taken away secretly in an ambulance and imprisoned, moved between several secret locations over the course of about 2 months. By all accounts, his jailers treated him quite well. He was described as calm and accommodating, seemingly at peace with his downfall, wondering aloud to anyone who'd listen about how history would eventually redeem his overall legacy. And history, or at least Italian history, probably would remember him more charitably if it weren't for what happened next. Italy does 3 things better than any country on earth: coffee, hand gestures, and graveyards. Catholic guilt has inspired some of the world's best art and architecture, and it has also apparently moved the entire Italian population to house their formerly alive family members in fabulous style. Italian graveyards are enormous and unnerving, as they're the only ones I've been to where the dead stare back at you. But on the outskirts of Predappio, you'll find an especially disturbing boneyard, as everyone here is buried according to the symmetrical vision of its most famous corpse. The remains of Benito Mussolini are an inconvenient hike from Predappio's town centre, but they are still probably the town's best tourist attraction. His crypt was recently renovated and reopened to the public, where it has attracted the usual crowd of Mussolini fanboys, who crowd the cemetery on his birthday, queuing up to show their respects with a salute. On any other day, though, you can descend the stairs by yourself and enjoy the spooky scenery without having to endure the stench of still living fascists. Well, not quite, as the crypt is guarded by a single neo-fascist volunteer at all times, who watched me and my camera like a hawk. The only way I could have gotten a colder reception is if I'd shown up with a shovel and a sex toy. The crypt itself is cramped with Mussolinis, with his parents, siblings, and a few children kept in opposing corners. But as in life, Benito himself takes centre stage, draped in the Italian flag and watched over by his own marble head. Trekking across the Italian countryside to stand before the body of Italy's most infamous citizen was a surreal experience, but his own journey to get here was even stranger.
The invasion of the Italian mainland commenced. It was to prove the shortest invasion in history. For on that same day came the Italian capitulation and acceptance of the Casablanca terms of surrender.
As soon as the Italian government officially defected to the side of the Allies, German forces quickly occupied strategic areas in the country's north, forcing the king and the new prime minister to flee south, effectively cutting the country in two. Mussolini, though, was still nowhere to be found, but with the help of some spies and a few bribes, the Führer's forces found him. On September 12, 1943, a crack team of German commandos conducted a glider assault on a remote hotel, located on the tallest mountain in central Italy. They immediately overwhelmed the 200 Italian guards and secured their valuable prisoner. Mussolini was photographed upon his rescue, or kidnapping, depending on how you see it, and he was then transported into one of the overloaded gliders, and after 2 days of travel, met Adolf Hitler at his Eastern Front headquarters.
Hitler's boyfriend, the deflated Mussolini, was guided off to Germany by plane following his rescue by Nazi paratroops.
At this time, Hitler was already effectively losing the war. And he was also in the throes of a pretty gnarly methamphetamine addiction, thanks to his doctor, who was just loading him up with the stuff. Crazy Times, great book, list, if you ever get a chance to read it. Anyway, yeah, Hitler's mental faculties were probably shot at this point, so his decision to reinstate the Duce in a new North Italian Nazi puppet state, maybe you could blame that on the meth. The Italian Social Republic was a joke, window dressing for the German occupation. The Allies supported the southern kingdom of Italy, which eventually absorbed Rome and the shambolic remnants of the government Mussolini left behind. The hardcore fascists migrated north, taking their place alongside the man they still worshipped. Achille Starace was among them, but was so wildly unpopular as the face of fascist propaganda that he was forced to keep a low profile in Milan. Mussolini's son-in-law, who had been instrumental in the plot to overthrow him, tried to flee to Spain, but was captured and taken into fascist custody. At Hitler's insistence, Mussolini had him executed by firing squad, alongside several other high-ranking traitors who had served alongside him for decades.
Marinelli, Gottardi, Paresti, De Bon, Già.
This alienated him from his daughter, who had begged for her husband's life, and sent Mussolini into a deep depression. He later recounted that upon hearing the shots being fired, he felt like he had died himself. With the Germans in charge and his health in stark decline, Mussolini had little else to do other than ponder his place in history. This did give him enough time, though, to write a follow-up to his highly successful autobiography. In a series of articles that became a single volume, he charts his own downfall, something that most dictators don't get a chance to do. And as a result, it's a weird read, full of delusional self-aggrandizement, but also a barely concealed sense of doom. He saves his most bitter recriminations for the king and the various traitors who orchestrated his downfall. But he also blames the Italian people themselves for not sticking with fascism when the going got tough. He writes that history will vindicate him, and that a return to power was possible. But in private, he knew he was a dead man walking. For nearly another 2 years, Italy was plunged into a brutal civil war. Supported by the SS, Mussolini's forces waged an unforgiving campaign against the partisans and civilians that projected his legitimacy. The man who promised Italian expansion and national glory was now responsible for tearing the country in two, and for standing by as a foreign army exterminated her citizens. This is Piazzale Loreto, an ugly, unremarkable urban island in central Milan, crowded by congestion and shaded by crappy corporate high-rises. The only reason anyone would come here is to get somewhere else, unless, of course, you know its history. This monument, sat between two roads on a poorly maintained patch of grass, was commissioned to commemorate 15 Italian resistance fighters. They had been prisoners, hand-picked by Milan's Gestapo, who were then taken here and shot dead as a warning to others. Their bodies were left to rot in the blistering August heat, next to signs that labelled them murderers. For the rest of the day, armed guards paraded commuters past the bodies, a piece of morbid theatre that Milan wouldn't forget or forgive. Less than a year later, Milan was a battlefield. A few electrical poles in the city centre still display holes from the bullets and shrapnel. The Allies and partisans fought the few remaining fascists and liberated the city through intense urban combat. After victory was achieved, partisans rounded up any officials still loyal to the regime. Despite no longer holding any kind of power, Achille Starace was recognized as an infamous and ugly reminder of the old regime and was arrested. He was taken into custody on April 28th, but didn't stay there long, as the next day his captors told him they were going to take him to meet Mussolini. Driven through a city in celebration, Starace was escorted to the Piazzale Loreto. Pushed through a growing, heaving crowd at gunpoint, he was taken to the exact location where the partisans had been displayed and left to rot just a year before. Here's where he saw Mussolini for the last time. Beaten beyond recognition, his skull had been crushed by the angry feet of the crowd. Strung up by his feet, and displayed alongside the body of his mistress and several high-ranking officials. He had been captured the previous day, attempting to flee to Switzerland dressed as a German soldier. But once he was captured, a partisan executioner was sent to find him with the sole task of conducting a summary execution. If we judged him only by his final words, Mussolini's end could be seen as somewhat dignified. He opened his shirt and told his executioner to aim for his heart. But his actions spoke louder, as he did nothing to prevent Clara, his mistress, from jumping in the way of the first bullet meant for him. Their bodies were then driven south to Milan and dumped on the dirt, only strung up after the crowd had taken their revenge. In the shadow of his Duce's swinging body, Starace gave him a final salute, the same salute that he had forced on a nation, and then was shot in the back of the head and strung up alongside him. There is no plaque or any form of commemoration in place where Mussolini's body was famously put on display, though he might be happy to know there is still a giant M standing close to the exact spot. The petrol station is long gone. In its place is a 2-story McDonald's, where you can commemorate Mussolini getting curb-stomped with a 9-piece nugget meal. Initially, Mussolini was buried in a mass grave on the outskirts of the city, but a whole year later, nostalgic royalists dug him up on Easter Sunday. They then moved the body from place to place, trying to avoid detection. When authorities eventually tracked him and the grave robbers down, the government entrusted the remains with a convent 12 miles north of Milan. His body was then secretly stashed in a closet for another 11 years. It wasn't until 1957 when the body's relocation to the family crypt was finally approved, and here he has been displayed ever since. History is a sequence of eternal returns. The phases in the lives of nations are measured in terms of decades, sometimes of centuries. These are the words that Mussolini decided to close his autobiography with. And they are the words of an egomaniac consoling himself with the possibility that history might still remember him favourably. But they are also the words of a man who had a profound understanding of human nature. He knew that societies had short memories, and that the same primal feelings he exploited in his journey towards power would outlive him, and that others would follow his blueprint. There's a case to be made that everything built by evil regimes should be torn down, but I don't think that case is strong enough. It's important to remember atrocities, of course, but it's equally important to remember that evil people can build beautiful things. Tyrants are cheered when they burn down the old order, because crowds were seduced by their image, strength, and stories. Benito Mussolini was a fascinating character that history cannot afford to forget.
Good evening, gentle listener, and welcome to Distracted. This week, the host unveils his deepest dread for his fellow man. Wade pushes his meat through a filter and has beautiful synthetic boobs. Beardless Bob believes in credit card osmosis. And tech guru Mark is terabytely well hung and wants to get to the bottom of the matter. From acid semen to brilliant baldness. Yeah. It's time for microplastic solved forever. Now sit back and prepare to be distracted and enjoy.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Distractable, the wonderful podcast where me and my friends, we talk for about an hour and then we leave you happier than you started it. Hopefully, anyway. Unless there's something horrible that we've done and you are left with a bad taste in your mouth. I'm joined by my friends Bob and Wade. Hello. How are you guys?
Hey, doing pretty well. Post moving like recovery with muscles. I don't know about you guys, but whenever I stub a toe, for some reason the week thereafter, I continually hit it, that same toe, on everything. And I've had this poor bruised bloody toe that I just keep, if I hit anything, it's that toe.
How hard did you stub your toe?
Pretty hard.
I feel like I have almost never in my life stubbed my toe hard enough where it was like broken or seriously bruised. I stub my toe and it's like, okay.
Always my pinky toes, and I actually had like 2 months of my left foot pinky toe being badly bruised, and it's finally feeling better. So then I slammed the right one, and I don't want to get too graphic, but it was bleeding, and it doesn't look great.
Were you wearing shoes?
Flip-flops.
You were moving in flip-flops? Well, that's your own fault.
It wasn't even the moving part that I hurt it
Oh,
on.
you were moving in flip-flops.
But that's not when it got hurt. It got hurt like just doing casual stuff where I was like in the house later, like looking around. I was like, where do I want this? I don't know. And then I was like, I turned to walk to the kitchen. It was just like chunk, and then like the tears formed. It was like, okay. And then I looked down and I saw the blood, and just like a baby, I was like, I'm not okay.
I turned around.
My toe got stubbed clean off.
I don't believe in toes.
Look, this is pathetic, and I will not award you any points for that. That's your own fault, and you should control your feet better, and you should control your life better. Get yourself together before, and get something real to complain about. Bob, how's your life?
I was cooking and I cut a finger off.
Oh,
I'm missing a whole finger now. It's serious injury, Mark. How many points is that worth?
That's worth nothing. That was your own recklessness, and how dare you come to me complaining about your own finger that you cut off. You don't need it. If you didn't value it enough before, you didn't need it now. So hush.
If we're gonna have an abusive episode, I'm glad it's at least fair.
Of course, we're always fair.
Fair is fair. Guys, come on.
Triangle of fairness. I never did find out if that means anything. I hope it does.
It means forehead vagina. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, whatever. It's all good. So, obviously, you guys' lives are boring and uninteresting, but mine is thriving with potential.
Oh, that sounds like a lie.
It's thriving with potential. Guess how much storage I have on my server?
80 jillion terabytes, I assume.
480 terabytes of beautiful storage.
That's more than you even need.
It's not more. It's more than I need right now, but it's not more than I need in the future.
You could shoot 3 more movies.
Exactly. And that's kind of the concern.
Well, how much footage is your next movie taking up?
Maybe anywhere from over 50 to 100 terabytes.
Sounds like you still have extra.
Yeah, it sounds pretty excessive, Mark, honestly.
Yeah.
No points for that. That's just ridiculous.
Well, whatever. It's
I've got some boxes. Can I store those in there? They'd probably fit in that much terabytes.
No, dummy. That's not how it works. No points for you. Anyway, listen. I plan for the future because I'm very intelligent and smart and also handsome. And when it comes down to me learning all this stuff about the server infrastructure that I set up at my NASA's, I've learned so much in the past few months of just how amazing I am in every single way.
How many incorrect things did you buy before you got the setup you have currently?
Many. I wasted thousands of dollars on the wrong purchases.
Waste thousands of dollars finding ways for me to store my boxes in your terabytes. Where there's a Will, there's a Wade.
No points for you, Wade.
It's a very threatening aura towards Will, too. I just want to say Will. Don't worry about it. It doesn't mean it.
Where there's a Will, no way.
Well, here's the thing, everybody. It doesn't matter how pathetic your lives are or how amazing my life is, because we're all doomed.
Are we getting older?
No, we're not getting older.
Okay.
We're not even going to get older because we're not going to make it until then.
Cryptids?
Not cryptids, although those are lurking.
Bad diet?
Pretty much. You're getting closer.
Weird Part 4?
It could be.
The ship of Theseus?
Oh, it might just be something related to the ship of Theseus.
Danny Uncle?
No.
Mark's trolley problem?
No.
Euthanasia coaster?
But no, we're going to talk about our favorite subject that has me worried, microplastics.
Ah, good.
Oh, Google that word.
I'm 0.8% microplastics.
Maybe, mayhaps. Wait, do you not know... do you not know about this?
Oh my god. Most plastics in the ocean break up into small particles are called microplastics. It's crazy.
Yeah,
Yep.
Yeah.
Wade's caught up.
I had hoped that you both would have, like, at least a base level understanding.
I'm with you, buddy.
Okay, thanks, Bob. Point for Bob for knowing a little bit about it before we get into the deep end.
What do you mean? They can cause in the body cancer, chronic inflammation, other unknown effects.
Okay, Zoidberg's uncle from the silent film era. They can cause in the body, effects, adverse even.
Okay. Well, so what makes me want to talk about this, and I know it's probably a depressing topic for a lot of people, it is a strange thing where it's this nebulous zone of health and humans and the future where we don't really know how bad it could be. We don't really know how bad it is because there really isn't a standardized testing for it, and we wouldn't even know what we're looking for in terms of the public health and the absurd consumption of microplastics that we take in our body. Now, there was a study, and this is, I believe the study was exaggerated or it selectively took information that said that humans ate about a credit card equivalent of microplastics. It was either every year or every month or something like that.
God, I hope it's every year.
It seemed to be exaggerated in certain ways, but there was another sensationalist article that said humans inhale a credit card equivalent of toxic plastic particles every week. Which seems less true because I don't think that we're breathing in that much in terms of microplastics.
Well, I published a study recently that states that humans absorb through osmosis a credit card's worth of microplastics every second.
Whoa, that's too much.
I just thought of a published paper I might write, how people absorb a brand new car for you and you and you made of microplastics every minute.
Wow.
Through osmosis, where you sit on it and it absorbs to your ass.
You know, for all I know, that could also be true. I don't know enough, right? But that's never stopped us on this podcast. So today we're going to get to the bottom of microplastics. We're going to get to the bottom of what it's going to do to humanity, how much is in our bodies right now, and the conclusions of whether or not it's good, maybe, or bad. Is this the kind of thing that's actually going to give us superpowers? Or are we all doomed to be replaced Ship of Theseus style by microplastics until we're a walking plastic human that didn't know that it ever changed from who we were to what we will be? Could it trigger the next evolution of humanity?
Probably.
Okay, so I want to get to the bottom of this so everyone at home can either rest easy or be eternally paranoid. It's really up in the air of where we're going to be at the end of this episode, but we know we're going to reach a conclusion.
I will assume the side of pro-microplastics.
Bob is on pro-microplastics?
Wade is anti-microplastics.
All right.
Well, I've already stopped them.
Okay, well, then we will determine the winner based on whether or not I feel hopeful or hopeless about the microplastics in our future, because they are here, and it is very clear they are here to stay. But let's get down to it.
Oh, yeah.
So you guys pull up your internet browsers, get your researching thesaurus out, and get ready to get scientific about it. Because as we all know, all you need is a few Google searches to know as much about anybody, about anything in the world. We have the wealth of the internet at our fingertips, so let's get to fingertipping.
Let me just lead this off by saying, in the second half of the 20th century, we officially entered the plastic age. A new era where plastics represent the majority of man-made materials. In just a few decades, this is the most confusing number they could have written. 8,300 million metric tons, also known as 8.3 trillion metric tons of plastics, have been produced, and subsequent plastic wastes have been accumulating in the marine and freshwater environments, as well as in the earth and sand and dirt and everything in the dry parts. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. It already is everywhere, and clearly we're fine. So I feel like my argument basically makes itself. But we can still have this debate if you want, I guess.
So what you're saying is that microplastics are here, they are everywhere. Get used to it, right?
Yeah.
There's no point in denying them, so we just have to get to the acceptance stage, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, fair point. And you get points for that. Wade, counterpoint.
Look, carbon blocks faucet filters remove almost 100% of all known microplastics through a reverse osmosis filter. They can filter down to 0.001 microns, so will remove all known microplastics. You'll no longer be drinking it. Just put everything through the carbon blocks faucet filters. Put your meat, put your drink, put your salad, all of it through those filters. No plastics will get through. I can almost guarantee it.
I appreciate that in the ability, but we're not debating how to get rid of it yet because we have not determined whether or not it is good or bad or what the effects are going to be.
Clearly, it's probably maybe bad.
But why?
Because they can lead to diseases and cancers in your body.
That's a good point.
A bold claim. What evidence do you put forth?
Yeah, what evidence do you have about that?
Some comment I read on a Google search.
Okay, I like that.
Everyone knows you can trust WebMD. They never exaggerate anything. Chemicals are known environmental pollutants like pesticides, fluorinated compounds, flame retardants, and so on. Once in the body, the chemicals in the plastics can be released, which is what leads to cancers, inflammation, and so on and so forth. So the chemicals breaking down from the plastics are what's harmful.
Interesting. So it's not the microplastics themselves that are bad, it's the chemicals that break down from them that are bad.
Well, and once they're in the body, there's not really a known way to remove them. So you got to stop them from getting in, which is where the filter comes in.
How do you put meat through a filter?
It's a fancy filter.
Can you make that noise but louder? Will, can you amplify that noise? And then you eat the meat?
Should probably cook it.
Everyone here is getting all worked up about microplastics potentially releasing off-gas.
Points for Wade for that one. Sorry, Bob. I gotta give it points.
But look, they've been everywhere for half a century already. Like, what are we so scared of? There's plenty of stuff that was out in the world for a long time before plastic even existed that everyone was all worked up about, and it turns out it's fine, probably.
Like lead.
And paint and gas and radioactive paint for glow-in-the-dark watches. All this stuff has turned out to be basically fine.
Basically fine. That is a good point. We do not have a storied history of other compounds causing problems for human health or the collapse of various civilizations around the world. So,
plus, medical studies, that I'm not going to give you the name of, but that definitely exist, have found that patients with liver disease actually accumulate more microplastics and nanoplastics in their liver and tissues compared to people without liver disease, thus proving basically irrevocably that the human body knows how to filter out plastics, because it does, unless it's unhealthy, but that has nothing to do with maybe the plastics, probably.
Right. So what you're saying is the unhealthy people aren't able to process their plastics correctly, and therefore they get sick. It's not the microplastics that are doing it, it's their unhealthy livers.
Yeah, that's definitely maybe what I'm implying.
Yeah, okay. I like that. That's good. Points for you. I feel better already. My liver's healthy as far as I know, so I'm probably processing all my plastics and only getting the good out of it.
Well, hold on, time out. Not to throw you under the bus, but you can't process alcohol. What makes you think you can process plastic?
Oh, well, that's just... Well, I'm not sick.
That you know of. You just were a week or two ago.
Not liver sick.
Yeah, not liver sick. That's nerve sick.
You know, microplastics and the chemicals can also affect your immune system, which make you more prone to other illnesses and diseases. Diseases. Pronounce the French.
Diseases. Got it.
Is this a D's nuts joke? Are you walking me into something right now?
It wasn't intentional, but if you want it to be, microplastics would probably affect these nuts too.
Are you saying that microplastics have an effect on fertility?
I definitely am maybe implying it possibly, which I haven't read anywhere.
Is it a positive or negative impact? Will it make me hyper fertile?
It'll actually give you synthetic offspring because you're off. The plastics will be.
You could possibly have acidic semen that will eat through condoms. I haven't read that anywhere. I'm making it up.
Excellent. That's what you want.
It'll be like a xenomorph, but instead of the extra mouth coming out of your mouth, it comes out of your dick.
I'm deducting points. You were up, you're now down.
You should, from microplastics.
All right, so yeah, we got to get into the idea that it might be bad, it might be okay, but it might give you superpowers. So what if, okay, so just so we're all on the same page, I have done some research about this. Just so we're all, like, on the same page here. The problem, quote unquote, we haven't decided that yet, with microplastics is not the plastics themselves as they currently are. It actually is a factor of what happens to the microplastics over time, in that as they erode, they are literally, plastics are just chains of molecules. They're kind of like fats in terms of like they have many long strings of chains of certain chemicals. But the problem is, when they break down to a certain small size, they break up into little individual pieces that can then fold. And basically what it is like a self-folding, they get a little knotted up, they turn into different things, and these can become analogs of certain chemicals that are in the body, certain proteins in the bodies, and that means they can bind to certain things on the bodies and have unknown effects. Like there are certain analogs from microplastics going down to a certain size that can replicate certain hormones in the body, theoretically. Now this is all random happen chance because it's all eroding, but random happen chance is how, like, we got here to this point where we are. So maybe the X-Men were caused by microplastics and it caused beneficial things.
I don't want to derail this whole thing because that is really good info. Did you say random happen chance? Like the chance of it happening? Is that a word I'm unfamiliar with?
I don't know what I said. I believe I said happenstance.
I swear to God I heard happen chance.
I will make sure that do a replay, but make sure the replay doesn't make me look stupid, or else I'm gonna theoretically. Now this is all random. Happen chance.
I'm saying that I like happen chance. I've just never used or heard that used before.
Well, clearly happen chance is not a word unless that is what I said and then it is a word.
There's another Markism, another word you use in like In Space and Who Killed Markiplier stuff. And I swear it's not a word, but I've started using it.
This is not about my vernacular. This is about microplastics.
Someone help me. What is the word?
Who wants some microplastic points?
Happen chance is a word.
Of course it is.
Defined by Merriam-Webster. Oh no, that's happenstance. Oh, but it's a synonym of happen chance.
Oh.
It's just a synonym. It is a word. It just means the exact same thing as happenstance.
Yeah, it's a word. Happen chance.
You're so smart, Mark. Knowing words.
Thank you. I'm very smart.
Like, I'm just saying, happen chance makes a lot more sense than happenstance. Nothing that ever happens by happenstance happens because it stood up. Okay, it happens because by chance it happened. It doesn't make sense.
It wasn't the power stance that was occurring when it happened. It happened because of chance.
I'm manifesting this into existence. This is my happenstance. Come on.
I love it.
God, you're so smart, Mark.
Thank you. Hey, points for you. Many points for you, actually.
Can I have some for shaving my head yesterday to pretty up for this episode?
How are you not sure that your baldness wasn't caused by microplastics?
Because I paid someone to shave it and I watched.
What if your hair follicles are clogged by microplastics?
What if you just need to wash better?
What if you're not bald? What if you're just evolving?
When did you say the start of the microplastics or our plastic age was, Bob?
I mean, the back half of the 20th century is kind of like the plastic. Plastics came about in the like 60s, 50s, 60s.
Okay, well, I've got some old family photos from probably like before that. I don't remember. Like great grandpa was also bald.
Oh, sure. Before that, yeah.
Well, I don't think he was young and like.
But he lived in the lead and uranium age, so maybe that's unrelated, but unrelated.
That was lead hair loss.
And actually, you know what? Microplastics causing baldness, I think, supports my side. So yeah, you know what? It probably did. Oh my god.
Okay, so you're saying baldness is a bad thing?
It is for some. Have you seen some people's head shapes? Not everyone is defollically gifted like me.
I have like a crease, and I have a big mole on the top of my head. I would look, and it's dead center on my head. So it's not like a spot. It would be like a little target on the top middle of my head. I would look not great with a shaved head, and I'm definitely afraid that that's the direction I'm headed because my mom's stepfather was a bald man, and maybe that might be my future.
You just grow it down here, and it distracts people from what's going on up there.
I can't. Do I get to grow a better beard if I go bald? Does it migrate? Because I can't grow a beard for shit right now.
I mean, mine started around that time, but maybe not everybody.
I haven't shaved in like 4 or 5 days. You can't even really tell. No hair grows here at all. No, I grow like a terrible little shitty mustache.
That's because of microplastics, maybe, probably.
Probably. It's almost definitely because... No, I mean...
Ooh, that was an incredible chess move. You just got Bob to admit that maybe microplastics might be bad. That's double points for Wade.
Woo! Microplastics would never harm me. It's probably Wade's fault that nothing grows on my face.
Why is it Wade's fault?
Because his head is setting a terrible example.
Well, you're moving back to Ohio. You're going to be nearer to the source, the plague bearer of microplastics.
Yeah, well, if I'm bald in a year, then we'll all know that it's Wade.
We know with the amount of processed food I eat, I'm probably 90% microplastic at this point.
Yeah, that probably actually is probably true.
So my tits definitely ain't really more. They're pure plastic, microplastic.
I feel like that's points for microplastics right there.
Yeah, that sounds like points for microplastics.
Do you think they look good? Thanks, man.
You're going to credit those fabulous bazoinkers?
I'm willing to give Bob those points if it means I look good.
Well, so that's a thing, right? So the idea is that microplastics are dangerous because they can replicate certain hormones and chemicals, but we need to acknowledge the fact that there already are an incredible amount of chemicals and hormones just already in the supply. I think it was shown, speaking of boobs, is there was a study that was like, in recent years, the average British bra size jumped from an average of a 34B to a 36D, which means that in, I believe it was just 50 years. Let me see if I can actually get to the data of this. There was some indication that maybe it was just like a bra sizing error because a lot of people don't have the exact bra size that correct in what they wear. I don't know. I don't wear bras. But at the same time, a lot of people suspected that it was, quote, xenoestrogens, which in the UK, especially when this was occurring, there was a lot less farmland. So the farmland that they did have and the cows that they did have, they wanted to produce more milk per acre of farmage. So they gave the cows more hormones to produce and induce lactation in the cows so that they would produce more milk and then be able to produce more milk per acre. Therefore, the milk that they did produce had these hormones in them because they were being given hormones to induce more. And so when you have milk in the supply, in the food supply, you actually had a increase in breast sizes in the UK. Now, for better or for worse, it was also other factors that like earlier menstruation was occurring, and there's various like impacts to that. That is a legitimate thing that is occurring throughout society. And it's concerning because it's like we don't know exactly where it's coming from, whether it's hormones in the food supply, antibiotics, or chemicals just being everywhere, or microplastics, or all of these.
Are these the people that are all the same size? Because I think the trend over like the last however many years, also like the average weight of the average human has gone up too, which I think people's weight can be distributed either, like I get it in my stomach and butt, and some people get it in like their chest or breast, so on and so forth. Could that also, is that excluding that?
This is the tough thing about statistics and like studies like this, is because there are so many factors in like society. So how do you keep track of all of these different variables, and how do you create a reliable data set?
We Truman Show a whole group of people.
I love that Wade is going down the human experimentation route. Go on.
Look, human plastics are bad. We can prove it by finding volunteers that are willing to go live off their lives in the Truman Show-like setting where we can control these factors. We kind of like know going in, if they come from like a similar, I don't know, environment or whatever, we'll know that they all come from a similar background, probably had similar diets, whatever. And then you can control what they eat, how they sleep, so on and so forth, the air they're breathing, the quality of it. I'm not saying you intentionally pollute them. You don't do that. I think you treat them super well in the experiment. You don't treat them poorly. You have a control that eats like normal, average human diets as the world right now. I gotta fine tune it.
What I'm hearing is that the side of microplastics are bad is so willing to do whatever they can to prove their so far unproven principles. They would torture humanity. Very specific thing.
Yeah, but treat them better, not worse. You give them better diets, healthier things.
Oh, okay.
But why do you need to film them?
Yeah. Why is it a reality show? How is that better?
Well, they don't. One, my entertainment, because I'm evil. But two, so that way you have proof of the fact that they're following the guidelines. They're not like going around eating couches or something stupid. I don't know.
Why would they eat couch?
I don't know what people do, man. They're weird.
My opponent has such a low view of humanity that he thinks they eat couches and do all sorts of This is clearly a person out of touch with the reality of the world that we live in today.
He could use some microplastics to even out. Wade, what if I told you that there was an entire system set up where you could have as many people as you want in individual rooms with locked doors where you can control their schedules and cameras observing their every movement? And it's just a few pesky laws getting in the way of you pursuing your experimentation on this population.
I just want to throw this out there in my defense. A quick Google search found in 2011 there was an article by Susan Donaldson James about a Pica patient. I don't know what Pica is, but Pica patients eating dirt, paint, sand, and sofas.
Pica is a disorder where you eat non-edible things. Pica. You have an insatiable urge to eat anything, including stuff you're not supposed to eat.
The cameras would prevent couch consumption because we would see.
That is a rare condition that, what percentage of the population is afflicted with pica?
Well, one in our experiment would throw off the results, Bob. All it takes is one.
Yep.
What if that person became the chef and they cooked meals and they used couch in the cooking?
All right, so you're still wanting to experiment on people.
By treating them better, for to be clear.
Treat them better than what?
Than the average one of us dumbasses eat, like me. I eat like shit.
All right, fair enough. Okay, so are you for or against experimenting on prison populations? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Prison? I don't want to deal with them. I want normal people.
Whoa. All right.
Hey, you guys know my family history enough to know I've done my time with some of the prison populace.
I yield the remainder of my time. I just want Wade to keep talking.
Yeah, Wade, keep going.
My job
keep going,
for me.
Wade.
I want average people.
Average people, okay. The Wade thinks prisoners are not normal people, not average people.
Are they above average or below average, Wade? How do you...
You guys are trying so hard to bait me into some shit.
Well, we don't need to do much here.
Look, can I just say that none of us are scientists, okay? It's not inaccurate to say that we don't understand the impact that microplastics have and nanoplastics on the environment and on human health. It seems pretty self-evident to me that that's bad.
Aha! My opponent yields to me!
Yeah. Hang on.
Oh!
Hang on. Self-evident that it's bad. But that does not mean that it's proved conclusively to be bad. And this is not a debate about the truth. This is a debate about who is correct. And based on the information we have, I'm correct. You can't prove anything. I'm like the cigarette lobby from the 80s and 90s.
Yeah, but you can't prove it's okay either.
I don't have to prove it's okay. I just have to say that we don't know.
Would you rather be safe or sorry?
Safe from what?
The possible bad effects that microplastics can cause.
Hide in your homes. I'll protect you. Never go anywhere or do anything. You'll be safe. Yes, that's what people want.
I would do that. That sounds great to me.
I have from my research right here, from the very peer-reviewed, prodigious. What is the right word for it?
Prestigious.
Prestigious, yes, the prestigious reporting outlet of another podcast called the I'm not going to give their name. The title says microplastics are giving babies superpowers.
Great, that sounds awesome. Let's not read any of that. Just take that at face value.
I just so according to the prestigious reporting firm of the Millennials, microplastics are giving babies superpowers, and I feel like that is really cool. I've seen that clip from The Boys where the baby shot lasers out of its eyes. I think we can all agree that's pretty sick. That's pretty sick.
That is a fictional show that has nothing to do with microplastic.
What do you mean? I'm just giving a reference. Having superpowers, the reality is microplastics are giving babies superpowers. The example that I have is that was pretty dope. Of course I'm not saying The Boys are real. Okay, all right then, you got me. Checkmate with that, but that's not what I was saying.
Okay, that scene was dope. The actual implications of like what superpowers is also as seen in The Boys could be very bad and negative on the world.
Okay, well, whatever.
Look, if Hancock taught me anything, it's that superheroes are just misunderstood and it's not their fault.
Hancock.
Hey, there's no D in there. Hancock.
And cock.
Nope, wrong.
For the case against microplastics, there's another article here that was published on this doesn't seem legit, but the National Library of Medicine.
That sounds made up. I don't know about that.
Yeah, sounds very made up. Microplastics may be a significant cause of male infertility.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, no studies examine the relationship between microplastic exposure and male infertility. In this article, we reviewed the relevant animal experimental research literature in recent years and calculated that the minimum human equivalent dose of microplastics leading to abnormal male semen quality is 0.016 milligrams per kilograms per D. Dick. I think per dick.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Anyway, so that doesn't seem like a very big number, so... Oh, wait, the minimum dose is not a very big number.
Small number, good. That's all I have to say about that. Yep.
Yeah, golf rules.
What I'm gathering is we don't know, but they're probably, at least some of them, not good. Maybe not all of them, but at least some of them are probably not good. And overall, there's a lot of fear of the negatives they can have and not much about positives. That's what I'm gathering from this.
Oh, this article has some interesting information about how much we actually consume. So earlier in this episode, I said that we might inhale a credit card's worth of microplastics per week. This says, per day. Per day. Okay, so people inhale 360 to 150,000 microplastics at 270 nanograms per kilogram per day of polyethylene terephthalate microplastics and polycarbonate microplastics. And then we food and water intake about, I could be right, says less. I don't know if we eat less than we inhale. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
I don't know. That would be an interesting revelation. Breathing a lot of plastics in. That's probably not a big deal.
Anyway, there's a lot of information saying like it causes a severe drop in testicle size, sperm count.
That just makes your pants fit better. You need way less room in the boxers down there if you have less package to worry about, and that's just for comfort, really. It's just an evolutionary progression.
Bob, are you getting low on copium? Do we need to send you some?
I gotta give Bob a point there. That's a great point. I hate it when my pants bunch up. That's really inconvenient.
No, I have huge balls, and man, is it tough to find pants with enough crotch room. I need more microplastics. That's what I'm hearing.
I'm so glad the skinny jean era is over, because I couldn't fit my massive testicles in all these skinny jeans.
Unbearable. Give me my Jinkos back.
Yeah, so they're saying things like decreased sperm motility, decreased sperm density, increased sperm malformation rate, sperm damage, destruction of the blood testosterone barrier, spermatogenic cell apoptosis.
Yeah, fuck all that negative stuff. Smaller balls.
Yeah, convenience, okay?
Convenience, yep.
Can I just say, I hope it's apparent I'm doing a bit. I'm taking the side. I think that's apparent, right? No, I mean, I really believe all this, but
good. Oh, deduct points otherwise.
Yeah, don't deduct points. I find it just crazy when scientists and researchers are like, well, look at all these chemicals. They look like they could do other chemicals, and look at all these weird changes that kind of correspond to levels in chemicals rising or whatever, and then people are just like, but you can't prove it. Where's the proof, nerd? Where? And it's like, I mean, it's coming. Maybe when people start to die, then we'll have some proof. I don't know.
You know what it reminds me of is there was that, I don't know, some town hall or some city council meeting in some city, and it was people talking about, like, I think fracking was causing, pollutants in the water supply. And all the politicians have been like, it's not a big deal. I drink the water any day. And then the guy comes in with a glass of water from the local river or...
That looks like sludge. Like it looks like a glass of diarrhea.
You could see in the low-res video the particles floating in it, and he holds it up, he's like, here you go, drink it. And the guy's like, I will not drink that. Drink it. And I was like, I'm not going to drink that. Then you agree that this is not drinkable. And they're like, no, I don't agree with that. Then drink it. No, I won't drink it. And it's like, it's just the loop of things. Like, yeah, sure, you can't prove that drinking this is going to be terrible for you, but you don't want to drink it, do you?
No, I'm just not thirsty.
I just drank like 5 glasses of that before we came out here for this.
Yeah.
Because I was like, you won't be able to have any drinks during the session. So I'm drunk. I'm all drunk out.
Do you remember the people that were like fighting to let people drink raw milk, like unpasteurized milk? Like, people should be able to drink it. So they finally passed a law that was like, yeah, we can sell raw milk. And so they drank a glass of raw milk to celebrate these 2 people. And it was on video because it was like some news article thing. And then for the next like hour and a half, they were just on the couch being like, oh God, because they just like were so unbelievably sick from drinking the raw milk. They're like, it's just like unbelievably ill. It's just like, why were you fighting so hard for this?
But again, I being on the side of microplastics, you can't definitively prove anything. Plastics have been around for more than half a century, and it's impossible for science to say what specific effects the plastics have had, because all the other stuff.
Well, go eat some credit cards for us, Bob, live on Distractable.
I don't have any credit cards with me. I use Apple Wallet, it's all in my phone, and
Oh, eat your headphones.
These are made of metal, actually. They're very fancy, so they're not, that wouldn't be the same.
Oh, wow, they look like they've got some plastic. That's crazy, okay.
No, metal. There's some graphite or graphene, I forget, in there. It's a cool thing. It's very fascinating technology, thanks in large part, or maybe in no small part, hard to say for sure, to plastics. But they're not made of plastic, so I can't eat them. And this is cloth. That's not plastic.
Right, of course, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, as much as I think it's insane, I'm still winning the debate, right?
Oh, absolutely. You are actually in the lead. I won't tell you by how much. It's a very close game. So I will take just a few more arguments here. Wade, Bob has been sweeping right now, just in the last few minutes of dominating the conversation. I'm so in the favor of having better fitting pants. The other things he said, but if you have anything to say that microplastics are bad, whatever, that's your chance.
Yeah, so those whole plastics maybe picking up or contain chemicals that are bad for you thing, I'm just going to keep harping that point. I've spent a lot of my life hating cancer, trying to fight cancer, and things that cause cancer seem bad to me. And if microplastics are possibly causing it, I don't really feel like I need much more. And even if it's not technically fully proven, it's got a correlation, and that's enough to make me go, I don't think I want any more, thank you.
Oh, you want correlation? Everyone who's ever breathed in oxygen has died. Every human who's ever breathed in oxygen has died or will die within their lifetime.
Some more painfully than others.
Definitely. Also, I just want to say, during the course of this episode, if my opponent is so against microplastics, why are you drinking a bottle of water made up of microplastics?
Well, because I bought it, I don't want to waste it, and even though I've regretted every sip so far, I'm also not the brightest. I live under the do as I say, not as I do mantra, because, well, I'm an idiot.
Boom! I won the debate!
Yeah, he won the debate.
I proved nothing. and have made no case that microplastics are safe or in any way good for anyone. But I won the debate.
I don't even remember what he was saying most of the time.
On this particular podcast, I feel like that's true. You might have won the debate.
I would say on almost any podcast where people are debating for spectacle and entertainment purposes, serious topics such as microplastics or perhaps health topics and important medical things, that winning a debate in that context is almost meaningless as compared to real published scientific research with verifiable and repeatable results. But I won this debate, bitches!
To give some credence to you, Bob, I suppose. Oh, I was looking at an article, a detailed review study on potential effects of microplastics and additives of concern on human health on the National Library of Medicine website. And ultimately their conclusion is it's not super well known how toxic chemicals desorb onto from microplastics, but there are plausible mechanisms like hydrophobic interactions, pH variation, so on and so forth. So they can't really definitively say how good or bad they are, but they seem to say with a cautious attitude of they're probably bad, but there is not exact evidence right now.
No evidence. You heard it from his mouth, folks.
I couldn't believe it. Not only did Bob claim the victory, but Wade gave the victory. He surrendered. The microplastics are making my brain not work quite right. I can't think of the word.
Yeah, they're very bad for your brain.
By pure happenchance, you can't remember the words.
Look, to be honest with you, I'm really tired. I've been moving, and I don't want to think of a topic, so I'm conceding.
Conceding! That was it. That's what I was looking for.
Hey, how many points for that?
None. All right, well, that concludes the microplastic debate. With a sweeping victory, Bob has launched himself into the stratosphere of victory, riding upon the chemtrails of microplastics, the pure, clean microplastic energy that is exuding from him just really launched him into the victory circle. So congratulations, Bob.
I was sure he was going to sweep that away from me somehow.
I was too. I feel like he should have as well.
What do you mean? No, microplastics are good and everyone should eat more.
No, that's not.
President Trump's first 100 days have been the most dynamic since FDR. In that short time, President Roosevelt created vital government departments, forged new alliances, and established our nation's social safety net. And in just 100 days, President Trump did the same thing, only in reverse.
Your favorite president, perhaps your next pope? Well, it's been 100 years since I became president. Excuse me, days, wow. Feels longer, but people are saying that what I've done so far has single-handedly helped win people elections, mostly in Canada. I've also signed 147 executive orders, everything from banning paper straws to defunding PBS. I understand Elmo has now been apprehended by ICE. Brought to you by the letter L for El Salvador. He's not coming back. But we've got a few new executive orders, and here to help is Deputy Chief of Staff and Lord of the Shadows, Stephen Miller.
Mr. President, it's an absolute pleasure to be here.
Wow, even the nice things you say sound like Kylo Ren. All right, what do we got today, Stephen? What you got?
All right, sir. This first order would bring back Columbus Day.
Oh, it's so important. That's right. We are bringing back Columbus Day, back from the ashes. We have to protect Columbus Day for our great Italian-American friends like Tony Soprano, Benny Blanco, and Childish Gambino. All right. What's next?
All right, sir. This order would reduce the number of interracial couples in TV commercials.
Oh, it's just too many, right? You see them in the kitchen together making meal from HelloFresh. He's wearing loafers. She's got tight braids. You're like, where'd they meet? You know? What do they even talk about? It's the same.
That's done, sir. Sir, this order will make it socially acceptable for a man in his 70s to date a 24-year-old.
That's right. We're calling it the Belichick Law. We're going to make girlfriends young again, okay? Old men can now date far younger women. We like that. It's hot. But in reverse, it's quite disgusting, right? Very gay line, you know? Did you see Belichick's girlfriend? She's pretty hot, right?
Yes, she is a beautiful creature.
You're creepy. This is why we don't hang out outside of work.
Understood, sir. Next is a pardon for author J.K. Rowling.
Ah, Jackie Rowling. We love Jackie. You know, she created a whole wizarding world, a wonderful place for overweight millennials to stake their entire identity well past the point of it being cute. I'm a Hufflepuff. No, bitch, you work at Staples. Let's go.
Okay, that's pretty good.
You asked Marco Rubio to join you for this next one?
Yeah, where's Marco? Get him out here. Come on in, little Marco. You're gonna love this. Yes, this order, I believe, forbids all Hispanic babies from getting their ears pierced. I believe this was Marco's idea.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was.
Sorry, little Maricela. Sorry, Valentina. It's clip-ons for you from now on, all right? I mean, we got grown white American queens trying to get into Claire's, and they got to wait behind 1,000 tiny Latina babies to get their ears pierced. It's no bueno, right, Marcos?
See, sir.
Okay. We'll see him later. Moving on.
Sir, this order will make the New York Times Connections game easier.
And it's about time. Every time it's like, how the hell was I going to get that fourth one? You know, the purple one? Oh, it's always like units of measurement plus the letter Q, or types of beings minus the concept of love. What the hell does any of that mean? Let's keep it rolling, Stephen. What's
Sir, this order will outlaw ghosts.
We're sick of the ghosts, right? We don't like them. You know, every Christmas Eve I get visited by 3 ghosts. I don't know what the hell they're talking about. They're like, sir, you have to change. You have to change. You did bad things and you have to change. And I'm like, stop rattling those chains, okay? I'm trying to enjoy my dark, lonely Christmas Eve.
All right, sir, this order will officially shorten the word recession.
Oh, that's good. Recession will now be called recess. Fun, right? So, America, get ready for a historically long recess. I'm called Tetherball. Oh, and one more thing. Live from New York, it's Saturday night.
First time making bridge, so.
Good evening,
yeah.
gentle listener, and welcome to Destructible. This episode, Bruce Wayne Blade plays Mr. Freeze, then makes his bid for unlimited power. Elder Bob beams with parental pride, promotes elucidation via excrement, monarchical mastery, and the Gallifreyan. Muted Mark has clogged watery tubes, makes plays for VP, Harvester Horror, The Bird, Zeus's Boy, and Spader. From Nordic Cables to Ramesses II. Yes, it's time for Wade for President. Now sit back and prepare to be distracted and enjoy the show.
Hey everyone, welcome back to another episode of Distractible. I'm today's host. Ooh, spooky. You caught me when I was moving my leg. How'd you do that, man? Joined as always by my friends and spooky co-hosts, Mark and Bob.
I don't think it's the right month for that anymore, Mark. I think you calm down. We're past that.
That's why I was trying to move it, because it was in the position where I had it and it was red, and so technically it should be up there, but oh man, so hard.
Lights these days,
Well,
lazy
that's a lot
sack of
more
shit.
than I thought.
Well, it's also, I have it wedged in my window against like a loose sound panel in the wall. It's fallen down many times.
It's too bad they don't make stands for those.
I'm going for it. Here we go.
I'm good, Wade. I'm doing quite well.
If this is your first time joining, this is the show where one of us hosts, the other two compete for points, and the winner gets to host the next episode. We usually, and will continue, the trend of starting this off with some small talk, which I myself have some, but I will choose to go last with it. I feel like it's polite to let you two tell your small talk first. So, how's things?
Oh, you know.
I've been building stuff. I built a wardrobe, a hardwood wardrobe. I didn't cut the pieces. It came pre, but I screwed it together. God damn it! But also I built a thing. It's like a little tool organizer shelf thing that you're supposed to hang on the wall in the garage, and like you put your drills in it and charging. I included James in it. James, our almost 2-year-old baby, and he loved it because mainly it was just screwing things together, which he could help with pretty easily. And he would put his hand on the drill, and then I would, and he'd be all, ha! Because he thought that was the coolest thing ever.
He put his hand on the drill?
Like on the back, like on the safe part.
Oh, okay.
Just like I held the drill and he like put his hand on it, and then I pulled the trigger and it vibrated, and he thought it was cool. But we got like 90% of the way done, and it turns out a shelf is just a baby-sized couch. And he like literally the whole time he had been sitting on parts of it and standing on it. But then we got like 90% done, and it's just a little him-sized like wooden bench thing. And he just sat in it and was like, "Oh, you built me a chair. Thanks, Dad." So now we have a Work Pro branded tool chair holder baby set up in our living room that I don't know if I'm ever going to get back. But it's very fun. James is coming into a big dad era, which is fun because I feel like he was kind of all about mom for a long time. But now we're doing stuff. We're building things.
Well, the toys they have for kids that are, workshop based, they have that cardboard router table where you push the cardboard through.
Oh, those are cool. We're getting one of those so bad once he's old enough. Those look awesome.
Yeah, I think it's really cool. I think everyone eventually goes through a power tool phase. Like I had my Ryobi phase that I'm definitely over. I don't yearn for Ryobi days to come around every summer. I don't yearn for it.
Yeah, me neither.
I don't yearn.
I'm not yearning right now.
I've never yearned, actually. Never.
I didn't actually know that you could make yarn in the past tense.
Yeah, yearned.
She yearned.
I yearned for you.
Wade's literally not even paying attention. Wade's gone.
I was counting something and broke my brain.
How high did you get this time?
17.
You didn't even make it to 2 and 2.
I was trying to get to 15, but I ended up at 17.
What are you counting?
It's just for fun, just practicing. Gotta make sure these skills stay sharp.
You and James need to hang out, man. That is the funniest thing. When he wakes up, like in the middle of the night or whatever from a nap, he'll literally just sit up and he'll either go, "Where mama? Where dad at?" Or he'll just sit up and go, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? Anybody? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So he just starts scouting. He just loves it. You guys would get along so well.
I also wake up in the middle of the night. I'm just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and Molly's like, "What the hell?" I'm like, 6.
I don't know if he can get all the way to 15 yet, but I don't know if you can either.
I apparently cannot.
We have breaking news. Did you know that? This is actual news. Just 2 hours ago, 2 undersea internet cables connecting Finland and Sweden to Europe have been cut.
Oh, cool.
Who are we cutting off?
Finland and Sweden to Europe. What the fuck did I just say, man?
Yeah, but like, which side is cut off? Is all of Europe gone, or is it Finland and Sweden that are gone?
Which direction did the internet flow?
Yeah.
It was 2 cables, one up, one down. Get with the picture, man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, so no one in Sweden or Finland is going to hear this then, because they don't have the internet anymore, I assume?
It must be. So everyone, please download this podcast, package it up into your local cassette tape.
Press it into a solid gold record.
And then ship it. Ship it to Finland and Sweden. They need it. They yearn for it. They are yearning. They will have been yearning, and they need it.
They're yearning. They're waiting. They're yearning and waiting. Never mind. I tried.
No, that's what Trogdor did to the village.
He urinated the people, right? That'd be a whole different kind of dragon. Why do I always have piss shooting out of things when we come up with it?
We had a whole superhero episode where I gave you guys the ability to have amazing powers, and you guys were shitting and pissing at each other.
Yeah, like really hard.
Look, it's the rules of yes and. We can always rule it down to a common denominator. Someone starts it, and then we all have to jump on it. But that doesn't mean that we all abide by that opinion.
Who started it this time? Me. Good work, me. Yes, that's right.
The world's greatest detective. He deduced it. He got there.
Batman trying to deduce who is Batman, comes to the conclusion it's Bruce Wayne, looks in the mirror. Holy shit.
Who am I? Who am I? screaming at himself in the mirror, hanging upside down from the ceiling.
That just, I don't know why, but that made me think of, you've seen the Avengers, right? You know Drax, the character Drax. That character was so funny, and then they made him tell actual, like, stupid jokes. Just like, oh, I'm an idiot, and here's a joke. But he's so funny. Like, there's a scene, he's meeting him and the rest of the Galaxy dudes, whatever their name is.
Those Guardian guys.
The Galaxy Dudes.
Galaxy Dudes. I loved Chris Pratt in Galaxy Dudes Volume 3.
Which I still haven't seen. I kind of fell out of the Marvel movie thing. I need to see Wolverine and what's his face? God.
I need to see that one.
Wolverine and Ryan Reynolds.
Anyway, I was just thinking of like the joke of like what we were saying there is like, who's Gamora? I'll do you one better. Why is Gamora? And it's like, that's a stupid joke. But its joke right after is so much funnier. Where it's like, you shoot him, I'll shoot him. And Drax goes, do it. I can take it. Like, that's so much funnier than the actual joke he said. And that goes with his character from the first movie, where it's actually like he's just way overconfident and kind of dumb in that way. And it's like, man.
There was a Guardians of the Galaxy video game that came out a few years ago. And it took me a little while to get into it because, like, the voice actors are completely different than the people in the movies, and you kind of get used to their look and whatever. But the writing and the characters, I don't know. I ended up loving them more in the video game than I did any of them basically in the movies. And Drax is one of them, where it's like he's actually, they've time to like flesh out his character, and it's like, okay, this is really good. So highly recommend the video game if you want to get that feel. Bye. Welcome back.
Mark. It says your devices changed, Mark. It says you're starting a new recording due to a change in devices. Uh-oh. No, nothing. Nothing. Sorry, bud.
He always does this during my episodes.
Yeah, you'll notice whenever Mark hosts, never mysterious technical problems. Do you have a dry erase board near you? You might just need to write your answers down for the rest of this one.
Yeah, John Krasinski this shit. Office this. You have a wall. Can you throw
I have
your,
enough, Heather.
your thing behind you down and just write on the wall?
I don't know why, but I thought you were going to go with, can you throw your feces at the wall in the shape of your answers?
I would give a lot of bonus points if he could spell words by just flinging shit at the wall behind him. Okay, buddy, you got a shit broken its funny point. Since I didn't listen to any of your small talk, I figured I made it up to you.
Damn.
So my small talk is the same as it's always ever been. It's just about the render farm. I have solved water cooling.
Don't talk about Glauber salts again. Don't go there.
Why not? I don't need to right now. Right now I don't, because it's winter, so I don't need to worry about cooling too much. Water cooling is a lot like Factorio.
I was just playing that last night.
Yeah, I know, right? So Factorio is about like optimizing your distribution and automating things so that it all flows in a good direction. And you know, you can get clogs in your Factorio factory because you can have things going and then it won't go out. You have an in to an out and an out to an in, and the belts need to be perfect. And also you don't need extraneous belts because you'll run out of space and stuff like that, right? So water cooling has always been a very scary part of computer building to me, and I've never done it because I always worry about catastrophically exploding my computers with water. To be honest, I did that the first time. I think I told you guys.
I'm
The
just
first time I
gonna
did it, I
get
put it outside and drain it. Well, that's just because I didn't know what kind of plug I was using. It was an inset plug versus outside
When I
plug.
finish
I've now
building stuff,
successfully
which I'm
water
gonna do in
cooled
winter, I guess.
servers.
Damn.
I'm
That's what
really
I'm gonna
proud
have
of
to
that.
worry about
I've got custom
actually getting
blocks.
that
Well,
farm
I didn't
shit
make them,
done.
but the blocks for the CPUs. I put them in there. I created my own routing with the loop inside, a very elegant way of like the tight angles and stuff like that. Because if you go to a server manufacturer and you buy their proprietary water cooling solution, it's thousands of dollars. But the block I got is $60, right? So it's $60 for that, $60 for another one. And then the pieces, the connectors are like $5 a piece. You need dozens of them. You need way more than you'd ever think. And if you get the quick disconnects, they get pricier. But I did it all, and it works. And I set up the quick disconnects properly so that if I ever need to do maintenance, I pop them out. No water goes anywhere.
Like dry breaks, you mean? Like
Exactly, yeah.
Oh,
so
yeah.
they just like couple and they uncouple really easily. So I pop all those out. The only thing that I don't understand is there's some liquid physics going on that don't make any sense to me, because I know the general principle is like you need to put the fluid in when you're filling it, and then air rises to the highest point in there, and it'll, you want to vent that so you can always fill it. So you want where you're filling it to be the highest point, and then it goes down. But What they don't tell you, well, they probably do, but I didn't read it, is the way the loops can sit and go up and down also create like mini high and low points in the loop. It's like the false vacuum thing in the universe where they say, we're resting at what we think is the base point, but actually we're going to all collapse into nothingness. And so what happens with that is pressure can start to build up explosively inside these tubes. I haven't had anything explode except where I was filling it in. So many times, it's like Old Faithful. I watch as it goes in. I see an air pocket come back up, and it sounds like it's rumbling. And I have to put my finger over the thing, or else it's going to push water up from behind it before the air gets there. So I push that, and then once I look at the tube and I see the air is like filtered to the top, then I let it go. It goes. It's very strange. It doesn't feel like building computers at all. It feels like I'm a car mechanic, just like trying to cobble together the system. It's very fun, and water's going everywhere. I've ran through so many rolls of paper towels. I've lost more fluid than I've put into the thing, but not in the computers.
You've probably spent thousands of dollars on this.
On the parts?
No, I was joking.
Oh.
Man, I'm at like negative 10 points to start this episode. It's not a great start for me.
No, come on. It was funny, man. I laughed.
I thought it was very funny. I was just being respectful and being quiet.
Thank you.
We love this episode. We love this episode.
I've not even done anything.
I've never built custom water loop stuff, but I've watched lots of videos on it. That's very funny. Well, so you have dry brakes, so you could use like a pick or something to sort of like open the dry brake and bleed the air from your little pockets that you have. Probably.
I could. I just worry about breaking any kind of O-ring or seal inside there, or jamming a mechanism in there, and then suddenly I got like
O-ring break. No.
Do you have trauma about O-rings?
Probably they make like a dry bleed connection, like dry brake bleeder, where it's like you can connect it to the dry brake and it's the right connection, but then it's just a bleeder that opens to the atmosphere or something.
I bet they do. One of the problems with water cooling is that there's so many different manufacturers. There's so many different standards of parts. Most of the tubing that I do is 1013. It's 10 millimeters inner diameter, 13 millimeters outer diameter. Most of the actual threaded screw holes are 1/4 inch. Some things are very standardized, but all of them are tiny itty bitty parts that cost like $5 a piece. And so you're like, oh, it's cheap. Ah, man, I need 96 of these.
I wasn't wrong by it adding up to thousands of dollars. It sounds like by the end of this.
It does, but when you think of the server thing, it's like thousands of dollars per actual server on the rack. So that it adds up way quicker for there. And in the end, you would still have to hook it all up and get other stuff. So it works out to be cheaper, but there's something very fun to it. It's the exact same difference of buying your own computer and buying your own parts and building your computer, or buying a pre-made computer.
What if you buy your own parts and have someone else build your computer?
That costs money. Unless I do it, and then I do it for free.
Unless you trick Mark into doing it.
Hey, you guys want to come over?
Yeah, I do. No, I felt very cool because I had a pressure tester. So whenever I would build a loop, I would have a pressure tester, plug up one end, put the pressure test, pump air in to test for leaks. It felt very official. I felt very confident doing it, and it was actually really fun. I don't work with my hands a lot, and I don't know, something about wrestling the pressure was very fun and super frustrating at sometimes, but very fun.
Good work. I listened. I paid attention.
Thanks, man.
I'm going to give Bob an extra point for me not paying attention to what he had to say.
Thanks, man.
So my little bit of small talk, I don't know how interesting it is, but Molly had her wisdom teeth removed this last Thursday. It was kind of a lot. The first day she got home, surgery went well, and it was mostly resting, and they gave her a lot of pain meds, which I still don't know if it was quite enough, actually, but a lot of pain meds. I had to go pick up, like, her prescriptions, pain meds, and then, like, antibiotic and stuff, and they didn't call them in or anything. They just gave me written prescriptions, so I had to go drop off the prescriptions, which there was a line for. I think this is always the answer. Tell me if I'm wrong, but, like, if you drop off a prescription, the answer is these will always be ready in 1 hour.
Mine are never that fast. Mine are always like, this afternoon, we'll call you.
So an hour or more. An hour, it's a bit of a drive to get to where, like, her meds are. So it was like, well, I'd spend half an hour driving back and then coming back again. So do I just wait? What do I do? Meanwhile, Molly's at home, like, in bed, supposed to be, like, you know, I don't know. I don't think she's supposed to be alone at this time or after surgery. But I'm like, yeah, let me just stay gone for 2 hours while she just had surgery. Get her meds, go home. Every 30 minutes. She has to have an ice pack put on her head and a little strap or whatever, and then 30 minutes later take it off or put it in the freezer. For 2 straight days, that became so much more tedious than I thought it would. It was like, what can you do for the 20 minutes in between ice pack? Sit down for a sec? Like, you could not really do anything. It was just, my life for the first 2 days was ice pack, and meanwhile, she's like, drugged up, whatever the first day. Second day actually went pretty smoothly. I think the pain meds and everything else were still doing a pretty good job. The second day, she actually seemed like she was doing really well. And then days 3, 4, and 5, pain really escalated. She was very miserable. They gave her a strong narcotic pain medication, oxycodone. They gave her 5 total pills. And they're like, this is supposed to last you 5 days. And it wasn't even like the 10 milligram, it was the 5 milligram. And I had to cut them in half to make them last long enough. And those don't cut in half super cleanly, so there was a lot of like wasted pill. But man, oh man, was 5 of those not enough for recovering from mouth surgery.
Yeah, that's pretty harsh. They've been super restrictive. The whole medical industry has been incredibly restrictive because, admittedly, there was an opioid crisis. There was definitely overprescription of opioid painkillers, and it was a problem that was killing people. But now it's overcorrected. Like, I had a similar thing. I broke my foot. I had a broken bone that I could not move around with, and they were just like, yeah, Advil. That'll fix it. That'll take care of it. And it's like, it is just one of those things where pain management has kind of gone out the window as far as like healthcare. And that's a big proponent of it.
It's gone way too far. I had something really minor. I don't remember what it was. But I remember like in 2018-ish, I went in for something. And I swear they gave me oxycodone then as well.
So when you broke your balls on tour?
And I feel like I had a whole bottle of it that was like half full, and I maybe took 2 of them, and then like we just had to dispose of the rest. I guess I could have sold it illegally and made lots of money, but I decided what I should do was give it back or whatever.
Oh no, you keep that until later when you're like, I could really use some oxy, and then you just enjoy that. That's a joke. Don't do that.
I didn't, because we ended up having 2 half-full bottles of it. So I was just like, I feel weird having this in my house. Let's get rid of this. But now, whenever Molly really needed it, 5 pills just felt really quite nice.
Yeah. Now, I remember I had my wisdom teeth out when I was like a senior in high school or maybe a later teen years. They gave me whatever the fuck I wanted.
Yeah.
I had no pain. I had as many drugs as I needed to be pain-free for the entire recovery, which I imagine was good because it's an incredibly painful thing. I don't know if she had 2 out or 4 out or what. I had all 4. It's miserable.
Well, and as you get older, it gets worse, we found out. So when you're younger, they remove it, and I guess bone will heal on its own and kind of grow back into the gap. But as you get older, that doesn't happen. So they had to do a bone graft on top of the removal.
Fun.
Yeah, they gave her very little pain meds for that. The normal over-the-counter stuff, like that was a pretty high dosage of pain meds, but nothing compared, I don't think, to the narcotic pain meds.
Take some extra strength Tylenol. That'll fix you.
Blow up your liver at the same time.
Yeah, they're like, here's your 5 oxycodone, but also take 1,000 milligrams of this, 800 milligrams of that, and here's your 2.5 milligrams a day of the actual good one.
No, that sucks. I mean, I don't even know if it's accurate to say that the opioid crisis is over. I think it would be more accurate to say they're starting to rein it in. Like Narcan is more widely available and more people know what to do with it, and there are less. The deaths are trending downward, but it's still a thing. But like, it turns out if you're a doctor who needs to prescribe actual pain management stuff, you have to actually give a shit about your patient and think critically about it, because some people do need some of that, and some people probably should not have access to as much of that. And it shouldn't just be on or off, which really sucks. Sounds like Molly's dealing with a lot of pain, and that stinks. But
it's been not a fun past couple of days for her, yeah.
Yeah, that's a larger conversation in the whole like medical industry as a whole. I mean,
yeah, I talk like I know the answer, like there's an easy answer. I'm sure that there's not, and I'm sure I can't even offer anything valuable, but it sucks that because of that, I'm sure there are a lot of people who are like, man, can I just fucking have painkillers for like a week or 2 just for this, for my broken foot?
This is one of the avenues where I know people have a lot of knee-jerk reactions about AI. this is one of the avenues where I think it'll actually help a lot. You guys, did you see the story about this machine learning model was able to detect breast cancer better than doctors looking at a radiograph?
I have seen that. It's very interesting.
Yeah, no, so that's the kind of advances that I want to see because it's what it's good at. The machine learning thing, we've talked before, it's not AI, it's not actually intelligent, but it's good at detecting patterns, deducing things out of seeming noise, you know?
Stuff that's indiscernible to human eyes. That's the thing about the cancer cells, is it's patterns that are on a pixel level where it's like a doctor who's seen tens of thousands of images of that would still have no way of really telling, oh, this is that kind of cell versus a whatever.
And that can extend into other factors of medicine because right now the problem is doctors are tapped. There are not enough. Nurses are tapped. There are not enough. They're underpaid or they're overworked. Kind of similar thing. But it's just like, so individual care goes down. And this isn't just an American problem. It's a worldwide problem. But with these things, you can actually, if you can get better, faster diagnoses, if you can get like, you know, a conclusive answer on like treatments and stuff like that and possibilities and like help deduce down, it could help out tremendously. And that would be really nice. So that's the kind of things that AI should be used for. And I hope advance into the future.
And also, AI should help to make sure I buy the correct products off the internet.
I love ads. I know everyone does, but I'm saying if they were just more relevant to me, if the machine learning models knew me as a person, was able to identify, in fact, meet me in my own home with these ads, wherever I am, on toilet.
In my glasses. I don't want smart glasses with a camera that faces outwards that analyzes my world. I want a projection of ads into my glasses. People talk about like, oh, I just mentioned this thing and then I got an ad for it, like it's lit. I want the ad to beat me to the punch. As I think of, oh, I should buy one of these, my glasses are like, here, 30% off at your favorite store. Blink once to purchase.
Now, not everyone wants that. So what if you have like a subscription service for like, I don't know, $12 a month to remove the ads from your glasses?
That's true. That's true. You want to be able to pay to not have to
pay for more?
Oh, that's a higher tier. Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Does not compute. Cut the cable. Cut the cable. I'm Finland. Cut it.
Finland me.
So I have decided, based on how much I think that this brings people together and is just an uplifting topic that brings the world happiness, I'm going to run for president in 4 years. President Barnes on the way.
I never thought about that.
I feel like Barnes is too long of a name for a president, so I'm thinking about just shortening it to President Bald. So I might change my last name.
I like Barnes. It's folksy. It's like you're a man of the people.
Yeah, I do. I like my name.
I think if you're going to shorten it at all, you should just make it one Barn. Wade Barr.
Whenever I want to go out at night, Wade Barr.
Change it based on where you go. You're a man of the people. Very flexible.
Wade, Lee Market. No. Here's the thing. I have to pick a vice president, and there's like all these cabinet positions and attorney general. You guys are going to help give me definitely the best picks for each position. I went ahead and wrote them out. So if you guys are wondering why I was counting earlier, it's because I need write down position. As president, I'm going to do insert things that you want me to do here. AI will fill it in because that's the way the world's going, right? Give me actually, though, just the most unhinged picks for each position.
Specifically unhinged?
However you want to take it, but like, we're not here going to like break down military careers and like the actual Democrat, Republican, whatevers.
Do they have to be alive?
Do they have to be alive? No.
We can reanimate some cabinet members.
They don't even have to be real.
Oh.
We have the technology. And in 4 years, we'll basically have flying cars and stuff anyway. So let me give you the list here. I've got Secretary of Agriculture, Commerce, Defense, Education, Energy, Health and Human Services, Homeland Security, Housing and Urban Development, the Interior, very mysterious. I don't know if it's like the interior of a car, a house. Interior of what? Labor, State, Transportation, Treasury, Veterans Affairs, and Attorney General. Without looking up what any of them do, we're just going to take our best guesses.
All right, you going to prompt each one of those because I didn't remember anything?
Yes.
Okay, good.
So first up is Vice President. I need you each to give me a Vice Presidential nominee to choose from. I don't know what Vice President even actually does, other than like make appearances.
I know that the Vice President is supposed to fill in for whatever your shortcomings are as a candidate. Basically, you want a Vice President who attracts all the voters that you can't attract. And so I'm thinking hair. just the most hair.
Yeah, actually.
And I'm not saying your vice president should be hair, but I'm thinking like the Geico caveman would be a great pick for you. You, shining, shimmering, splendid up there, and then your vice president goes to speak, and it's 90% hair with a mouth and eyeballs sticking out of it. Cousin It would be an outstanding vice president. This is where I'm at. This is where I'm at with my thinking.
We have most hair. Geico Caveman, Cousin It.
Wait, was it the hand or is it the hair?
No, Cousin Thing was the hand.
Thing is the hand. Okay, yeah, got it.
For those that don't know, the vice president, among a few other roles, presides over the Senate.
I am the Senate.
Tie-breaking vote in the Senate. I don't know, presides over the Senate is probably the wrong term for that.
No, that is accurate, actually. The vice president technically is like the president of the Senate or whatever title.
And then they do the tie-breaking vote if there is a tie. So you need someone that is going to be of the people and help you out. But think of Dick Cheney, right? Who was really president during Bush's era?
The pheasant he was hunting.
Dick Cheney's shotgun.
I mean, if we're going to be perfectly honest, Dick Cheney and Bush were out hunting. Go, bang, what happened to you? Isn't that how he talked?
Yeah, that's how he sounds.
What happened to you? So you don't want Cousin It. Cousin It would be too powerful. You want someone that is of the people, but not too powerful that they would usurp your rule. Because as we know, president is king.
So I need someone shorter than me.
Yeah, so they need to be less intimidating. They need to be subservient, a very beta kind of person, not gonna be in your way, a very yes man, do anything you ask forever and ever and ever.
Are you nominating yourself?
Oh, no. What are you talking about?
Okay, just double checking, man.
I just am saying it could be anybody. And, you know, I do have hair, a lot of it. You just need someone who's not too short, not too much shorter than you, but shorter enough that people go like, wow, I'm only looking at that guy and not at that guy, because I can't even see that guy.
So, like, Tyler height.
Nah, shorter.
No, Tyler's right. Tyler's what you want. That's a great height. Any shorter than that's just embarrassing.
No, I don't think, because you definitely don't want someone taller than you. Who knows how tall Cousin It really is. So you want someone right there, probably at the national average, because you want them to really identify with the people. Right at that line of average, maybe a bit above it, maybe a bit above it. You know, it could be a wiggle room here and there.
I feel like I'm with Mark, but I feel like you definitely want to make sure your vice president is someone who's very relatable. No weird hobbies, no niche interests, just off the top of my head, stuff like obscure radioactive camera lenses or, buying computer equipment from China and shipping it over on a boat. These are sketchy things. It's gonna come up when you have a vice president who's really being looked at by the American populace. So someone without any of those sorts of activities in their personal history. And anyone can be shorter. I could be shorter than I am. Up to 4 inches shorter, depending on how much I might need to shorten myself. You can't get taller, but you can always get shorter.
Oh, you can absolutely get taller.
You can hunch, there's knees, there's hips, there's all kinds of bendy parts.
Let me get this straight, Bob. Are you rescinding Geico Caveman and Cousin It and putting yourself in the fold?
I've been growing this beard for a reason, and it is not just to compete with the beards that both of you have. It's for my future and America's future.
Since Bob's throwing his hat in the ring, I might as well just chuck it in there.
Whoa, that's crazy. I didn't know you met you. I might have to give this one to Mark only because, Bob, your first instinct was more hair, and Mark has more hair than you and I both.
He doesn't have a hair anywhere below his neck.
I have chest hair. Look,
you have a countable number of chest hairs.
I wasn't taking body hair.
I could count your chest hairs on my fingers and toes, assuming I know how many that is.
That's the only patch. If I pull my shirt down any lower anywhere else, no hair. That's it.
You went to Turkey and had chest hairs implanted just so you could do this and be like, look. Don't look anywhere else.
We've all had that Manscaped sponsor. I was just assuming we were all bald from the neck down.
Let's prove it. Let's all prove it.
All right, buttholes. 3, 2.
Buttholes.
I don't know.
If you have hair there, you have hair everywhere. That's a litmus test right there.
Just based on Bob's own criteria, I got to give the first VP point to Mark. The more hair, the boldness.
Whatever you say, President and friend.
It'd be the first time the president walks into a room and everyone runs past him. Are you Markiplier?
You guys walk up to like the G8 or something, which is like world leaders, and one of the other heads of state is just like, oh, Markiplier? Oh my God. My kid's such a fan of you. I don't know why.
You know, that might work to our advantage.
Yeah, I wouldn't be elected because I don't have a college degree, but
is that required?
It's encouraged.
Let's not talk about that. What's the next position?
The Secretary of Agriculture.
What do they do?
I think they hand out rakes.
The Green Giant.
Not the jolly one, just the green regular giant.
He can be jolly, but these days, with what farmers have to go through, Monsanto breathing down their necks, and all the immigrants taking all their jobs as farmers.
That's true. We do have an Ohio eating the pests and immigrant farmer crisis.
I'm not going to argue that the green giant is not formidable. For Sec Ag, what you really want is just someone or something that really represents America. And you could not do better in that regard than a field of corn. There is no more American symbol of agricultural dominance in this world than a large field of corn. Nobody's not getting behind field of corn for Sec Ag when they're trying to get that nomination pushed through the Senate.
It's genius. We're like a news channel. We now go live. Secretary of Agriculture. Hey, Sec Ag, how you doing out there?
Secretary of Agriculture addresses the joint session of Senate and Congress. It's just a field of corn, but there's like a harvester going through it, just like a bunch of Secret Service agents come running out of the sides, like, oh my God, they're all diving into the thresher. Get down, sir! He can't be stopped! Next Secretary is just harvester bucket full of corn.
His next of kin.
Next of can.
Hey, Mark himself admitted it. I don't think this needs much debate. A green giant, great, but like he lives on the can. The corn goes through it all.
Even through the American people.
Done. Corn field.
I wasn't thinking.
Starting to regret my VP pick here. I don't know.
Yeah, this is who you're relying on for his hairiness.
I'm in the Senate, and I will break those tie votes. I'll get your pick through. If I believe in the better candidate, I'll push through. I'm not gonna let ego get in the way here.
Thank God for that. Next up, Secretary of Commerce. It's gotta be a money pick.
This is a tricky one because your instincts will tell you pile of money. But I'm just gonna cut you off at the pass. That's not the answer. You want someone who really understands not just the financial markets. You want someone who has been there. This is going to sound confusing. He's not the best fast food mascot or representative of the most successful chain, but he brings something else to the table. I want to say you want the Burger King as your Secretary of Commerce. Clowns get paid, and Wendy does well, I'm sure, but there's the Burger King himself is just a different class politician.
All right, Mark, gotta top the Burger King.
Yeah, I got this, man. So you know what they say, you should give power to those who don't want it, because that's who actually deserves it. So what we're going to do is we're going to take Bernie Sanders. We're going to make him a billionaire. We're going to give him billions and billions and billions of dollars. We're going to force him to be a billionaire and then put him in that role. And he will rise to the occasion. He'll struggle a bit because he'll have to deal with that. He's now one of the billionaires. But billionaire Bernie Sanders, he would make the best decisions, bar none.
Just him standing in the field. And this is Bernie Sanders. And I am once again asking you, please take some of this money. Oh my God. I can't live like this.
Apparently his net worth is somewhere between $500,000 and $3 million. So we're just going to give him billions.
Mm-hmm.
I would have thought more.
I mean, that's kind of his whole thing. Of any politician I can think of, Bernie might be one of the ones where I think he actually mostly does live the values that he talks nonstop about and is not just like a millionaire billionaire who's cashing in on the fact that he gets to sit in on, you know, private committee sessions and learns all this shit that he could use to trade stocks or whatever. Like, I think he actually just is, he just wishes, you know, things were better.
I think he and Field of Corn would get along really well too.
Oh yeah.
That's some synergy right there.
We gotta move on. I gotta give this one to Mark, billionaire Bernie Sanders. I just keep thinking about him hanging out with the photo shoot with Field of Corn. I just love the image.
Just him forced to be in a room with Elon Musk because all billionaires have to hang out. Just fucking red in the face. We're fucking angry every day. That's what I want.
Also, the image of Burger King is like Master and Commander, like with his hand outside the window, like looking in sadly that's raining on him. I enjoy for some reason.
By the way, I didn't mean that. Like, that's what I want because I want to torture Bernie Sanders. That's not what it is. I want him angry in that room.
No, we got you. You're like masochistic for Bernie Sanders. We got you.
Exactly. Wait, yes.
Secretary of Defense. This is not that important one, probably, so we can go quick on that.
I mean, the only thing that jumps to mind is Kratos. Probably good about it. Well, he killed all the other gods, so maybe he would just like kill all the generals. I don't know if that's a good idea.
All right, well, Kratos.
People will say this is pandering, and I will say, no. But Wade, I think it's arguable, if not definitively true, that one of the best defenses of 2010 era football is the Legion of Boom, the Seattle Seahawks secondary from the days of Russell Wilson and their Super Bowl victories, and then the Beast Mode himself, and the heart of the Legion of Boom, Bam Bam Cam. You can't get a better defender than Cam Chancellor. You can't beat the Legion of Boom.
What the fuck did you just say?
I understood all of it. See, Mark, this is why you're more VP material.
Some might say this is pandering because I know Wade likes football and we share that interest.
But I'm not a Seahawks fan, and in fact, I was a Peyton Manning fan, and watching them demolish him in the playoffs hurt. That was like one of the best offenses of all time. However,
there's no getting around those guys, though. Like, what a group.
Okay, Kratos, who Mark also admitted might just kill the other generals and take over.
It might be a bad pick.
Sometimes the best defense is a good offense. I don't know.
Nobody's getting in this country. It's getting batted down whatever comes our way with the Legion of Boom. Bob, you get the point.
Yeah.
I feel pandered to, but it worked. Another not very important one, Secretary of Education.
Do we even need one of those? I feel like I know enough.
Skip. I think education is destroying this country.
For sure. I'm sad now.
Do you have to fill it, or can we actually pass?
I will leave. This choice is yours.
Oh, I can't think of his name. What's that actor's name? The guy, the smart guy from Idiocracy. The one guy. What's his name?
Oh God, he's one of the brothers. Him and
he's one of the Wilson brothers, right?
Yeah, Jarnigan Wilson.
Jarnigan Wilson. Luke Wilson. He's not the one, he's the other one. Luke Wilson, who plays Joe Bowers, Joe from Idiocracy.
You want Joe from Idiocracy or Luke Wilson?
I mean Luke Wilson, but he has to play Joe from Idiocracy during his entire term.
So I know of this movie. I've not actually seen it. I need to see it. It's on my list. I've been told about it like 3 times in the last 2 years, which is wild. But he's like the only one that still has a moderate amount of intelligence by the end of the movie, right?
I forget how he gets. I don't remember the plot of the movie, but basically he like goes to the future or something. He gets cryogenically frozen.
I think in the future everyone's done. Like he's an idiot or something modern time,
and he's like a normal average guy who's a genius where he is because he's the only one with any intelligence at all. Also, I fucking love Terry Crews in that movie.
Okay, so we have Luke Wilson as what's-his-face from Idiocracy. Mark, Secretary.
Kratos. There's no better lesson than the lesson Kratos learned after he was tricked into killing his own family and he wore the ashes of his dead wife and child. That lesson stuck with him, and he turned that education upon the gods themselves. He learned them a lesson, and they learned him a lesson.
There's a lot of learning.
You know, I feel like teachers aren't really allowed to punish students, and like you get away with a lot in school nowadays. Maybe we need to harken back to the gods' times of education. So you know what? I like Luke Wilson. That's such an obscure pick. But let's get Kratos in there. Let's really teach some lessons to people.
Didn't see that one coming. Gotta be honest.
I also just realized I've been writing down your guys' points backwards for a minute, so I had to fix a couple of things.
Oh God.
Cool, I fixed it.
I have 100% confidence that you fixed it correctly this time.
I was like, man, Bob's really running away with this, but that's because I also gave him Bernie and Kratos.
All of them are for me. Those are my ideas. I thought of that.
Secretary of Energy. We need someone real energetic.
Sec Edge.
Oh, Sec Edge.
Oh, yeah. Sonic.
Sonic. The Hedgehog, I'm assuming, right? Not his.
The drive-in fast food restaurant, Sonic.
Yeah. No, Sonic the Hedgehog.
Gotta go fast.
Common misconception about this role. Everyone thinks you want something who is energetic, who knows about energy. Nobody knows about energy like an animal / person animal who has to manage it very carefully. I would nominate Flash, the sloth from the DMV from Zootopia, for second. He's that joke where he tells a joke and he's all because he's slow, because he's a sloth. Sloths know about managing energy, and it's about management. It's about keeping it even and maintaining stores and keeping it safe. He would know.
And relates well to the people working at the DMV, deals with all kinds of people.
Everybody loves DMV workers. Am I right?
He's right.
Well, I mean, if you're going to say it, all right, then I'll give it to Bob.
Wait, no, he's not that right. Not that
Flash wins.
Damn it.
Secretary of Health and Human Services.
This one sounds stupid.
Gotta be really important. Health, human service. Health probably matters. Human services, like dentist. Human services, like shoe shining.
Secretary of Doctors and Shoe Shiners. Got it.
Dr. Scholes! Perfect pick! That's mine! I know it was my turn!
Man, just hopping in there. Hey, Dr. Scholes will get things underfoot.
Who could possibly be a better doctor? I assume they need to be a doctor now because this is the premise we're operating under. Other than the doctor.
Who?
The doctor. Yes.
Who?
Yes. What? Ooh. The doctor? Wibbly wobbly, timey-wimey stuff?
Ooh.
Anyway, it would have to specifically be David Tennant because he's my favorite one. But the doctor in general, like he's the one. He's the doctor.
I love Dr. Scholes because, man, my feet feel a lot better. But time travel?
Well, you said human services. The doctor is not human. How would he know what's best for humanity? And if you actually have watched the show, pretty much everyone around him dies.
Oh, that doesn't seem like his fault.
It might be his fault. He's also killed a lot of things.
I'm going to make this a really intelligent decision. Hey, Mark, odds or even?
Odds?
All right.
Why'd you do it on the floor?
I don't have much desk space.
It's okay, Bob. You won.
All right. Hey, that's the first dice roll I've won in quite a while.
Another not that important one, Homeland Security. I'm pretty secure in my homeland. Are you insecure about your homeland?
Homelander. In the name, can't really have anybody else in that role.
Not gonna lie, that was my first instinct. He's fine, but also, ooh, what's his name? I choose Osmodius from The Watchmen. Is that guy's name?
Ozymandias or something?
Ozymandias, yeah, whatever, I don't know.
Osmodius.
The douchey guy who lives in the pyramid castle in the Antarctic or something and saves the world by destroying a lot of it.
Ozymandias.
Ozymandias. That's what I meant.
Ozymandias is the smart guy, right? I thought you meant the blue penis guy. You mean the smart guy.
No, that's Dr. Manhattan.
Ooh. Spoilers, everyone, for this movie that came out in, I don't remember what year, like 2004 or something. But he's one of the few bad guys that is actually really smart and doesn't waste time with the monologue at the beginning. Like, he waits till he wins.
Is he a bad guy?
Yeah, is he? Is he?
Is he?
He's a villain in the film, but maybe he's not a bad guy.
Is he, though?
Is he, though?
He's an antagonist.
There we go.
Oh, okay, maybe. But is he, though?
Is he? Listen, I need to blow up a few cities for world peace. Hey.
Are you arguing in favor of Bob's pick? Ozymandias. We both agree. Man, I thought Homelander was a shoo-in, but Bob pulled that.
I honestly, I didn't think I was going to beat Homelander, but
Ozymandias is just so good. He was so good.
He was, and very smart. Very evil.
Very smart, yeah. And evil?
I mean, good. He's good, maybe. He's unclear.
He's unclear.
This one, probably the most important pick. Housing and urban development. I love comfy house.
I have a twofer. We love doctors in these positions. You love having doctors. Looks good. Doctors are smart. But this is about housing and urban development. This is HUD. Dr. House MD.
I've not finished the last 4 episodes. I'm actually watching that show right now.
Oh, you don't know how the series ends? Okay, I won't spoil it for you, but I will say this is what he does after the series ends. The ending is fantastic, so I'm glad you get to experience that for the first time.
Okay, I won't say anything else then. Dr. House. Okay. Mark.
Bob the Builder.
Damn.
Can he build it?
Yes, he can.
Yes, he can.
What a slogan.
That's the thing. You want someone on your team that's going to rally the people, be easy to remember, and everyone will love.
Too perfect, Bob. I gotta give it to Bob the Builder.
You gotta give it to me, the Builder? I'll take it.
No, Bob the Builder.
Yes, that's me. I'm Bob.
Mark wins the point, but you might win the position.
I don't know if he's Bob the Builder. More of a Wreck-It Ralph look to him, you know?
His small talk was, and I quote, been building things. Bob is, in fact, the builder, so Mark gets the point.
No, wait. No, I'm representing Bob the Builder. As his representative, all contract negotiations must go through me.
Okay, I think that just gave me a fever. So my vice president is representing the nominee.
Yes, I am. So
there's going to be a lot of signing of waivers of conflict of interest issues in this administration, I think, but you'll get there.
So you wanted to win the point, but you don't want it to be this Bob, unless you're representing him.
He does represent me, probably.
No, it's not you and Bob the Builder. He owns the trademark for it. This guy is a patent troll. He came in, tried to swoop the name.
I mean, Jack Black is Steve from Minecraft, so can't Bob be Bob the Builder?
No.
It's not a title, it's a descriptor. I am the builder who is named Bob.
Okay, we're gonna get to Attorney General eventually. It's gonna be a very important pick to help me win this lawsuit. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 left, guys. We're flying through this.
Oh, we need to do some lightning rounds or something?
Lightning rounds. Secretary of the Interior.
Anyone with agoraphobia. Fear of the outside world.
They know the inside very well.
They know about interior because they don't fuck with outside.
The TARDIS from Doctor Who. It's bigger on the inside.
Ooh, okay. Feel like TARDIS might be occupied helping Doctor Who you won with, so I gotta give it to agoraphobia.
You can't have the TARDIS without the Doctor, and we already chose not the Doctor.
Well, the TARDIS is no longer in the administration because Wade just removed the TARDIS from the administration, so, you know.
Excellent choice, sir.
Okay, Secretary of Labor.
Woman in labor. It rotates out. Once they're done, another one in.
Just a line of women just on the precipice of birth.
Yes, exactly. That's what it is. So you get constant fresh ideas.
Bob.
Obviously, I'm going to use Mark's playbook. The choice for the Secretary of Labor would be Sisyphus, because he knows about labor. Sisyphus was punished by the gods for cheating death by being forced to roll a boulder up a hill for eternity. Possibly one of the hardest forms of labor there is.
Is he happy, though?
This person has to be the Secretary of Labor while also either being in labor or pushing a boulder up a hill.
Well, they have to understand what they're dealing with. Either way, they have to understand.
I feel like this administration needs a woman's touch. We're going to go with the woman in labor.
That's true. I don't think there's been a single female pick yet. Unless the Field of Corn.
I don't know how that works for corn.
I guess we'll leave it up to the Field of Corn to tell us. Secretary of State.
I feel like any state would be good at this, but I'm going to go ahead and pick Ohio.
Oh, love the pick.
Some will say this is pandering, but I think we all know it is.
I pick the state of Georgia because it also is a country.
Ooh. But then it's only half Secretary of State. Then it's partially Secretary of Country.
They call a country in some terminology can be a sovereign state, and it is still.
Sorry, Mark, but unfortunately it's all Ohio and it always has been. Secretary of Transportation.
Elon Musk.
Car.
You can't just keep picking inanimate objects.
All right, Lightning McQueen.
I walked into that one. I walked into my own trap. I accept.
Choice is not even mine. Lightning McQueen. Gotta trust my VP. Secretary of the Treasury.
There's an obvious correct choice for this one. It's such an obvious choice that I'm afraid it's too obvious, but clearly Scrooge McDuck.
A fool's answer, if ever there was one. The real answer is the sand lion from the beginning of Aladdin that opens into the treasure room.
Yeah, I'm sorry, he doesn't even know the candidate's real name.
Do you?
It's the Cave of Mysteries.
Is that the name of the lion?
I thought it was the Cave of Wonders.
That's the lion is the Cave of Wonders. That's what I said.
I'm glad Bob knew the name.
It's the Cave of Wonders, it sure is.
Thank God I'm your president, yo.
This is why you're in charge.
Okay, Scrooge McDuck has a pool of treasure, but Cave of Wonders has Genie, and I love Genie.
And that cave is going to guard that treasure. You cannot touch. Only the diamond in the rough can touch the truest treasure. Lead not you to temptation, but deliver you from the Cave of Wonders.
I'm just gonna throw it out there. Every time you wanna talk to your Secretary of Treasury, you're gonna need to first talk to your Secretary of Beetle halves, because you're gonna have to find those two halves of that goddamn scarab.
Nominate Jafar for the Secretary of Beetle halves.
Jafar in his crazy desert wanderer salesman costume is the Secretary of Beetle halves.
Oh, but his bird's gonna shit all over the White House.
That's okay. That's all right.
That's going to Cave of Wonders. I like Genie.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Secretary of Veterans Affairs. I don't know why veterans are having a lot of affairs, but I guess we gotta have a secretary for them.
This guy.
Fuck around and find out, am I right?
What was it?
Veterans Affairs.
I would nominate Ashley Madison.
See why.
Tell us why. Who is Ashley?
For anyone who is unaware, ashleymadison.com is a website where men, I think mostly, but people can go to have affairs, basically.
Wasn't there a big data leak and
There was. Ashley got hacked and all of her secrets came pouring out.
Look, it's hard. It's a hard world, okay? It's not Ashley's fault that she was targeted by online hackers, but if anyone should be a secretary of any kind of affairs, it's probably Ashley Madison.
Well, that's really helped me hone in on my pick.
Oh boy, I can't wait to hear who it is.
Oh, I need to commune real quick.
This entire episode has helped Mark find God, everyone.
I found the answer. The answer clear. Jesus. Jesus. If there's anyone that knows about Veterans Affairs more than Jesus, I would love to know. I would love to know.
So I have to choose between a website where you go to cheat on your spouse and Jesus.
Look, I don't want to cast aspersions, especially not on him, but I've heard he likes to take 3-day long naps.
Where do you think he's going for those 3 days?
After 3 days, he rises, whereas some of us guys, every day we rise. You know what I mean?
No, what?
Morningwood joke.
I'm glad this is your choice to make, Wade.
I would divert your eyes to my title.
Mark's title is Mark, representing Jesus. Man, you have a wide cast of clients. Bob the Builder and Jesus.
Crazy roster of clients you represent. This is ridiculous.
You know what, Mark? Sure, you get it. You get Jesus.
Whatever Mark's doing over there, he's just pulling in huge whales constantly.
God recognized and went, Markiplier, my kid's such a fan.
Jesus was holding up like a thing with an autograph.
And then you took a quick picture with Jesus, and that was that. History was made.
That was it. Yep.
All right, this is an important one. Attorney General.
Oh.
I have a winning suggestion, and technically I went first last time, but Mark was supposed to go first, so do I get to go first this time?
Sure.
David Spader's character from Boston Legal. I love Boston. I know, classic. He was the best attorney ever.
Look, this guy wants to nominate Jason Spade.
And by the way, by David Spader, did you mean James Spader?
Yeah, no, he said David Spade. He said David Spade.
You did say that, and I was like, that's not right.
So he nominated the wrong person. I nominate James Spader. Jason Spader. What's his name?
Let me tell you, the character's name is Alan Shore.
Alan Shore, that's who I meant.
You know what? You both want the same person? I agree. You both get a point.
All right, I'll take it.
Neither one of you actually said Alan Shore. I got David Spader and James Spader.
Like, I couldn't remember his name. I know him as Red from The Blacklist mostly, so that's not who I wanted to nominate.
You both want Alan Shore. I'll give you both Alan Shore.
Bob, I apparently won Alan Shore. What did I do?
We both want Alan Shore. That's the guy from the show.
That is all of the positions as far as I know. Do you think there's any secretaries we need that we don't have?
I'm just going to throw this out. How can you possibly become president and not have a secretary of boats?
See, I had Secretary of Technology written down because, I feel like internet and technology are becoming so big, they really need more dedication than what maybe just...
That sounds boring. Boats, however.
Secretary of Boats.
SecBoat.
Bob, who's your SecBoat leader?
This might be controversial, but if you really think it through,
It's got to be Captain Crunch. Knows boats, knows naval warfare, provides delicious snacks.
Mark, who's the leader of Secretary of Technology?
Hold on. Doing research. Hold on. Wait for it. Wait. Yep. No. Yes. Yes. Is that what it is? Yes.
Yes, the character from Ralph Rex the Internet?
No. The Secretary of Boats is the captain from the Hotels.com commercial.
Isn't he Captain Obvious?
Is that what it is?
He's Captain Obvious, right?
That's what it is. Captain Obvious. Here's my second pick. You know who has a lot of boats? Gabe Newell.
He has a lot of boats?
Oh, yeah. He owns many multi-million-dollar yachts.
Why?
Because he's rich as tits. Because Steam makes him so much money that he doesn't know where to put it. Also, he likes knives. I know that about Gabe.
All right, last one. Secretary of Technology. I'm making it a thing.
Pick one?
Both. I like boat. We get 2 Secretary of Boat.
That's fair. You know what? That's fair.
CEO of NVIDIA. That guy, whatever his name is. He seems to have been killing it with technology, so I pick him.
Gabe Newell owns what can only be described as an armada of luxury yachts worth around $1 billion in total. What the fuck?
Dude, Gabe Newell is so loaded.
You can only be on one boat at a time. How many boats do you need? Every body of water large enough for a yacht, he's got a yacht? What the fuck? Anyway, Secretary of Technology, sorry, getting sidetracked. Yep. I pick Steve Apple.
Steve Apple?
Mm-hmm. You know, Steve Apple, the guy who's in charge of Apple.
You know who you should pick in Apple? I don't know what his role is. I've never known, but it's that guy that is in the presentations that I don't know if it's real. Did he actually go and do parkour all the way down the building to the bottom floor to do another segment of the presentation? And again, don't know what he does, but he can parkour down all of the Apple campus, and that's pretty good. But I'm not changing my answer.
Apparently, Craig Federighi did some sweet parkour moves at WWDC 2024. Did he actually do this?
Wait, did he actually? No way.
It looks like him. I mean, it could just very well be an actual parkour person with like a wig and a mask or something, but no, there's no way. There's no way, right?
No, there's no way that's him. I don't know what he does. I pick him. No, I don't. I already said mine.
I pick Craig Federighi or Craig Apple.
I didn't feel like deciding, so I've got Steve Jobs and CEO NVIDIA both.
You haven't decided for like the past 3 entries.
2, only 2, and they're the 2 fake cabinet positions.
This is the kind of decisiveness I expect from my presidential candidate.
Maybe I just like them both so much that rather than picking one arbitrarily because there's always only been one, I'm thinking outside the box and saying, you know what, 2 minds is better than 1.
There's never even been one. You're jumping straight from 0 secretaries of technology to 2.
Because I'm innovative. I'm thinking outside the Xbox.
PlayStation 5, got it.
Let me go through real quick our picks here, then I'll calculate points. President, me, no discussion. VP, Mark. Secretary of Agriculture, a field of corn. Secretary of Commerce, I believe was billionaire Bernie Sanders. Secretary of Defense, the Legion of Boom. Secretary of Education, Kratos. Secretary of Energy, the Sloth from Zootopia, I believe, won that one.
His name's Flash.
Secretary of Health and Human Services went to Doctor Who based on a flip of a dice. Roll of a dice? Roll of a dice. Secretary of Homeland Security went to Ozymandias. Housing and Urban Development, Bob the Builder. Secretary of the Interior, people with agoraphobia. Secretary of Labor, woman in labor. I should deduct points from everyone for that being the only female candidate that was offered this whole time.
No, Ashley Madison.
Yeah, Ashley Madison, that's true. That's true.
I don't know if that's really a lady or just the name of the website.
Right?
I don't know. Is she real?
I don't know the story of Ashley Madison. I'm not going to lie.
Well, while you guys look up Ashley Madison, because I'm not putting that on my computer, Secretary of State, Ohio. Secretary of Transportation. Did I give that to Lightning McQueen or Elon? I think I gave it to Lightning McQueen because Mark was just like, yes, that one. Secretary of the Treasury. Cave of Wonders.
Mark, did you find the Ashley Madison answer?
Yeah.
It's even better than we thought, Wade. It's 2 women, probably.
No. Oh, wait, what are you seeing? I've seen something different.
I'm seeing that Ashley Madison was founded by a guy, and the name is 2 popular female names from North America.
Right.
It is both Ashley and Madison.
And the guy who founded it is Darren J. Morgenstern.
Which I believe reiterates my point that you guys should both lose points for only nominating 1 female to the cabinet. Jesus beat Ashley Madison anyway.
Oh, that's right.
Attorney General, we went with both of you, James and David Spader. Secretary of Boat was Captain Obvious and Captain Crunch. Secretary of Technology, Steve Apple / Jobs, and CEO NVIDIA.
I thought I went with Craig Federighi.
Maybe you did, but I didn't write it down because I'd already written stuff down. Went over the points. Bob, you got points for being a builder, Wade not listening, hair, Sec Ag, Cornfield, Legion of Boom, Flash Sloth, Doctor Who rolled evens, Ozymandias, Agoraphobia, Ohio, Lightning McQueen, Captain Crunch, Boat, Alan Shore, Steve Jobs Apple. And you lost 5 points for not enough females nominated for cabinet position.
That's pretty fair.
Well, I nominated one. I nominated one.
Well, I've not gotten there yet. Mark, you got points for shit broken, it's funny, custom water cooling, buy internet for Finland and Sweden, words, VP, Bernie, Kratos, Bob Builder, woman in labor, Cave of Wonders, Jesus, conceding boldly multiple times to Bob, Alan Shore, CEO NVIDIA. It looks like it says hotel but gay. I don't think that's what it says. Hotel boat guy. God, I've got terrible writing.
It doesn't get better, no matter how many episodes we film.
But, Mark, you lost 5 points for you both not nominating enough women to position.
So, really, neither of us is punished at all, just like it would be in the real world.
Damn.
Punish him.
I'll take 10 points off of myself for appointing you both to nominate people and failing ultimately. I'll take the blame. As president, I will take the blame.
Yeah, I think that does fall on you and not us at all.
All right. Mark, you ended up with 10 points.
That's not enough.
Bob, you have 11 points.
That's enough.
16 to 50. Man, that was close.
So close, Mark.
Yeah.
So, laundry's being done. Actually, the first load's almost finished. But the more important thing that's being done is a load in the dishwasher. There's one more load to do, and I'm pretty sure I have enough time to actually do it. Temperature is dropping. But that just means my cloudberries should be... Yeah, my cloudberries should be on the up and up. Yo, these rotting yet? Today they're gonna start rotting. It's not done, which sucks. They really, really need... Like, this harvest should be the one, and I can get my boat up and running, and I can leave the island and get a bunch of shit and without having to worry about inventory space. Since I am about to go and just pan a bunch more, what I need to do is... Oh, look at... Oh my god! You just yeeted that. Oh, you ran away. Everything's running. Yeah, it's best to leave them on the max health. That way when they go too deep into the bushes, they don't have enough health to get out. Oh, look at you. Oh shit. Come on. Uh-uh. Now, I 100% do not have enough food for the whole winter. But next winter, maybe, hopefully. Although I would need to expand the farm quite a bit. And unfortunately, wine actively makes me dumb. Bro, where's your bear? I like this because it's like passive fat and everything. Nothing on this one. Sure, why not? My crops will be 100% next winter, because carrots just fucking eat away at their nutrition stat. For whatever reason, I am just getting a bunch of Doge. Oh wait, is that thing? No, it's still spinning. Well, actually, there is one thing I need to check on. None of them. Okay. $87.25.
Like even Nicholas Eat Oreo, that dude called Gila a horse for years. Okay, he called Gila a horse face for years. Keemstar, these are like super right-wing communities. Okay, I don't understand how you just go, all right, well now you're attacking the person that I want to undermine and you're giving me support, so it's okay. Yeah, Keemstar can defend Ethan all he wants. I'll always remember when this man was harassing Gila Klein, calling her a horse, and now Ethan wants to accept his support. Yeah, fucking ridiculous. That's the other side of it. Like I'm infinitely more understanding of even people's past service, right? I live in America. It would be antithetical to everything I believe in terms of people's capacity to change. Something that I believe is people's capacity to change no matter what they've done. Here is the DDG chat. Ethan Klein is such an R word. Destiny, is there anyone with a platform the size of Ethan that is consistently as big as an R word as he? Ethan is a R word and his entire team too, lol. Ethan is such a R word. Ethan is a R word, Omega lol. No Ethan Klein next to him. Azan instantly looks like an R word again, Omega lol. Ethan R word decline, lol W. Don't you do the same for Bad Empanada? I don't get the double standard. Okay, here's a great example of this. Bad Empanada and I align on a lot of issues in terms of the way we see the world, okay? We do not agree on tactics, we do not agree on methods, but overall, Bad Empanada is not my ideological enemy. I do not care. These guys are Ethan's ideological enemy if he ostensibly cares about anti-Semitism. That's my point. If he cares only about people engaging in bad faith smears against him, then these people have done a ton more than I ever have. My issue with Ethan was a disagreement with how he carries himself in a conversation revolving around a genocide that he also seemingly admits is happening. Do you not understand that? And if he also cares about anti-Semitism, as he clearly does not, but he claims that he cares about anti-Semitism, then he would be shocked that all of these people that his community is hyping up as defenders of him that have been anti-Semitic over and over and over again. Bad Empanada is a maniac. Bad Empanada is not an anti-Semite. Bad Empanada is a maniac that actually does incredible work when it comes to well-sourced YouTube essays. This has been my consistent position on Bad Empanada over and over and over and over again. What I don't get is how you'll say Empanada is nuts and then weaponize mania towards Ethan. No! As a matter of fact, I don't do that. You want to know why I don't do that? When Ethan goes, well, Bad Empanada called AB a house slave. What do you say to that? I'm like, I don't agree with that. I don't endorse that at all. Do you not understand? If I actually agreed with it, or if I actually agreed with his methods, I'd be like, well, yeah, his constant hammering on of the CPS call is actually perfectly valid or whatever. You know what I mean? I wish that he wouldn't do any of that. I wish that he would focus less on drama in general. I wish, because whenever he tries to like cover that subject matter, he gets completely out of control. Do you see what I mean? Yeah, Hassan endorses his research on the Jewish diaspora leaving the MENA region, not calling Hila the raider of Ramallah or playing the game where he like, I even understand what argument he's trying to make, right? When he plays the Al-Aqsa Martyrs video game, right, on Steam. When he's doing that, he's trying to showcase the double standard of people being called a terrorist and smeared viciously, as opposed to people who have actually taken up arms and engaged in acts of terrorism. Everybody has played Call of Duty. There is no issue with killing as many Muslims as possible, but when the roles are reversed, everybody loses their Would I do that? Absolutely not, okay? Never in a million years would I do that. I think it's a insane thing to do. It's an insane thing to do. The point I always make on this, by the way, is simple. If I were to come out with an insane statement and say, like, we must nuke Tel Aviv, then I would get banned off every platform and probably actually get sent to prison. But if I say, let's nuke Tehran or let's nuke the Gaza Strip, I would get elevated into the State Department to a higher position of power. Okay? This is the heart of that double standard. This is why I always say, while anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are both unacceptable forms of bigotry, anti-Semitism has institutional power. You can't engage in anti-Semitism, actual anti-Semitism, not like, or even you can't even engage in what people perceive as anti-Semitism, unless it's something as ridiculous as what Ethan is claiming, obviously, like the bleach sword, okay? But like even criticisms of Israel are packaged under anti-Semitism deliberately by the State Department to get people black-bagged, okay? But when you say Islamophobia, when you engage in Islamophobia, when you engage in anti-Arab bigotry, it's perfectly fine. Nobody ever bats an eye at that. Destiny, Ethan is an R-word who thinks being friends with people is being their attack dog. Even Hassan thinks Ethan is an R-word. Think about that for 10 seconds. Omega lol.
You literally look like a free tattoo pack that you get for 25 cents from a windy thing, bro. Like literally my kids have cooler tattoos from Chuck E. Cheese. Bro looks like he just went to the menu and was like, I'll take that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one.
I have quite a few options here. I can show your tattoos in all of their glory, or I can show that your tattoo made it to the top of awful taste but great execution subreddit, which is not a good thing. I mean, it might be a good thing for the artists that you work with, because that means that they did a good job from a technical standpoint, but it's sort of a failure in every other aspect, particularly the decision-making aspect. If you want to go tattoo for tattoo, Ethan, we can do that. You want to keep it to other things, we can.
I didn't miss him showing the Hila tattoo. I just don't care. Like, I think this is iDubbbz returning to form in some fashion, where he's like, if you want to go band for band, like, I'll be vicious. This isn't even a criticism of iDubbbz. I personally don't give a shit about whatever tattoo Ethan gets or engage in any sort of psychoanalysis over what that spells for his marriage, which is, of course, something that I saw his own fan base make jokes about. Like, not iDubbbz's, I'm saying Ethan's own fan base was making jokes about that. You have not mentioned Ethan's kids once, the crew, or his family in any shape or form. To this day, you're still charitable and focused on the politics. Ethan, on the other hand, has brought up your mom, dad, friends, your dog, even your quote-unquote housekeeper, sex life. I know, everything. Literally everything. Like, Ethan has also personally brought forward his family members, including his dad and his mom. Like, he's made them a primary fixture of his content. They've done a lot of weird... I never touched on that. I don't care to touch on it. You know what I mean? I think that's irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. But because he's doing a faucet of misinfo and trying to smear to the best of his goddamn ability, Not obsessed, by the way, of course. Like, he said my glasses are fake. Like, it's silly. It's frivolous.
Anything.
It came up because they were talking about it on their podcast. By the way, they're the ones that like started this conversation by talking about it on the podcast. Be like, hey, I'm not getting involved.
I think that was their response after you guys initially called them out.
He can't even keep straight who attacked who first. He thinks that our podcast, where we're expressing sympathy for him and Eli.
Yeah, I mean, he was so obsessed with like winning the argument in clips in his mind that he went so far as to call his own wife a terrorist. Is Ramallah a part of Israeli territory?
I mean, it's complicated, right? It's under occupation. No, I don't think so, but it's under occupation, right?
Okay. So why was your wife in Ramallah?
Maybe are getting a terrorist that killed civilians. She
It's
sat in a
not
car.
complicated, Ethan.
She
It's
sat in a
not
car and
complicated
didn't
at
even
all.
leave it and never
Your
did
wife
it again.
participated in an illegal raid according to international human rights. That is the reality. Now, I
Are
understand.
you upset
the
if this
importance of
person
social
killed like
conditioning.
a
If we
child?
were-
Would you be
if
upset if
we
this
were to
person
talk
they
about-
arrested like stabbed people? Like you don't know what you're
If we were
talking
to
about.
talk about how
Fine, my
that
wife's a
was-
terrorist, bro. What the f? It's
No,
so boring.
stop. Yes, this is correct. That boy deadly. You are correct in that assessment. He literally immediately was like, "Hey, it's a genocide. Let's move on from that." And then whenever I was like, "Okay, if you believe it's a genocide, then like, what do you think is more urgent? What do you think is more significant? What do you think is more severe?" Yeah, like this. Tank this, foot soldiers. What the f? Like brigading my goddamn wiki feed, bro. That is nutty.
There's this moment in the Content Cop where I'm trying to give an example of the cycle of harassment. Have you ever been in a comment section and found someone to argue with? It doesn't stop. It can literally go on forever if you don't want to touch grass.
I mean, dog whistle just dropped. Your use of the number 110 to describe the amount of IG stories they're saying is another dog whistle. I feel like Ethan's community might actually have content-induced mass hysteria. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't make any sense at all, bro. That does not make any sense. Like, what would it even imply? What would 110 of his own Instagram stories, what would that imply? What is anti-Semitic? It's definitely related to the 101. Oh my God. 109 is the anti-Semitic dog whistle. The Nazis will say Jews have been cast out of 109 countries. It must not be a coincidence, implying that, like, Jews are responsible for their own pogroms because it was justifiable to do pogroms to them. Holy no, not 110 Arab countries. No. Oh my lordy. This is also extreme level dog whistles that most of you are probably oblivious to. Wouldn't that mean that he was the one being crypto Nazi since he made the 110 posts? Yeah, what the f? Hey, yo! Regarding Hassan, fans spamming 110 on this subreddit is a vague reference to the amount towards the times. Ethan has posted an Instagram story mentioning Hassan. Help me fight a hallucination. You post this number even on threads where it's completely irrelevant. This number just also happens to be a known neo-Nazi dog whistle. So please prove to me that Ethan mentioned Hassan exactly this many times. Prove to me that you didn't stretch out the amount of times Ethan mentioned Hassan to land exactly on this number. Tell me why you're reasoning. What the f? It wasn't even the entirety of the times that he's mentioned me. That was the initial tabulation without even factoring in clips, dude. It's like every single time they come up with some new it's like I have to entertain their goddamn hallucinations. Like, that is psychotic.
Ethan and Eli act like they have no idea what I'm talking about here. So, I mean, maybe they don't. It's a very obvious and easy to digest point. That's why I made it that way. I'm going to explain it here so everyone on the internet understands. When you have a podcast where you are constantly emotionally dumping and saying things just off the top of your head, and you're attacking other people randomly, maybe from your perspective it's not attacking. Maybe you're just commenting on someone else's situation.
He's got to be one of the most visually repulsive people. FaZe Banks, like, in my opinion, he's somewhat repulsive to look at.
And be
pedophile.
That's crazy. Whoa, what the? Saying that about Brother Banks is unacceptable. Bridge too far.
Pirate Software was like weird about it. It's like, look at my old voice, it's so lame. What an obnoxious loser. She goes, I can't believe these people are so obnoxious. And he looked like an idiot who's obsessed with me, dude.
But what happens when other people comment on your situation? It doesn't feel too good, does it?
But he's like, no, actually, Ethan, the Jew bag, this Jew bag Zionist baby killer, guys, right? I don't know if that's what.
Yeah, did anyone say that? Who said that? Did iDub say that? Why is that your Insta lock? Like, what the The only person saying that is Ethan himself.
That is the back and forth I'm describing. You might have thought we were just saying that Ian and Anissa are bad friends. Well, guess what? We didn't take it that way.
Our POV is like everybody, and I don't want to hear any excuses. You're not my friend, and you never were, and you never will be. You never will be.
What we took it as is Ethan and Hila are talking us. They just implied that we are okay with people using CPS as harassment, and now all of their fans are brigading us. So I am going to respond in kind and make a content cop.
Unironically, the most anti-Semitic person involved in all this so far has been Ethan himself. I disagree. I think the most anti-Semitic people involved in this are definitely a lot of the neo-Nazis that love that they can use Ethan like a fleshlight, okay? There's definitely more anti-Semitic people. I get what the point you're trying to make, however. The point you're trying to make is that Ethan is dangerous conflation of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, or like his mechanism of using anti-Semitism as a way to attack any kind of, as a way to shield himself from any sort of like valid criticism in terms of his coverage around this thing that he considers to be a genocide as well. That is definitely dangerous, as Sam Cedar also correctly pointed out. Sam Cedar absolutely pointed to this. He was honed in on it, as a matter of fact, when he was trying to get a gotcha out of him.
You're not the biggest victim on the internet, Ethan. Other people can experience a horrible time. And guess what? They're not getting this other benefit, which is 26,000 viewers. You're getting a lot of money and a lot of content, a lot of things that you care.
Okay, time to do another load of laundry. I need to skip time. That is like... Load of laundry is technically not number 1 on priority. It's actually technically number 3 on the priority. No, actually, if I include this, which is just a forever pastime that can literally wait, then it's 4 on the priority. Heard a sound.
About from these beefs and from this harassment. There are a lot of people that you've just bullied and they have nothing to gain out of it. Frogan isn't making a bag from this. She's not getting content out of this.
Yeah.
You're attacking her in relentless ways and endorsing so much worse harassment than what even you sent her way.
Yeah. The shitty, which his own crew actually recognized, which he complained about when they recognized that.
He said and posted about Frogan over the past years is like insanely nasty.
Yeah.
Worse than anyone I've seen. If this is true, absolutely mind-blowing, insane.
Hold on. It's not worse than anything you've seen. How could it be worse than anything you've seen?
Literally, no. I guess
He was
not.
very nasty. Well, I'm just saying, people get lay down and like.
I'm talking about
and
specifically against Frogan.
But like he called her fat, right, and ugly, which
like there are wake-up calls after wake-up calls after wake-up calls for members of his community that see him engage in everything from the most self-centered, most narcissistic, childish way possible. What about me? I am actually the biggest victim of all time. Me. Like, I've made it a point to always mention that regardless of the financial hit or regardless of the endless amounts of harassment and maybe even legal, like criminal repercussions that might come my way, that my commentary on this issue is important to me and I don't care about the penalties because it's inconsequential in comparison to all of the real victims that are experiencing a genocide. Okay, it's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. So even when people, or even when I personally bring up like, oh, after October 7, like a third of my community left, that was a major exodus. That made me feel horrible because it made me feel as though people were just completely oblivious to what was actually unfolding.
And in closing, I will reiterate so that, there's no ambiguity about it. Anissa and I are no longer involved in Creator Clash. We're stepping down completely. We hope that the event is a massive success this year. We hope that all the fighters get what they wanted out of it. I'm sorry that I'm such a nasty person who just wants to roll around in the I'll put the link to Creator Clash down in the description if you want to support them in their mission to get creators to fight and raise money for charity. You can do that down there. I will be doing that on my own, and I hope you guys have a good time.
Surely the good guy in this situation f***ed up a charity event, right? Yeah, of course. For purely personal reasons, too.
I need to
Good evening,
move
gentle
this
listener, and welcome
on where
to
the carrots were. We've got
This
a few
episode,
damn
Biblical Bob gets Barristerial, then beats the boys into choosing between Lilliputian and large. Left Mark loves lava, has a ball-bashing buddy, and drowns in pet poo. Waggish Wade has a pro saver, avoids penny farthings, and loves it loose, never tight. From Delay's dog doctors to popping pills. Yes, it's time for Big or Small Part 2. Now sit back and prepare to be distracted and enjoy the show.
All right, let's do a fun episode, everybody. Keep it up. Keep it light.
Phone!
I like the directional jazz hands.
I call those jizz hands. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to your favorite podcast. Boy, I hope Wade's video from 1 second before I started this introduction is included in this episode.
Nope.
Yeah, welcome back. This is Distractable, the show where I'm the host because I won last week, and my two friends who are here with me will be competing to win this week, and then they host the next one, and there's points, and we write them down on things, and the rules don't really matter because, let's be honest, most of us forget them halfway through each episode and just arbitrarily do whatever the hell we want. I mean, it's not arbitrary, though, because that's against the rules, but I forget the rules exist, so maybe that doesn't. Anyway, my name's Bob, I'm the host, and my competitors for today, as per usual, Mark and Wade. Say hi, Mark and Wade.
Hi, I'm Mark.
I'm Mark and Wade. Oh.
Well, at least one of you can follow instructions.
Yeah, Wade. Follow instructions, nerd. Ha! Loser!
I can't hear very well because I'm bald right now.
You dweeb!
Look at this. Wade, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Pull your car to the side of the road and look what I'm doing.
I milk your thumb.
Milk it.
Editors, make both of them blow up. Make both of them explode and the bathtub from way back. The next part we usually do is small talk. It's been like a week since we hung out and did this, so some cool stuff must have happened, right? What's going on?
Chica's fine.
Oh, good. That's convincing.
Be very careful with that word, that combination of words. My dogs are fine and not in well for me.
My dog is fine. Chica's
those are
fine.
on
She's
the-
fine.
Just say it at least 5 more times. It'll be way more convincing.
God, this is an ugly face.
That's a good one.
That one's a special gift for the viewers, I guess.
Well, I only care about them. We know that. We learned that.
Pulled over for the thumb milking. They stay for the Wade face.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Okay. Load of laundry in process.
Listen, she's fine. She's had diarrhea for a few days in a row, and then this morning she puked, and she puked undigested food from the night before. So I'm like, I looked that up, and it's like possibly an obstruction, or either way, food isn't passing through the stomach, which is a problem, so I had to take her to a vet. Going to an emergency vet is the biggest time sink you could possibly ever imagine. I called one place up first, and they went through the whole process of taking all the information, like getting everything written down, all like name, all the further records, and it took like 10 minutes to get through all of it because he didn't understand what I was saying. And then at the end of that, he said, all right, the current wait time is about 3 hours, and that's from the moment that you walk in the door. And I'm like, that doesn't sound like an emergency. That doesn't sound anything like that. So I go to this other place, I call ahead, and they're like, yeah, we're open, not busy right now, but the doctor doesn't come in for another hour. And I was like, perfect, I'll go there, get there early, I'll be first in line. And I was, but then I waited an hour even after the doctor arrived there, and then I was in the waiting room for like a long time, and then the doctor rolls in. I didn't see, he came in through the back door in a secret entrance apparently, but I go in the subdivided room, and then I'm waiting there with Chica for another hour, and then they finally come in, and there's like, okay, and then they take her, and I'm waiting in the waiting room again for another 2 hours. And meanwhile, I'm just like, well, Chica's just back there. Can't you come out? It can't be like constant testing. And then, finally they call me into the room again. They're like, oh, we got the results in. I go into the room where she's not there, sit there for another 30 minutes in the room before someone finally comes out and says, yeah, here, we didn't find anything. All the blood work is comprehensive. And I'm glad that they did all that. She's fine. They sent off a stool sample for the lab. That's all fine. I brought in that stool sample myself. I was thinking ahead.
Good boy.
And then they were like, all right, we're just going to give her this medication. Here's charges. We're going to get this, and we'll be right out the door. I was not right out the door. It was another 45 fucking minutes. I almost fell asleep in the waiting room. Literally, by then it was jam-packed, but it was like I go in the small room where she wasn't, and then I'm told to leave the small room where she wasn't. I was like, couldn't you have come out to the waiting room? Whatever. So I sit there, and I almost fall asleep. And finally, I pay them a lot of money, and then I wait a little longer, and then there's Chica.
I wish you told us, because Bob and I have been sitting here in a call for 8.5 hours waiting for you.
I appreciate that, yeah. I appreciate that.
I thought of this, and now I'm too ashamed to say it sincerely, but I still would like everyone to hear it. They made you come into the back room to give you the information privately because there's the Papa laws. I give myself -1 point for Papa.
We're not going any up from here. It's all down. That's the peak.
It's funny you mention that because I've got some small talk news that's bigger than me.
Like 6'5"?
July 25th. Carly Casella wrote a nice article in Health called Surprise Hair Loss Breakthroughs. Sugar gel triggers robust regrowth. Oh. Apparently, there was some kind of study going on where they were doing something with mice, which is pretty typical, and they put this sugar gel on mice. I don't even think it was supposed to be for hair loss. It was supposed to be for something else. But they noticed that when they used the sugar gel on the mice, they were like, their fur started growing back better and thicker than previous things had, and they were like, huh.
Wait, is it mice with like a little bald patch on the top of their head? How are these mice balding?
I don't know what they had done, but I think whatever they were doing to the mice before, they didn't expect the fur to grow back, I think.
What were they doing that needed sugar? Is this just sugar in gel form? You say sugar gel.
Yeah, what is this, gummy bears, or what is this?
Deoxyribose gel.
Oh.
Isn't that DNA? Doesn't sound like sugar.
But researchers have found it worked just as well as minoxidil, which is a topical treatment for hair loss, commonly known by the brand name Rogaine.
Wait, so it's not better? How?
Dude, I read the article 5 days ago.
How's that a breakthrough if it's not better than the current treatment?
Same but different is still a breakthrough, Mark, okay? Come on.
I think that they found that this was working, and now they're gonna it was by complete accident. That wasn't what that was intended to do. And now they're like,
also glad I figured out
crazy.
how to
We should
harvest
investigate this
correctly.
further. I think we're at
Apparently
that
it's
step where we don't quite
orientation
know
based,
yet.
and I
We
never
gotta
knew
experiment.
that.
We just
So
gotta
sometimes
put
I just spend a long
things
ass
on
time
your
going,
head. Start with tapioca,
can I
we'll
open
move
you?
to elk's blood, and then we'll
fine.
try lava for like a
I'll
quick
go
second.
far away and hopefully get out of render.
Dude, imagine if lava works.
We won't know until science.
Nice icy
Why
hot
can't I
lava
open
and
you?
then absolute zero
I thought I
ice.
figured that out.
Yes. You have some?
Doesn't everyone? Absolute 0 calories in my absolute 0 ice.
It sounds like you should get some sugar gel. Are you saying you're gonna try this, or?
I mean, I'm gonna wait till they do a little bit more research on it, but
The thing about this is, unless it's something more than it sounds like it is, it doesn't sound like it can hurt you. What's sugar gel gonna do that's bad? Make you sticky?
Yeah, exactly. Was it going to give your head diabetes?
Probably not.
Diabetes is in the feet. We all know.
I got skinabetes. It's just diabetes of my head skin from all the sugar gel.
Well, anyway, wait, that's a great breakthrough.
Hey, it's very important.
You could do what almost every influencer who's balding does and fly to Turkey. Apparently, that's the thing. And there's a horrific picture of like a tryptophobia picture of a plane full of people who just had it.
Oh no!
I don't know if you've ever seen pictures of who had just got like the hair transplant surgery. It's horrifying to look at. And then it's a picture. It's a picture in a plane from seeing all these heads from behind, and it's just everyone has just.
Is this the follicle replacement or like the strip?
It's the follicle implants, isn't it? You know what it reminds me of? There's that one doll head in Sid's room in Toy Story where it has the hair like that. It always reminds me of that. Yeah, no, I get it. I definitely get that. If I might be starting to thin out at the front here a little bit, and so I don't know what's going to happen. Baldness does kind of run in some of my family.
Me too.
I don't know. I don't think I can do shaved head. I don't know exactly what route to take. I might just have to wear hats 24/7. I'm not entirely sure. I guess I should start putting sugar in my hair and not in my mouth. That'll treat both my diseases.
You just gotta go to Turkey. I don't know what happens at the Turkey International Airport, but you step off that plane, 10 men jump out with dark cloaks and razors. You'll be.
It's not at a hospital. It's just you go. It's like one of those 10-minute nap hotels at the airport, but it's a hair transplant.
I have a hair person who shaves my head who swears by going to Turkey for different things.
Is this serious?
Yeah, actually.
What is the benefit of having her shave your head?
I have really thick hair in the back, and there are times where I just flat out don't have time to do it, because it actually takes a very long time to get my head as smooth as I'd like to get it. So days like before I'm about to travel, because we're doing like a family photo in Minnesota, it's like, didn't have a lot of time today, so rather than me spending 2 hours and like, then Molly be like, you left the spot. I'm like, damn it. I just go there and have them do it because it's quick.
He's got a bald guru.
She also apparently is just like, has all kinds of listen, I could talk about that lady for a while. She's so fast. She's the most fascinating person I've met.
Is she from Turkey? Why does she have so many Turkey connections?
No, I think she's from Russia, actually.
That's closer to Turkey than we are, probably, but...
Yeah, she's got a love web, and she loves to go into like what's going on in her love life when we talk, and it's always so fascinating. But that's neither here nor there, but she's big on like telling people to go to Turkey. Because when I came in and she thought I was 10 years older than I am, she was like, have you thought about going to Turkey and having them do something? So you don't look so old? And I was like,
that's the thing, yeah.
I could. She's very blunt. Very blunt. But I found something in the article about the mice. They were studying how sugars heal the wounds of mice when applied topically.
Oh.
So the mice had like lesions or wounds that like no longer had hair growing on them. And they put this on there to help heal the wounds. And they were surprised whenever it was also growing fur back.
No, yeah, sugar is good for wounds because it's hydroscopic. Sugar really sucks the juice, you know?
So they haven't actually, as of the time of me reading this article, this doesn't mention them doing any human studies on it, but they've done it with mice. They're like, wow, that's actually pretty effective. Molly sent me that, and I was reading it, and I was like, this is kind of fascinating.
Molly's sending not very subtle hints. Hey, look at this new treatment breakthrough for baldness.
Yeah, every now and then, I wonder, I'm like, do you really like to be bald?
Yeah, it's great.
I'm like falling asleep. She likes to browse Reddit when she goes to sleep. It's like, what are you browsing over there?
You wake up and she's standing over you with a big vat of sugar gel, just like, no, sorry.
Are you hungry? Cereal. Where's my head? Anyway, that's all I got.
Maybe that's why your house smelled like maple syrup. She got a bunch of sugar gel for you.
Have you looked at the names on this research article? Have you looked closely at these names?
No, I don't know. Mark, what's it say?
I was implying that your wife was named on the. I was trying to imply that she was one of the researchers in this.
I get.
Because the maple syrup cat piss event was way back before this research occurred. I'm so smart.
That was too clever, Mark. Too clever point for you.
You know, Carly ends in a Y, and so does Molly. Coincidence?
Oh my god. Editors, play the X-Files theme. Let it go way too long. Just keep playing it. Keep it going. For some reason, we're getting copyrighted.
Man, top tier small talk this week, guys. You both accrued several points over the course of that. Anything else before we move on, or everyone happy?
Nah, I'm good.
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Guys, I have a reprieve for you. I've been doing a lot of episodes lately where I'm asking you questions that have objectively correct answers. It's been fun. But I want to give you a kind of an easier one. So this week we're gonna have some discussions that have subjectively correct answers, and we don't have to agree. But if you pick the wrong answer, it's gonna be hard to earn points.
Okay, so there's no right answer, but if we pick the wrong answer, we don't get points.
No, there is a right answer. It just is subjective. But there's one right answer to each question. Anyway.
But there's no wrong answers.
They're definitely wrong answers. We've done this before. It's big or small too, everybody.
Oh,
yeah.
What was that?
You don't remember that?
No, I remember.
The teeth, big or small teeth. We had quite the discussion.
Oh, right. Now I remember. Yes.
So this is, we're going to debate, I have a list of things. We're going to debate whether it would be better to have big or small. And it's all very relative, and there is a correct answer for each one, but it's completely subjective, and we'll figure out what it is.
Will we be able to ask qualifying questions about like how big?
Oh no, yeah, we're gonna define the scenarios. So
Okay.
I've got like the softest of softballs to start with. Dog.
Big.
And I'm not talking like Chica versus like Wade's or my
I see.
dogs. I'm talking like Clifford the Big Red Dog, size of a house, or like a dog that you could ride in your breast pocket, like what could be Tinkerbell's dog.
I'm gonna jump right in front of this. If it's Clifford big, you gotta go small because Chica, at her current size, punches me in the balls. I do not want to take a full sprint, ram into my crotch. I will be torn in half. The clothes I'm wearing will be found in the next county, and then my testicles, they'll just obliterate on impact. I'll be dead, but it's bad.
Let me backpack with that. Mark, you were talking about Chica a little bit ago being sick, and when sick puppies have vomiting or diarrhea, they can make quite the mess.
Oh, God.
Clifford, the big red dog, having a tummy ache. The neighbor's house is getting a new paint job.
If you don't let her out in time, she gotta go. Like, you just drive.
The neighbor's like, I don't remember us having a pond, and you're like, we didn't.
You're like in your office, down the hall, like working, you're just on your computer, and in the distance you just hear like a rumbling, like a whooshing rumbling, like, oh no, in the house, no! It's like a flood.
I was originally thinking to myself, I was like, we've already got small animals. You can have like a pet gerbil or mouse. Like, you don't want a dog that small. A big dog would be so much fun. But then feeding it.
Part of me wants the big dog so bad. I always thought, I love those books. I love Clifford the Big Red Dog. Part of me is like, I would take big. I want the biggest dog.
And imagine Clifford is a puppy, like, whenever you're a little bit aggressive and you're trying to play and it like accidentally nips you. You lost your arm.
The rest of me, which is 98% of me, is like, go small.
How small? Like this small, in the palm of your hand small?
Like dangerously small. It doesn't have to be a specific size measurement, but like small enough where it's like, if you're cuddling in bed, be careful.
So like a mouse size or smaller?
Like a little hamster. Oh, man. Well, actually, no, you can take care of a hamster. I guess in comparison, you just wouldn't treat it the same way as a dog, right?
Oh, a little dog in a hamster ball? Oh!
You could have a little dog backpack thing with like, that could climb up. Oh! You could, hamster paths where you like goes around your whole house. You have like doggy paths.
Definitely small. I go small.
All right. Well, I told you that was an easy one, and small is the correct answer. So good work, everybody.
Good.
Immediately we went with Mark went with the balls, and I just immediately thought of all the shit.
The initial response for me too was definitely big, but what do you think about that?
Big furry dinosaur.
We're gonna keep it easy, but I'm interested in this one. Bicycle. It's a bike that you need. I don't know if you need to ride it to work, but it's a thing that you like doing it. It's something you do regularly. The smallest bike that you can physically ride. So it's not like so small that you can't ride it. It is a bike and you can ride it. Or the biggest bike you could physically wrangle into technically riding it around. Which of those is preferable?
Ego says, man, I want the big one. Put me on a big bike, but I still think small. Because if it's going to be that awkward to handle, either big or small, if it's small, at least you're not falling as far. If it's big and you crack that fucker, you're falling a distance.
That's a concern.
Having been through a few bike wrecks, yeah, I don't want to be any higher up off the ground when I go flying.
Is this like a lifted truck situation with you've got monster truck wheels and you like at a certain point you have to start having bike nuts and then probably a Trump flag, like let's be honest.
Okay, let's bike nuts, like the little testicles that hang from the back?
Yeah, like truck nuts, but bike nuts.
Is it like the little paper that you put on your wheel, but it's the balls that are flapping up and down so they hit the smack them?
It's one nut on each side of your back spokes, and they're just like flapping violently as they wang around.
Oh man, you know, that's as tempting as that sounds, but yeah, Wade brings up a good point. I mean, you could have really wide wheels.
I guess my thing for this to limit the bigness would be you can't have to have like a special building to get onto the bike. I would say it would be more a matter of like it being very long and tall, but like not so tall you couldn't climb up on it. Maybe with like a step stool or something, but like this isn't like you need a 2-story building where you hop off the roof of the building onto the top of the bike situation. It's more just like the biggest bike that a person could reasonably ride.
If I'm coming up over, there's an overpass, right? Should I be worried about that overpass? It's like 10'7", and I'm staring at it at eye level. Is that how big?
It's gonna be like roller coasters, where when you're on a roller coaster and you're going under, and you're always kind of like, huh? But actually, there's like a lot of space. It's like that level.
There are too many trees that don't get trimmed, at least in Cincinnati, the right level.
No, that's true.
Where branches hit your car, your truck. If you're on a bike and you're getting whacked with fucking tree branches and power lines.
On my normal size e-bike, there's already a lot of trees in the face action on some of the. That's true.
Just walking as 6 foot or taller, you get hit in the face with fucking trees, much less on your big bike.
I guess I just can't relate to this experience, but I defer to your wisdom.
Well, branches don't grow below 6 feet. They know better.
They just don't do it.
You guys have roots you gotta climb over.
All right, fine. I'll take my tiny bicycle. This is like the bike that clowns will.
Yeah, this is like you get on it and it like squeaks and you're like.
It has to squeak. It absolutely has to.
It squeaks because it's tiny. Tiny things squeak. This is a fact.
I'm not a fan of this bike, but like I hate the thought of big bike, just like big dog. Too much negative.
All right, well, that's the correct answer. We're all in a lot of agreement. I was thinking there'd be more. You don't have to disagree. I just assumed that there would be.
We are 3 strapping lads in our prime. We know what's right.
I think this next one might divide us a little bit. Pants, big or small? And we're not talking, on the big end, we're not talking like Jinko jeans. We're talking like belong on a different species of two-legged animal, like so big that it's like a kind of an issue. You can walk around, but you have to like lift it up like a hoop skirt.
Is it like long legs that are like dragging under your shoes and stuff too?
Yeah, not like outrageously long, but definitely way too long, and just a lot of material. And on the small side, definitely thinking like, you have to exist and they have to cover you, but like just the tightest, smallest, like skinniest skinny jeans that a person could.
One testicle on each side. Is this what we're talking about here?
There's no longer a mystery as to what you're packing in these jeans. Everyone can see everything because they are that small and tight.
Your feet are purple from the lack of blood flow. Okay, well, I think big has to be the one, because if you go to the Met Gala, you'll look really chic with your train of jean leg trailing behind you and your team.
What a relatable experience.
Oh, I'm sorry. Have you never seen the Met Gala? You don't have to experience something to relate it. I've never been there. Imagine yourself on the sun. Oh, look at this guy on the sun.
The fact that I didn't know if you'd been invited to the Met Gala, I think says enough. I was like, Mark might have been there. I don't know.
When I'm at Burlington Coat Factory picking out my cargo shorts, the second thought I have once I check the size on the shorts themselves is, now how would these make me look at the Met Gala? Because you don't want to leave that out of the equation when you're talking dressing yourself. The big is definitely stylish. Like the big, there's a lot of big in fashion right now, and that's.
I gotta go big too. I feel like girls' pants they're already living the super small, tight life and just look so uncomfortable. I don't need a jean in my asshole. Crotch space, man, listen, I live my life in basketball shorts. I'm wearing them right now. I don't want anything uncomfortable or tight. I like loose fitting.
What if it's so big though that it's like out to here and you have suspenders holding it out like that?
We got belts, suspenders. You fold it around, make it like a nice little like wrapped thing, and there's scissors to make it shorter.
Look, for people like you who are tall, you don't have a lot of people looking down on you. But for me, people would be looking at either eye level or below, and if they look down, oh, there's your dick. I think there's the same problem as the too small pants.
I feel like that does run into you do need to be fully clothed in the garment. So it has to be big, like outrageously big, but it does have to like cover your bits.
Okay, gotcha.
When we were in high school, the baggy clothes were in, right? So like every dude was walking around with a hand holding his pants up while he walked around. That was the style. I'm imagining that, but maybe a little bit wider and long. And I used to be a pretty scrawny dude. Like even when I was like over 6 foot, 6'2", 6'3", I was very, very skinny. And finding any kind of like swim trunks or pants or shorts that fit me right, if they were the right length to be baggy, then they were wide enough for two Wades to be in there. And it's just like your belt, you're fucking like rolling up those pants in the weirdest way to get the belt to make the waist fit.
Dude, I don't know what people think long pant wearers are in need of, but I am not a skinny guy. I have been like a big fat guy my whole life. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I'm fat. I am. I wear a big belt. I have a large number as my waist size. Pants that are the right length for me as a tall person are still too big in the waist, which seems fucked up. I don't wear a small waist. I'm tall and big. There are stores for us specifically, but they make any pants that are like 32 inches long or more. The waist is like 64 inches. It's like, some people wear that size, but I don't know, man.
I'm glad that things that fit are more in a little bit now than they were when we were growing up, because like swimming trunks were so hard to find. If they were going to cover my knees, it's like, well, my ass is coming out in these, and none of them ever have it where you can actually tighten the waist. Like swimming trunks especially have always been the biggest nightmare for me to find, and I'm heavier now than I used to be, so things fit a little bit better in the way that they're designed. But like,
I have to say I'm a little surprised we're agreeing on big here. I think I would pick small if I could make a couple assumptions about it. If it's stretchy material, it would still be tight, but if it's stretchy.
You said jeans, which are stretchy.
There are stretchy jeans. And if I can be promised and guaranteed that I'm not going to like rip the crotch out, I think I would go small.
Well, I know I'd rip the crotch out.
As a person who has had a lot of pants in my life where like it didn't fit right, and I was constantly having to like pull up the waist because the sizing's messed up, I wouldn't feel good about how I would look, and it would probably come with some discomfort that I'm underestimating potentially. I would rather have small and just like have pants that stayed on me that I didn't have to fucking carry around with me like a backpack.
I get that, but man, sitting in tight pants is so uncomfortable. I don't know. I don't like tight.
Yeah, I'm on fire.
All right, next one. And this is going to apply to you, Wade, so maybe this will help you on your upcoming family trip. Suitcase, big or small? There is definitely a right answer to this one. That's why I'm going to let that slide, because I thought you guys actually convinced me a lot and sort of swayed me from. There's a correct answer to this one. Suitcase, big or small?
Are we allowed to talk about it before we just say?
Yeah, we could talk it through.
Is it big, even the small one, is it big enough to actually hold the stuff you need to bring?
It holds enough things that you will survive your trip, but it definitely does not hold even 80% of the pile of every single thing you might want to bring with you on this trip. But it holds enough where it's like you're not gonna not have a toothbrush, you're not gonna not have any clean clothes with you, but you're gonna have a very Spartan experience on this journey.
Okay, and big is like so big that what? Like you have to check it, and even then it's a pain.
Big is when the luggage guy, you know, when you get your bag in there and they put it on the train. Your suitcase is another train car in the chain of suitcase cars.
It actually has a flatbed that it sits on because it doesn't fit into the shelf like the rest of them do.
They have to tie it to the wing with some nylon and straps.
When you get to the front of the line and the person who checks your bag in, they look at your bag and they go, and they start reaching to get something out, and they got like special tags and things.
They got chalk. They got it.
It's a whole experience to get that bag checked in. That's how big it is.
Small. It's got to be small. You can have, checking a bag usually costs extra, but you can usually have at least carry-on and a personal item. And for me, backpack, really small suitcase, I'll get by. If Molly and I are sharing a bag, Dear God, we need big, but I'm going to assume this is for me, and that's her problem. Give me small.
But not only, whenever I go to the Met Gala,
When you're flying to the Met Gala, yes,
I
yes.
like to fly
You're a big fan.
with my diamond medallion status. I get free checked bags. Baby, make them as big as they make them. It's not my problem. I pay for that problem to go away. I'm sorry you don't have this luxurious experience that I do. And it don't matter how big it is.
How are you going to get it there, man, if it doesn't fit in your trunk?
My trunk? You think I'm bringing my own bag to the airport with me? I'm carrying it? I'm going to the Met Gala.
How dare I think about the normal person, you're right.
Yeah, excuse me. Excusing you. Big.
I'm glad you picked big, Mark, because it's subjectively incorrect.
All right.
I mean subjectively, but also objectively. I think we all know that that's true, and that's bonus points to Wade.
Too small is annoying, but like, especially flying out of Cincinnati, man, even if you were in first class, the little luggage things are so tiny, you have to check your bag.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you guys flew recently during the Cybertruck strike. That's
Oh,
what
wait,
it's called.
Crowd
storm
strike.
imminent.
Man, oh man, CVG, the bag graveyard that it was, I learned a new appreciation for, even if you can check a bag, maybe you shouldn't sometimes, especially if you have a layover. So going small and not have to worry about that shit again, that seems good, because my God, was that something to witness.
Coward.
Yep. You know what I am. Don't tell me.
I actually also exclusively fly first class because I am also Diamond Medallion Plus member.
Oh, Jesus, you asshole.
So I would go big, but I think we all know the correct answer is small. So Wade.
Oh, well, if 2 out of the 3 people that matter in the world say that it's big, wouldn't that subjectively make it the right answer?
That would probably objectively make it the right answer, but subjectivity applied liberally to the situation.
I just want to point out that he said I matter.
He implied that you matter. There might be a third other person who's not here right now who's actually in that list. Don't count your chickens before they're in first class.
Editors, reveal the webcam of the mysterious 4th member of the podcast.
Anyway, good effort, everybody. All right, this one I'm gonna need to explain a little bit, but
Small, final answer.
You might be right. Medicine, pills, medicine.
Oh.
It's a thing of, if it's small, it's like you have to take 100 of them. In small pills, they're tiny, that you swallow a handful at a time. But to get the full amount of medicine you have to take, you take like just an unreasonable amount, like at least a few dozen pills. Some amount that's like a lot of pills to take, but they're very small.
Can you butt chug them?
Well, that's not a right now question.
Yeah, you can always butt chug. Always. You don't have to ask us for permission.
Big in this case would be, obviously you can take it orally, like in the same way that you would take the little ones, but it's about the biggest thing that you could physically get down your hole. It's not like you have to force it down. You do, like, put it in your mouth, drink some water, swallow it like a pill, but it's like, you look at it and you're like,
TikTok update from a while ago. Did you guys ever follow the journey of, I think his name was Bevo?
Yes.
You lost me at TikTok update.
I've talked about him on this show before.
Yeah. So his story ended with him in the hospital, I think.
With a ruptured esophagus?
So wait, this is what, I'm gonna gesticulate what he did. Look at me. Oh, right, you know what it is.
You know the rules. Big ups, Jesus Christ. Big ups, beans.
Mm-hmm. I said something right before, but then it's like imagine a whole baked potato, right? Well,
Jesus.
Not so bad. That's
So his stick, to explain it to you, Wade, since you clearly don't know, his whole stick is he says a bunch of shit, and then he always goes, you know the rules. And the rules are, apparently, you have to take as much into your mouth as physically possible. And so he's always eating something, and whatever it is, he always goes, big ups, whatever, you know the rules. Oh, that's delicious.
And swallows it whole.
It sounds like a ruptured esophagus or a blockage.
It sounds like he's about to choke to death, and there are a couple specific videos where he gets like a huge bite and he's all, but he survives.
Well, yeah, you always survive until you don't.
Yeah, I don't think he does it anymore.
But he lived. He's still alive.
As far as we know.
That's like the girl who bottled farts that ended up in the hospital because she was doing so much like unhealthy food stuff in order to make more gas.
What the fuck? No, that's true. That's true. She was selling Gamer Girl farts in a jar, and she was eating a large amount of unhealthy. I think it was maybe a lot of beans or cheeseburgers or something, so she could fart more.
Where? Yeah, but it was like messing up her body. Did you say where?
You can't get it. No, you can't get it anymore, Mark. It's not available. It's not available.
Where can I buy it?
The fart's all done been smelt.
So you're saying the farts are floating out there in the atmosphere? So
you're probably smelling one right now. Just. It's in there.
All I gotta smell is I got Cam4. I've been putting it on my hands because I get sore hands from editing.
Well, Mark, you already gave your final answer. Do you want to elaborate on it? Or you?
I mean, it's clear here. The reason I brought up Bevo was evidence to the small is because if it's big, it's a terrible experience. Small, you like mini M&Ms. Mini M&Ms are the superior M&M form. We all know this. Oh! I don't know what happened to me there. I don't know what I was doing.
Your dog, that dog in you came out, Mark. You got that dog in there.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Dude, M&M minis in like the little plastic container, that was so good.
No, minis are definitely in the triumvirate of the top tier, but I don't know if they claim the absolute top spot or not. For me, that's a tough call.
What about mini M&M peanuts? What would they do? Break a peanut?
Oh, how would they? Yeah, they'd have to break it up into pieces, but
it would be like crushed peanut bits, but then made into 8 peanut M&Ms.
Okay, this is something Ethan could never ever hope to imagine. I'm laughing at him. You know the peanut nipple? You know the peanut nipple, right? On a peanut, there's a little nipple there. It's just that. So it's just that coated in chocolate, because you could kind of break that piece off there and it would be consistent enough. It'd be like a sunflower seed. Chocolate covered sunflower seeds I've had before, and they're very good.
You could use the rest of that peanut in a regular peanut M&M. You just have nip ones and regular ones.
I gotta go small too, man. I'd love to disagree and give you more ammo, Bob, but the small pills, I would rather take a bunch of little pills than one big one. I don't want to. After the uvula in my throat, I don't want anything else big in my throat, man.
Yeah, you guys are really going all in on the same answer here, and I gotta say, as a person who takes a surprising amount of pills, I looked at it recently, and I think 8 pills a day, because I take a vitamin, and I take a supplement, and I take another vitamin B that we talked about previously. I'm still doing that, see if that helps at all. And the vitamin C pill that I take is spicy, because it's acidic, you know, and when you put the pills in your mouth and that hits your tongue at 7 in the morning, you're kind of like, oh, that's a lot. I would rather just have one. I understand that it would be difficult, but as a person whose daily routine includes an annoying amount of pills, some of which are real tiny, like 4 or 5 of the ones I take are like smaller than a normal aspirin. They're almost nothing. It's just annoying. You drop them, you gotta organize them, I have a little pill, because it's such a pain in the ass to have that many bottles where you're like, 1 of these, 2 of this one, God, don't drop any pills, the dog's gonna eat them. I'd rather just have 1. Did I freeze, or are you guys...
We're judging you so hard, you stupid.
You're both wrong, idiots.
You just get like a little spoonful of yogurt or mashed potato or something, you put the pills in there and just swallow.
It's actually not a bad idea.
I'm imagining a pill this large. That's what I'm imagining.
You have to be able to physically swallow it. There's a limit.
According to Bevo, you could.
I don't think I could swallow that. And I don't mean like you could physically jam it down your throat. It'd have to be a thing where it wouldn't cause you physical harm to swallow it on a daily basis.
All right, like this big? Are we talking like a battery size?
I've seen videos of guys and girls swallowing bigger things than that.
That's on the upper end of what I was imagining, but yeah, somewhere in that ballpark, I would happily shotgun one of those bad boys a day as opposed to dropping pills everywhere and fucking...
If I swallow this right now and die, will you give me the point?
That's worth at least 2 points, I guess, yeah.
Everyone pull over to the side of the road. You gotta watch this one. Oh, big gulp. I'm dead.
That's 2 points to Mark, I guess.
Jesus, I'm getting railroaded here, man. Well, thankfully he can't compete for any more points now, right?
If he comes back to life, he loses the 2 points, just to be clear.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, interesting discussion. I think...
Hey, what's up, guys? Back from the afterlife here. Want to finish this episode out strong.
I'm gonna cross out dead and take those 2 points away real quick.
Can I get 1 point? I'm a ghost, man.
All right, I'll give you 1 ghost point.
Okay, cool. You hear my echoey voice and everything?
Editors, don't do any of this. Just make him live with what he's done.
No, please. I sign your checks.
That's not even true. None of us sign shit.
You're right, but I can call the person who does.
I know them too. I have their number too. I'll call them and tell them not to listen to Mark. You don't even worry about it.
All right, fine.
Well, I'll definitely agree and be correct on this next one. Insects. And think about it, because the initial knee-jerk response seems obvious, because we're talking like insects the size of a horse or a car. Outrageously big, right? This is the point. This is unrealistically big insects. Or the small, it's not a decrease in overall total mass. They're just small individual. There's a lot of It swarms. The small would mean any kind of insect. It's just an unbelievable swarm of things that you basically breathe in.
But a horse mosquito taking a bite would just instantly kill us.
Well, but you could fight, everyone could have like their mosquito shotgun. Like you could fight, it's big enough you could fight it off.
This is literally Starship Troopers. This is the plot of it. The bugs.
Oh, that's true. That's true, actually.
And they were so big that guys with really advanced machine guns were still dying left and right. I don't want to be hit by the bug shooting plasma acid out of its forehead.
Let's set a limit. Let's set a realistic limit. It is big, but let's say that there's no bug that's so big that it poses a threat of death to you on a regular basis.
There are bugs right now that threaten us.
Maybe there are bugs that are the size of small chihuahuas. And if it flew up to you, you could just be like, get away.
Aren't there already those in Australia right now?
Probably. I don't know what the hell goes on down there. They got all kinds of crazy shit in Australia.
Aren't there mosquitoes like in the Amazon or Australia that are already like the size of a chihuahua?
They got farms covered in spiders because spiders fly on the wind because they're made of nightmares, gasoline. I don't even know. Like, Australia doesn't count in this because we're talking about the real world, okay? I don't know what happens down there. How dare you bring up Australia to my face?
Well, see, with the small, you kind of already have that with gnats. Like, gnats are terrible. They're awful.
But they can't sting you or anything, and they're still gross.
But you said, like, that in your mouth, you breathe them in.
But like mosquitoes, like you could get 1,000 mosquito bites if you accidentally wander through a swarm of miniature micro mosquitoes. They would be micro mosquito bites, but like they still, like there's some way that works out probably in this world.
Imagine going outside, like your dog needs to potty and you look out and there's just like several mosquitoes like...
On the glass slider door, there's a mosquito the size of a tennis racket just looking at you like...
Proboscis makes like a...
Do they get to talk anthropomorphically in this world that we're building?
I'm sure, yes, absolutely.
I think it's way worse if the mosquito looks at you and goes, hey, come out here.
It's a literal vampire asking for permission.
I hate the world of big, but in this I've got to go big because like the thought of the swarm of tiny mosquitoes covering you outside.
That already exists. It already exists.
But gnats don't bite you. Gnats don't hurt you. They're just...
No, but I mean a swarm of mosquitoes, it still occurs. Like that also is...
I get it, but like if they're so small, like you could barely see them to even get them off of you, like...
I don't want to open that door and have a mosquito filling the door frame, staring at me.
I don't either, man. But at least you're the enemy you can see rather than the enemy you can't.
My boar spear, its nose would through the door like the boar spear. It would get me.
Imagine like the little drain, like the hot air goes out from like your dryer and stuff outside. Imagine just a swarm of tiny things just going in there and you're laying in your room and just this cloud of darkness emerges. It's like, what is happening? And they just fucking cover you.
No, everything would need like HEPA filters. Like you would need mosquito nets wouldn't even work. You need like mosquito plastic balls.
I don't know about your guys' leaky ass houses with your bug size holes. I got filtration in central air.
And it's not good enough. You need a hazmat suit. If you're gonna have sex, you get a hazmat suit for 2 because you can't leave it ever.
I don't have sex outside like a Neanderthal.
You can't have it inside. The bugs are everywhere, dude.
Why? Okay, so we're just dead? Is that what it is? We're just dead? Dead from big, dead from small? Is that what the thing is? We're dead?
But big, you can at least fight back. You see them.
When's the last time you fought a horse?
Well, I thought you said smaller than a horse, but never.
Okay, I did back off from that and say smaller than a horse.
How much smaller? We looking at an elk?
In the range of like a small dog size, like an 8 to 10 pound dog size.
Small dog? Oh, well, if it's that.
I'm sorry, how many hundreds of times larger is that than a normal insect size?
A mosquito the size of a chihuahua, its proboscis would be through my neck. It wouldn't be able to get my blood because it'd kill me.
It wouldn't be able to get blood because it would go right through. Yeah, it'd be fine.
No! How many through?
You'd never get Zika virus because the virus would go right out the other side and it would never touch you.
And I'd be dead before it would even matter. That's
Nah, you'd be fine. It's not a stinger. It's like a slender little hypodermic needle.
You ever seen a stiletto? A knife, not the heel.
Now, I feel like these things would not get sustenance very easily. They'd go extinct quickly. The small ones, though.
I appreciate your commitment to the world building, Wade, and I don't like the picture you're painting. I'm with you.
I was painting a pretty good picture of the doorway mosquito. And
There's a big mosquito in the doorway. I've got a baseball bat. There's a swarm. It's like, what am I going to do? Hairspray and a lighter? What happens when the lighter runs out?
Ooh, flamethrower. Actually,
that would be an incredibly useful and effective strategy, yeah.
Yeah, well, also inside your house, like, if you're just like, everywhere you go.
Sure.
You're going to burn something down. You're going to burn your house down.
Objectively speaking, Wade is correct, but that was a very good one. And you had a close fight there, Mark. Wade really went all in and painted a picture that I
was world building.
I was looking at Wade's picture. I didn't see all your stuff. Anyway, next one. Very important. Toothbrush. It has to be a size that can fit into your mouth enough to reach your teeth. So I don't know if we're talking about big in terms of like very long.
Is it like, the strands of the fiber are just like really, really long, like broom length?
I'm not super clear on what kind of big the toothbrush is, but definitely the small one is like, you pick it up and it's like a dollhouse toothbrush. And you're like, this is like an hour to brush your teeth of just like...
2 hours of your day devoted just to brushing teeth.
I mean, you don't have to, you brush half and half. The time is not specific, but it's tiny. It's a tiny little, it's like brushing your teeth with a splinter.
Here's what I'm going to say. At a certain size, it loses any effectiveness as like a toothbrush, right? Because the bristles, it'd just be one bristle to get any kind of effectiveness, and you can't get any stiffness out of it. At least if you're shoving a broom in your mouth, you're going to get some plaque off there. You're going to stab your gums quite a few times, but... it would still actually clean something and in a timely fashion. And think of how tough your gums would be afterwards. You'd have the healthiest set of chompers this side of the Mississippi. And I think that big's the only way to go there.
No. Small's the way to go here, because even if it's small, like you're saying, it's not one bristle. It's still going to be effective. That was part of the rules, so it's still going to work like a little doll hairbrush. And once you get back from the Met Gala, you just have your butler come in while you're sleeping and brush your teeth for you. That way you don't lose any time during your day. And it's so small, it's basically not going to be that noticeable.
I don't know about Mr. Rich Richardson here, but I've never been to the Met Gala, so I don't know about his experiences being relatable to the common man. That's what I'm here for, is to really grow the salt of the earth.
Life is about balance. The yin and the yang. You got your big pants, your small toothbrush. It's all about the yin and the yang to fit together. You need the small toothbrush.
I don't know what hypothetical world where he has big pants. This is a very strange man. He has odd fashionable choices. He cannot be trusted about the toothbrush decisions of the world.
Interesting. Well, subjectively speaking, the Mark is definitely correct.
Thank you.
So that's a big toothbrush point for Mark.
Shit.
You know what, Wade? I appreciate you taking the other side. I appreciate that. That's very nice of you. That's considerate. But you're wrong, and you suck. Next one. This one is one people kind of experience, because there is a range of sizes on this naturally already. But we're going to talk about this in this scale that's like concerning, as opposed to realistic.
Penis.
Fingers. Almost. So it'd be small enough that you still technically have fingers.
So I'm just imagining it.
Long and skinny, or like short and skinny, like barely...
Ooh, long and skinny. That'd be so fragile. I don't know. I feel like proportional, but small.
The finger men? The finger men from Spy Kids? That's what I'm imagining.
No, that was what inspired this. That image haunts me to this very day. I fucking hate those guys. Look up the finger guys from Spy Kids. Holy shit, did I hate that when I saw that movie as a kid.
Oh.
So we're talking small, but you could still pick small things up. Like, they have to function. You have a functioning hand of fingers, and the number is not different, but they're just unreasonably small. Like, you could only pick up the smallest of utensils for whatever you're doing, and that, there's a lack of strength. It creates issues. Big is the same, but big. They have to still fit on your hand, and they have to still work as fingers. But I think big needs to be longer. Like Slenderman-esque, like long, like not extra joints necessarily, but
like salad fingers.
But they're thick too, right? They gotta be thick and long.
They're out there. They're something.
I'm imagining you got your pinky toe size finger on each of these, just a little pinky toe nub on all these. That's small, okay? Big, it doesn't matter how big, how long, if you got big hands. You know what I'm saying? They got a certain, a je ne sais quoi about it, It's a status symbol.
In this universe, are we assuming that that's correct? So that is a rule that if you have big hands, you have big penis?
Yes, maybe, sure. Actually, I retract my no. I was drunk.
I accept your retraction. Well, the finger size is now apparently tied to penis size, so...
Small. I'll take it. Oh, it's the mic too. Oh, wait. Right now,
Hey, got enough? We're gonna do the other load tomorrow. Wait for laundry to finish up so I can just not have to worry about going outside. Oh, okay. Oh, it's almost enough. Unless the price has changed last minute, it should almost be enough. Oh, just need one more cog, bro. I suppose you're buying something that I have. I don't have that. I do want those. I won't make you that though. Like to sell, that's just gonna be for solo yoi.
baby dick.
Because at least then I could scratch and itch and do all the things.
Look, my opponent raises some good points, but it's called a Q-tip. You know, they're made for the ears.
You keep those on you at all times?
Yes, actually I do, all the time. But I would like to raise up 1 point. So even if it was gargantuanly, unfeasibly large, there is one inspiration, and Bob, I hope you can step outside of, I know you don't like the game, but Elden Ring. I'm going to bring up Elden Ring for a second.
You know, I've actually been playing that a lot lately. I'm coming around on it, but go ahead.
Okay, good. Okay. There's a certain weapon in the game, in the base game. It's not a spoiler for the DLC. And I'm going to share, I pulled up a video of it.
I think I actually know what you're about to show us. I do.
There's a weapon here. It's the finger weapon.
I don't care for it.
Imagine if your finger was so large that one... Think about how many rings you could have on it.
You could wear a lot of Elden Rings.
It would be very expensive to get rings the size of that finger.
I mean, you got a finger that big, you can, if you know what I mean.
But if you have small hands, you can just have like a little hand contraption made that you put your little hands into that are like normal sized hand things and still have functional hands. They're just working the little hand contraption.
You like these guys? I love these guys.
Oh, at the manor? Oh, God, yeah. Those hands have so much hand in them.
I hated those things.
Yeah, that's what it'd be. Yeah. Not only that, but your dick. Huge.
Mark is playing a video from, I forget exactly what it's called. It's called The Manor, the something Manor in Elden Ring.
Carrion Manor, I think.
Carrion Manor in Elden Ring, where there's these big hands that have like 8 to 10 fingers each that come after you.
They crawl around. They're like Thing from Adam's Family, but huge.
I don't care for those. I don't.
Small. Give me small. You can't shrink up. You can't put big hands into a smaller thing. They're still big hands. Smaller hands you can work with.
I don't need a small world when I got big hands.
You're like, you can't hold a big utensil. Fucking wrap that thing to your little hand and all of a sudden...
Called lips. You know, you can pick up anything with lips.
Excuse me.
Oops, that's it. That seals it. Subjectively, Mark is correct. You can pick up anything with lips. He got there.
I couldn't see the forest through the hair.
I was struggling to figure out who was subjectively winning that debate. Mark just subjectively kicked your ass to the curb. You could pick up anything. In the same way that you can milk anything with nipples, you can pick up anything with lips. And that is just a truth of the universe.
I hadn't considered it. Like, I want to fight more, but I have to concede. That's a point I hadn't even gotten to.
What a world.
You and I are playing big, small chess. He's playing big checkers. Wait.
He's playing Big Small Chess 3.0.
Yeah, that's it.
Alrighty. Well, that's the end. We've made some astonishing discoveries and important decisions today, I think. Most importantly, we've decided, big or small, on a range of new things that now everyone can take and use that information in their day-to-day lives. And if it ever comes up, you know which is correct. Mark, you earned points for Sick Chica, Chica Fine. Too Clever, Small Dog, Bike Nuts, Met Gala, Big Thinkin', Diamond Medallion Life, TikTok Update, Peanut Nipples, Salting the Earth, Dead but then not dead, Ghost, Big Toothbrush, Big Things, and also Elden Ring. Point for. I'm coming around on Elden. I've played a lot of Elden Ring lately.
Oh wow, he didn't get any points for the lips?
The Elden Ring points was also kind of the lips point. I was writing that as you said lips, and I was, you know what? You're right, Wade. He should get a point for lips.
All right.
Oh, bye.
Oh, Mark, you also got a point for lips. That's excellent.
You know, Mark doesn't sign our checks. I gotta do what I can for him.
Wade, you earned points for Good Boy, Bald, Russian Bald Guru, Small Dog Agreement, Trees in the Face, He Survived, Subjectively Correct, Fart Jars, Australia, with a big angry face drawn next to it, Big Insects Correct, Hazmat Suit for 2, Butler Brush, and Penis Correct Guess, apparently. Oh, no, yeah, because it was about penises, even though I said it wasn't. You were correct.
Well, it was about penises, but it was ultimately about lips. And those two go hand in hand. That's not how I want it.
Yeah, those two go penis and lips.
You got your lip in my penis.
You got your penis in my lip. Racist penis. I got -1 point for Papa. Oh, wait, what did I say? Hippa, Papa. The Papa violation. That's no. I deserve to lose a point for that. Wade, you earned a total of 14 points today, and Mark, you earned a total of 18 points. But also, you lost 2 points for coming back to life. But that still means you earned a total of 16 points today. And I didn't say it out loud, but we were playing most points wins. Someday I want to do least points wins without it announcing that and just throw that in at the very last moment. But I don't want to do that. That seems me. So anyway, congratulations to Mark. It was a good episode today. You guys had a lot of back and forth. You changed my mind. You smalled my big and bigged my small on a couple occasions, and I'm shocked. And honestly, Wade, you deserve better, but I treat you poorly because I'm a bad friend. The loser speech?
Oh, me first, yeah. This loser's speech is brought to you by me, because I lost. I just gotta say, I'm glad we agreed on a lot of these things, and the few that we didn't, I know in my heart of hearts I was correct. But ultimately, the thing that I'm coming away with is that having a house with a bunch of really tiny puppies running around like little hamster mouse cage type tunnels and stuff would be really adorable. And then just laying on the ground and having a bunch of little tiny puppies like jump up and try to give you kisses and hugs would be awesome. And I'm just gonna take this loss thinking about that and feeling like a winner.
Feeling like a winner, but looking like a loser. Mark, winner speech.
I like to think big. I'm a big thinker. I got big thoughts. I don't know if I always went big in this game, but I'd like to feel that I did in my heart, my big, big heart. I have a very big heart. The biggest, actually. It's problematically huge. As my doctor likes to say, I'm just that much of a lover. Look at my fingers, look at my lips. Thank you. Have a good day.
But he's so small, does that make him average size?
Yeah, well, it's an optical illusion because he's so short. Anyway, congratulations, Mark. That means you're going to host the next episode. Everyone, thanks so much for listening and watching, or both. Make sure you subscribe to the podcast so that you always know when there's a new episode. And subscribe on Spotify specifically because that's the only place you can watch the video, if you're into that.
Oh, you're into that. You know you are.
Yeah, probably you are. Mark is Markiplier, Wade is Minion777, or Lord Minion. I am Mike Skirm. We have social media. We also have merch available at distractiblestore.com. That's the end of the episode. And I sincerely, for about 2 seconds, just forgot what we always say at the end of literally every episode of the several hundred that we've done now. But I remember. Don't worry, everybody. Bye. Podcast out.
Good evening, gentle listener.
Oh, check lottery.